Though water is not scarce, food and coal are indeed running low. It has been half a year since the last supply distribution. Zhou Qi returned indoors with a calm expression, picked up the Elementary Guide to Spiritual Guidance, and glanced at the terminal on his wrist. Physique Index 3. 5. Soul Index 3. 6. Spiritual Energy Index 3. I practiced martial arts since childhood but paused for a few years after starting work and getting married. After the divorce I resumed training. My physical condition far exceeds normal people. Still, can I not awaken? The superpower is the so-called life spirit, which is the spirit destined by fate. Only after awakening can one's body undergo a qualitative improvement, otherwise cultivation would be too slow. He ran his fingers through his disheveled hair in annoyance, then picked up the gourd from the net bag on the sofa and took a gulp of water. This family heirloom gourd was filled with well water in my hometown for months, then topped up in the city for over 2 years before it was finally full. It must hold tens of thousands of kilograms of water. Lucky to have this treasure, at least water is no worry. Electricity and water have been cut off for over 3 months. Not many people remain in the city, but going out recklessly without awakening is still too dangerous. Dong dong dong. Zhou Qi, are you home? Dong dong dong. Zhou Qi abruptly stood up, quietly grabbed the alloy machete from the coffee table and crept toward the door. A woman's voice sounded familiar. He frowned in confusion, then picked up a cloth bundle with his left hand, soft, containing chili powder and ground wall plaster. Outside the door a slender woman leaned close to the peephole, peering inside. Her jeans hugged a slightly perky bottom. Behind her 4 men lurked with weapons, waiting quietly. One of them was even holding a pistol. Zhou Qi, I know you're home. I'm sure you're your wife. I smell sausages. The woman sniffed and called out excitedly. The men behind her exchanged glances, a cold glint flickering in their eyes. So there really were supplies. Inside, Zhou Qi remained silent. Ha! Wife. Ex-wife. 8 years had passed and now she shows up in such a situation, shouting so loudly. How could a foolish woman like her have walked here safely? Zhou Qi opened the door. A single day as husband and wife means eternal affection. I really have no other choice. I'm so scared. You can't just stand by and watch me die, can you? Let's get back together. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have listened to those toxic online posts. I know it's been hard for you and I regret it. You are actually very outstanding. Let me in first and we can talk properly. Zhou Qi's expression was cold. He pressed close to the door, listening carefully to the sounds outside. His only real worry was that they had a gun. Awakened beings wouldn't stoop to this level. The woman called out intermittently for several minutes while Zhou Qi stood quietly by the door. He held the knife in his right hand and the dart in his left. Behind the door stood a square shield made of wooden boards and thin steel. This thing was extremely useful against both beast hounds and living corpses. Finally a man's voice came from outside. Are you sure someone's inside? Shirya nodded frantically. He's definitely inside. He has food. I smelled sausages, probably leftovers from lunch. Brother, who break the door down? This neighborhood seems quiet, probably not many people left. The rest are cowards. Let's start searching from here. Damn it, do it, the square-faced man cursed, stepping aside. The lean man behind him gave a contemptuous sneer, shoved the woman behind him, raised his pistol and fired at the lock. Bang! The sound startled the companion who had just raised a hammer on the left. Monkey, have you watched too many movies? Wasting bullets. Use the hammer to smash. The lean man looked embarrassed, quickly stepped back, but the woman behind him blocked the way. He turned and kicked her. Get the hell away. This stairwell is already narrow. What are you crowding for? A gun. Zhou Qi's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. His eyes darted rapidly as thoughts raced through his mind. 3 apartments on this stairwell, the right passage leads to the elevator, and several more units. How could he catch them off guard? Zhou Qi hesitated. Without a gun he wouldn't be afraid. The Elementary Guide to Spiritual Guidance would take 2 to 3 years to get started unless one had practiced internal energy before the apocalypse. These people could at most have a physique of 2. In the past they were all useless with indexes below 1. Thump. Thump. The dull sounds seemed like two people were smashing the door. He glanced at the shield beside him. The thin steel on the outside was scavenged, the core was solid wood, and a layer was padded inside. He had no idea if it could stop a bullet. Can this stop a bullet? Not sure, but the door can. A slight smile tugged at Zhou Qi's lips. He instantly had a plan waiting for them to loosen the whole door. Outside the door, the tall man called brother, who directed two lackeys to smash the door frame while blustering. Inside, open up right now and hand over the food or it'll make you regret it. Don't think staying silent will save you. Who'sy, I think I heard movement from the next door just now. The man with the gun pointed to the right-hand apartment. Oh. Brother, who immediately became interested. He turned and started pounding on the next door. Anyone home? This small gang hadn't been that bold at first, but after finding a police pistol on the road they grew cocky. They had gone out to scavenge for supplies but hadn't found much today. Wandering around, they eventually arrived outside Zhou Qi's complex Zijinbiayuan. Shirya mentioned she used to live here. With a gun, they decided to check it out. If not for the shortage of bullets, they would probably have robbed every house. As for how Shirya ended up with this group, that would depend on her husband. The apartment next door was number 1302. Inside, a woman in her 20s with a sweet face and a mature aura. The well-fitted trousers accentuated her voluptuous, stunning figure. Especially her exaggerated hips, full firm with graceful curves, possessing a powerful presence. It wasn't loose flesh, but a roundness and perkiness full of tension, like a carved work of art, pushing the tight trousers into a breathtaking curve. Her hip circumference of over 100 centimeters was truly 1 in a million, a perfect body Tang Yao had sculpted through sweat and money. She tidied her slightly greasy shoulder-length hair, forcing calm and trying to control her trembling body. They have a gun. Tang Yao's heart trembled. She took deep breaths, her eyes flickering. She stared at the door, not daring to move. Keep smashing, well, deal with that later, came Brother Hu's arrogant shouts from outside, followed by someone knocking on the door of 1303. Dong! Dong! The dull thuds came in a regular rhythm. Two lackeys were hammering the door frame from both sides. Brother, who rolled up his sleeves, dropped his supply bag and held an axe with a fierce expression. His strong arms showed great strength. A physique index above 2 gave him great confidence. Calm down, calm down. Tang Yao repeated to herself. The people in 1303 have already left. The families in the corridor are either dead or gone. She had seen Zhou Qi from 1301 a few times before. Last time during supply distribution, he helped the officers kill several beast hounds and saved residents. He was no weaker than elite soldiers. Without him on this floor, she wouldn't dare stay. The authorities held out for 3 years but finally collapsed this year. Several months had passed. People's hearts change easily. It would be difficult to keep hold up here. The government can no longer organize itself. She needed to find a way out. These people have guns. If Zhou Qi dies, it'll be next. If they take my food, how will I survive? At this thought, Tang Yao slowly took off her leather jacket, leaving only a thin silver-white silk blouse. Then she unbuttoned the top buttons, leaving only the bottom 2 fastened. 2 large grapefruits and delicate snow-white skin were revealed, with only a strapless black bandeau underneath. Truly both white and black. She nervously rubbed her face, then looked down at her chest, still delicate and clean, with only a faint smell of sweat. After all, bathing was a luxury. The water in the inflatable mattress in the living room had been reused many times. Then she began to practice the sweet smile she had long abandoned. She was confident in her figure. All of this was the result of hard training. Relying on her unparalleled exquisite buttocks and tight sensual beauty, Tang Yao had secured 3 properties and millions in savings after only 3 divorces. But as a professional gold digger, she never preyed on the poor. Her targets were always men who had some family wealth but couldn't reach the upper class, and she specifically sought out those lazy spendthrift second-generation heirs. It was easy to catch such men cheating, and divorce could be obtained quickly. Tang Yao had decided if those people were going to break in, she would allow anything, but she wouldn't let them take everything and then abandon her. She also believed that no man could resist her buttocks. Zhou Qi opened the door. "They'll beg them to spare you." Shirya saw the door frame starting to deform and suddenly stood up, shouting, "This is useless." Initially she had been fairly satisfied after marrying Zhou Qi, but as she paid attention to all sorts of chaotic online comments she felt aggrieved when seeing the mortgage on the house. Influenced by the outrageous remarks of some older single female colleagues, she gradually believed she deserved a life above others. In the end she had an affair. After the divorce she discovered that the seemingly perfect CEO was actually a fraud, luring her into investments that ultimately cleaned out her savings. Not only did he take all her money, but he also drained her parents' savings. At that moment, looking at the familiar door, dead memories flooded back and a faint trace of regret stirred within her. She shouldn't have come here today. Get out of the way. Zhou Qi pushed her aside in annoyance. He had no intention of taking in a strange man, too many uncontrollable factors. The four of them were enough to protect themselves. There weren't many mutated beasts in the city. Zhou Qi, right? Open the door yourself and we'll take what we want and spare your life. If you make us waste our energy, it'll kill you. Hu Guess's cheek muscles twitched as he barked a few vicious threats. Seeing no response from inside, he suddenly lifted his leg and kicked hard. Thump. Thump. Zhou Qi watched the shaking door carefully, gauging the enemy's strength and positions. This Hugo is quite strong, he should be right outside. On the left and right are the hammer wielders, and near the stairwell is the one with the gun. The left side is a corner harder to break, the right side is already deformed. Zhou Qi adjusted his helmet, checked his mask, his gaze deep and calm. Several cloth pouches on the nearby cabinet had been untied. Don't underestimate these things. When he was young, surrounded by a gang, he fought his way out with these concealed weapons. He wore a leather jacket and jeans along with a tactical vest, helmet, gloves. Even though they were imitations, they still offered a certain level of protection. Unfortunately, today's jeans are poor quality. In the old days, wearing 2 layers of denim, a skinny young thug with a fruit knife couldn't even cut through. Thump. A chunk of the right wall fell off. Brother Ho, it's breaking. Damn. Hu Guess's face lit up with excitement, preparing to kick again. Zhou Qi took a deep breath, gripping the hilt of his blade, channeling his qi to surge through his body. He gently pushed aside a crude shield with his toes and grabbed 3 cloth pouches. His eyes locked, tiger-like eyes wide, he exploded into action, shoulder first as he charged left. Boom. Though his physique index was only 1 point higher than Hu Guess. But with the boost of spiritual energy, his instantaneous explosive power was several times greater. With a loud crash, the entire door frame shattered. Hugo and the others were startled. The 3 of them instinctively stepped back, raising their weapons. Zhou Qi raised his gun, tilting his head as he quickly sought a target. Unfortunately, the door didn't fall. Instead, several white pouches flew out from the left with a swoosh. Hugo and the man on the left hurriedly raised their arms to block, while the man on the right tossed his hammer and drew a short blade from behind. Red and white dust scattered, instantly catching Hugo and the other man. Their vision blurred, they couldn't open their eyes, so they flailed their weapons wildly as they stumbled back. A meter-long cold gleam traced an arc, instantly carving a bone-deep wound on the arm of the man who had rushed in from the right. Ah! A scream rang out. The moment he saw Zhou Qi's figure behind the door, he lost his combat ability. Though Zhou Qi's shoulder was grazed by the hammer, it was nothing serious. He had deliberately not dodged, he needed a pause to throw his concealed weapon, and the man on the right seized that only opportunity. Bang! 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 Zhou Qi reacted swiftly, dodging to the right while looking for an angle and firing his gun. He was highly alert, and with Hugo and the other man in front, Zhou Qi quickly shielded his eyes, blocking most of the dust. Though affected, the impact was minimal. Zhou Qi's feet moved rapidly as he quickly distinguished the directions of the others, then violently slammed into the blinded Hugo and his companion. With one hand gripping the door, he turned left and charged toward the footsteps coming from the stairwell. Holy shit! Zhou Qi screamed in panic, caught off guard by the opponent's strength. Thump! The door suddenly accelerated like a cannonball, slamming Zhou Qi into the corner of the stairwell. Crack! His ribs broke, his eyes rolled back in a daze, his gun knocked away. At that moment, Zhou Qi finally saw Zhou Qi's face, looking around, 30 strong features, calm expression, eyes filled with bone-chilling murderous intent. Zhou Qi narrowed his eyes, swung the door back to hit the rising Hugo, and then slashed his blade across the nearly unconscious man's throat. When he turned around, he saw a man clutching a half-broken arm, his face twisted in terror, screaming unintelligibly, desperately kicking his legs to shrink into the corner. Hugo and the other man had just stood up squinting, unable to locate the enemy with their weapons raised. Shirya was crouched against the opposite door, her head in her hands, peeking in disbelief at the blood on the floor and the man she had once known day and night. Boss, we were wrong. Ah. Don't kill me. Old Wang, what are you yelling? Where is he? Where is he? Hugo flailed his weapon nervously. Houzi. Attack him. Houzi. Houzi is dead. Brother, who he's right in front of you. Inside room 1302, Tang Yao heard the commotion, trembling like a pomelo, too afraid to approach. Hearing the conversation, she suddenly felt something was off. She slowly crouched to look through the peephole. What? 2 people are down? That's Zhou Qi. Holy shit, so long. So handsome. Directly in her line of sight, Zhou Qi stood with a cold expression, holding an alloy Miao Dao that was noticeably longer than ordinary blades, its cold gleam imposing. He rolled his neck left and right, his contemptuous gaze full of disdain. Holding the blade in one hand, he walked forward slowly. This demeanor was simply off the charts. Even more stunning was the corpse behind him, falling, blood spraying in the air like flowers of hell. Bright blade light traced arcs of death. After a few screams, the other 3 completely lost their breath. Even though Hugue's combat ability was formidable for an ordinary person, at this moment he had no power to resist. Stab. Zhou Qi stabbed the bodies a few more times, then paused to steady his breath before slowly walking over to Shirya. Shirya looked at his thick soled shoes, lifted her tear-streaked face, and said, I'm sorry, Zhou Qi, I didn't mean to. Wah. You have to believe me, I was forced into this. She hastily knelt down, grabbing Zhou Qi's pant leg and shaking her head desperately as she looked up. Zhou Qi really truly listened to me. I had no choice. If I didn't contribute, they would have abandoned me. A day as husband and wife creates 100 days of affection. For the sake of our past bond, can you forgive me? Actually, I regretted it long ago. Let's make up. Zhou Qi let out a cold laugh. Take off your coat. Shirya's heart leaped with joy at this. She quickly removed her coat and then began unbuttoning her shirt. Hope flickered in her eyes. Zhou Qi, it's not easy for you alone, is it? In this world, can you sleep peacefully by yourself? I can cook and do laundry for you and even keep watch at night. You've been single all this time, haven't you? I can keep you company. Zhou Qi remained silent, quietly watching the woman before him, her demeanor submissive yet flustered and helpless. Shirya grew more confident. She shed her shirt in a few quick motions and stood up. You want it now, don't you? I know what you like. Fearing Zhou Qi might lose his temper, she hurriedly turned to face the wall and began unbuckling her pants. I may be a bit thinner than before, but my figure is still in good shape. I'm actually a good person. If it weren't for this apocalypse, I wouldn't have had any choice. Zhou Qi shook his head in disgust, picked up the coat and wiped the blood from his machete blade. The woman who had just assumed her pose turned back and saw this. Her pupils dilated instantly. What are you doing? Squelch. The long blade pierced through her chest, striking the heart with precision. You bastard, since you think you're a good person, then reincarnate early and enjoy your blessings in the new world. Zhou Qi sighed, ignoring her flailing hands, pulled out the blade, pinned her neck to the wall, and with a crack severed her head. This way you die quickly. I've been good enough to you. Those were the last words Shirya heard before her consciousness faded. In the adjacent room, Tang Yao was startled, never expecting Zhou Qi to be so decisive. It was a far cry from the determined expression he wore when fighting beasts to protect residents during the last supply distribution. Yet upon reflection, it wasn't entirely surprising. Zhou Qi lowered his head, staring at the half-naked corpse by the wall. He remained motionless in silence for a long while, then bent down to straighten the woman's clothes. He turned, picked up the pistol, and searched the bodies for 2 more magazines. He inspected the backpacks, dragged his ex-wife's corpse into the room, set down the machete, then went out, picked up an axe, and chopped off the woman's head. Bone fragments and blood sprayed everywhere. The woman's eyes remained open in death. Zhou Qi closed her eyes, took the head in one hand, and dragged the body to the balcony with the other, then tossed both over the edge. This way she won't turn into a corpse. He glanced below, spotting no beasts for now, though the greenery in the neighborhood had nearly obscured the pathways. Tang Yao watched the man outside with a pounding heart as he methodically severed heads. After dealing with the three, he seemed weary and grabbed a gourd to gulp down water. The sight of him drinking heartily made Tan Yao envious. She still had some mineral water but dared not waste it so freely. When he emerged again to gather spoils, the man had a thick curved sausage clamped in his mouth, its color and moisture suggesting it had been boiled. Tan Yao felt her mouth go dry. Her room held only canned goods and some vacuum-packed dry provisions. Staring at the oily spicy meat, she wished she could send her eyes out to snatch it. Thud. Lost in her gaze, she stumbled, banging her knee against the door. Oh, hiss! Zhou Qi set the backpacks aside and naturally caught the noise. He looked at the locked door opposite, hesitated briefly, then knocked on 1302's door. Knock, knock, knock. Are you there? I want to discuss something with you. After a moment, a timid voice came from inside. You. What do you want? Zhou Qi knew the woman inside was terrified, and he also knew she lived alone, having not joined the exodus from the city half a month ago. He cleared his throat and spoke with utmost politeness. My door and wall are damaged and I can't stay there. I'd like to borrow a room in your place to live temporarily. I have food, coal, and a stove. How about we team up? He quickly added, don't worry, I'm a decent person. Tan Yao hesitated only 3 seconds before opening the door. She didn't think she could stop Zhou Qi, and living alone after the power outage was far too frightening. He seemed courteous enough now, and having seen him a few times before, she didn't believe he was the bloodthirsty type. As the door swung open, Zhou Qi's eyes lit up. Before him was an oval face with soft, unassuming contours, a delicate and straight nose, and clearly defined lips. Most of the buttons on her silver-white silk shirt were undone, revealing a black camisole without straps almost entirely exposed. His gaze drifted downward. Even from the front, the taut curve of her fitted pants hinted at her strikingly shapely figure. Zhou Qi blinked, looked away, and noticed a short blade and a hunting bow behind her. It seemed this woman hadn't gone hungry and had even been training. Zhou Qi's eyes swept around but were unconsciously drawn back to Tan Yao's chest. Too generous, only the button at her abdomen was fastened. Sorry for the trouble. Let me formally introduce myself, I'm Zhou Qi. He composed himself and extended a hand with a smile. Tan Yao glanced at the bloodstains on his glove, nodded faintly, and reached out to shake his hand, getting a smear of blood on her fingers. I'm Tan Yao. We've met a few times. Nice to meet you. Zhou Qi seemed somewhat shy, as if a different person. It's like this, the damaged door and wall are a security risk. Those people locked the doors when they left, so. It's fine, I understand. Seeing him like this, Tan Yao felt a surge of relief, believing she could handle him. We're neighbors. There's only the two of us left on this floor. Helping each other is only right. But I'm running low on water. If we ever have to leave, you can't abandon me. Tan Yao gave a playful smile, voicing her worry in a joking tone, her sweet eyes sparkling. Don't worry, I won't let you go thirsty. Zhou Qi thought of the family heirloom at his waist and spoke with certainty. Then his expression hardened. But if we ever have to leave, I won't take you if your physique is too weak. I need to make that clear up front. So serious? Tan Yao was slightly taken aback by his words. Her gaze flickered as she reevaluated Zhou Qi's expression, feeling secretly pleased. She preferred dealing with someone who said what he meant. Straightforwardness made him easier to manage. Before the apocalypse, she could hold a horse stance to build her figure, hauled her own supplies upstairs, and had been practicing the official basic cultivation method. Her stamina was only stronger than before, though the results were still subtle. Fine, I'm no weakling. But I don't have a tactical terminal, so I don't know my exact stats. Tactical terminals weren't issued to everyone. Previously, they were controlled by the military, distributed based on combat ability and past records. Take this one. Zhou Qi pulled out Brother Hu's terminal from his pocket and handed it over. Tan Yao put it on, fiddled with it, and soon data appeared. Physique Index 1. 6. Spirit Index 1. 5. Psychic Index 0. 5. How is it? Zhou Qi nodded. Not bad. An index of 1. 6 already surpassed that of an average adult male by a good margin. Her psychic index was low, but with a weapon she could still be combat capable. Have you ever killed a zombie or a beast? Tan Yao gave an awkward laugh and whispered, no. All right, Zhou Qi replied noncommittally. Consider the supplies in their backpacks a welcome gift. Hold on, the entrance is a bit messy. Let me tidy up. Tan Yao chuckled softly and turned around. She sensed Zhou Qi wasn't particularly impressed with her, and a knot tightened in her chest as she bent over. By the door, aside from the blade and hunting bow, there were steel pipes and nightstands, items used to barricade the entrance at night. As she stooped to gather the clutter, she subtly tightened her glutes, accentuating her curves provocatively. With the motion of tidying up, she naturally swayed her silhouette. Behind her, a suppressed heavy breath sounded. Her pink lips curled slightly as she murmured, "Almost done." Zhou Qi had been in love several times in his youth, each time with sincerity, each time ending in tragedy. Eventually he married through an arranged introduction. Having tasted the bitterness of love, he harbored no hopes for women. After his divorce, he renounced carnal desires, turning instead to Taoist breathing exercises and meditation, resuming his martial arts training. Ordinarily it wouldn't matter, but now in the apocalypse the woman before him exuded an unmistakable invitation. Zhou Qi allowed himself to appreciate the view, admitting to himself that she was undeniably alluring. Yet he made no move, standing silently outside the door with several backpacks in hand. He had heard the neighbors gossip about this woman's background, and now seeing her in action, those words rang true. Having grown up with a gourd talisman at home, Zhou Qi had always believed in the law of cause and effect, which guided his inner moral compass. In his view, if he touched this woman, he would be bound to protect her in this desolate world. But her vitality index was unremarkable, not even exceptional. She might become a burden. Tan Yao lay there for a long while, sensing no movement, a flicker of confusion crossing her mind. The floor, save for a few plastic bags and small items, was already clear. She reluctantly grabbed the last 2 plastic bags and slowly straightened up, only to let out a sudden cry as she stumbled backward. "Ah!" Zhou Qi's gaze sharpened as he reached out to steady her waist. "I suddenly feel dizzy, probably ate too many canned goods," she explained weakly, her eyes barely open. Not only did she press her upper body against his chest, but her legs gave way and her exquisite curves brushed against Zhou Qi's waist. She lowered herself again, pretending to struggle as she gripped the doorframe, her swaying form tracing an unintentional seductive arc back and forth. After a few faint, tantalizing sways, she finally steadied herself, a hint of frustration in her heart. "Are you all right?" Zhou Qi's voice remained calm. "Humph. Is this guy even a man? Or is he just impotent? What a waste of a physique." Tan Yao grumbled inwardly, but knew better than to overdo it. She quickly replied, "I'm fine, much better now." She then hastily stepped away, her eyes downcast with feigned shyness, not daring to meet his gaze. "Okay, come in." Zhou Qi curled his lips in silent disdain. The woman was a temptress, but she reeked. From a distance it was tolerable, but up close the stench was overwhelming. Clearly water was scarce. Entering the spacious living room, Zhou Qi set down the backpacks laden with food and tools, instantly spotting a concave inflatable mattress. The water inside was murky, clearly used many times. No wonder most couldn't hold on. Without water or electricity, survival was a nightmare. It was strange that this woman hadn't joined the main group that left half a month ago. Zhou Qi voiced his curiosity, needing to quickly gauge her worth. Was she worth traveling with? Why didn't you go with them? Tan Yao smiled, picking up a long unused broom to sweep the floor. High-rise buildings are natural shelters that block many dangers. Why venture out seeking survival? Though most of the otherworldly creatures and zombies have been eliminated without awakened leaders leaving the city to face the open wilderness, how easy is it to find a suitable place? Even if they find a spot with water and food in the wild, over time it will inevitably attract alien beasts and entities. Rebuilding a home is no simple feat. I'm not leaving until my resources run dry. Not a bad mindset. Zhou Qi silently appraised as he walked around the room, noting there was no rice or flour left, only canned goods and dried provisions. He picked up a can stacked by the bedroom. These have a 5-year shelf life. Stop eating them for now. I still have some rice and flour, and there's rice in these backpacks. Come on, help me move the stuff over. By the time they finished hauling everything, dusk was falling. Though Zhou Qi's food supply wasn't abundant, his stored water was virtually untouched. Coupled with the various gear and tools had collected, the assortment was considerable. Tan Yao grew more excited and worked harder with each trip, eventually stripping off her shirt to work in just a camisole. This gesture earned her a measure of respect from Zhou Qi. She only managed to cook a hot meal every few days using wood, subsisting mostly on canned food and water. But Zhou Qi's place had vacuum-packed sausages, dozens of large bottles of mineral water plus gasoline, coal, vitamins, medicine, and more. Ah! Miao collapsed into the sofa, her body slick with sweat and grime, the pale skin beneath the dirt making her look like a soft, grimy kitten. Zhou Qi changed into a vest and pants, his waist holster carrying a pistol, a dagger, and a tactical baton. The most conspicuous item was the yellow gourd in the mesh pouch. It seemed utterly out of place in this setting. He slid open the glass door and dragged the inflatable mattress toward the balcony. What are you doing? That's for bathing. Miao turned to look. Dumping the water, Zhou Qi replied flatly, heaving the mattress over the edge. No, don't. Miao scrambled to her feet in panic, but it was too late. It stinks too much in here. Zhou Qi pushed past the stunned woman clinging to the doorframe. I'm going to shower. You cook. Use that small stove. Start with the loose rice from those backpacks and add 2 sausages. Miao stared in disbelief as Zhou Qi carried a bottle of mineral water toward the bathroom, her eyes wide. You're using mineral water to shower? Bang! The door slammed shut. Go ahead, wash away, it's not my water anyway. After a moment of stunned silence, Miao grumbled through gritted teeth, then got up to start a fire and cook. She eyed the sausages in the kitchen, her lashes trembling with excitement. Swallowing hard, she retrieved her dried mushrooms and dehydrated vegetables, then hesitated and put the mushrooms back. The official survival manual stated that dried mushrooms could be stored for long periods as long as they stayed dry and mold-free. In the bathroom, Zhou Qi not only showered but also washed his hair, though he used little of the mineral water, relying mostly on water from his gourd. The narrow opening made it a lengthy process, and by the time he emerged, the stove was already fragrant with cooking. In the apocalypse, meals were simple: just toss everything edible into the pot and boil. You should go wash too, there's still plenty of water. If it's not enough, grab more from the living room. Miao looked at the man drying his hair, a flicker of doubt in her mind. How much could he possibly have left after washing for so long? She retorted with irritation, more? Seriously, how have you even survived this long? At this rate, how long have you been using that water? I told you you won't run out. Go on. Zhou Qi patted her shoulder, then grimaced as he wiped the greasy residue off his fingers. Am I really that filthy? Miao, speechless, buried her head in her neck to sniff, then got up to find clothes. Moments later, she emerged carrying garments, wearing only her underwear, her posture straight and her stride composed, completely unself-conscious. Her long, shapely legs and pert derriere formed a naturally alluring silhouette. Zhou Qi remained expressionless, his gaze boldly following her, appreciating the view while simultaneously assessing her muscle tone. Looks like she hasn't trained properly, barely maintaining a fitness level at best, he silently judged, tilting the pot lid askew before picking up binoculars and heading to the balcony to survey the surroundings. The sky was dim, the ground lush with vegetation. Faint glimmers of light seeped through the curtains of a few scattered buildings across the way, likely candles. Some shadowy windows seemed to have observers watching him too. Clearly the afternoon's commotion had drawn attention. This is mine, what do you think you're doing? Suddenly terrified shouts erupted from the direction of the main gate, followed by vicious curses. Unfortunately, he couldn't see that spot from here and it was still far away. Give it here. Let go. I said let go, damn it. You mother. Please don't do this. I worked so hard to find this, I have a kid at home. Get lost. The sound of rapid footsteps faded into the distance. After a long while, a disheveled man with blood at the corner of his mouth appeared in view, utterly dejected. The food had mustered the courage to search for had been snatched by others. He sat on a bench for a moment, let out a heavy sigh and trudged deeper into the area. Dozens of people in the nearby buildings watched the solitary figure, their silence oppressive. No one spoke. This world is really going to hell. The rice is a bit dry. Zhou Qi turned back into the room, glanced at the food, removed the pot from the stove and replaced it with another to boil water. After a long while, Miao emerged dressed in a small blazer over a cropped vest that bared her midriff, looking refreshingly cool. Smells amazing. Her eyes lit up as she trotted over to the steaming food on the coffee table, her open jacket revealing a figure that swayed with each step. With damp hair, sweet eyes, and rosy lips, she exuded an air of pure allure. Zhou Qi nodded casually, ladled himself a large bowl, and began eating. His first bite into the sausage made it burst with savory juice. Miao, seeing this, abandoned any thought of seduction and focused on filling her stomach. After the meal, she rose and sat beside Zhou Qi, shyly lowering her head. I don't stink anymore, do I? I even used soap. Earlier she had been self-conscious about her odor, but now that she was clean and fed, it was time to offer herself. A hint of anticipation stirred within her. As a gold digger, she had always hoped to latch onto an awakened, but they were too rare to encounter. The few she had met were all in official military units. Now Zhou Qi seemed like a decent option, far stronger than an average person, well-built and armed. For now he was the best choice. He's moving his hand. Miao caught the motion from the corner of her eye and instinctively sat up straighter, her heart pounding. She wondered where he would touch. Easy, that hurts. That large hand didn't land on the sensitive spots she had imagined. Instead it gripped her arm, squeezing, then applied more pressure to feel the bone. Miao looked up in confusion, her neck shrinking and brows furrowed. You haven't practiced the diamond bone forging art? Zhou Qi released her and asked seriously. The diamond bone forging art? Miao's expression was blank, then realization dawned. That was one of the cultivation methods released by the authorities, which included not only the spirit attraction chapter but also body forging techniques, stance training, and fist arts. Seriously? It's dark, I've eaten, I've bathed, and you want to talk about this now? Her gaze wandered in frustration. She opened her mouth, then closed it. Meeting his deep eyes, her heart tightened, and she explained, that stuff hurts too much. It's not easy to practice. She had never aspired to become a powerhouse on her own. Initially she had hoped to awaken, but after official reports showed that even awakened were dying in droves, she lost that ambition. She only aimed to maintain enough fitness to survive. As for the future, she'd rely on a man. Zhou Qi sneered coldly. Miao, do you really think your beauty can sustain you forever? This is the apocalypse. Ditch your old mindset. When a real crisis hits, no one will risk their life for sex. In these few years you should know that only awakened with an average life index above 10 are considered to have stepped into the supernatural. But even such superhumans are still fragile against powerful aberrations. There used to be a nation, an army, Bureau 749. Not anymore. The city has already started to descend into chaos. When that day truly comes, beauty without strength will only hasten your death. Miao's pupils dilated as if struck by an earthquake. She froze. Zhou Qi gave a sardonic, almost mad grin. He slowly leaned close to her ear, his whisper carrying a demonic chill. Maybe one day you'll face 10, 100, 1,000 men. You won't even last a single night. You'll die horribly. Miao's pupils dilated instantly, her face slack as if carved from stone. The mere thought of that scene made her body shudder, her blood running cold. No, that can't happen, she murmured, dazed, as if the inky night were pressing endless terror into her heart. She couldn't help but imagine that wretched fate again, trembling as she leaned back, looking at the stranger before her. Don't scare me. It's impossible. Is it? Zhou Qi smiled faintly and stood reaching out to lift her chin. Think about it carefully. With that his hand shifted and his fingers slid naturally down her collarbone and into her vest. Miao didn't know what expression to wear as that large hand climbed over her proud figure. But then he suddenly punched her. Ah, she cried out in pain and crouched down. When she looked up again, his sturdy silhouette was already heading toward the second bedroom, knife in hand. Start training your body properly tomorrow. If you run out of food and your physique hasn't reached 2, you're on your own. Zhou Qi's lazy voice echoed through the living room. Miao stared at his solid figure illuminated by the candlelight, unnerved by his casual tone. She quickly pressed, and if I do reach 2? The man paused, turned back and grinned, flashing white teeth. Then congratulations, you'll earn the right to sleep with me. They'll take you along. What? Earn the right to sleep with you? Miao's jaw nearly dropped, her mind struggling to process the words. It wasn't until the door closed that she snapped back to reality, a bewildered expression on her face. After a moment of silence she couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Are you kidding me? With a body like mine, I used to have countless admirers. What is the world coming to? But there is some truth to what he said. Miao narrowed her eyes, rubbing her aching chest as she sat on the floor leaning against the sofa in contemplation. Inside the room, Zhou Qi set aside his commonly used equipment, tidied his bed, and began the practice of breathing and meditation. Cultivation was divided into 3 methods: tempering the body to refine the flesh, controlling inner and outer qi through breathing, and calming the mind through meditative visualization. Since it was still early, Zhou Qi performed a full cycle of cultivation. At midnight he rose, took his telescope to survey the surroundings once more, and then went to sleep. Ah! A sharp cry of pain. The next day, Miao, with a faint sheen of sweat on her forehead, was holding a strange posture when a belt suddenly struck her bottom. Zhou Qi said coldly, "I've already finished a full set of bone forging exercises, and you're only starting now. I was just busy a moment ago. How could you hit me?" Miao rubbed her bottom, her face a mask of shock. The rise and fall of your chest is so shallow. Just going through the motions won't yield much result. You must coordinate your breath with the movements, understand? If I catch you slacking off again, I'll hit you again. Slap. With that, Zhou Qi raised his hand and struck her once more. Ah! Miao jumped in pain, her beauty fading as she pouted and spoke with a tearful voice, "I'm already practicing properly. Why did you hit me again?" "To make sure you remember." After finishing a set of stance training and body tempering techniques, she felt sore all over and collapsed into the sofa. Previously, she had only practiced fitness methods and the breathing techniques from the basic spiritual guidance. Today was the first time she had truly completed the dragon tiger bone forging art to standard, and the sensation was entirely different. Her whole body felt warm, as if her bones and tendons had come alive. She squinted at Zhou Qi, who was practicing an unknown boxing style with focused intent, one that didn't resemble the officially recommended fist techniques. Another half-month passed this way. Miao had fully adapted to the rhythm of training. Although practicing the dragon tiger bone forging art was still exhausting, she could more clearly perceive its benefits. Having grown accustomed to it, she no longer needed Zhou Qi's supervision. During this time, she could clearly notice more people venturing out during the day to search for supplies. Small teams were forming, and occasional disturbances could be heard from some buildings, often the heart-wrenching cries of women. That day, Miao pulled back a corner of the curtain in the bedroom to observe the outside. In her field of vision, she could see figures of small groups at street intersections in the distance. After several days of observation, she noticed a pattern: the groups were almost always predominantly male, and women were often burdened with carrying heavy loads. Some groups that looked particularly ferocious only had one woman with them, and the look on her face told a story of severe abuse. The more normal groups, consisting of several families, seemed to be preparing to leave this place in search of a water source. Miao recalled Zhou Qi's words from that day and clenched her fist. She checked her terminal. Physique Index 1. 7. Soul Index 1. 5. Spiritual Energy Index 0. 5. Only increased by 0. 1. She furrowed her brows. Due to her persistent body tempering, her appetite had increased considerably. I might barely reach the required physique index before the supplies run out. But my soul index and spiritual energy are growing too slowly. Will he find me inadequate? Dong dong dong. A knock came from outside. Zhou Qi, who was fiddling with an old radio in his room, rose at the sound. Miao also came to the living room. Is anyone home? The voice from outside was extremely polite and courteous. The two approached the door, and Zhou Qi asked, "Who is it?" He now had a gun and over 40 rounds of ammunition, giving him considerable confidence. "Hello, my name is Su Li. I'm from the 20th floor. I've contacted people in this building. Everyone is running low on supplies. I'm planning to organize a group to find vehicles and fuel. Then we can search for supplies in the city and leave together. Are you willing to join?" Zhou Qi glanced outside and saw 3 men without backpacks or other gear, suggesting they weren't lying. Seeing no response from inside, Su Li continued persuading, "It'll be too late to leave once the supplies are completely gone. I want to organize everyone to act together while we still have some things. It will be much safer. We've been asking around the neighborhood for days. There are already over 100 people. Well, gather at the west gate of the underground garage tomorrow morning. Think it over. Having said that, he led the two men downstairs. As they entered the stairwell corner, one of the men beside him said, "Are we just leaving like that?" The one who answered was probably Zhou Qi. With the commotion a few days ago, he threw 4 bodies down. The gun is probably in his hands. Yeah, maybe we should talk to him more. Having a gun would give us some peace of mind. Zhou Li replied, "We already have enough people. Everyone is looking out for themselves right now. What if he has a gun and goes crazy trying to steal your wives? He can come if he wants. He didn't even open the door, he looks difficult to deal with." The two men's faces fell as they realized he had a point. Zhou Li was originally a fitness coach, a large burly man whose imposing physique and exaggerated arm circumference made him look highly intimidating. He had consistently trained his body and was quite strong, but his large appetite meant his resources were nearly depleted. In recent days he had noticed the city descending into chaos and realized this couldn't continue, prompting him to organize people for group survival. Only by banding together could they resist the inhumane thugs. All it needed was for someone to take the first step. Zhou Li had thought this would be difficult, but after asking around he received a swift response. It seemed everyone was truly afraid. With so many people responding, he began to worry more. There were too many things to consider. Now he almost wished for fewer people, planning to wait until they found a safe place to settle down. Inside the room, Zhou Qi's hand left his holster, his expression unchanged. Miao asked, "Are we going this time? It's very chaotic now. If we stay, we might be targeted by bad people. I've noticed a gang in the neighborhood that seems to specialize in robbing people. It's not just in our neighborhood. Outside too. I've seen several street fights these past few days. A lot of people have died." Zhou Qi shook his head calmly. "We're not leaving for now. Don't worry about those small groups. Their methods won't allow them to grow their numbers. They pose no threat to us. Those people chose to rob their own kind instead of hunting the beasts. Most of what's scattered around the city are low-level aberrations and the undead. Don't be fooled by their aggressive posturing. They're nothing but useless cowards. Ignore them." Having said that, he went back to fiddling with the radio, adjusting it constantly, but all he heard was static. Comforted by his calm, confident words, Miao turned and resumed practicing the dragon tiger bone forging art. On the rooftop of a residential building, 4 men were sunbathing. These men were the robbery gang. Whenever they learned someone had returned from scavenging outside, they would either rob them on the road or break into their homes. They were living quite comfortably. When there was no target, he observed whose home had people and randomly picked a lucky one. Besides these 4, there were 2 more guards at the stronghold. "Brother Du, it seems the remaining people in this neighborhood are leaving. What do we do?" Du Chang scratched his head in frustration. "Damn it, if they all leave, who are we going to rob? Are we really going to have to go out and find food ourselves?" Another lackey handed a cigarette to Du Chang. "Maybe we should follow them." Du Chang tilted his neck, exhaled a thick plume of smoke and sneered, "Follow them, my ass. There aren't many powerful aberrations in the city for now. Once I awaken, I'll go out and conquer the world. By then, won't all these people have built survival bases for me?" Suddenly a gaunt man excitedly put down his binoculars and pointed at a building diagonally opposite. "Brother Du, there's a real stunner over there. Damn, look at that figure." "Let me see." Du Chang took the binoculars and looked over calmly. In the living room of that apartment, the curtains were fully drawn open and a long-haired woman in a vest and fitted pants was swinging her arms. Du Chang bit his cigarette, craned his neck and found a new angle. From the side, her curvaceous figure was simply exaggerated. More importantly, the woman's skin radiated a healthy luster, her curves were firm and her vitality was abundant. "She's truly a rare gem. This household seems well stocked if this woman doesn't look like she's starving." His eyes lit up as he also noticed a pile of bottled water in a corner of the living room with a man sitting on the sofa fiddling with some appliance. The other 3 gathered around and the gaunt man pointed downstairs. "It's over there, building 16, 13th floor. Looks like there's only 1 man. Brother, should we do it? Let's go rob them and maybe, you know." Du Chang casually tossed the binoculars to someone else, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, a startled cry interrupted him. "Look down there." Following the gaze, they saw over a dozen men and women gathering at the entrance of Building 16, whispering among themselves. The leader was Su Li, who stood like an iron tower. The four of them tensed up, frowning as they listened. It seemed they were discussing their itinerary and division of labor, planning to organize a convoy to first scavenge enough supplies in the city before heading out. Seeing everyone gathered together, Du Chang thought it best to lie low. Recalling the large amount of bottled water in Tan Yao's apartment, he guessed that people like that probably wouldn't leave. After all, people are selfish. He sighed, forget it. Well, wait until they leave tomorrow. These people are bold enough to stand out in the open now. Let's hope they don't decide to play hero and mess things up for us. Brother, that woman is something else. How about we sneak over tonight? The gaunt man wore a lecherous expression, his heart itching with desire. He feared the woman might leave with the others. He had never had it this good before. These past few days had felt like a heavenly existence, doing whatever he wanted with whoever he pleased. Screw you. At night those zombies come out. If you run into a hairy one claw will poison you to death. Those two don't look like they're leaving anyway. Why are you panicking? Brother Du is right. The gaunt man took a hard slap to the head, sobering up considerably, and quickly nodded and bowed with an apologetic smile. Inside the apartment, Tan Yao finished her training session and sat down, panting, steam rising from her body, her face flushed red. Just as she took a sip of water, she heard Zhou Qi say, 200 push-ups. Finish them before you rest. She immediately protested, seriously? I've already done 2 rounds of body forging exercises today and stood in the stance. My bones are aching. That's 4 hours of work. And now you want me to do push-ups? You have no combat experience. You need extra strength training. Tan Yao turned away, angrily pouting, I'm not doing it. Zhou Qi slowly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, and casually grabbed the belt from the sofa. Fine, you'll do it. Tan Yao's shoulders trembled. Gritting her teeth, she stood up, took a few steps, and got down on the floor. 50. After a while, a puddle of sweat had formed on the floor. Tan Yao could no longer hold herself up and collapsed, feeling as if her entire body was on fire. Her flushed cheek pressed against the floor as she gasped for air. Slap. Just a few seconds later, a belt mercilessly struck her proud raised rear. Ah! Tan Yao let out a sharp cry and hurriedly pushed herself up with trembling arms. Regulate your breathing. Use the breathing and circulation method. Once your breath is steady, continue. 2 can't get up. Really? Really? I think your butt is too big and it doesn't hurt when I hit it, does it? Tan Yao's sweet eyes were filled with pleading, the corners of her eyes glistening with what could have been tears or sweat, looking utterly pitiful. Zhou Qi sneered, stepped over her delicate body, and suddenly sat down on her waist. What are you doing? She turned her head in confusion, then saw the man behind her pull out a dagger. What are you doing? I'll count to 3. If you don't get up, I'll cut a piece of flesh from your butt with this knife. Are you crazy? This is my home. I took you in, remember? Exactly. Isn't this my way of thanking you? 1, 2, Tan Yao didn't believe him at first, but then she felt the cold blade pierce through her pants and press hard against her buttock. It seemed that with just a slight push it would penetrate. Her heart tightened, a chill running down her spine, and she immediately begged, don't count, don't count. I can get up. Zhou Qi narrowed his eyes, withdrew the dagger, and stood up. Oof! Tan Yao mustered all her strength, let out a hoarse roar, and with a contorted face pushed herself up. After a long while she finished the last push-up, rolled her eyes, and lay motionless. Then a bent thumb appeared before her eyes. Not bad. Thumbs up. Gourd. She snapped her mouth at the finger, but naturally bit nothing but air. Zhou Qi chuckled, lowered himself beside her, and prepared to do push-ups. When you're tired, sit on my waist. Tan Yao, her face dark and voice weak, said, I just want to lie down. Lying down works too. 300, 301, 302. Zhou Qi's voice was clear, his breathing steady as his muscular body rose and fell without pause. At that moment, Tan Yao, with a backpack containing a bucket of water strapped tightly to her back, was clinging to Zhou Qi's back, her arms wrapped around his chest. Feeling the firm pressure against her chest, she was inwardly astonished. A bucket of water plus her own weight amounted to over 150 Jin, and Zhou Qi practiced the dragon tiger bone forging art 4 times a day along with an unfamiliar boxing technique. Yet his speed remained undiminished compared to when he started. She thought to herself Zhou Qi's body forging practice was noticeably smoother and more fluid than hers. He had already passed the beginner stage. If she could reach that level, would she no longer have to fear the outside world? Tanya also understood that Zhou Qi was doing this for her own good. Without someone pushing her, she really couldn't stick with the body forging technique. But it was so hard and exhausting. Not until the sun set did Zhou Qi draw the curtains, and the two could no longer feel the luxurious warmth of the sunlight. He lit a candle, reheated the leftovers, while Tanya was in the bathroom wiping herself down with a towel. He toyed with the dagger in his hand, a deep worry etched between his brows. Although the previous spacetime gates and those rifts were destroyed by the nation and billions of alien beasts, zombies, and powerful creatures were eliminated, the industrial powers were completely paralyzed. Months have passed since that violent energy surge swept across Blue Star. The remaining satellites and communication facilities also failed, and there's been no news since. Half a year ago it was said that military casualties had exceeded 80%. The Grand Elder of Bureau 749 perished alongside the Hanba. Some who awakened 3 years ago have even declared themselves kings. Zhou Qi sighed, thinking of the recent chaos. The days ahead will be tough. After the meal, as usual, he scouted the surroundings before beginning his meditation and breathing exercises. It was late into the night when he slowly opened his eyes, stepping out for another round. He found Tanya had fallen asleep on the sofa, likely exhausted. The next day, when Tanya was roused by the roar of engines from the street outside, she turned to see Zhou Qi already meditating on the balcony. "Hurry up everyone, make sure you have all your gear, tools, weapons, armor. Don't be afraid. Aside from some mutated hounds and the undead in the city, there aren't any powerful creatures. Don't stop the car randomly on the road. We're short on time. Make sure to protect yourselves while scavenging supplies along the way." Over 30 SUVs, off-road vehicles, and pickup trucks lined up neatly on the road as people conducted final checks and reinforcements. The crowd was a mix of tension and anticipation, with Suli directing the operation. Before long, the convoy slowly set off, quickly disappearing down the street. In the afternoon, as the convoy moved along scavenging for supplies, they approached the sports park. Suddenly, Suli, seated in the front passenger seat of the lead vehicle, changed expression. A faint eerie red mist was spreading ahead, already encompassing several nearby blocks. He exclaimed in alarm, "Turn around, turn around. This is blood miasma. Anyone below the transcendent level can't withstand it. Inhaling too much will turn you into a mindless monster." The driver, clearly knowledgeable, was already spinning the wheel before Suli finished speaking. Chaos erupted behind them, filled with fearful shouts. A child pointed out the window and asked, "Mom, what's that?" The woman's heart clenched in terror, yet she still comforted the child. "It's nothing. Sit still, Shao Jia. Do you remember what I told you?" "I remember, Mom. When you tell me to run, don't look back." The child answered earnestly, his spring-like eyes flickering with a hidden fractured light. He forced a small smile, but his teeth remained hidden. The woman's heart ached as she pulled the child close. Suddenly both jolted as the driver tapped the brakes. The convoy had fallen into disarray, with some vehicles scrambling to turn around, causing a pile-up in the middle. Roar, ha! Low beastly growls emerged from both sides as a pack of mutated hounds appeared on the road. Once beloved pets, these creatures now boasted bulging muscles weighing 300 to 400 Jin. Hairless, their thick gray-white skin revealed faint traces of dark blue beneath. Some of these hounds had mutated from eating random things, the cause for others remained unknown. More terrifyingly, their beastly pupils were blood-red with web-like crimson veins on their gray-white skin, indicating further mutation from the blood miasma. "Damn it, move! Drive, you bastard!" Suli shoved open the door and roared at the vehicle ahead. "Move up front. What are you afraid of? Ram them." By now the two vehicles at the very back saw the hounds beginning their charge and finally snapped to attention. Rat-a-tat-tat. A thunderous roar erupted as tires spun wildly and the vehicles charged forward. The hounds, which had been chasing from both sides, closed in an instant, their bloodthirsty eyes locking onto the stationary vehicles in the middle. "Damn!" Suli quickly shut the door and drew his long blade. The driver, seeing this, floored the accelerator in reverse to gain running room. Better to move than stay put. A scream rang out as two pickup trucks fell first. Despite the people in the truck beds raising their weapons in defense, several fierce hounds leaped up their immense force, knocking two people down instantly. More hounds followed, pouncing aboard. Bang! A smaller vehicle was overturned. Help us, help us! The people inside waved their arms in terror, shouting for aid. But no one dared help them. Nearby vehicles' tires smoking finally gained speed and shook off the hounds on their roofs. A chorus of screams rose from behind, though most of the convoy escaped safely, albeit with some vehicles crushed and deformed. Sully broke out in a cold sweat, muttering repeatedly, "Go, go, go." The red mist continued spreading, visibly exuding a chilling dampness. Inside a residential building, in the master bedroom of one apartment, the bed was in disarray. A burly tattooed man with a fierce face lay snoring, holding two naked women. A wisp of red mist seeped in through the curtains. Their breathing remained steady as the mist gradually filled most of the room. The man suddenly snapped open his eyes, his face contorted in pain. Dark red blood vessels burst across his shoulder skin. He sat up halfway, lips parted as if to shout, when blood vessels suddenly flooded his pupils. The last vestige of consciousness vanished and he let out an unintelligible growl. Ha! He jerked his neck and bit down on the woman to his left, sinking his teeth into her throat. Roar! The woman's arms sprouted dark blue sinews. She sat up with a start, shoving the man away, and snarled in threat, her head tilted. The man blinked in confusion before catching the scent of his underlings outside. The three monsters rose in succession, jumped off the bed, and stumbled out of the bedroom, shoving each other along the way. Ah, easy, beauty. Wait, who bit me? Boss, what's wrong, boss? What the hell, run? At the purple gold villa, Zhou Qi and Tan Yao were about to start their body tempering when a knock came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was urgent and violent, as if pounded with fists. Open up. Open up. The tone was aggressive, dripping with arrogance. Open the door now. Give us half your food or I'll tear this door down and kill you both. Du Chang led 5 men outside, 2 of them holding bows. By now only a handful of people remained in the complex, most hiding in dead silence, impossible to find. Du Chang grinned with excitement. He hadn't expected these 2 to still be drawing the curtains to let in sunlight yesterday, hoarding so much water, and with a beautiful woman in the house, they really had no fear. Since you can't bear to part with the food today, we'll take both the supplies and the woman. What do we do? Tan Yao felt a flicker of panic but remained composed, quietly picking up her prepared short blade. Zhou Qi swiftly donned his helmet, grabbed his weapon and shield, and instructed, rapidly unpack the throwing weapons. When I open the door, throw them outward. Don't play dumb. I know there are 2 of you in there. We're not out for blood, just half the food and water. Let's be civil. We might cooperate later, after all we'll have to leave eventually. Don't be ungrateful. Brother, do the woman. The wiry man said with a lecherous grin. Du Chang rubbed his chin with a sleazy look and whispered, don't rush. First get them to open the door. Tan Yao nervously clutched several cloth bundles, following behind Zhou Qi. Easy, easy. Don't rush, I'll be right there. Zhou Qi responded as he approached the door, signaling Tan Yao to stand to the side. He cautiously glanced through the peephole, saw nothing unusual, then took another careful look. In his field of view, 3 figures stood nearby, one holding a shield, the other 2 armed. Through the gaps he spotted 2 more people in the back carrying bows. A shield. From the security guards. Quite a few of them. That plastic shield wouldn't stop a bullet. Zhou Qi narrowed his eyes, signaled Tan Yao to get ready, and then released the safety on his pistol. Then in a trembling, obsequious voice he pleaded, please brothers, don't do anything rash. I'll open the door right away. Just don't take everything, we can talk. Fine, no problem. I'm doing this for your own good. We're from the same complex, we should stick together. Once I reach the transcendent level, I'll keep you safe. Oh. From his tone he seemed quite strong. Zhou Qi's face tightened and his voice quivered as he said, I'm opening the door now. Du Chang's expression turned stern as he shot a meaningful glance. Immediately 1 person stood by the door with a shield and blade, while 2 others grabbed their weapons and drew closer. Necessary precautions had to be taken. He himself stepped back slightly. With a crisp crack and a creak, the door was pulled open a crack, yet it moved with surprising speed, even stirring a faint breeze. Delight flickered in the trio's eyes as they reached out to push the door. But with a series of thuds, the translucent part of the foremost shield was pierced and the bearer collapsed with a pained cry. Zhou Qi braced half his body against the door, blindly firing his gun with one hand. The men at the entrance were seized by terror and scrambled to dodge. A gun. Du Chang's pupils constricted in shock. In the face of danger, he advanced instead of retreating, pivoting to deliver a fierce kick at the door. Yet with his physique of 2'5", the kick failed to budge it. 2 arrows whistled toward the door. The pair behind instinctively loosed their bows, only to see another person fall from gunfire, leaving the space before them suddenly empty. Neither dared to knock another arrow. With a cry of alarm, they turned and fled into the stairwell. Another man swiftly ducked into the room on the right, previously occupied by Zhou Qi. Failing to kick the door open, Du Chang swung his axe at the gun. But Zhou Qi, having caught them off guard, pulled back and swung the door wide, causing Du Chang's axe to strike only air. Seeing the door flung open, Du Chang panicked instead. He hurled his axe into the room, grabbed his wounded fallen comrade as a shield, and retreated to the left wall. Zhou Qi sidestepped to the other side, using the shield head just seized to deflect the axe. With 2 more bangs, he fired at the swaying wooden door of the stairwell before raising his shield to observe and listen cautiously. It all happened in the blink of an eye, leaving Tang Yao no chance to throw her hidden weapon, not from fear but because Zhou Qi never gave her an opening. Finally snapping out of it, she hastily retreated to a spot behind Zhou Qi. He tilted his head to look left, catching a glimpse of a figure, alas only the fallen casualty. As the man on the ground let out a groan, Zhou Qi raised his hand and delivered a finishing shot right between the eyes. Tang Yao's heart pounded wildly, her face flushed, a mix of tension and exhilaration swirling within her. She glanced sideways but saw no one, uncertain what to do. Zhou Qi's steady voice cut through. 1 on the left, 1 on the right. 2 more ran into the stairwell. Don't move yet. Tang Yao nodded nervously, lowering the hand that had been ready to throw her weapon. Another gunshot rang out as Zhou Qi fired left again, missing Du Chang but claiming the life of the human shield. A corpse was far heavier than a living person. Brother, let's talk this out. Don't be rash, Du Chang called out, pressing flat against the wall, one hand gripping the body, the other holding his blade, his eyes darting frantically. The gaunt man from the opposite door remained hidden behind it, not daring to show his face. Du Chang's breath came in ragged gasps, every muscle taut. Brother, I was wrong. Can you let me off? Zhou Qi knew both sides were lying in wait and dared not reach out. Plus 2 more were in the stairwell, which had a door on every floor of the complex. That door could be pushed open from either side with gaps at the top and bottom. Beyond it was pitch darkness, and with those 2 armed with bows, he couldn't risk it. A couple of arrows through the dark gap beneath the door would be disastrous. Big bro, leave some leeway for future meetings. Can you spare me? Fine, get lost. Zhou Qi recalled firing 9 shots. 6 rounds remained in his gun. Du Chang didn't dare believe him. Big bro, how about you close the door first? Alright, I don't want to waste bullets either. Remember, don't come looking for trouble again, Zhou Qi growled, hooking the door shut with his foot. At the sharp sound of the door closing, Du Chang's anxiety eased slightly, but he still didn't dare emerge, fearing another shot if he ran. He estimated the distance to the stairwell, just a few meters. He took a deep breath, crouched low, and cautiously extended the blood-soaked corpse as a probe. The door remained still. Du Chang glanced at the peephole and quickly withdrew. A voice from inside said, "Scram, I always keep my word." At that moment, the gaunt man cautiously poked half his face out from across the way. Du Chang tilted his head, signaling his companion to go first. The gaunt man, terrified, shook his head in refusal. Du Chang shot him a vicious glare, then dragged the corpse behind him and bolted toward the stairwell door with astonishing speed, as if springs were under his feet. In the blink of an eye, he reached the stairwell. Seeing this, the gaunt man scrambled to follow. Zhou Qi sneered. With both men exposed in the open, there was no more hidden threat. With a creak, Zhou Qi yanked the door half open and fired 2 shots at the gaunt man's retreating back. The bullets struck and the man ahead pushed open the wooden door. No ambush inside. The 2 with bows had clearly fled. Elated, Zhou Qi grabbed his shield, kicked the door open, and charged out. His pistol fired in rapid succession, the deafening blasts echoing like thunder through the narrow corridor. But Du Chang was fast. The bullets hit the corpse and his figure vanished behind the door. Zhou Qi gave chase, plunging into the stairwell only to glimpse a man leaping down and disappearing around the corner below. Tang Yao's hand gripping the knife grew hot. She paused briefly before rushing out, her eyes cold as she took in the blood on the floor and the gaunt man writhing in agony. So many weapons and tools lay on the ground, no room for loose ends. Gritting her teeth, she swung her blade at his throat. A scream tore from the man as the knife slashed across his face instead. Startled, Tang Yao saw the split flesh and curled skin. After a moment's hesitation, she struck again with force, this time severing his fingers. The gaunt man could no longer scream. The blood gushed in steaming streams as his pupils slowly glazed over. Was it like killing a chicken? A strange thought crossed her mind. As a child, she had always missed the mark when killing chickens, ending up chopping off their heads entirely. She stared at the man on the ground, her gaze unfocused, a wave of nausea rising. Another gunshot echoed from below. Tang Yao jolted, quickly pulling open the wooden door to chase down. After descending 2 floors, she found Zhou Qi at the stairwell corner reloading his magazine, the man at his feet already lifeless. "Bring me the axe," Zhou Qi said calmly. "Oh, okay." Tang Yao froze for a second, then hurried upstairs to fetch it. 10 minutes later, Zhou Qi dumped the bodies from the same spot as before, minus Du Chang's head. Standing on the balcony outside the living room, Zhou Qi scanned the area with hawk-like eyes, searching for the other 2 figures. Seeing his intensity, Tang Yao also leaned out to observe. But there was no movement. The neighborhood was eerily silent, as if every building were empty. The oppressive emptiness made her heart quiver. She murmured to herself, is there no one left in the complex? Probably not many. The few who remain might have stockpiled supplies and are hiding at home or in basements, maintenance buildings, places rarely visited. Let's go back. No need to look for those 2. Seeing Zhou Qi turn and leave, Tang Yao dared not linger and followed closely. Sorry, I didn't throw my cloth pouch. It's fine. Did you finish off the one at the door? Yes. Not bad, at least you got your first kill. Tang Yao noticed the teasing tone in his casual words, and the flicker of unease vanished without a trace, replaced by a faint thrill. She wished she could leap from the 13th floor like in a TV drama, diving down to cleave a fearsome beast in two, basking in the crowd's cheers with effortless grace. Then suave men of every type would fall at her feet. A smug chuckle escaped her rosy lips. Zhou Qi turned puzzled. What's so funny? Tang Yao quickly waved her hands. Nothing. Perhaps I can rely on myself. Your beauty isn't the only bargaining chip for survival. Her eyes gleamed as she fixed her gaze on the man's back before her. The gray vest was damp in the middle, and the jacket tied around his waist was stained with fresh blood. The sky was dim, and the autumn wind howled, its sobbing growing fierce as it lashed the swaying, pleading treetops. Zhou Qi glanced outside the living room and slid the glass door fully open to let some air into the house. Winter's coming, he murmured, stepping onto the balcony to face the biting wind. His expression was grim, his brows furrowed. Through the telescope a desolate scene unfolded. Fallen leaves littered a corner of a chaotic street, and plastic bags of every color danced in the gale. In the distant snack street, two living corpses hunched over, sniffing the air. Their pallid faces oozed a thin liquid, veins bulged on the backs of their hands, and black fluid seeped from their claws. Living corpses nearby. They don't seem long-term, nothing to worry about. If they're out before dark, it means there's no large group of living people nearby. From behind came Tang Yao's call, time to eat. Zhou Qi nodded, continuing to scan his surroundings, when suddenly he spotted an unusual living corpse in the distance. It appeared to be a child, but its pupils had turned a bloody red and dark crimson cracks lined its face. He squinted. A blood mutation? Could it be a blood corpse transformed by blood miasma? Zhou Qi's expression shifted, and he turned to stride quickly out the door. Where are you going? Tang Yao saw his grave face as he headed for the door, her heart tightening with a sense of dread. Pack up first, gather all the food. I'm going to the rooftop to check, we might need to leave. Soon Zhou Qi reached the rooftop. Now, even without the telescope, he could see a faint red mist spreading in the distance, already shrouding the sky above the high-rises. The red fog, stretching over 10 kilometers, continued to expand, its edges pale due to the strong wind. It was indeed blood miasma. Zhou Qi cursed his bad luck and quickly raised the telescope, noting the dense concentration in the center. That direction should have a canal leading out of the city. Did something happen, or is there a new spatial rift? Either way, it meant the city was no longer safe, too dangerous. Zhou Qi let out a long sigh, turned and sprinted back. Inside, Tang Yao hesitated only for a moment before grabbing a backpack and starting to pack food. She had just filled 2 bags with rice and flour when a voice suddenly crackled from the radio on the TV cabinet. Crackle. Base. Awaken. Shelter. West of Shangmei City. Crackle. A base. Could it be official? West. How do we get west? Tang Yao leaned in excitedly, but all that remained was static. Damn, why did it cut out again? Even though she was used to keeping her cool, she couldn't help but curse. Just then Zhou Qi returned with a stern face, his urgent words spilling out like rapid fire. Quick, pack only the essentials. We need to leave now. This place is no longer safe. The radio just had a voice, sounded like an official base, said it was to the west, then it faded out. Are you sure? Positive. Take a look. Zhou Qi wasted no time frantically tuning the dial, but all he got was static. Forget it, no time now. The city is being engulfed by blood miasma, we have to go. With that, he grabbed the radio and its antenna from the balcony, stuffed them into his backpack and strode toward his bedroom. You pack the food, put on extra layers and outdoor gear. Blood miasma. Tang Yao's heart skipped a beat. She recalled hearing that blood miasma indicated a high concentration, meaning a major upheaval at its source. She quickly grabbed another backpack to pack the remaining smoked meat and dried goods. Zhou Qi swiftly sorted through useful items: medicine, vitamins, batteries, a flashlight, a pack of lighters, and flint, a map, salt, sugar. He had stored a lot, but now most of it had to be left behind. He could only take what was compact. Soon they were ready. Each wore 3 layers of clothing plus outdoor gear laden with daggers, entrenching tools, bows, canteens, and other equipment. Zhou Qi bundled 4 backpacks together and slung them over his back, carrying 4 jugs of gasoline. He cast a reluctant glance at the coal generator and other bulky items, then turned to leave. Tang Yao, feeling lost, lugged her bags and followed, asking anxiously, "Where do we get a car? Oh, should we go back for some of those big water jugs?" "I already hid the car. There's a garbage shed behind the market next door. We'll be there soon. Forget the water, let's move first." As they stepped out of the building, they heard a car passing on the street outside, likely coming from the direction of the blood mist. Zhou Qi cautiously surveyed their surroundings, walking briskly. They quickly exited through the south gate, crossed the street, and walked a few hundred meters to circle around to the market entrance. This had once been a wholesale market for fresh produce, but now it was empty. Behind the greenhouse at the far end was a garbage shed. The off-road SUV Zhou Qi had prepared was hidden inside, covered with a tarp and piled with trash. Though it looked close, it took them 10 minutes to get there. Tang Yao's hands ached from carrying the bags and her face twisted in pain as she trudged on. When Zhou Qi pulled away the trash and drove the large SUV out, she shook her head in admiration, truly impressed. Why had she never thought of such preparations? The cars in the basement were probably already taken. After packing up, Tang Yao asked again, worried, "Should we go back for some water? We only packed a few small bottles. What if we can't find water on the road?" Zhou Qi, sitting in the car, sneered, "Hear that? More cars passing by. How about you go back for 2 jugs of water while I guard the stuff?" Maybe not. I'm sure we'll find water on the way." Zhou Qi grinned and pointed to the back seat. "With just these few bottles, what if we don't?" Tang Yao pursed her lips, a look of sorrow on her face. "I can go without guilt, give it all to you. Don't abandon me. My physique may not have reached 2 yet, but I'm not weak." Zhou Qi let out an ambiguous chuckle, started the engine, and drove out from behind the market. Suddenly a loudspeaker blared from outside, moving fast, likely from a vehicle. "Run! The blood miasma is coming! Get out of the city now! Run! The blood miasma is coming! Get out of the city now!" A white sedan sped by, a masked man holding a megaphone out the passenger window, repeating the urgent warning. Several people in the Zijinbiayuan residential complex rose from their hiding spots, uncertainly pinpointing the source of the sound, then their faces turned pale with alarm. The vehicle rumbled over the gravel and debris on the road, emitting a dull thud. Although the road leading out of the city was not entirely overrun by vegetation, it was riddled with cracks, abandoned vehicles, and scattered debris. In the rearview mirror, the eerie pale red glow over the city grew hazy, yet one could still sense its massive form slowly expanding. The farther they drove from the city, the more vehicles converged on the road. The roar of engines shattered the usual deathly silence. There were compact cars, SUVs, modified pickup trucks, and even a few mud-spattered buses. Once outside the city limits, the vehicles began to disperse along different routes of their choosing. People seemed to be pushed forward by an invisible tide from behind their faces, a mixture of panic, anxiety, and the numbness of having narrowly escaped death. Occasionally a car window would roll down and someone would lean out shouting hoarsely, "Don't stop. Head west. Official word says go west." Seeing a car at a fork turning north, Tanya excitedly rolled down her window and shouted across the opposite lane, "Go west. There's a base in the west. Don't wander off, fleshwalkers. Some fleshwalkers are coming out." Amid these shouts, scattered fleshwalkers were indeed drawn by the noise, staggering out from roadside ditches, behind collapsed walls, and even from under abandoned vehicles. They were covered in grime, with sunken eyes emitting low guttural growls as they instinctively lurched toward the moving vehicles. "Ah!" Tanya gasped and quickly pulled back, wincing as her ample chest scraped against the window frame. She hurriedly rolled up the window, rubbing her lower curves through gritted teeth. Zhou Qi gripped the steering wheel tightly, his sharp eyes scanning the road ahead and both sides. These ordinary fleshwalkers were not fast, and their strength was only slightly greater than that of a robust adult. For a sturdy off-road vehicle traveling at high speed, the threat was limited. Bang! A fleshwalker, unable to dodge in time, was sent flying by the front bumper, its twisted body tumbling into a ditch. "Duck!" Zhou Qi ordered in a low voice. Tanya instinctively lowered her head. Crash! A fleshwalker trying to claw at the side window was knocked down by the speeding vehicle, its claws leaving futile white scratches on the mud-smeared glass. "These aren't so bad." Tanyao's voice trembled slightly, but she tried to stay calm, quickly grabbing a spade from the back seat. In such times, if the window broke, a knife would be of little use. Zhou Qi responded, turning the steering wheel slightly to avoid a pile of burning tire debris in the middle of the road. Ordinary fleshwalkers are slow and not particularly sharp in their senses, they mainly gather by sound. As long as you're not surrounded by a large group and are well prepared, they're not hard to deal with. The key is not to get bitten. The zombie toxin is troublesome to remove, but the official survival manual says that after advancing to the transcendent first rank, one's constitution can resist ordinary zombie toxin. What's truly dangerous is... Before he could finish, a flash of red caught his eye from beneath the collapsed canopy of a gas station on the right side of the road, moving with astonishing speed. Even with just a glimpse, the dark red skin and crimson pupils sent a chill down his spine. "Bloodwalker," he muttered, finishing his thought as he pressed the accelerator harder. Tanya also caught a blur of red and turned paler. "There. Too fast. That's why we need to move quickly and get away from the city." Zhou Qi's voice was as cold and hard as iron. The off-road vehicle weaved nimbly through the somewhat congested traffic, leveraging its superior performance and pre-planned route to gradually leave most vehicles behind. Night finally fully enveloped the earth as the vehicle moved farther from the city. Under the headlights and the cold moonlight, the scenery passing by on both sides grew increasingly desolate and ruined. In the dead of night, they drove into a small town built along the national highway. The sight at the town's entrance was shocking. The rows of buildings beside the road looked as if they had been smashed by a giant's fist, leaving only broken walls and ruins. Charred marks mixed with twisted metal frames were exposed under the moonlight. Some concrete and steel structures had been blasted to pieces, leaving only a massive, horrifying crater scattered with twisted rebar remnants. "Artillery shells?" Tanya asked, her voice filled with doubt as she looked at the massive destruction. "Yeah." Zhou Qi slowed down, observing carefully. "Heavy artillery or aerial bombs?" Given the extent of the damage and the relatively intact surroundings, it was probably from a military sweep at least half a year ago, maybe even earlier. "They made this place a key target." His tone carried a faint trace of relief. "Since we entered, have you heard any fleshwalker sounds? Smelled any fresh rotting flesh?" Tanya listened intently and sniffed the air. There was only the smell of dust, burnt material, and decaying vegetation. "No, it's eerily quiet." "That's it." Zhou Qi parked the car in a relatively open area backed against a somewhat intact low wall and turned off the engine. It means the fleshwalker nests here were either blown up or repeatedly cleared out. This kind of place heavily tended to by artillery might actually be a safe zone, safer than the wilderness. Well, rough it here tonight to regain our strength. By the way, can you drive? Of course, I have 2 cars. Alright, I'll take the first watch tonight. You drive tomorrow, take it slow and follow the map. As he spoke, he began checking the vehicle's condition and his weapons. The beam from the tactical flashlight swept over the silent ruins and empty streets. Everything seemed quite clean. Tan Yao prepared to get out and stretch her stiff limbs, but just as she wondered why he hadn't unlocked the door, Zhou Qi's gaze fixed on a fork in the road not far ahead. There, on an open expanse that looked like it had once been a school ground, several campfires were blazing. The flickering dim firelight dispelled a small patch of darkness, illuminating dozens of parked vehicles. The firelight showed a crowd of people bustling about, seemingly over 100 in number. Some huddled around the fires for warmth, others sorted through their belongings beside their vehicles. Unlike the convoys they had seen earlier, which were only focused on fleeing, this place appeared more orderly, even a bit like normal life. Though the air was thick with fatigue and unease, the presence of many women and children wrapped in blankets huddled together stood out starkly in this apocalyptic scene, yet it oddly made one feel less cold. Most faces were pale with lingering fear, but their eyes lacked the wolfish ferocity and desperate malice of lone survivors. Zhou Qi's mind stirred as he assessed the risks. Compared to the wilderness, more people meant strength and a wider watch, but also potential friction and a larger target. Weighing the options, especially seeing the women and children, he decided to approach for a closer look. The significant number of women and children and the relatively calm atmosphere suggested these people were more likely to be normal survivors. Stay in the car. Lock the doors. Don't get out until I call you. Zhou Qi instructed Tan Yao in a low voice, securing his machete in an easily accessible position, donning his helmet and tactical vest, and then restarting the vehicle. The cold air mixed with the scent of burning wood rushed in to meet them. A black off-road vehicle slowly rolled into the edge of the clearing and came to a halt, immediately drawing numerous glances. Gazes filled with vigilance, curiosity, exhaustion, and numbness turned toward this new solitary arrival. Zhou Qi shut the car door but did not move immediately. Instead, he calmly surveyed his surroundings, quickly scanning the groups gathered around each campfire as well as their equipment and the placement of their vehicles. His sharp and composed demeanor, coupled with his neatly arranged gear, made him stand out conspicuously among the crowd. Just then, among the crowd near a larger fire in the center, a figure abruptly stood up, his face etched with disbelief, joy, and deep exhaustion. Zhou Qi. His voice was hoarse yet resonant. It was none other than the burly iron tower of a man, Su Li. Su Li pushed through the crowd and strode quickly toward him. He looked far more haggard than when they were in the city. Traces of grime and minor scratches were still visible on his cheeks, but his eyes brightened the moment he spotted Zhou Qi. It's really you, thank goodness. Su Li approached, extending his hand excitedly, then turned back to call to his group, he's an old friend, one of us. The nearby crowd behind him stirred slightly and many cast relieved glances. You're here too. What's the situation? Zhou Qi asked, puzzled. Su Li let out a heavy sigh, his face a mix of post-apocalyptic relief and grief. Damn it all, the city is finished. The entire area around the sports park was swallowed by the red mist. So many dead, we lost half our vehicles. We barely fought our way out. We got separated on the road, only about 20 from the neighborhood are left here. He pointed to a small boy nearby, hollowed and shivering under a blanket, no more than 7 or 8 years old, the same child who had earlier comforted his mother in the vehicle, telling her to be good and run fast. Xiao Jie's mother. To protect him, she shoved aside a rabid dog charging at them and couldn't dodge in time. Sigh, it's all my fault. Su Li's voice choked and he turned his face away. Zhou Qi listened in silence, his eyes sweeping over the terrified, battered faces in Su Li's group. The dancing firelight cast its glow on Su Li's weary yet resolute face, on Zhou Qi's deep and calm eyes, and on Tan Yao's tense yet curious gaze from behind the off-road vehicle's window, illuminating a brief, bloody, and sorrowful encounter on this apocalyptic journey. Near another campfire not far away, several women were carefully warming cold cans over the flames. Among them, the men never let their wary gazes stray from the holster at Zhou Qi's waist. You did nothing wrong. On the contrary, you were very brave. Don't blame yourself. Zhou Qi patted his shoulder, his emotions steady, then changed the subject. Have you heard about the base? Su Li's expression turned serious. I heard about it on the road and I asked around just now. It's true. Does anyone know the coordinates or location? No, everyone heard the same thing. Then that's a problem. Zhou Qi frowned. The terrain will affect signal propagation. Further west it's all mountains. It's likely a base converted from a military facility. Their antenna must be set very high, which would extend the transmission range, but our reception here is already quite garbled. That means the city we lived in might be quite far from this base, and that's just the straight line distance. Su Li's thick brows knitted together as he pondered. Still, it's better than wandering aimlessly. Even if it's far, we have to go. I believe many people already know, as long as we head west there will be more and more people. Zhou Qi nodded in agreement. The base certainly won't broadcast only once. We should pick up more information on the road. Alright, let's talk later. Sure, pack up and come over to warm by the fire. Rest after you've warmed up. A moment later Zhou Qi and Tang Yao got out of the car with their cans, sat down next to Su Li's group and started their own fire. There was no shortage of wood here, plenty of scattered desks and cabinets. Tang Yao's clean, healthy complexion and voluptuous figure immediately drew many stares. Particularly from two groups composed solely of men whose heavy gazes followed her intently. What's their story? Full outdoor gear, well prepared, must have a lot of food too. That car's big, the back must be stuffed full. Should we go borrow some food? There's only two of them, a little scare might work. That guy seems to have a gun. Scare your own head. We can still manage with food for now. We're bound to pass through towns and villages on the road. No rush. Tisk tisk, that woman's really something. A dark-faced man stared enviously at the curves beneath Tang Yao's jeans, though the knife and baton tucked into her tactical belt were a bit off-putting. Zhou Qi had no interest in eavesdropping on gossip. He scanned the darkness beyond the ruins with a wary eye. Tang Yao focused on heating the cans and roasting sausages. By the time the meat was cooked, both of them felt a little warm. Zhou Qi quickly finished his can, picked up the glistening sausage and tore into it with his teeth. As he chewed loudly, the sound of swallowing came from nearby. Especially the children in Su Li's group, soon they were whimpering and begging their parents. Only the orphaned child remained still, staring blankly. A middle-aged man, pained by the sight of his son squirming in his wife's arms, stood up and took 2 packs of instant noodles from the car. After a moment's thought, he also grabbed a bottle of water and walked over. Hello. He raised his hand cautiously in greeting. What is it? Zhou Qi wiped his mouth, his lips still glistening in the firelight. The man felt his mouth go dry. Forcing himself not to lick his teeth, he sucked in some saliva, bent down with a smile and said, "Could I trade these for a piece of sausage?" "Just a small piece. The kid hasn't had meat in a long time and he's growing." "No." Zhou Qi refused bluntly. Seeing this, Tang Yao quickly stuffed the remaining meat into her mouth, chewing faster, and turned around so the children couldn't see. "Brother, I know meat is precious. I only need a tiny bit. In this wasteland we should stick together and help each other. I'm not asking for charity." The man could tell from their faces that they hadn't gone hungry, and judging by how much they ate, they must have plenty more sausages. He hadn't expected Zhou Qi to be so blunt. After a moment of shock, he plastered on a smile and pleaded, "Big brother, do me a favor. In this world the children are pitiful." Zhou Qi gave a cold laugh. "If I give it to you, will you not give it to them? And if I give it to them, do I have to give it to everyone here? Not eating meat won't starve you to death. There are far more wild animals in the mountains now than before. If you really care about your kid, go hunt one on the road, that'll be enough for you." The man's gaze darkened. He let out a dry laugh, stood up awkwardly and walked back. Some women nearby began to sneer, a grown man being petty with a child, huh? Exactly. It's not like he was asking for a handout, just trading some supplies. I bet you'll need help from others on the road. Don't expect us to lift a finger then. Selfish even in times like these. Do you think you can survive alone? Zhou Qi glanced over but ignored them. The women who spoke were quickly silenced by the men. Zhou Qi shook his head helplessly and called out to Tang Yao, "Let's go head back while it's still warm and get some sleep." Tang Yao hummed in response, stood up, swept her gaze over the children, a flicker in her eyes, but ultimately turned away without a word. Back in the car, she looked at her greasy hands, rolled up her sleeves, and applied some oil to moisturize her arms. She had intended to put it on her face, but thought better of it if this pack was spicy flavored. The two of them climbed into the back seats, folded them down, and sorted through their tools, weapons, and clothes. 2 backpacks served as pillows while the other 4 were stowed in the rear. Zhou Qi leaned against the seat, staring blankly out the window, a torrent of thoughts flashing through his mind. His eyes were heavy with worry, occasionally flickering with a trace of self-reproach. When one is not strong enough, one has no right to show kindness. I had planned to hunker down in the city and focus on improving myself, hopefully awakening my life spirit. Now all the supplies I gathered have gone to waste. Good thing I hid some fuel in the car. It should be enough for over 1,000 kilometers. Given the terrain to the west, the signal distance shouldn't exceed 1,000 kilometers, right? The journey out of the city to find the base will be treacherous, and even if I find it, what will the future hold? Zhou Qi let out a silent sigh. Beneath his calm exterior, immense pressure weighed on him, occasionally giving way to despair, only to be fortified by repeated self-reflection. Miao tied up her long hair, took the only blanket, and draped it over herself. She shifted to cover Zhou Qi's legs as well, then curled her neck and lay down on her side. So thirsty. The jerky was too salty. Forget it, I'll endure. Just as she thought this, she heard Zhou Qi drinking from his gourd again. When did he refill it with water? Miao's eyelashes fluttered as she glanced over, noticing the 10 bottles of mineral water at their feet. She frowned slightly, recalling what she had said that afternoon, and gritted her teeth in frustration. What if the water runs out before we find more and he abandons me? I said I wouldn't drink, and I want. There's plenty of food, and the canned goods have some moisture. I can't let Zhou Qi leave me behind. Just a moment ago I could tell from their looks alone that the men in both groups wanted to sleep with me. As for why they were all men, it was probably because there was no room for women. Thinking about this, she recalled the past few days and felt immense admiration for Zhou Qi. He was thoughtful in every detail, as if always deep in thought. His own strength was formidable, and his inner fortitude was unparalleled. His adaptability, intellect, combat prowess, and character far exceeded the ordinary. Just as she was thinking, Zhou Qi suddenly sat up and opened the car door. Where are you going? Miao scrambled to sit up. To take a piss. A piss. Miao was puzzled when she saw Zhou Qi, his back to her, already unzipping his fly. Hold on, she quickly pulled him back. What are you doing? Zhou Qi was startled, almost injuring himself from the sudden interruption. Miao gave an awkward smile, hesitating as she said, How about what? Just say it. Zhou Qi was getting annoyed, his tone turning harsh. How about we save the urine? We could drink it if we run out of water, right? We don't have much water left. I've been saving the mineral water for you, worried we won't find any on the road. If it really comes to it, I can drink your urine. Miao's cheeks burned as she lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Zhou Qi's eyes widened, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. He was stunned for a moment. Looking at the woman who couldn't raise her head in embarrassment, Zhou Qi softened his tone and reached out to pat her head. Don't worry, we'll find water on the road. Drink the mineral water if you're thirsty. Tomorrow before we leave, we'll find a container for water in the town. I promise we'll find water during the day. With that he turned, closed the door, and continued to relieve himself. Look up in the sky, 2 moons. Really? The moon is turning red. Zhou Qi shuddered as he finished hearing the exclamations. He quickly looked up. The moon was high in the sky, and indeed there were 2 moons very close to each other. One was slowly turning a pale red. Strange halos of light flickered around the 2 moons. An elderly person cried out in terror, It's over. A great upheaval of heaven and earth. Zhou Qi watched for a while before returning to the car. Now nothing seemed strange anymore. Even if the moon suddenly came crashing down, there would be no choice but to accept death. There's no point dwelling on things beyond one's control, only what's within reach can be mastered. So we'll really drink it? Miao glanced at him holding the bottle of wahaha and asked again. Just drink it. Zhou Qi, exasperated, unscrewed the cap and lifted it to her lips. Miao downed a third of it in one go, smacked her lips in satisfaction, and lay back down. Outside, panic was spreading through the crowd, voices murmuring and clamoring. Zhou Qi closed his eyes and practiced breathing exercises but did not meditate. As time ticked by, aside from a few keeping watch, everyone else drifted into slumber. The open space fell into silence, the chorus of chirping insects standing out sharply. Zhou Qi slowly opened his eyes, feeling no trace of fatigue. Since his index had increased by 3, his physical abilities had reverted to those of a 20-year-old. Now going 2 days without sleep was no issue. He checked his mechanical watch. It was 4:30 a.m. Dawn would break soon. Beside him the woman was curled up fast asleep. Zhou Qi opened the door and got out, stretching his body. The air was moist and chilly, and the twin moons in the sky were tinged with a bloody hue. It was a chilling sight. Zhou Qi looked around, arched his foot into a fighting stance, and began to practice his fist technique, circulating his inner energy. His movements appeared slow, but the suppressed grunts from his throat and nose carried immense weight. The practice focused on containing energy before releasing it, training both qi and force. This set of techniques was the family heirloom, the 8 Desolate's divine fist. Legend had it that at its peak the fist wind could reach 100 paces. Zhou Qi had never believed it, but the manual detailed a complex route for inner energy circulation, suggesting profound depth. Combined with the officially released cultivation methods, he had actually made some headway. He now sensed that the fist technique was quite formidable, though he couldn't yet unleash its full potential from the latter part. After completing a full round of the fist technique, his entire body felt warm as spring, his blood and qi invigorated. Zhou Qi slowly finished his practice, standing as straight as a pine. After a moment he continued with the body tempering method, the dragon tiger bone forging art. After 2 rounds of body forging, the sky had brightened. In high spirits he continued to practice his fist techniques. Many around him had already risen to prepare breakfast. Some used lunchboxes as pots, stirring in some flour and water, others simply heated up canned food, a few skipped the meal altogether. Only the people on one bus were quite extravagant, setting up a pot to cook rice porridge, pouring in a large bucket of water with a loud splash, drawing envious glances. The group on this bus was entirely composed of men, about 7 or 8 in number. They were all dark-skinned and muscular, looking like they had worked on construction sites before. In the daylight, the back half of the bus, besides piled supplies, also had a modified bed. Miao had just taken out a can when Zhou Qi, still practicing, said without turning his head, "Boil some water, cook the dehydrated vegetables and rice. Save the canned food for later." "All right." She glanced at Zhou Qi's upright back, said nothing more, and took out the pot and water to start a fire at the back. She first built a simple stove from discarded bricks and stones, somewhat makeshift but functional. Then she deftly started a fire, splitting the firewood into small pieces to make it burn hotter and cook faster. "I never would have guessed a beauty like you knows how to work so well." Suli walked over, a hint of surprise in his voice. No, just messing around." Miao replied with a polite smile. "What's your name?" "Miao." "Is Zhou Qi your?" Miao's eyes flickered. "He's my husband." Suli exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, is that so? I remember you were alone when collecting supplies before." Miao lifted her chin. "I am now." Suli nodded in understanding. The two chatted idly while the 3 women from last night remained aloof, though several men cast glances at Miao. Before long, Zhou Qi finished his practice and walked over. Suli finally stated his purpose. "Zhou Qi, I see there are only 2 of you. Could you take that child along? Our car is really cramped." Following his gaze, it was the boy who lost his parents yesterday. "Shao Jia. I know it's an imposition, but Shao Jia is very well behaved. The main issue is that it's uncomfortable to rest when we're squeezed in. All our vehicles are packed to the brim, there's simply no other way." Seeing him considering, Suli quickly added an apologetic explanation. Zhou Qi frowned, paused for a moment, then refused tactfully, "I've never taken care of a child." Suli's smile faded, a hint of disdain in his heart. He pressed his lips together and said, "The kid has food in his backpack. How about I give you half a bag of sweet potato starch as well? Once we reach our destination, I'll take the child back. No trouble for you at all." Sweet potato starch? They could make jelly. A change of flavor wouldn't be bad. The kid seemed quiet enough, it shouldn't be a bother. Zhou Qi made up his mind and agreed, "All right, I'll take him then." Su breathed a sigh of relief, turned back to the car, fetched half a bag of starch, said a few words to Zhou Qi, and then brought the child over. Zhou Qi, you'll go with this uncle and big sister on the road, okay? The child carried a backpack stuffed full. He hummed in acknowledgement without speaking, his crystal-clear eyes filled with bewilderment. Su softly comforted him, patted the child's head. The car is too crowded. They'll come get you when we arrive. Be good, listen to the uncle. Okay. Zhou Qi replied, but his grip on Suli's sleeve never loosened. Go on. Suli gave his back a gentle push. Zhou Qi's body trembled, recalling his mother's screams behind him and how he never turned back. Both his parents were dead now, he could only follow others from now on. But now it seemed he was being shunned like a burden. The child bit his lower lip hard and let go. His small shoulders ached under the weight of the rice bags and snacks in his backpack. He lowered his head, took 2 slow steps, and stopped between Zhou Qi and Suli like a statue, feeling his legs heavy and not knowing what to do. Zhou Qi weighed the sweet potato starch in his hand, about 5 jin. Not much, but it could make 20 or 30 jin of noodles, which was decent. Alright, let's leave it at that. Suli said his goodbyes and left. Come on, put down your bag first. Zhou Qi steeled himself, his tone surprisingly gentle as he reached for Zhou Qi's bag. The child didn't resist, his eyes fixed on his backpack. Seeing Zhou Qi merely set it aside and then fetched a rock for him to sit on, he felt slightly reassured. Zhou Qi sat down as instructed. He glanced at Tang Yao, who was cooking, realizing the two hadn't eaten yet. After a moment's thought, he pulled 2 chocolate bars from his pocket and offered them. Uncle, have some. Sister, for you. A timid voice, innocent eyes, it was heart-wrenching. Tang Yao looked at the chocolate in surprise, suppressed her craving and pushed it back. I'm not hungry, you keep it. With that, she pulled the child closer to the fire and asked warmly, have you eaten yet? Just did, Zhou Qi replied obediently. It seems the uncle and sister were pretty nice. Just as he thought this, a large hand in a tactical glove reached out before him, followed by Zhou Qi's calm words, do you have any more? Give them all to me. He looked up in shock at the serious-faced uncle, stunned into silence. How can you do that? Tang Yao frowned. Giving it to him is a waste. It's not like we have nothing to feed him. Zhou Qi, hand them all over to me for safekeeping. Zhou Qi gestured with his palm for the boy to produce everything. Though reluctant, the boy was sharp enough to quickly understand what would benefit him. He blinked, turned out his pockets, grabbed several handfuls, then pulled the pockets inside out. All gone, uncle. I gave you everything. Good boy. Zhou Qi nodded with satisfaction, popping one into his mouth to taste it. A few nearby onlookers cast disdainful glances, but seeing the very real pistol at Zhou Qi's waist, they held their tongues. Soon the meal was ready. For the first time, the two used bowls to eat. Hot rice porridge with vegetable bits, 2 large bowls left their stomachs feeling much better. After they had eaten their fill, there was still plenty left in the pot for lunch. But Tang Yao was stumped when it came to cleaning up. How do we wash these bowls? We don't have enough water. That's easy. Zhou Qi chuckled, dismantled the makeshift stove, took a bowl from Tang Yao and said, follow my lead. With that, he went to the side, grabbed some sandy soil and scrubbed it vigorously inside the bowl. Then he returned to the stove, grabbed some plant ash and washed the bowl. Tang Yao watched in amazement as after Zhou Qi's washing, the bowl gleamed. That's it. Just shake it off and blow on it and it's good enough. If there's water, rinse it. If not, eating like this is fine. Tang Yao took the bowl and followed suit. Soon the convoy set off again. The wheels rolled over the potholed highway, leaving behind the abandoned town where they had briefly rested the night before. Amidst an increasingly desolate and ruined landscape, they drove westward in silence. The omen of twin moons shining together with one stained blood red weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a stone. The ruins along the roadside grew sparse, replaced by rampant vegetation and even more treacherous terrain. The jagged outlines of the mountains pressed menacingly against the horizon and the sun began to blaze. Tang Yao gripped the steering wheel, her palms slick with sweat. There was no question of using the air conditioning. Though she followed the vehicle ahead, she constantly checked the route and direction. The GPS had long since failed. She relied solely on the paper map and passing road signs. The car radio mostly emitted harsh static, occasionally catching a few garbled syllables pointing vaguely to west or base, but never able to pinpoint an exact location. Zhou Qi sat in the passenger seat resting with his eyes closed. Zhao Jia had propped himself up in the back seat for a while before falling asleep, clearly not having rested well the night before. Suddenly the vehicle ahead screeched to a halt. Tang Yao slammed on the brakes in panic. Zhou Qi snapped awake, his sharp gaze piercing past the car in front. What's wrong? Someone got out and shouted. Oh no, a landslide ahead. Zhou Qi quickly got out and went to look. Indeed, a section of the road by the hillside had collapsed, burying dozens of meters in mud, rocks and trees. Damn it. Could we be any more unlucky? Su Li cursed in frustration. Bang. 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 More people got out, gathering to inspect the scene, unable to believe what lay before them. A group of people exchanged bewildered glances, their faces as dark as ink, steeped in helplessness. Ahead the men and women slumped their shoulders, sighing as if all strength had drained from them. Oh ho, we're in for it now, a voice rang out, tinged with a rather cheerful self-mockery. Several men descended from the bus and squeezed to the front, grinning at the mound of earth before them. Anyone seeing their bared teeth might have mistaken it for good news. Tiejuan, what do we do? The leading man, named Wang Tiejuan, was in his 40s. Originally a small contractor leading fellow villagers to work in the city, he was the one they all listened to. Wang Taijun stroked his short beard, glanced at the two fellow villagers beside him and said in a gruff voice, what to do? Let's have a smoke first. With that he pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed them around. This group of dark-skinned men lit up slowly and began discussing loudly. This is a national road. If we turn onto a small path we might easily get lost. Lost is the least of it. If we wander around we might never get out. Who knows where we'd end up? Small paths are no good, they're more dangerous. If we want to go back we'll have to take another national road or the highway, but that's a long way off. Jianchen, you're really something, wanting to go back. That means heading all the way out of the city again. How dangerous would that be? Lu Ming, you're capable. What do you suggest? Lu Ming took a greedy drag on his cigarette. What to do? Aren't there plenty of college students here? Let them figure it out. I never went to school. After this commotion the people nearby perked up and began discussing. Some suggested turning back to take another national road, while others proposed taking a small path and figuring it out along the way. Someone said they should wait until they knew the exact location of the base, otherwise all this moving around might be in vain. Each had their own concerns and no decision could be reached. Zhou Qi watched silently from behind. Changing course was certain, it was just a matter of whether to take a random small path or go back and find another main road. Just then Wang Taijun suddenly said, if everyone's so afraid of running into zombies and monsters on the way back and small paths aren't safe either, then why not just dig this road open? Su Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you kidding? Dig by hand? Are you crazy? Digging is safe. But these people don't look like they're up for it. We can't do it alone. Forget it, let's just go back. Wang Taijun shook his head, helplessly turned and called for his men to board the bus. His companion started the engine. Where are you going? Some people asked frantically. You educated folks said that taking small paths makes it hard to get a signal. So we're going back to take another main road. But what if we run into blood corpses and demon beasts? Wang Taijun let out a scornful laugh, his eyes full of disdain for the others' worry. What's the big deal? If a man's gonna die, he's gonna die. Deal with it cold. The people watched silently as these men boarded the bus one by one. The engine roared and the bus started moving. With someone taking the lead, others immediately followed suit. Seeing this, the rest didn't linger either, it was safer to follow the crowd. Soon the convoy passed through the abandoned town again, heading toward the city. Inside the car, Zhou Qi was wide awake. He turned to remind Tang Yao, drive slowly. Tang Yao understood and slowed down, gradually falling to the rear of the line. In the back seat the little boy had just woken up, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. He looked around dazedly before finally recognizing where he was. He had dreamed of his mother again, seeing in his dream how his parents were torn apart by beast hounds. It was a horrific sight. Zhao Jia stared blankly out the window, motionless. When the group rounded a bend, they could already see Shangmei City in the distance. The bus screeched to a halt. A crimson mist had completely enveloped the city and a faint haze was already drifting beyond its outskirts. Unfortunately, several forks leading to other main roads and the Ring Road Expressway were all touched by the faint mist. What now? Wang Taijun and the others got off to survey the area, momentarily at a loss. Su Li walked over and shouted, "Does anyone know the way? Let's study the map and see which small path to take." Seeing no one respond, everyone began studying their own maps. "How about using offline navigation?" A man in a suit stepped forward. "I downloaded city packs for a few places, but to the west it only guides to Guangping County. I've also used the first satellite service before." "The county? Let me see." Su Li found the target on the map, thought for a moment and replied, "That works. It's due west and the surrounding transport is convenient. But once we get there we need to figure out the base's location first before moving on, otherwise getting lost in the mountains will be a real problem. We should be able to hear clearly on the road as long as we head straight west and don't deviate. The signal might be poor on the small path, but once we get past it and onto the main road it should get better." The gathered men nodded in agreement. This was the only option now. Wang Taijun looked at the man in the suit. "So how do we go now?" The suited man hurried to his car. "Let me check which way to go to avoid this road." A crowd followed him. Zhou Qi didn't join the discussion. He was using binoculars to observe the city. The central area was completely obscured, while at the edges he could occasionally see some beast hounds with dark red skin and blood corpses. "What's that smell?" He suddenly felt something was off. Just as he lowered the binoculars, he noticed an anomaly in the mountain forest across the opposite lane. Rumble. Crash. Large sections of rocks and earth collapsed with a thunderous roar. But what followed wasn't the sound of falling stones. Instead, over a dozen dark shadows charged out from the dust of the landslide like cannonballs, howling wildly. Their target was the crowd gathered on the road. Roar. The tragedy struck without warning. The attackers were otherworldly beasts never seen by anyone before. They varied in size, but all had unusually short, thick limbs covered in dark brown or iron-gray hide. Their heads were massive and grotesque, with fangs interlocking like daggers. Broad shoulders and thick necks gave them devastating ramming power. Most horrifying were their murky, bloodshot beast eyes filled entirely with madness and bloodlust. "What are those?" "Mommy! Run!" The screams were instantly torn apart. A short-legged beast pounced from the air, its bloody maw wide open, precisely clamping down on a middle-aged man with his back turned. Its fangs closed. Crack! The sickening sound of bones shattering was clearly audible. The man's agonized scream was cut short as his upper body was bitten clean through, flesh organs and bone fragments spraying out. Another beast charged into the densest part of the crowd. Its squat, powerful body was like a giant battering ram, slamming into several people and sending them flying. A woman who couldn't dodge in time was trampled across the chest by its thick hooves, her chest caving in as blood spurted from her mouth and nose. Chaos like a lit powder keg instantly engulfed the entire intersection. The man in the suit was just opening his car door, completely unprepared. A beast growled and lunged, its fang-filled maw snapping shut precisely around his waist and hips. "Ah!" The suited man let out a heart-wrenching scream. His entire lower body was ripped away by the terrifying force. His legs flew off like broken toys, blood gushing out, drenching the faces of several people nearby. He lay on the ground, his upper body still convulsing and screaming instinctively, a scene of utter horror and misery. The road descended into complete chaos as fear stripped people of all reason. "Drive? Drive now!" Someone roared, sprinting toward their vehicle in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet over a dozen rampaging beasts charged through the crowd and between the cars, overturning many and completely blocking the escape route on the national highway. Spotting their car a short distance ahead, someone scrambled frantically to start it. As a woman got in and revved the engine, she saw her husband being chased by two ferocious beasts. The man pounded on the window, screaming, "Wait for me! Open up!" As she saw the two massive jaws closing in behind him, dripping with saliva and the utter despair in his eyes, her heart felt pierced by an icy spike. But in that split-second life-or-death decision, a twisted ruthlessness contorted her face as she floored the accelerator. The car lunged forward with a roar, leaving her husband's heart-wrenching cries and the ensuing sounds of tearing flesh far behind in the dust. Zhou Qi reacted with lightning speed. A sharp pang of danger stung his nerves. He had no time to identify the attacker. Years of martial arts training had his body moving before his mind could command. Get down. He nearly shoved Tang Yao aside as he himself rolled sharply toward the side of the car. A deafening crash echoed as a rampaging beast slammed into the spot where they had just stood. The terrifying impact flipped the SUV behind them onto its side, luckily stopped by a guardrail. Bang! Bang! Hiding behind the car's rear, Zhou Qi unhesitatingly drew his gun and fired. By sheer luck, the bullet struck near the eye socket of the beast's grotesque face, blossoming into two small patches of blood. However, this was far from fatal and only seemed to stir up a hornet's nest. The searing pain and scent of blood ignited its savagery. With a more ferocious roar, it abandoned its original target and with even greater speed launched its stout body like a cannonball straight at Zhou Qi. Too fast. He could even smell the beast's thick, rancid breath and blood. Move! Tang Yao's cry came through sobs. She had just grabbed a bough from the car in panic when she saw a beast charging at them. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the beast's leathery forehead but only sank in an inch, dangling from the brow bone like a twig stuck in tough bark. The minor wound meant nothing to it, only fueling its rage as its blood-red eyes locked onto Zhou Qi, who had fired the gun. Damn it, Zhou Qi cursed inwardly. After firing 2 more shots, he rolled sharply backward, barely evading a lethal pounce. But the beast's hammer-like claw grazed his ribs, tearing his tactical vest and sending a surge of pain through him. The beast, having missed its bite, planted its limbs and twisted violently in the tight space, then lunged again with its foul blood and mud-stained maw. Zhou Qi braced one foot against its jaw and grabbed a claw with his hand. In that moment of mortal peril, he abandoned his pistol. Seizing the gap, he rolled away again and pulled out a high-voltage stun baton, jamming it into the beast's wound. This was a security-grade stun baton, immensely powerful and once a controlled item. Crackle! The repeated gunshots combined with the electric shock to the wound took immediate effect. The beast's pupils dilated as it lost strength, its hind legs buckling. Zhou Qi pushed himself up on one palm, drew a dagger, and drawing on his experience slaughtering pigs, stabbed it repeatedly until blood gushed forth like a fountain before he rose. The beast still roared but could no longer stand. Zhou Qi's chest heaved rapidly. As he steadied himself, he saw a nearby car overturned with a beast smashing through its window. Inside, someone stabbed wildly with a knife, screaming frantically. Fuck you, get away. Cries and screams melded into one on the road, blood becoming the highway's dominant color. A few cars ahead had broken through and were racing toward the red mist, while half the vehicles behind lay overturned, trapping those still inside. Zhou Qi glanced around, his instincts telling him this was far from over. On foot escape seemed impossible, and without a car survival was grim. In a flash, he decided to fight first. He raised his pistol and fired repeatedly at the beast before him, targeting its chest and abdomen with a series of bangs. In an instant, he emptied the magazine. This time luck was on his side as the smaller beast collapsed mid-turn. 2 men and a woman scrambled out of the car. One of them quickly finished off the beast with a short knife. Before they could speak, 2 more beasts feasting on a corpse locked their gaze on them. Raising their blood-dripping heads, they let out furious roars and charged. Watch out! Tang Yao's mind went blank as she watched Zhou Qi kill the rampaging beast. Just as she snapped back to reality, she sensed the danger and shouted a warning. Tang Yao instinctively loosed an arrow at a beast charging from another direction. Whoosh! Whoosh! After 2 arrows, the beast grew even more enraged, its icy eyes locking onto her. Ah! Tang Yao was terrified out of her wits, her survival instinct kicking in. Not daring to check on Zhou Qi, she grabbed her quiver and dashed toward the steep dirt slope beside the highway guardrail. Clumsily yet swiftly, she scrambled over it. Bang! 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 Zhou Qi had just reloaded. This time he was calmer, his eyes steady as he aimed, retreating behind the car while firing. He focused on the beast's chest and abdomen, noticing that these attackers were noticeably smaller and less robust than the one that had first charged him. 3 precise shots hit near the target area. The beast chasing Tang Yao yelped and turned toward Zhou Qi. Another beast lunged at the nearby trio. Tough bastards. Zhou Qi cursed as he saw the beasts maintain their speed despite their wounds. He ducked behind the guardrail using the overturned SUV as additional cover, feeling somewhat safer. But unexpectedly the two beasts swapped targets. Zhou Qi was guarding against the one on his left when the other, seemingly charging at the car, instead used the vehicle as a springboard to launch itself at them. The people hiding behind the car were caught off guard as well. The beast Zhou Qi had shot twisted around to flank the trio facing the panicked woman at the rear. By the time the two men turned with their weapons, the woman was already pinned down and the impact knocked them off balance. Before they could raise their blades, a claw struck. The last man dodged just in time, thrusting his homemade extendable steel spear at the beast. Zhou Qi looked up to see a dark shadow descending from the car, a foul wind hitting his face and claws glinting coldly before him. He ducked to avoid the gaping maw and thrust his stun baton with his left hand. At the same time a claw grazed his shoulder, but the electric shock made the beast flinch, so the blow was light. The beast lost its balance, stumbling on the slope and unable to launch another attack. Bang! 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 Roar! Zhou Qi fired 3 more shots. Though wounded, the beast let out a fierce howl and lunged again, its cold predatory eyes fixed on his throat. In a moment of panic, Tang Yao had no time to draw her bow. She flung an arrow without a second thought. Her right hand instantly pulled the short blade from her waist and slashed at the figure in the air. So fast. Zhou Qi's pupils contracted as the bloody maw loomed before him. He had dropped his gun again. Bending his knees, he braced his hands against the beast's forepaws, yet upon contact the creature's strength was not as overwhelming as he had anticipated. The pressure on Zhou Qi eased, and he was about to dodge the bite and counterattack when a flash of steel caught his eye. Tang Yao screamed as she drove her blade into the side of the beast's mouth. Racked with pain, the beast shuddered. The bullets lodged in its chest and abdomen, straining its muscles, making its stance unsteady. Seeing this, Zhou Qi abandoned any thought of evasion, his strength now gaining the upper hand. He seized the forepaws, spun, and drove an elbow into the creature's head, knocking it sideways. A flying kick to the belly below the gunshot wound sent the beast crashing to the ground. Ha! He roared, pouncing forward and driving the electric baton deep into the beast. The creature stiffened, trembling as its limbs clawed frantically at the earth. Ah! Tang Yao's face still bore the pallor of fear. Seeing the beast trying to rise, she bared her teeth in a shrill cry, gripped her knife with both hands, and leaped forward to plunge it down. She was like a demon possessed, yet her eyes were full of terror. Zhou Qi caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and hurriedly withdrew the baton. With a thud, Tang Yao put all her strength into the strike, and given her ample bosom, her strength was considerable. The short blade sank into the beast's flank, buried to the hilt. The beast whimpered twice and fell still. Zhou Qi let out a long breath and pulled Tang Yao to her feet. Her face was flushed, her brow drenched in sweat. Whether from excitement or terror, it was hard to tell. In any case, it felt exhilarating. Her heart raced and her whole body burned. She stared blankly at the carcass, asking in a daze, "Is it dead?" "It's dead." Zhou Qi pulled out the blade, wiped the blood on his clothes, and handed it to Tang Yao. "Hold on tight." Tang Yao nodded heavily, a fierce glint flashing in her sweet eyes, her chest heaving violently, her back already soaked through. The two picked up their weapons and had just returned to the railing when they saw 3 bodies lying by the car ahead, with a dead beast beside them. But another beast was tearing at the woman's chest. Her once proud figure had already been devoured, and her bloody ribs and heart still steamed in the air. This beast was of a larger build, perhaps a male. It was this kind of powerful creature that had just rammed and overturned the Triton Plus SUV. Zhou Qi pulled Tang Yao down, slowly crouching behind the car beside the railing, afraid to move. Now his shoulders, hands, and ribs were injured, and he had only 6 bullets left. "Kill these bastards. Come on. Close in." A hoarse roar came from ahead. Wang Taijin's group of workers, after the initial shock, had their innate ferocity fully ignited. They did not flee blindly. Instead, at Wang Taijin's bellow, they displayed astonishing coordination. Using overturned vehicles as cover, several men quickly pulled out Tunderlong, sharply honed 3-pronged steel forks and heavy rebar from under the massive bus chassis. These were hunting forks they had made themselves based on their childhood experience of hunting boars. Roar! A beast charged, smashing through the corpses in its path. "Left! Stab it, hold it!" Wang Taijun roared. 7 or 8 men spread out in a half-circle, their steel forks like spears and iron rods from an ancient battle formation, thrusting and swinging with the force to split rocks. With a series of wet thuds and tearing sounds, the heavy blunt weapons connected with bone and flesh. The large beast was instantly pierced through its hide, one eye gouged out and several bloody craters smashed into its body. The searing pain drove it into a frenzy, flinging 2 men aside, but it was now thoroughly restrained. Wang Taijun seized the moment, his eyes bloodshot, the muscles in his arms bulging. He swung the specially made thick rebar like a mountain-splitting axe, crashing it down onto the beast's relatively vulnerable neck. A dull thud echoed, followed by the faint crack of cervical vertebrae shattering. The beast let out a mournful howl and crashed to the ground, where the workers swarmed it, stabbing it to death with their forks. On the other side, 4 or 5 fierce-looking men armed with heavy machetes killed a smaller beast by the vehicles. At Wang Taijun's signal, the remaining people quickly gathered in the center. Lu Ming emerged from the bus carrying a bundle of steel pipes sharpened at one end, which he tossed out. These weapons were lighter. Many men, seeing this, hurried to swap their short arms for these long spears and began to defend and counterattack. For a moment the ground was littered with the severely wounded wailing in agony and gruesome dismembered limbs. After the initial tragic casualties, the remaining dozens finally formed a battle line to confront the beasts. Unfortunately, Zhou Qi's side was far from the crowd, separated by several beasts and many human corpses. The beasts prowled and growled, trying to ambush from behind, but with the remaining numbers they found no opportunity. The large beast by the sedan let out a long howl that shook the surroundings, then turned and paced back toward the pack. It was not yet full, but its pack was in trouble. Zhou Qi peeked through the railing. There were 12 beasts left and about 40 to 50 people ahead. Some old, weak women and children were encircled in the middle, while the men outside seemed capable of putting up a fight. But they could only wait for the beasts to attack, putting them on the defensive. With the addition of the large beast, the pack slowly dispersed in all directions, baring their fangs and issuing threatening growls. Every now and then a beast would press its forepaws to the ground as if to charge, only to start prowling again after a few seconds. What do we do? These bastards want to wear us down. Suli had a large bloody patch on his shoulder, clearly having been through a fierce struggle. Don't panic yet, all of you. And you women, shut the hell up. Wang Taijun was about to discuss strategy with a few strong teammates when the sobbing of 2 women on the right irritated him. You two shut it. Whoever's women they are, keep them in line. Wang Jianchun, standing beside him, felt a bit relieved now that the situation was temporarily under control. He smiled and said, Jijuan, I think they're crying for their men. Damn it, without a man you've got no right to cry. Shut up or I'll cut your mouths off. The 2 women, hearing the anger in Wang Taijun's voice and sensing he wasn't bluffing, immediately fell silent. Finally, peace. Wang Taijun's brow relaxed as he scanned the 3 beasts ahead. We're at a disadvantage like this. After a short rest our brothers will take the offensive. For the rear and the flanks I need someone to hold off the male beast. I need a strong leader. Any fearless takers? Silence. Who isn't afraid of death? Suli took a deep breath. They'll take the right. I need a few tough guys to help. They'll go with you. A muscular man with a torn shirt slowly moved forward. They'll come too. Honey, take the bow. They'll help. With someone taking the lead and the fighting having stirred their bloodlust, several confident men spoke up one after another. On the left, the fierce-looking small group also bared their arms, all covered in tattoos. The bald leader Fang Wei rolled his neck, producing a series of cracks. We brothers will take the left. With these spears we can put up a fight. What about the rear? Wang Taijun pressed. The 7 or 8 people at the back looked uncertain, exchanging glances. They were all ordinary working stiffs. The official cultivation method hadn't yielded much for them if they'd only gone from being sub-healthy to healthy. It wasn't that they were cowards, the fight had stirred their courage, but the male beast before them looked truly formidable. Wang Taijun frowned. If each side had a large beast and one broke through, the formation would collapse. He dared not take the risk. Zhou Qi sighed inwardly, not daring to make a sound. Time slipped by as everyone's nerves were stretched taut. The pack kept making feints and some women's legs were about to give way. Just then a roar came from the slope ahead. The few cars that had fled earlier were driving back, stopping at a distance without turning off their engines. The people in the cars were caught in a dilemma. The blood corpse hounds roused from the city were heading this way. Inside the off-road vehicle, trembling Zhou Qi had a gash on his forehead from a knock, yet he had not uttered a single cry all this while. Now, gritting his teeth, he cautiously poked his head out and handed over the Miao Dao that had been placed under the rear seat. Zhou Qi's eyes lit up as he quietly grasped the scabbard. This alloy Miao Dao was custom-made and rather expensive, representing his largest expenditure since the divorce. Before being sharpened, it was merely a craft piece. After he honed its edge, it became a formidable blade. Though it could not slice iron like mud, chopping through nails and bones was no trouble. With the long blade in hand, Zhou Qi's confidence grew. He truly had no time to retrieve it during the earlier battle. He looked ahead and spotted the distant vehicles. We can't wait any longer. If we delay, something bad will happen. Wang Taijun shared the same thought. Someone's coming back ahead. We can't wait, it might have alerted the undead hounds. Fight. Everyone's hearts were taut with tension, but upon hearing this they instantly understood. Su Li roared, let's do this. Do it. A man from the rear, his expression twisted, shouted frantically, well, fight back here. What do you plan to do? Just hold the line. Wang Taijun fixed his gaze on the three ferocious beasts ahead. Exchanging glances, several of them stepped forward, brandishing polearms in probing thrusts. Roar. The leading male beast stepped forward undaunted. The pack of beasts stirred and grew restless. People tightened their grips on their weapons, and the palms of several archers were slick with sweat. Wang Taijun's group let out low growls in response, their weapons constantly feinting, advancing, retreating, teasing the beasts recklessly. Just as the enraged beasts drew closer, their attention fixed on the most prominent Wang Tiejuan, he bellowed, go! 7 or 8 men darted forward, surrounding the beasts with hunting forks. The other beasts immediately began to move. The two attempted to circle around. Su Li quickly ordered, archers, shoot them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost by reflex, the several archers, men and women, loosed their arrows. Su Li, Feng Wei and others followed up with spear thrusts to threaten the beasts. The 7 or 8 men who had advanced ahead were quickly knocked down by the male beast, but Wang Taijun's steel rod landed a solid blow on its head. The other 2 scrambled to their feet, while the rest intercepted the female beast that had leaped from the vehicle's roof. Roar! The male beast bellowed in pain, and the pack immediately attacked. The people at the rear turned pale, frantically raising their weapons to thrust. Don't panic. Hold steady, someone shouted. In the moment the beasts charged, Zhou Qi leaped up, drew his blade and charged in. At this distance he wasn't confident in hitting a shot with the gun, and he now had a rough understanding of the beast's strength. They were not invincible. As for fleeing now, it wasn't a good option. The main road ahead was cut off, and taking the side paths might also lead to encounters with beasts or other dangers. With bullets running low, venturing alone was not a wise choice. These people behind couldn't hold the line. Though they roared and thrust their weapons, the male beast pushed through the spears and overwhelmed them. 2 female beasts seized the opportunity, biting down 2 people. These people lacked strength and stability. Even with weapons, they couldn't withstand the male beast's impact. The wind whistled past Zhou Qi's ears as he closed in swiftly, one hand holding the blade, the other clutching a stun baton. After knocking down several people, the male beast immediately pounced to the side. Fortunately, vehicles blocked its path and 2 spears pierced its body. But it was quickly flung off by the male beast. Seeing the rear formation in chaos, those on the flanks panicked. They felt death approaching but had no choice but to focus on the beasts before them. Tang Yao saw Zhou Qi suddenly dash out. Glancing around, she felt extremely unsafe, standing alone by the roadside, as if the forests on both sides concealed unknown terrors. Stay inside. She shoved the peeking Zhou Qi back into the car, then leaped over the railing and chased after Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi's feet moved swiftly as he vaulted over 2 car hoods. Upon landing, he swung his blade down at the rampaging male beast's back, severing its tail clean off. Oh, the beast shrank back, turning to dodge a steel spear still embedded in its body. Zhou Qi's eyes were quick. He backstepped to evade a bite. The beast's hind legs scraped the ground continuously, its front claws raised high. Zhou Qi took no risks. He used his left foot to push off a car door and spun onto the roof of the vehicle to the right. The beast refused to give up, its violent eyes locking onto him again. It leaped, but its hind legs slipped on the glass. The long sharp Miao Dao transformed into a streak of icy light. Zhou Qi seized this fleeting moment. Strike. Holding his breath, he gripped the Miao Dao's hilt with both hands, his body taut like a drawn bowstring. The cold light descended from above, carrying a sharp whistle as it sliced through the air, viciously cleaving into the gap between the beast's thick neck and back, which was left exposed. Chop. Unlike the dull thud of a bullet, this was the terrifying sound of a sharp blade cutting through tough hide, tearing muscle fibers and severing bones. The blade transmitted a heavy resistance and the distinct hardness of bone. Beast blood sprayed out like a high-pressure fountain, drenching Zhou Qi. The beast's forward momentum instantly faltered. It let out a miserable, distorted howl. Its massive body lost balance midair, tumbling down with a crash, leaving a large pool of blood and the dull thuds of its death throes. The people who had scrambled up from behind saw this and rushed forward, shouting, stabbing wildly with their weapons. Although the two remaining female beasts had injured several people and thrown the formation into chaos, the woman who had rushed out from inside, seeing Zhou Qi's valiant crippling of the male beast, quickly picked up a weapon from the ground to rescue the fallen. The two female beasts retreated with mournful cries. Kill it! A frenzied shout came from the front. Wang Taijin's group, drenched in blood, had pinned a male beast to the ground with their forks. The steel forks proved highly effective. Under the combined strength of the strong men, the beast could not advance. A low beastly roar echoed, and the pack retreated into the forest, abandoning 4 carcasses. On the human side, several people at the rear were gravely wounded beyond saving, all bitten by the male beast. Those who had dared not get out of their cars far ahead rejoiced and immediately started their engines. A woman rolled down her window and shouted, "Hurry up and go! Undead hounds are coming from behind." The woman shouted a few times, then suddenly noticed the legless corpse by the roadside. The blood-soaked sneakers were the ones she had chosen for her husband. Her eyes dimmed and tears streamed down silently, uncontrollably. She choked back a sob, wiped her tears, and stomped on the accelerator as if venting her fury. Zhou Qi gasped for breath, the cold blood-tinged air filling his lungs. The tip of the Miao Dao rested on the ground, supporting his slightly trembling body. The pain in his ribs and the numbness in his arms reminded him of the life-and-death struggle moments ago. He wiped the hot beast blood from his face, glanced at the disheveled Tang Yao, then turned back to look at Zhou Qi in the car window, his forehead bleeding and face pale. "Let's go." Zhou Qi pulled Tang Yao and they ran towards the vehicle. The crowd also began to move. An elderly woman and her eldest son tried to lift their severely injured younger son, while the younger daughter-in-law desperately pressed on the huge wound in the man's neck. The man's eyes were full of unwillingness and attachment, but he could no longer speak. Bloody froth kept bubbling from his trembling lips. "Give up. You don't have time." Zhou Qi frowned and reminded them, then turned and continued forward. Fortunately, the guardrail held and they managed to push the vehicle back without much effort. Zhou Qi casually grabbed a tent and sleeping bag, strapping them to his car roof, then tossed a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of water into the back seat before starting the engine. There was no time to meticulously organize the scavenged supplies. The crowd helped each other push aside the vehicles, and Suli slid into the suit man's car, signaling the group to move on once more. "Head to the abandoned town ahead first, then we'll veer south from there." "Keep up," Suli called out as he ducked into the car. The road was still littered with the dying, but no one had the means to tend to them. Before long, the remaining beasts returned to the road to feast on the fresh kill. A few muscular dark red figures suddenly appeared on the slope ahead. Blood corpses let out threatening roars and charged forward with wild flailing limbs. They moved with the ferocity of Olympic sprinters. A pack of canine beasts followed close behind. Several beasts, startled, dropped their prey and leaped over the guardrail. Inside the car, Zhou Qi, shirtless in the passenger seat, cleaned his wounds with mineral water before instructing Zhou Qi to retrieve the medical kit from the backpack. Hiss! The alcohol stung, twisting Zhou Qi's mouth in pain. The gash under his ribs was severe. Before the apocalypse it would have surely broken bone. The official body forging technique proved effective. After applying the alcohol, Zhou Qi dusted the wounds with powder and wrapped them tightly with hemostatic bandages. "Are you okay?" Tang Yao asked, her face etched with concern. "I'm fine." Just drive, he replied, then picked up his torn jacket to wipe away the blood and sweat, leaned back in his seat and took slow deep breaths. Can I use some alcohol? The boy in the back asked timidly, touching his bloodied forehead. Zhou Qi smiled, packed the supplies into a cloth bag and handed it over. Pack it up when you're done. Do you know how? Yes, I'll just wipe it with alcohol. Thank you, uncle. Call me brother. Okay, brother. The convoy slowly wound through a ruined town, detouring southward. Progress was slow. The road was not only winding but also required constant clearing of debris, fallen trees, and stones. Sometimes they even had to move boulders to mend the path. Gradually they entered the mountains. The radio was silent. Amidst the vast verdant peaks and forests, the convoy crawled along the winding mountain road like a wounded python. The engine's roar echoed through the valley, a sound of profound solitude and fragility. Zhou Qi had his eyes closed, seemingly at rest, his breathing steady. But Tang Yao knew he was awake. The slight furrow of his brow and the tight line of his lips held an invisible tension. As the sun began to set, they neared a village. Neat rows of small houses suggested a new rural settlement. The convoy rolled in slowly. Everyone needed rest, and Su Li's suggestion to stay the night was met with approval. After a quick check of the houses, finding no danger, many began to scavenge for food and supplies. Zhou Qi led two others to search for usable tools. We need batteries, gasoline, medicine, anything useful, he explained, pushing open the door to a 3-story building. The floor was relatively clean but scattered with clumps of hair and dark stains. What's this? Tang Yao asked, pointing at the black marks. This family must have turned into living corpses. Judging by the marks, they killed their family and livestock, but there are no bones. The living corpses probably ate them and then wandered off starving. Is it dangerous here? Living corpses mean this area once saw a catastrophe, but the intact buildings untouched by heavy weapons suggest this isn't the epicenter. We should be safe. Tang Yao's eyes lit up. Great. We can finally get a good night's sleep. There are several bedrooms on this floor. Brother, is this useful? Zhou Qi asked, pulling a walkie-talkie from under the dining table drawer. Yes, it is. Zhou Qi's face brightened as he walked over, uncovering several more walkie-talkies and some batteries. They searched the house thoroughly, but all the food had spoiled. This village must have fallen early. However, the kitchen had a gas canister and rapeseed oil, and the tap in the backyard still had running water. Closer inspection revealed the water came from a sealed well on the slope across the field, with pipes buried underground. After a thorough check, Zhou Qi was overjoyed. It's not dark yet. Soak the wood ear mushrooms and dehydrated vegetables. We'll have a proper meal tonight. They'll bring the stuff from the car. The others found similar resources. 2 wells near the village provided enough water for the group to use freely for 2 days. The setting sun was blood-red, the air crisp. Tang Yao had finished cooking and Zhou Qi had just repaired the broken car windows with tape and boards had found. Instant noodles accompanied by 3 dishes and a soup made for a satisfying meal. As darkness fell after dinner, they were about to rest when a knock came at the door. What's the matter? Zhou Qi asked, puzzled, looking at the couple before him. The man gestured to the pretty woman beside him. Hello, I'm Zhengming. This is my wife, Hu Shumei. We'd like to stay with you. Safety in numbers, you know. Is that all right? Just then a disheveled, haggard woman carrying a backpack approached. I'd like to stay with you too. This place should have enough room, right? Zhou Qi hesitated briefly before agreeing. Come in. Over the next while 4 or 5 more groups arrived, mostly women and children who had lost their men. Compared to other stronger groups, Zhou Qi traveling alone with a female companion seemed more approachable. He knew they were drawn by his strength and his gun, fearing the dangers of the night. He didn't mind. He let them settle on the first floor while he, Tang Yao, and Xiao Jiao went upstairs. If anything came, they'd serve as an early warning. That night dozens of people were spread across 4 houses. The dim candlelight flickered within the small building, making it seem like a fragile boat adrift in the desolate wilderness at the mercy of the wind. In the building opposite, Feng Wei and his crew, also on the 2nd floor, looked displeased. Boss, they've set up on the floor below. All those women have their men around. The burly, scar-faced man grunted in irritation. Where did the women without men, the young widows and mothers with daughters, go? One of his men pointed out the window. Looks like they all went to the building across. Damn it. Fang Wei's voice was thick with rage. They had once run with gangs but had gone straight during a crackdown. Now with the world in chaos, their old instincts were resurfacing. After the day's brutal fight, Fang Wei's cruelty had been awakened. Seeing the law was dead, he and his men, bored and anxious about the uncertain future, sought women to vent their frustrations. But outright force was risky, it could provoke a backlash. So they planned to target women without men, only to find none had come to their building. Fang Wei tossed his jacket onto the sofa. Who's in the other 2 rooms? A man quickly answered. One room has Wang Taijin's group, the other has that big guy Su Li. They've got a lot of people packed in too. Should we just go down and grab a few? One man suggested, peering out. Grab your head. You think their men won't fight back? What if you get stabbed? Fang Wei shoved him aside, his eyes darting craftily. Come on, let's take a walk across the street. Boss, that Zhou Qi has a gun and I've seen he's no pushover. He's trouble. But his girl. She's something else. Fang Wei paused, his gaze sharpening as he pulled back the curtain. Forget it. There's plenty of danger ahead. No need to stir up trouble. Boss, look over there, one man said with a strange laugh. Fang Wei followed his gaze. Through a window in the building diagonally opposite, light shone from a gap in the curtains that hadn't been fully drawn. From this angle, the scene at the head of the bed was perfectly visible. A woman propped herself against the wall beside it. Behind her, the torso of a man emerged, none other than Wang Tiejuan, yanking the woman's hair. Damn, that hick got lucky. Fang Wei craned his neck for a better look, but the gap was too narrow, revealing only fragments. Several companions crowded over, jostling to peek. That woman, she's the one who drove off and abandoned her husband, right? I saw it happen. Ruthless but gutsy, I'll give her that. Found herself a protector that fast. Doesn't look forced. Fang Wei couldn't fathom it. Why not come to me? Aren't we better than those country bumpkins? One of them offered a fair assessment. Boss, maybe it's because we look intimidating. Those laborers seem more reliable. Reliable my ass. Fang Wei pointed in that direction. If they were so reliable, how'd they get together so fast? None of them were young anymore, and losing interest quickly, they turned their attention to the moon hanging in the sky. The blood moon had split into 2 orbs like a pair of bloodthirsty eyes staring at the earth with utter indifference, their gaze chilling the heart and stirring a primal dread. Fang Wei's expression darkened. Let's hope we don't run into any more monsters on the road. Another encounter like that and I doubt we'll make it safely to Guangping County. Those we saw during the day must be creatures from another world. Exactly. Lucky they weren't anything supernatural, or we might not live to see tomorrow's sun. Speaking of which, how do those awakened ones get their powers? Why aren't we that fortunate? They chatted idly, the topic drifting to the awakened, their words dripping with envy. That night Zhou Qi had gone to bed early. When he woke, the sky was still dark, 4:36 a.m. After completing a round of dragon tiger bone forging and boxing drills, he felt his blood and qi blazing like a furnace, his muscles and sinews humming faintly. Outside, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The mountain village lay shrouded in a gray morning mist, broken only by a few scattered bird calls in the distance. It was still early, but sleep eluded him. Zhou Qi turned up the brightness of the portable lamp on the living room table, settled onto the sofa and spread out the crumpled yet crucial paper map. He then pulled out his phone, charged in the car the day before, and carefully cross-referenced the route and bearings. Frowning slightly, he traced his finger across the map, searching for Guangping County and any possible detours. But with no internet, the phone's map revealed little of use. The chilly morning air filled his lungs, carrying the scent of earth and vegetation, sharpening his mind. Just as he was immersed in the map's lines and markings, the wooden door behind him let out a faint creak. A presence distinct from the morning breeze, warm with body heat and the faint scent of clean soap, drew near. Without looking up, Zhou Qi could sense the heavy, oppressive allure of familiar curvaceous contours. Awake. His voice was low, devoid of emotion, his eyes still fixed on the map. Slept enough. Getting up to move around. So thirsty. Tan Yao's voice was husky with the languor of just waking. She picked up the cup filled with water from the previous day and drank. Zhou Qi finally turned to look at her. Tan Yao wore only a tight short tank top beneath a loosely draped oversized shirt. As she tilted her head back to drink, the tank top seemed ready to burst at the seams. To save space, she had packed many such skimpy clothes. The shirt's hem barely grazed her upper thighs, revealing a pair of smooth, slender legs. She wasn't even wearing pants, just a very short dark athletic skirt or something more like a safety shorts inner layer exposing her full buttocks and athletic legs to the cool air. The visual impact was overwhelming. His blood, already churning from the recent exercise, surged again as if a red-hot iron had been plunged into it. Zhou Qi's Adam's apple rolled almost imperceptibly. His gaze snagged on the contours of her rounded chest outlined by the shirt and the taut curve of her hips pulled tight by the skirt. Tan Yao seemed unaware, or utterly indifferent, to the devastating effect of her attire in the morning light. She rubbed her eyes and leaned in to look at the map. Checking the route. That road yesterday was terrifying. The bus barely made it. She leaned close, her faint body fragrance mingling with the residual scent of soap invading Zhou Qi's nostrils. Her arm nearly touched his forearm, the warmth of her skin seeping through the thin shirt. Need to take a detour. Guangping County is to the southwest. We should leave early, the road ahead won't be easy. Zhou Qi's voice seemed heavier. Oh. Tan Yao responded, sounding uninterested. She rubbed her stomach and mumbled in a sticky, clingy tone, I'm a bit hungry. It's barely dawn. You ate plenty last night. Zhou Qi raised an eyebrow, picking up a sausage from the table, part of a box of instant noodles they had scavenged the day before. Not that kind of hungry. She tilted her head slightly, a sly coaxing smile blooming on her face, sweet as honey. She gently tapped a finger on the pocket at Zhou Qi's thigh. I mean, in there. I want to eat. Her big sweet eyes were wide like a little beast begging for a treat. Can I have a piece of chocolate? Please. Don't you have one of your own? Ate it last night. No. Zhou Qi refused almost instinctively, his voice dry. That's emergency rations. He tried to suppress the inexplicable restlessness with logic. Tan Yao's smile immediately faded and she muttered under her breath, stingy. They're just a few pieces of candy. I helped you kill that monster yesterday. Unwilling to give up, she leaned in again, the collar of her loose shirt gaping slightly with the movement. Beneath the half-hidden opening, the astonishingly full curves of her chest were faintly revealed, the valley between them deep and tantalizing. Look how pitiful I am, scared half to death yesterday, thirsty and hungry. Just one piece, okay? Please, Zhou Qi. She drew out the syllables, her tone hooking at the end. The word "gij" came out soft and seductive, tinged with a nasal whine. Don't call me that. Zhou Qi scolded, flustered. He could clearly smell Tan Yao's warm, alluring scent, stirring thoughts best left undisturbed. His gaze lingered on her ample chest again, and the image of her twin thunderbolts slamming into the car window the night before flashed unbidden into his mind. Tan Yao's long lashes fluttered slightly as if she sensed Zhou Qi's distraction, especially his fixed stare. She looked down and understood immediately, a blush creeping across her cheeks. After a moment's silence, instead of retreating, Tan Yao boldly lifted her face, her red lips parting slightly, her breath like orchid. Do you like what you see? It's quite nice. Zhou Qi admitted openly. Tan Yao's eyes grew watery, her naturally full lips glistening with an inviting sheen less than 10 centimeters from his chin. If you want to touch. Just. Touch. Her voice was barely a whisper, almost inaudible. Seeing Zhou Qi frozen, his gaze now calmer than before, she suddenly spoke. Maybe we won't even see tomorrow's sun. What are you holding back for? Zhou Qi's mind buzzed, blood and desire rushing to his head. Humph. A cold laugh escaped him and a fierce aura twisted his face, his eyes turning savage, as if he had become someone else. He pulled Tan Yao into his arms, pressing her down by the nape of her neck with near brutal force. Wait. You. MMPH. MMPH. Tan Yao's vision blurred and she could no longer speak. This was far from the tender romance she had imagined, it exceeded her expectations. Half an hour later, Tan Yao finally got her chocolate, her mouth sticky. Her face was full of satisfaction, tears of happiness streaming down. But she felt dizzy as Zhou Qi was training her to do a handstand, a rare form of body forging requiring immense physical strength. However, with Zhou Qi's physique index of 3.7, his assistance made it entirely feasible. Ah. No more, no more. Stop. I can't hold on. Tan Yao let out a pitiful cry, unable to endure any longer. But Zhou Qi clearly had no intention of letting her off. With one hand steadying her waist, he secretly channeled internal energy, relentlessly hammering her flesh, sinews, and bones, helping her complete the initial steps of the dragon tiger bone forging art in an almost brutal manner. Otherwise, progress would be too slow. Once this step was done, she only needed a period of gentle nurturing. In the future, training would not be as difficult as it was when they were cooped up in the city. In this perilous situation, this was the fastest way to increase strength. Therefore, Zhou Qi showed no trace of chivalrous tenderness, methodically continuing his actions. Amidst the relentless harsh thuds, Tan Yao felt a violent force piercing through her major acupoints. Waves of hot blood and qi surged into her mind, and her muscles rippled like water. Tan Yao gritted her teeth and endured the pain, knowing this was the price of survival in the apocalypse. But still, it was too intense. Though it was daytime, the window was shrouded in a gray haze. A fine drizzle drifted like cotton fluff, and a faint chill brushed against the skin, making one want to lie down and sleep peacefully again. But this was not a place anyone wished to stay. The surrounding fields were overgrown with thorns and weeds, and the water from the two wells would not last long. Downstairs, people were gradually rising. It was a rare chance to wash off the grime with water. Some even washed and packed their clothes. Sister Feng, need a hand? Hu Shumei, wiping her flushed face with a towel, felt cheerful and asked warmly as she saw the busy older woman in the kitchen. No need, no need. It's just porridge, I can handle it. The 40-something Sister Feng waved her hand in refusal, turning back to wash the beans and dehydrated vegetables everyone had pulled together. Her face was calm, but sorrow lurked in her eyes. Overnight, a few strands of white had appeared at her temples. Yesterday, Sister Feng's husband and son had both died tragically on the road, leaving only her 18-year-old daughter. Whenever she thought of her son's wails and her husband's final words, her vision blurred. It seemed she could see two blood-stained faces in the water flowing from the tap. She steadied herself, blinking repeatedly to force back the tears. When Hu Shumei left the doorway, the silent Feng Yingying turned around with a dark look, muttering discontentedly, "Mom, why are you so eager to please?" Sister Feng continued washing the beans, ignoring her. Feng Yingying shook the water off her hands, pouting, "You don't think that by taking on the cooking others will help us, do you? Yesterday my dad." She paused, her breathing heavier. "When he was tackled, everyone kept their distance. In this world, we can only rely on ourselves." Feng Yingying clenched her fists, her chest heaving, her voice cold and sharp. With her tall, slender figure and aloof expression, she seemed imposing compared to her shorter mother. "Rely on us?" Sister Feng let out a self-deprecating laugh, shaking her head in disappointment. "Yingying, if it were the old days, we could manage on our own, no problem. But what's it like now? Did you see those monsters yesterday? They're what they used to call otherworldly beings on TV, and these aren't even the supernatural ones. Society has collapsed, the environment is strange. We could run into zombies, monsters, or those cruel inhuman awakened and mutants at any time. Rely on us? Forget about living independently. Even going out to scavenge for supplies would be a life-and-death crisis without help." Feng Yingying frowned, her pink lips parting. "I get it, but aren't we heading to the base? We're not going to live with these people forever. Why bother sucking up to them? Especially that woman's husband, Jinming. If it weren't for that coward, my brother wouldn't have been tackled by the male beast. And that woman still has the nerve to show her face." Sister Feng's face tightened, but she didn't argue. Irritated, she changed the subject. "All right, the water's boiling. Pour the rice in both pots. If we can't finish it, pack the rest in thermoses." Feng Yingying gave a soft snort and turned to work. Sister Feng glanced at her daughter's shapely figure in fitted pants, leaned in and whispered, "Go change into something looser." "What's wrong?" she asked, confused, tilting her head. "Just do as I say. A girl needs to know how to protect herself," Sister Feng said firmly, her tone carrying an unmistakable implication. That group of men across the way didn't look like good people before. "Don't go causing trouble." Feng Yingying's expression shifted slightly as realization dawned. She replied with a simple, "Okay," and turned to leave. Outside, she picked up her bag of clothes and saw that someone was in the bathroom. Last night, the bedrooms and living room had been packed with people sleeping on the floor. Now people were tidying up in all 3 bedrooms. After a moment's hesitation, the girl took her bag and headed up the stairs. Thump thump thump. Just as Feng Yingying reached the landing, she saw a 7 or 8-year-old boy sitting on the middle step. The boy stared at her blankly, a flicker of panic in his eyes. He immediately made a shush gesture and waved for her not to come up. It's fine that those three are upstairs, after all, Zhou Qi is strong. I just need to change my clothes. Let. She was bewildered for a moment, then dismissed it, thinking it was just a child being silly. She lifted her foot to continue, opening her mouth to tell the boy to move. Suddenly a strange sound reached her ears, seemingly accompanied by a woman's suppressed moans. Feng Yingying instantly understood and hurriedly shut her mouth, trying to retreat, but due to her height she inadvertently saw something. Her beautiful eyes widened, frozen in shock. By the sofa a man and a woman were engaged in indescribable acts. The man's muscular body wrapped in bandages and his powerful core all proclaimed his formidable vigor. Two blushes immediately bloomed on the girl's cold, clear face. The explosive scene before her seemed to momentarily dispel the chill of her recent loss. Undoubtedly the words she uttered startled the pair, but the man did not stop. He merely turned his head to glance at her. His eyes, burning with intensity, were filled with pressure and provocation, as if to say, "What are you looking at? Want to give it a try?" The woman had also intended to turn her head, but feeling the man's unceasing movements, she only bit into the cushion and buried her face deeper. Feng Yingying's heart pounded like a drum and she fled, covering her face. Rumble. Thunder cracked across the sky. The rain grew heavier and the dark clouds on the horizon seemed to be whipped along, quickly shrouding the entire sky. Torrential rain pelted the floor-to-ceiling windows. The daylight dimmed and the view blurred with water. Another earth-shattering clap of thunder struck, making Zhou Qi's body jolt. Tang Yao nearly tore the sofa apart. 3 times. How long had he been starved? Tang Yao was starting to regret it. After a long while, Zhou Qi stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the rain-blurred view, feeling refreshed and utterly at ease. The tension that had gripped his heart for months, the hidden anxiety, the worries about the future. All of it today found true release. He took slow, deep breaths, his mind completely blank, his gaze crystal clear. Moments later, a full, voluptuous body embraced him from behind. The soft, low murmur was filled with satisfaction and submission. The woman's eyes were glazed, her hot cheek pressed against his back. Zhou Qi's deep gaze was utterly indifferent, but as he turned it overflowed with warm, doting affection. What's wrong? Still not full? Zhou Qi smiled faintly, pulling Tang Yao into his embrace, his large hand gently stroking her swollen and reddened buttocks. His tender demeanor was a stark contrast to his earlier roughness. Tang Yao let out a soft moan, burrowing into the man's neck like a cat nuzzling against him. If her earlier actions had been somewhat deliberate, now she seemed to truly feel a flicker of warmth in Zhou Qi's touch. "You're still touching me, you've hurt me. I've never seen you like this before." She pouted coquettishly, then guided his hand to her lower back, murmuring, "Hold me." The rain grew heavier, a layer of water flooding the road, seeping into the thorny weeds on either side. Zhou Qi complied, holding the woman tightly, soothing her as one would stroke a cat. A few minutes later, Zhou Qi said softly, "I wonder if we can still travel in this rain. Go put on some clothes and we'll head down to check." "All right." Tang Yao nodded, eagerly turned to pick up her clothes and quickly walked into the bedroom. In the room, just as she pulled out her pants, she suddenly frowned, sat on the edge of the bed and rubbed her lower abdomen to ease the discomfort. Her cheeks flushed at the memory of the living room scene and she muttered inwardly, "Now this is a real man, not just physically strong. What a miserable life I had before. Those low-tier rich kids have long drained themselves dry. But once we reach the base, there should be awakened ones, they're right. If the awakened are under official jurisdiction, their conduct and character should be reliable, shouldn't they?" She pursed her lips in frustration, hesitated for a moment, then thought, "Forget it. If there's a well-equipped base with guaranteed safety, there's no need for that. The real priority is to improve myself." Ha! Ha! With that thought, she stood up, gripped the air with both hands and mimicked Zhou Qi's earlier motion, imagining herself holding a blade and executing a downward slash. She fantasized about cleaving yesterday's male beast in two with a single stroke. Xiao Jia, peeking from a corner, shrank his neck like a thief, crawling on all fours into the living room, then stealthily slipped into the other bedroom amid the clamor of the downpour. Crack! Boom, the torrential rain lashed against the windows and lightning tore across the sky, splitting the heavens. It was as if the gods themselves were roaring, making souls tremble. Even the dark clouds seemed to pale for an instant. Zhou Qi's gaze grew distant, a shiver running through his heart. Soon Tang Yao emerged in a change of clothes, a windbreaker and cargo pants that concealed most of her perfect figure. How do I look? She spun around in front of Zhou Qi, arms extended. Zhou Qi nodded with a grunt of approval. Tang Yao's eyes narrowed slightly, catching a hint of unspoken satisfaction in the man's calm dark gaze. Men. After a moment of tenderness, they prepared to head downstairs. Xiao Jia, time to get up. Tang Yao had barely called out when the boy dashed out before she even reached the door. The three of them went downstairs. Awake. Come sit, breakfast is ready. As soon as they descended, Jingming greeted them warmly, leading Zhou Qi to the dining area opposite the staircase. Come, let's eat. A voice called from the kitchen and several women immediately rose to fetch the food. It was clear they had been waiting for Zhou Qi. The meal had been ready for some time. Over a dozen people bustled about, some carrying dishes, others preparing side items. In no time the table was laden with pickled vegetables, fermented tofu, shredded seaweed, and more. There were even fresh greens and radishes. Where did these come from? Zhou Qi asked in surprise. We found them in the fields outside, just a little growing among the weeds, Hu Shumei replied with a beaming smile. Go ahead, eat. Zhou Qi didn't stand on ceremony. The warm rice porridge topped with crushed peanuts and beans was quite filling. Tang Yao picked up her chopsticks, then noticed that everyone else had taken their bowls to the living room, some squeezed together, others standing to eat. Hey, why don't you sit down? She called out in confusion. There's plenty of room here. No, it's cooler outside. You go ahead, a woman who had just left the kitchen said with an awkward smile, shaking her head. Could they be afraid of me? Zhou Qi felt a bit annoyed, but he had no interest in making friends, so he let it go. In the kitchen, Sister Feng brought out a plate of breakfast meat and nudged it toward her daughter. Take this to them. I'm not going. Feng Yingying had changed into a loose warm outfit and shook her head in refusal. You child, just go, Sister Feng scolded, her face darkening with impatience. Feng Yingying sighed and reluctantly complied. She walked out of the kitchen, not daring to look at Zhou Qi, and his companion set the meat on the table like a wooden statue and turned to leave. Tang Yao glanced at the empty dining table, then at the crowded living room, feeling uneasy. There was no breakfast meat on the coffee table, nor any fresh radishes. She stood up and looked toward the kitchen, seeing only the mother and daughter, who seemed to be the main cooks. As they came out, she intercepted them and pulled them toward the table. What are you doing? Come sit and eat. No, you go ahead. Don't be shy, come on. Sister Feng adamantly refused, but the young girl seemed tempted, her eyes darting to the dishes on the table, which were more plentiful than those on the coffee table. Yet remembering the scene she had witnessed upstairs earlier, her heart pounded wildly and she felt it was inappropriate. Stop this tug-of-war. Everyone come and eat, we have work to do afterward, Zhou Qi said, looking up to add his encouragement. Sister Feng finally relented and the mother and daughter sat down across the table. The girl's skin was so fair and delicate, her loose hair exuding a youthful aura. She was a bit thin though. Zhou Qi glanced at the blushing girl across from him, sighed inwardly, and didn't pay her much more attention. He ate heartily, unashamed. After breakfast, Zhou Qi led Tang Yao in gathering useful items from the house, packing them up. The roof rack could still hold more. The others followed suit, but they only picked through the things Zhou Qi had already discarded. They busied themselves for a good while before finishing. They took everything useful: tarps, clothes, pots and pans, walkie-talkies, wires, and so on. By afternoon the torrential rain had gradually softened into a fine drizzle. The sky was dim and a misty haze hung in the air. The mountains and fields donned a fresh green coat. The convoy set off. Soon they would reach the national highway. As they embarked on the unknown journey once more in the quiet, confined space, many who had lost loved ones began to feel the belated waves of grief and pain wash over them. Suli led the way in the first car, the wipers moving slowly as he carefully assessed the road ahead. Tires splashed up fine sprays of water. The convoy had not gone far up a slope when Suli, startled, slammed on the brakes. Ahead, around a bend, a man sprinted out, his legs churning so fast they became a blur. His face was etched with panic and he kept glancing back. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, mingling with the drizzle to stain his chin a pale red. In his hand a long blade gleamed coldly, faintly radiating a white glow as if it were a phantom. Roar! A furious guttural howl erupted from beyond the bend, shaking Zhou Li's eardrums and freezing his hand mid-reach for the door. In that instant he was certain the man ahead wasn't awakened. The faint white light on the blade was not his imagination. It meant the weapon was a transcendent object, likely a legendary spirit weapon. Perhaps that blade was the man's life spirit. What's going on? Wang Taijin's voice came through the walkie-talkie, urgent and strained. An awakener. There should be a beast behind, Zhou Li replied calmly, his mind racing for a solution. At the rear, Zhou Qi listened to the walkie-talkie, his eyes narrowing as he turned to look. Tang Yao quickly retrieved the machete and bowed from the back. A howl echoed louder now as a massive wolf emerged from the bend, bearing its icy fangs as it gave chase, its bloodthirsty gaze locked onto the fleeing man ahead. The wolf stood 2 meters tall, its silver-white fur bristling like steel needles, each bound of its paws covering 10 meters with astonishing speed. Zhao Zimo, where do you think you can run? Ha ha ha, become the nourishment for my spirit beast. A frivolous, arrogant voice rang out. Only then did Zhou Li notice a woman seated on the wolf's neck. The woman had a seductive face, yet a hint of malice lurked in her brows. She appeared to be in her 20s, clad in a high-tech form-fitting combat suit, wielding a fine iron spear. A tassel hung from the spear tip to prevent blood from slicking the grip, as if she had stepped straight out of an anime. Having already prepared to turn, Zhou Li spotted the woman and giant beast behind him. He instantly wrenched the steering wheel, the engine roaring with heat. Turn back. The man in the passenger seat shouted into the walkie-talkie without hesitation. The group immediately sprang into action. Zhou Qi, still lingering at the very back, couldn't see clearly yet, but the frantic, fearful urgency in the walkie-talkie's transmission signaled a grave danger. With a low rumble, the engine roared like thunder rolling across the ground, the tire treads vibrating against the road surface in resonance. Zhou Qi was the first to swing the vehicle around, jostling the thermos in the back seat with a clatter. As the tires squeezed through the slick water film on the road, the off-road vehicle roared away. Most of the rear vehicles had already turned back, but the bus Wang Taijun drove ahead wasn't so fortunate. The minibus wasn't overly large, which would have been fine on a national highway, but here the road was too narrow, requiring several back-and-forth maneuvers. Hurry up. Just get it moving. Wang Taijun, what are you doing? Fang Wei thrust his bald head out, shouting wildly. Back it out, stop dawdling. They were unlucky. When they set out, they found women in Wang Taijin's vehicle, and his 4 companions were driving other cars, likely with more women aboard. They thought to stick close and perhaps socialize during a rest stop, never expecting it would put them in such peril. Zhou Li gritted his teeth in fury, grabbing the walkie-talkie and yelling, I told you not to take the big vehicle. You can't part with the supplies. Now get it reversed, it's coming. Wang Taijin's brows knitted tightly. Glancing at the slick grass by the roadside, he gritted his teeth and wrenched the wheel backward. The others, not waiting any longer, sped off in their waiting vehicles. The engine hummed and sputtered. Damn, it's slipping. The ground outside was uneven, not compacted, and with the rain and grass the bus rear wheels couldn't gain traction. The roaring engine flung mud and weeds, sinking the vehicle deeper. Step on it. Push harder. The widow beside him could only urge frantically, unable to help. I floored it. It's no use, we need to fill in the ground, Wang Taijun said, panicked as he looked around. The man and wolf ahead were now dangerously close. Wang Jianming and Wang Jianchen on the bus grabbed weapons and rushed to the front, warily eyeing the approaching figures. Meanwhile, 2 vehicles pulled up alongside the bus, Lu Ming and his group arriving to help. Lu Ming dared not step out, opting to watch from inside, his gaze fixed on the figures on the road ahead. Why did you come back? Everyone else is fleeing, go. Inside the car, a woman in the back seat pounded the seat in desperation. Her hair was disheveled, her body half naked. She frantically pulled on her pants while shouting. Shut up. The man in the back seat, his upper body bare and muscular, had panic in his eyes but lingering excitement. They had been busy moments before. These were women they had picked up today, all pitiful widows. He shoved the woman aside, grabbed a weapon, and carefully scanned the outside. It was getting closer. Zhao Zimo's running figure cut through the drizzle, creating sprays of water. Keep your heads down and don't move, Lu Ming warned, shrinking his neck. The fleeing young man glanced at the vehicles by the roadside, his expression unchanged as he sprinted past. In a few breaths the giant wolf moved like the wind, carrying the woman as it galloped on, seemingly indifferent to Wang Taijun's group. Inside the bus, Wang Tiejun, hunched over, let out a long sigh as he slowly straightened up. What now? Lu Ming asked, stepping out of his vehicle. First get the bus back on the road. Wang Taijun's brows were tightly knit, his unease lingering. What was that? Such a huge wolf. What are you scared? It's a bit terrifying. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come back. They spoke nervously, gradually relaxing as they finally managed to get the bus moving. Wang Jianxing asked, which way now? Well, we can't go back and we don't know what's ahead. They looked troubled, unable to decide. With anomalies appearing, who knew what dangers lay ahead? Wang Taijun rubbed his chin in thought. Forget it, let's move forward. We can't stay put. Well, hit the national highway soon, then floor it. The three vehicles started up, all wanting to put as much distance as possible between them and the wolf. Zhou Qi's pupils narrowed as he focused on the road, though slick it didn't seem too treacherous. Unfortunately, the downhill stretch required zigzagging, severely limiting their speed. His seasoned driving skills were rendered useless. As Zhou Qi rounded several bends and finally reached a flat stretch, a figure burst from the wooded slope on the right, startling him. Just as he hesitated to slow down, the 2-meter-tall wolf landed with a thunderous crash right in front of his vehicle. The wolf's thick tail shot up nearly vertical, its fur bristling. It crouched low, then sprang forward again, matching the accelerating off-roader's speed with ease. With a screech of tires, Zhou Qi had no choice but to stop. Ahead, the wolf had caught up to the man. Its tail suddenly dropped and it pivoted to pounce on him. Zhao Zimo let out a sharp shout, stomping the ground to dodge aside. At the same time, his blade flashed white, aiming for the wolf's neck. Ha! The woman leaped off the wolf's back, her spear tip deflecting the blade in an instant. She spun as she landed, thrusting forward. The man and wolf clashed in a whirlwind of motion, their weapons exchanging blows in rapid succession. The silver wolf howled fiercely, charging left and right, while the two figures moved like the wind, their collisions shattering the fine rain into mist. Zhou Qi was momentarily stunned. So these are awakeners? It's like a movie, Tan Yao murmured, unsure what to do. Several more vehicles arrived and screeched to a halt nearby. Brother, let's turn back. The cars behind are turning around. Little Jian knelt on the seat, looking back, then turned and shouted anxiously. Yes, turn back. But their reaction was too slow. The man, unable to dodge the woman's attack, was sent flying with a thud, crashing right by the vehicle. The man pressed his hand to the ground, springing up as if light as a feather, then leaped onto the car roofs to flee. You can't escape. The woman snorted coldly, her feet moving as if on wheels of fire. But faster still was the wolf. The moment the man turned to run, its claws landed on Zhou Qi's car roof. Thump, thump, thump. Dull, resounding impacts echoed one after another, and the vehicles that had just turned behind were even overturned by the giant wolf. Zhou Qi's muscles instinctively tensed and recoiled, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat, while Tan Yao shrieked in terror, clutching her head. The center of the car roof caved in a large section, its lowest point nearly touching the rear seats. The young boy in the back seat was tragically impaled through the skull by a broken steel pipe from the frame, a half-seen iron rod visible in his gaping horse mouth. Ha! Ha! Xiao Jie's trachea was damaged, rendering him speechless. His pupils, on the verge of dilating, were filled with despair and terror. Blood dripped down, flooding his throat and soaking his clothes. Brain matter mixed with bone fragments and blood splattered across his schoolbag. Xiao Jie's body twitched incessantly as he squeezed out two nearly inaudible words between his teeth. Ma. Ma. Whoosh whoosh, the damp cold wind swept through the broken roof, making the young boy's face grow paler. Damn it, Zhou Qi cursed, restarting the vehicle and pressing forward. Ahead lay a straight road, allowing them to pick up speed this time. Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia. Tan Yao turned to look at the boy who had already breathed his last, her face etched with disbelief. The panicked convoy was filled with heart-wrenching screams. Within moments, 10 people were dead or injured and several vehicles had been flipped over. Zhou Qi squinted and floored the accelerator. The forest and rain rushed past on both sides as the cold wind howled into the car, forcing Tan Yao, who turned her head to squint against the blast. In the rearview mirror a few cars followed as they burst out, but beyond them the road was blocked by overturned vehicles. The two figures and the wolf moved nimbly amidst the convoy, completely ignoring these people. Thud. The spear pierced through the car door with a bone-deep sound. The woman in combat gear kept her eyes on the leaping man, twisted her wrist, pulled out the bloodstained spear, and continued her pursuit. Inside the car the driver clutched his chest and wailed in agony, help me get the first aid kit, it's in the trunk. Honey. A woman in the back seat hurriedly got up, opened the door, and ran straight to the rear of the car. The roar of engines thundered in his ears. Zhou Qi was extremely tense, glancing at the rearview mirror to see the man, woman, and giant wolf still battling within the convoy. Some cars had already followed suit. Zhou Qi, Shao Jia is dead. Tan Yao turned back, dazed, her sorrowful tone filled with helplessness, as if it were all a dream. Dead is dead. Don't make a fuss. Climb to the back and throw him out. Zhou Qi frowned, uttering cold words. What? Tan Yao's beautiful eyes widened instantly. There's food in the backpack behind the seat. Forget the instant noodles underneath, but don't let the backpack get soaked in blood. You. She looked at him, bewildered, unable to believe he felt nothing about a child's death. Put away your useless sentiment. We still need to eat that food. Do you want to drink Shao Jia's blood? Zhou Qi's icy gaze bore into her like a blade. Don't forget our situation. Tan Yao shuddered, instantly snapping back to reality, her sorrow crumbling away in that moment. Right, this was the apocalypse. Wasn't death normal? Should they drag him along and erect a monument? They didn't have the time. Perhaps the morning's comfort had made her forget where they were. Tan Yao took a deep breath, turned around, and tried to find a gap to crawl to the back, but the collapsed roof in the middle had squeezed the space, making it difficult. No good, I need to clear this up. Then pull Shao Jia closer away from the two backpacks, Zhou Qi instructed without turning his head. Okay. Tan Yao did as told, dragging the corpse over and wedging the boy's head into the steel frame protruding from above. Fasten your seatbelt. The misty, shadowy outline of the village came into view. Just as Tan Yao buckled up, Zhou Qi leaned forward and rubbed his eyes. What is that? He murmured, trying to discern the distant scene. At the village entrance, leaning against a wall, was a sizable figure, pitch black, resembling two pigs yet somehow human. Tan Yao squinted to see clearly, can't make it out. Could it be another mutant beast? Whatever this is, the only road. We'll see when we get closer. Zhou Qi side-checked the rearview mirror again, then slightly reduced speed. How could this be? What is that? We haven't been gone long. What the hell? As the car drew nearer, Zhou Qi saw clearly and slammed on the brakes again. Both of them stared in disbelief, bitter smiles spreading across their faces, utterly baffled. There on the village road, two tombs had suddenly appeared on the concrete pavement. Not only that, but around the two small buildings at the village entrance, the wasteland and fields on both sides were covered with graves. Looking around, the entire village was surrounded by hundreds of tombs. An SUV stopped behind them as well. Suli stared dumbfounded for a long moment before picking up the walkie-talkie and stammering, Zhou Qi, what? What's going on? Zhou Qi took a deep breath. This must mean a space rift appeared in the village ahead while we were away. Though it seems quiet now, maybe it's closed, but to be safe we can't get close. Suli, what do we do? Go back. Zhou Qi, what's the situation behind? Feng Wei's deep voice came through the walkie-talkie. Quite a few dead, many trapped. I glanced on the way and saw those two seemed to have fought their way to the end of the convoy. The three fell silent, and the people in the other cars were even more panicked. Zhou Qi thought for a moment, then picked up the walkie-talkie. Let's stay here for now and wait and see. At that moment everyone could only hope that the awakened ones fighting behind would move away. As for the eerie changes ahead, they wouldn't risk entering unless absolutely necessary. After a moment's thought, Zhou Qi grabbed his knife and got out of the car, scanning front and back. Confirming no anomalies behind, he carefully examined the front for anything unusual. Looks normal. No strange scenes around. It should be stable. Tan Yao watched his serious expression and asked, is it something from another space coming to our world, or are two spaces overlapping? Zhou Qi explained, so far space rifts bring creatures or places from other dimensions to Earth. This quiet scene suggests the overlap has ended. Fortunately no creatures came through and the affected area is small. Of course, there are chaotic zones where rifts persist which are more dangerous, but they're nothing compared to massive spacetime gates. Those gates can allow extremely large and powerful alien creatures to pass through. I've heard many nuclear warheads were used to destroy them. Zhou Qi also got out and approached, nodding in agreement. I've seen that news too. Besides destroying global spacetime gates, nukes were used to eliminate giant sea creatures, the great serpent of the island nation, and large space rifts in sparsely populated border areas. I didn't expect new ones to appear. Wasn't it supposed to stabilize after that cosmic energy storm? Generally it will stabilize, but no one can guarantee that outcome. As the two chatted, clanging sounds came from Tang Yao cleaning the back seat. She first hammered at the broken roof and pierced steel frame, then dragged the boy's corpse to the roadside and discarded it. Blood spread across the road, diluted by the cold wind and standing water. Zhou Qi. He's dead. Nothing to be done. Zhou Li's throat tightened, a furrow of worry etched between his brows. There was no need to say more. The situation was all too clear. At this moment, some bold individuals also alighted from the vehicle and gathered around, eagerly questioning Zhou Qi and Zhou Li. As for the discarded corpses, no one cared about them any longer. Tang Yao cautiously glanced at the graves, picked up the clothes that had fallen from the roof to wipe the blood inside the car, and then diligently began repairing the roof. Thump, thump, thump. She hammered upward, strike by strike. Seeing this, Zhou Qi also climbed onto the roof, tossed away the clutter, straightened the tarpaulin and tent, and wrapped up the remaining intact items. Then he tied it to the rack with a rope, covering the hole securely. After a rough fix, a puzzled voice suddenly came from nearby. What is that? Oh no, zombies! This urgent cry struck like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly sending ripples splashing into the trembling souls of the crowd. Zhou Qi swiftly turned his head, his eyes scanning the scene. On the village road behind the graves, two corpses had appeared, seemingly crawling out of a hole that had always been there. Soon after, zombies emerged one after another from the nearby graves. They first turned their heads in confusion, then locked their gaze on the crowd. Ha ha! Ha ha! Their ashen pupils instantly focused, low growls rising in pitch, calm faces twisting into ferocity, revealing mold-like fangs. Behind them, zombies with rust-like skin appeared, thick syrupy black-green liquid oozing from the corners of their snarling mouths, their faces covered in fur reminiscent of cats and dogs. Their revolting mouths exhaled streams of frigid white mist, freezing the falling rain into icy fog. Even more terrifying were two zombies covered in over a meter of hair, leaping several meters high in a single bound. Writhing strands of green and purple hair swarmed densely, their eerie oppressive aura instantly seizing everyone's hearts. Living corpses, white zombies, leaping zombies. Zhou Li's lips trembled as he murmured. Transcendent Tier 1. To 3. Zhou Qi's face paled as realization struck. Run, hurry, get in the car. I'd rather be blind. Everyone scrambled into the vehicles and fled once more. Fortunately, they were prepared, the cars already angled, having learned from past experience. Now they couldn't care less if the awakened were still fighting behind them, for here were zombies rated as Transcendent Tier 3. Even bullets couldn't penetrate them, and cannons might not kill them. Though their joints were stiff, they could leap several meters high with swift movement. Unless bound and blasted, it was hard to inflict fatal damage. Just as Tang Yao slipped into the starting vehicle, a living corpse was already upon her. A pair of icy claws reached for her as she closed the door, the fangs in its snarling mouth faintly stained with blood. Thud. A dull sound. Tang Yao's pupils contracted as she swung the short hammer in her hand, hitting the living corpse square on the forehead, sending it staggering sideways before the turning vehicle flung it away. Having survived the beast attack, Tang Yao had grown bolder and no longer feared such living corpses. Why are we so unlucky? She shook her head with a bitter smile, anxious and worried, constantly glancing back. Which ones are the transcendent zombies? The hairy ones with stiff bodies, Zhou Qi answered quickly. That white zombie is transcendent. Why isn't it faster than the living corpse? Living corpses don't have stiff joints. Never mind the white zombie, it can't catch up. Watch those two leaping zombies. Hearing this, Tang Yao searched frantically but dared not open the window, finding nothing, only the piercing roars behind growing distant. Thankfully the sounds faded as the vehicle accelerated, the living corpses unable to keep pace. Zhou Qi glanced at the rearview mirror, frowning at the strange fur-limbed figures receding into the distance. These creatures seemed far stronger than the living corpses in the city, clearly ancient beings. Genuine imports from another world. If this continued, Zhou Qi could hold on, but he wondered if the breaks would last. Meanwhile, the massive wolf had been severely injured, cowering behind the woman, its neck and foreleg wounds deep enough to reveal bone. The wolf whimpered, lowering its body as if to pounce, but fear flickered in its eyes. "How dare you hurt my wolf baby?" The woman erupted in fury, twirling her spear and pointing it at the man. Zhao Zimo tore off his tattered shirt to wipe the blood from his long blade, his upper body bearing 2 cuts and a claw wound. He sneered, crouching low with taut muscles, his long blade held sideways. "Bai Xiao, don't push me. If you want to kill me, you'll pay the price. Before I die, I'll take you and your spirit attendant with me." Bai Xiao's brows knitted as she stared at the increasingly radiant blade, her voice low. "I didn't expect your spirit weapon to be this powerful." She bided her time, reassessing his capabilities. Zhao Zimo let out a mocking laugh, his face hardening. "Ha, this is my life spirit. Do you think it compares to your man-made junk? Fight or not, just say it." Bai Xiao's face darkened, but she had no intention of giving up. Awakened were the best food for her spirit attendant, accelerating its growth. The spirit attendant's growth in turn empowered her. This was the unique trait of the spiritualist life spirit contract: mutual reinforcement. She knew his awakened life spirit was a weapon, which was also one of her goals. Tool-type life spirits solidified upon their master's death, becoming natural spirit weapons. She had expected an easy victory with 2 against 1, but his evolved spirit weapon was too sharp and her own specially made weapon was faltering. "You bastard, I'll kill you!" A frantic shout rose from the road. A disheveled woman, face streaked with tears, despairingly set down her husband's corpse, grabbed a sharpened steel pipe and charged at Bai Xiao. "Ah!" The woman's face twisted, a surge of immense fury and courage rising in her chest as she screamed, raising her arms for a desperate thrust. Bai Xiao ignored the pitiful woman beside her. The massive wolf spun and pounced, its gaping maw snapping shut on the woman with a crunch. With a flick of its fangs, her body was flung in 2 pieces 10 meters away, a shower of hot blood raining down. The wolf spat out a chunk of flesh, still clinging to cloth, some hair attached. It wasn't hungry at the moment. "Wolf!" The wolf crouched again, growling with fury at the vigilant Zhao Zimo, sensing its master's murderous intent surging anew. An icy, deathly aura gripped everyone's hearts, the pain and hatred of lost loved ones forcibly suppressed. Seizing the momentary standoff, some vehicles finally found a chance to flee around the ends of the wasteland, the pair and the wolf not interfering. Passing through fields, woods, and a bend, the chaotic convoy reappeared in view. Ahead were survivors fleeing the awakened battlefield. Further off, vehicles and corpses lay scattered in disarray, some cars already turning into the left wasteland. The 2 awakened were locked in fierce combat. Seeing this, Zhou Qi yanked the steering wheel toward the left wasteland. A violent jolt shook the car as he gripped the wheel tightly, thorny branches lashing against the windows. Tan Yao held onto the overhead handle with one hand and braced the seat with the other, her body bouncing uncontrollably. She fixed her gaze on the man and wolf fighting on the road to the right, both heavily wounded. The cold woman's long spear was suddenly snapped and she nearly took a slash. "Why are they back?" Feng Yingying stared in confusion at Zhou Qi and the others passing by. "There must be a problem. Following them is definitely the right choice." Sister Feng, without a moment's hesitation, slammed the steering wheel and turned again, crashing down into the wild land, the mud and grass crushed into fragments beneath the tires. "Run! There are zombies behind us!" The urgent shout came through the shattered window, causing the remaining people on the road to look around in confusion. Having learned from previous experiences, the crowd in the convoy dared not be careless. Ignoring hiding spots, they hurriedly emerged to start pushing the overturned vehicle. "Brother Lu, help us push, we can't move it." "Stop pushing. Your vehicle is completely flipped, how can you push it?" "Get in my car." "Will it fit?" "Then just push slowly." "No, no, no. Brother Lu, wait." "Dad, hurry up." The jostling vehicles maneuvered around the awakened ones and most managed to get on the road and continue climbing toward the national road. Unfortunately, some vehicles were stuck in the ground, significantly slowing down, while others had tires mysteriously punctured. A loud bang echoed as another tire burst. The dull sound of the tire explosion was particularly piercing in the wilderness, drowning out the roar of engines and the pounding of rain. It was Sister Feng's vehicle behind her, and her daughters' faces pale with panic as they recklessly navigated through the thick thorns of the wild land. The off-road vehicle suddenly sank, the rear wheels seemingly nailed to the muddy terrain. Zhou Qi's expression changed dramatically as he slammed the gas pedal, charging towards the road. But only half of the vehicle climbed up if the rear wheels couldn't make it, clearly punctured. Damn it! Zhou Qi punched his thigh in frustration, nearly driven mad as the cold grip of despair instantly eroded the fleeting sense of survival. The road was within arm's reach, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. What do we do? Tan Yao panicked, shaking her head as her gaze darted around like a frightened rabbit. Though unclear, shadowy figures were rushing toward them, their chilling ha-ha sounds echoing in her memory as if they were ringing right next to her ears. Nearby awakened ones were battling with Xiao Zimo's blade flashing and Bai Xiao's broken spear's remnants intertwining, while the giant wolf howled in agony, its roar deafening. Get out and push the car. Zhou Qi's voice was firm. Me? Tan Yao instinctively questioned. Hurry. Zhou Qi's urgent tone allowed no time for hesitation. Oh, okay. Tan Yao had abandoned all thought, her survival instincts overwhelmed her fear. She flung open the car door as if scalded icy rain mixed with mud instantly drenched her top. She stumbled around to the rear right wheel. The heavy pressure of the vehicle and the clear sounds of zombies roaring behind made her tremble all over. Zombies had already dashed around the bend. With every second wasted, they were closer to death. Buzz. The rumbling sound intensified, and Tan Yao stood at the rear right of the car, gritting her teeth, the veins in her hand trembling as she braced herself against the cold rear bumper. Her feet searched for support on the slippery mud, the nearly brutal resilience from the special training forced out of her. Tan Yao's throat emitted a suppressed roar as she exerted all her strength to push forward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The engine roared like a wounded beast, the front wheels gouging deep grooves into the road while the rear wheels only churned deeper into the mud. The vehicle shook violently, moving forward only slightly, and the rain blurred Tan Yao's vision. All she could see was Zhou Qi's tense neck. I can't push it. Tan Yao's voice trembled with a cry and exhaustion, the immense sense of defeat nearly crushing her. Especially as vehicle after vehicle passed them without stopping in mere moments, this flat area had nearly no survivors left. Help us. She waved her hand, calling out. The faces of the drivers passing by were somewhat familiar. Yu Jingming hesitated, contemplating stopping, when suddenly he saw something that made his eyes widen in terror as he abandoned the rescue. Tan Yao turned to look, and the two hairy jumping zombies emitting a chilling aura had appeared in her sight, their every leap sending shivers down spines. Get out of the way. Zhou Qi's peripheral vision caught a glimpse in the side mirror, and he suddenly stuck his head out and yelled, slamming the gear into reverse and sharply turning the steering wheel. Buzz, the engine let out a strange shriek as the off-road vehicle suddenly jerked backward in the mud, attempting to use inertia to shake off its position and charge forward again. Though Tan Yao heard it, Zhou Qi's movements were too quick. Caught off guard, she stumbled back from the force of the pull, nearly falling into the muddy water. The off-road vehicle charged again, the roaring engine thundering, but it got stuck again. The tires spun futilely, and flying mud blinded Tan Yao. Bai Xiao let out a furious howl filled with both shock and anger, retreating rapidly, having to be even more cautious after her spear broke during the fight. Xiao Zimo was relentless, his blade like a silver thread pursuing with a determined killing intent, while the giant wolf roared, attempting to protect its master, but the wounds on its neck and legs severely hampered its speed. The two were fully engaged, focused on their opponents, unaware of the jumping zombies rapidly closing in. The smell of blood stimulated the zombies, and the icy grayish eyes ignited with a bloodthirsty desire. The massive body of the giant wolf and the strong awakened ones were the most appealing targets for them. Thud. Like a 1,000-pound hammer crashing down, the overturned vehicles on the road collapsed inward at a visible speed, the steel frames groaning under the unbearable weight. An icy chill spread instantly, the low growl thick with deathly aura seemed to explode right above their heads. What the hell? The two awakened ones exclaimed in shock and anger, narrowly dodging the jumping zombies' attacks. The rain and cold weather interfered with their senses, and without any spare energy to focus elsewhere, they only realized something was off when danger approached. Roar! A terrifying face covered in strange purple fur fangs bared locked firmly onto the three formidable living beings, accompanied by a nauseating stench. As if annoyed by the vehicles blocking its path, the jumping zombie waved its arm and sent a small car flying off to the right slope, crashing down with a thud. The situation changed in an instant. One zombie targeted the giant wolf while another lunged toward Zhao Zimo. Bai Xiao gasped in shock and rushed forward to save. Push harder. Zhou Qi and Tang Yao's shouts intertwined, sweat mingling with rainwater rolling down their foreheads. This time Zhou Qi also got out of the car, no longer caring about his own safety, as the two together lifted the rear of the vehicle to move it toward the road. A fierceness erupted in his eyes, his entire body like a spring pushed to its limit. His hands clung tightly to the cold metal edge and his feet frantically pushed against the slippery mud, searching for any protrusion that could provide support. Pain tore at his ribs and the veins on his forehead throbbed incessantly. Thud. With a crashing sound, the two finally managed to shift the rear of the vehicle up, and Zhou Qi glanced at the deformed tire before quickly making his way to the driver's seat. At that moment, a chillingly high-pitched wolf howl pierced the air. It was the injured silver wolf. It was struck heavily by the pursuing jumping zombie. The terrifying force combined with the bone-chilling cold caused its already injured front leg to lose strength, and its massive body crashed down to the ground. Bai Xiao's eyes widened in horror. Baby? Zhao Zimo, let's team up, she shouted while fending off the jumping zombie. Team up, my ass. Zhao Zimo roared in fury, his long blade gleaming with white light as it slashed toward the hopping corpse. Clang. Though he felt no match for the zombie, the sharpness of his spiritual weapon lent him strength. A 3-foot blade aura struck the corpse's arm, forcing it to stagger back. A few strands of green fur fell, oozing a trickle of black-red fluid, its cold foul stench assailing his senses. Seizing the chance, Zhao Zimo tapped his feet in rapid succession and turned to flee. Roar! Bai Xiao intercepted the zombie, rescuing the giant wolf. Enraged by the ambush, the wolf threw back its head in a long howl and lunged at the corpse. Seeing Zhao Zimo retreat, she knew staying would lead to no good outcome. She ordered the wolf to hold the line and turned to leave with a scoff. Zhao Zimo let out a cold sneer. His blood-stained blade, wreathed in harsh white light, darted like a venomous serpent toward her exposed ribs, revealed by her frantic movements. Forced to parry, Bai Xiao met the long blade with her broken spear. Sparks flew as the collision sent a tremendous force, numbing her arm, causing her to stumble backward. This delay allowed the hopping corpse, previously driven back by Zhao Zimo, to lunge at the unsteady Bai Xiao with a howl. Its cyan-black claws exuded an eerie coldness, and the fierce stench of corpse poison was overpowering. Bai Xiao's qi and blood churned in reverse, nearly cutting off her breath. She twisted into a bridge-like stance, dodging the claws by arching backward. Her broken spear touched the ground as she kicked off, with both heels gliding several meters away. Undeniably, her slender waist was remarkably agile. Yet it remained uncertain if she would ever use it again. Ha. Injured after years of nourishment by yin energy, the hopping corpse grew exceptionally frenzied. Its roar shook the surroundings as it charged at Bai Xiao once more. Driven by pain, it temporarily abandoned the man wielding the spiritual weapon. After all, this prey was equally enticing, softer and more tender. Instinct whispered it would taste better. Damn it. Bai Xiao's expression turned grim, her face flushed. Before she could steady herself after rising, a dark shadow bore down again, carrying a putrid wind. The suffocating, horrifying corpse qi instantly dizzied her. The gaping maw was mere inches away. Its mottled iron-like cadaverous spots revealed no trace of living flesh. Her pupils contracted sharply. Hastily holding her breath and focusing her mind, she used the two broken spear halves to block the incoming claws. Yet her left hand clearly lacked strength, and the relentless assault left her no time to regulate her breath. A surge of immense force struck black light, aiming directly for her neck. Tear. The cyan-black claws rent her clothes. Bai Xiao rolled away in a desperate, clumsy dodge. The broken spear seemed utterly futile against the hopping corpse's terrifying power and steel-hard body. Viroom. The engine let out a short, powerful roar. The off-road vehicle, like a trapped beast breaking free, charged onto the solid road with unyielding resolve. Wait for us. A desperate plea came from behind. Sister Feng emerged from the weeds with her daughter, their pant legs caked in mud. Get in quickly. Zhou Qi shouted hoarsely at Tang Yao behind the car. Tang Yao had just opened the door when Sister Feng reached the left rear door. Hurry, hurry. Zhou Qi urged urgently. The three scrambled into the car almost simultaneously. Before the rear door was fully shut, the vehicle was already moving. Thick black smoke belched from the exhaust pipe as the body shuddered violently. Ah! Just as the car started, the door was violently yanked open. Zhao Zimo grabbed Sister Feng like a chick and flung her away. Then he seized the girl who had just turned her head, his long blade humming as it hovered between Zhou Qi and Tang Yao. Drive now. Don't make me kill. A large patch of blood had already soaked through his chest, yet the faint glow on the long blade remained intimidating. Zhou Qi straightened up instantly. All right, boss. No need to act rashly. Tang Yao slumped in her seat covered in mud. Her soaked clothes clung to her body, her heaving chest a testament to the recent terror. Her face was deathly pale, her eyes vacant, and her lips trembled slightly. She raised her hands but could not utter a single word. The vehicle sped desperately up the slippery slope ahead. The rain seemed to intensify. In the blurry view, scenes in the rearview mirror receded rapidly. Muddy wasteland, overturned vehicles, the pervasive smell of blood, wailing humans, and a horde of corpses appearing around the distant bend. Sister Feng, who had just scrambled up with a look of utter despair, seemed to be shouting something. From the shape of her lips it appeared to include the word yin. Two terrifying long-haired figures leaping amidst the chaotic battle grew smaller and smaller, eventually swallowed entirely by the rain curtain. Cough, Mom. Mom. Damn. The hoarse shout, though full of anger, was pitifully faint. The girl struggled futilely, trying to claw at Zhao Zimo's face, but his large hand choked her until she could barely breathe, unable to utter a single complete curse. In just a few seconds her eyes rolled back, her neck went limp, and she lost consciousness. Zhou Qi's back hair stood on end, his heart in his throat. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly as he rapidly assessed the situation. The blade beside his ear glinted coldly. In his peripheral vision he could even see his own panicked eyeballs. Its faint glow seemed both real and illusory, elusive and unsettling. The shallow, intricate patterns on the blade merged seamlessly with the material, exquisite and mysterious, unlike anything of modern craftsmanship. The long blade turned slowly, its edge pointing at Zhou Qi. A deep low hum stimulated his senses. Though the distance was still considerable, a prickling sensation had already touched the blood vessels in his neck. A somber voice came from behind, betraying little emotion. Drive steadily. Don't cause trouble for yourself. Get out of here first. Got it, boss. The rear tire is leaking, so that's all I can do. Zhou Qi nodded hastily, forcing out a trembling, panicked voice, appearing weak and helpless, as if frightened out of his wits. Zhou Qi lifted his eyelids slightly, peering at the reflection in the mirror. A young man in his 20s with sharp brows, slightly furrowed face wet with sweat and rain, seemed to be enduring pain. His white t-shirt was largely soaked with blood, his complexion pale. A wolf claw wound marked his shoulder, and the torn edges of his chest revealed blackened flesh. Fluttering white fabric strips exposed 2 wounds. The wounds were not deep, but the oozing blood had turned a dark cyan black. Corpse poison. He had been injured by that hopping corpse. Zhou Qi's eyelids twitched. He quickly averted his gaze. It seemed these 2 awakened individuals were likely of the second tier, with average indices exceeding 30. He shook. Overcome with fright, Tang Yao involuntarily let out a hiccup. Sorry, I'm not moving really. She apologized, trembling in fear, then covered her mouth and held her breath, her hoarse voice tinged with tears. Cough, cough. Zhao Zimo coughed lightly. Seeing the fear in these 2, he relaxed slightly. He had never considered ordinary people a threat, merely a nuisance. I don't like killing. He spat out the words coldly, then withdrew his long blade and placed it beside his seat, beginning to inspect his injuries. Rip. The young man tore off his shirt in one motion, revealing a fair upper body, a pale, cold complexion. Sigh, ignoring the wound on his shoulder, he pressed hard on his chest, squeezing out the black cyan blood. Zhao Zimo gritted his teeth and endured. The blood flowed faster and more abundantly as he pressed. Only then did Tang Yao dare to steal a glance. Her peripheral vision caught Zhou Qi's unusually calm face, his eyes flickering and the skin at the outer corner of his eye twitching slightly. Her heart jolted with shock. She sensed that Zhou Qi was contemplating something dangerous. A piercing wolf howl tore through the sky, followed by intermittent, desperate whimpers that gradually faded into silence. The off-road vehicle climbed another straight stretch and Zhou Qi abruptly accelerated. He had no idea how much longer the car would hold out, but based on past experience, an hour's drive should be manageable. The ear-piercing scream was clearly an ill omen. Even the giant wolf had fallen victim, so one could only imagine the fate of others. The atmosphere inside the car was as oppressive as solidified lead, with only the roar of the engine, the low rumble of tires on the wet road, and Zhao Zimo's heavy-pained breaths echoing in the cramped space. Zhao Zimo's brows were tightly furrowed and large beads of sweat mingled with rain rolled down his temples. Each time he forcefully squeezed the wound, he gritted his teeth and let out a suppressed grunt. The greenish-black blood carried an indescribable stench of decay, pungent even amidst the mingled odors of blood, mud, and gasoline inside the vehicle. Tang Yao curled up in the passenger seat, her body still trembling slightly. Her soaked clothes clung to her skin, bringing a biting chill. She glanced at the short knife at her waist and the entrenching tool at her feet, speculating silently. What was Zhou Qi thinking? Resistance. Going up against a severely wounded but awakened individual wielding a spirit weapon. One finger from that man would likely be enough to finish him. Would this man let us go? Sister Feng had been thrown out and had probably already left this world. Though he didn't seem entirely unhinged and his expression appeared normal, he regarded human life as mere trash, extremely dangerous. Tang Yao dared not imagine the consequences and could only bite her lower lip hard, struggling to control her chattering teeth. Cough. Zhao Zimo coughed up another mouthful of bloody foam that splattered onto the seat. Panting hoarsely, he spoke with an unquestionable tone. Find a place. A place to stop. Medicine. I need to treat the wound. His condition was visibly deteriorating. The corpse poison was clearly no ordinary substance. Even the resilient physique of an awakened individual struggled to resist it. The claw venom of the green-haired hopping corpse was eroding his strength. Coupled with the internal and external injuries sustained in the earlier fight, his spiritual energy and physical constitution had been greatly weakened. He needed proper rest to quickly purge the residual toxins. It's not safe around here. We'll soon reach the national highway, which will be much smoother, and we can find a place to rest along the way. Can you hold on a little longer? There's medicine in the backpack behind the seat, the one on the left. Zhou Qi's voice was deliberately low, carrying a hint of servile submission and a fawning smile, like a lapdog wagging its tail before its master. Zhao Zimo gasped for breath as if gathering strength. After a moment of silence, he said, Fine, keep driving. Shortly after, he found the medicine in the backpack, which contained common items like alcohol, ibuprofen, oral rehydration salts, and erythromycin ointment. Although there were anti-inflammatory, hemostatic, and infection-treating medications, they were likely ineffective against corpse poison. He could only tend to the wounds on his shoulder and elsewhere first. Hiss! The medical alcohol made his body flinch, and with the car's unstable movement, Zhao Zimo's knife fell under the seat. Should I pull over? Zhou Qi asked at the opportune moment. Stop first, let me treat and bandage the wound. Zhao Zimo nodded in satisfaction as the car slowly came to a halt and he resumed cleaning and applying medicine to the wound. Let me help you? Zhou Qi turned to ask, his face full of ingratiating smiles. No need. Zhao Zimo shot him a chilling glance and Zhou Qi quickly turned back. Zhao Zimo opened the door, threw his tattered blood and greenish-black fluid-stained shirt onto the ground, revealing his upper body. The two terrifying wounds on his chest, oozing greenish-black blood, were horrifying. The skin around the wounds had taken on an eerie greenish-gray hue. He roughly grabbed Feng Yingying's arm, dragging her like a lifeless object, and carelessly tossed her onto the muddy, waterlogged concrete ground. The girl's body collapsed limply, splashing murky water, completely unresponsive. You. Tang Yao couldn't help but let out a low cry tinged with pity. Zhou Qi instantly pressed her mouth shut, pushing her turned head back, and repeatedly waved his hand. Sorry. It's nothing. Zhao Zimo snorted coldly without a word and slammed the door shut with a bang. His chest heaved unevenly. He paused briefly, supporting himself against the door to rest before continuing, clearly very weak. Yet he still regarded Zhou Qi and the others as beneath notice, mere trash. The back seat was too cramped, with the girl's slumped body interfering with his movements. Zhao Zimo could tell that Tang Yao was with Zhou Qi. Keeping two people was enough for his needs. Once he recovered overnight he should be fine. Zhou Qi silently observed the young man's actions through the mirror. He first finished treating the other wounds, applying hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medicine with medical tape, then began carefully cleaning the chest wound. He squeezed the surrounding muscles again, but seeing little effect he reluctantly pulled a syringe and an unidentified vial from his waist pouch, preparing for an injection. Zhao Zimo rotated the vial between his thumb and forefinger, a glass bottle with a rubber stopper similar to a penicillin vial. He examined the label, then put it back into a silver-white metal case and selected another bottle. He paused to catch his breath, then prepared to draw the liquid with a serious expression. This must be something special. Could it cure corpse poison? This man is pale, gravely wounded, and extremely dangerous. He's at his weakest now. If he recovers, I don't know what will become of me. He might throw me out or kill me and drive off on his own. When he dumped that person, he rested against the door for a moment. Now his breathing is getting heavier. Damn it, he'll go for it. He's strong, but clearly no match for the hopping corpse. In the fight I didn't see any wind, fire, or lightning abilities. His spiritual energy was only channeled into his weapon and the glow was dim. He must have just reached the second tier. He's weaker than when we started, with no special traits or armor. So close to 6 bullets. They'll put one in his head first. Zhou Qi took his hands off the steering wheel, his left hand stealthily moving toward the pistol at his right waist, slowly calming his breath and mind. Tang Yao clearly noticed his movement, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Zhou Qi warned her with a look and she silently swallowed, her right hand slowly reaching for the door handle. Zhao Zimo felt a bit dizzy. This vial was a treatment potion made by the authorities after the apocalypse, using long-term experiments to extract extraordinary materials. He didn't know if it could completely purge corpse poison, but it would certainly have some effect. This box wasn't cheap. Just as he carefully aimed the syringe at the stopper, a sudden cry rang out from the front, urgent and filled with panic. Oh no! A monster! He jerked his head up to see Zhou Qi turning his face to the window, his expression panicked and stunned, utterly convincing. His heart tightened. Encountering a powerful creature now would be disastrous. So he also turned to look left. Since he was sitting on the right, far from the window, he had to shift his body and lean forward. Bang, bang, bang. As sparks burst from the gun muzzle, Zhou Qi had already pushed open the door. What was that noise? Gunfire? Zhao Zimo's expression shifted from confusion to shock, then he felt a heat on his forehead and a buzzing in his brain. Then excruciating pain struck him. Ah! Blood burst from Zhao Zimo's forehead, searing pain and incredulous fury instantly consuming his mind. He hadn't even noticed that Zhou Qi had a gun. If such a firearm existed, why hadn't he heard a shot earlier? He was confident that his formidable physique could withstand a bullet without fatal injury, and that an ordinary person would never have a chance to fire a second shot. But now he was too weak. Normally he would sense an opponent's movement at a mere gesture. The muzzle continued to spit fire. The second shot struck his collarbone. With a roar, Zhao Zimo ducked to evade. The third shot stomped the ground to launch a spirit weapon, and in a swift motion grasped the long blade and delivered a diagonal slash. Zhou Qi had anticipated this. He had pushed open the door and jumped out the moment he fired, thus dodging the blade. The second shot was aimed at the face, but his haste to escape the car caused it to miss. He moved swiftly, his tense gaze locking onto the figure inside the car window. Thump! As Zhou Qi sidled to the rear door, a thunderous crash mingled with Tang Yao's piercing scream. The arrogance of an awakened clashed violently with this fatal crisis, unleashing a ferocity that transcended all limits. Zhao Zimo, on the brink of death, erupted with his last vestiges of strength. Ignoring the bloody hole in his forehead, he kicked the car door like a battering ram. Clang! The heavy door, propelled with a mournful howl, shot out and slammed heavily into Zhou Qi. The immense impact darkened his vision, his sternum emitting a sickening groan. He was flung back like a rag doll, a metallic taste flooding his mouth. But this wasn't over. The moment the door flew off, Zhao Zimo's figure shot out of the car like a phantom. The cramped space seemed to lose its hold on him as the spirit-long blade in his hand blazed with its final, most dangerous light. The blade's light was like a bolt of silk tearing through the curtain of rain, precisely aimed at Zhou Qi's waist as he scrambled to his feet. Die! This strike condensed all his hatred and regret faster than nerve reaction. Zhou Qi's pupils constricted to pinpricks. Terror froze his blood. A single thought flashed through his mind: done. Shot twice, once in the head and once in the chest, yet he still possessed such terrifying strength and speed. Was this the same man gravely wounded, afflicted by corpse poison and weakened to the point of collapse? This was no human. He watched the deadly cold light descend, but his body was frozen, incapable of any effective dodge. Clang! A crisp sound of metal striking metal rang out, unusually bright in the empty wilderness. The anticipated agony of being cleaved in two never came. Zhao Zimo's fatal slash struck a wooden gourd hanging in the net bag slung across Zhou Qi's waist. The gourd appeared ordinary, even somewhat old, but under the terrifying strike of the spirit blade it was not only unshattered but radiated an indescribable resilience. A faint, barely perceptible glimmer, as if the wood grain itself flowed, flickered and vanished, stubbornly deflecting the lethal blow. What? Zhao Zimo's expression twisted. He was clearly stunned for a moment. Blood gushed from the wound on his forehead due to the violent movement, blurring his vision. Sharp pain radiated from his shoulder, chest, and below his collarbone. The dizzying sensation returned and darkness closed in. The immense impact transmitted through the gourd to Zhou Qi. He felt as if his waist had been struck by a hammer, the pain nearly suffocating him. He was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily into the muddy water, coughing uncontrollably. Bang! 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 Overjoyed, Zhou Qi gritted his teeth, scrambled to his feet without hesitation, and fired his last 3 shots in rapid succession, all striking Zhao Zimo's chest and abdomen. Zhao Zimo could no longer hold on. His face full of reluctance, he leaned on the blade for support, panting heavily, finally showing signs of defeat. Blood from his forehead mingled with the rain. The dark festering wound on his chest oozed bloody foam with each heaving breath. His face rapidly turned from a flush of rage to a deathly pallor. The ferocity in his eyes receded like a tide, leaving only boundless exhaustion and a flickering madness on the verge of extinction. He knew he was utterly finished. Cough, cough. The immense kinetic force jolted his body violently. He could no longer hold himself up, collapsing backward like a snake stripped of its bones. Blood quickly pooled beneath him in the mud. Bastard, you mongrel. Zhao Zimo lay on the ground, his gaze already unfocused, but his lips still moved weakly, emitting intermittent curses filled with venomous hatred and regret. Zhou Qi panted heavily, his eyes fixed on the blood-soaked figure on the ground. His gun was still aimed, but he dared not approach easily. The man's final counterattack had been too terrifying, yet the lingering fear was palpable. The searing pain in his waist from the gourd's deflection of the blade served as a stark reminder of his opponent's danger. Only then did Tang Yao, still shaken, come around from the front of the car, knife in hand. Seeing the scene before her, especially Zhao Zimo's dying yet still ferocious appearance, she too was too frightened to approach. She gripped the knife tightly, standing guard vigilantly beside Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi casually retrieved his own Miao Dao. He hadn't dared to wear it on his back earlier. Zhao Zimo's curses gradually faded, as if the act of cursing had drained his last reserves of strength. The venom in his eyes slowly gave way to a dead emptiness, transforming into a sigh mingled with resignation and sorrow. Life is fickle. He coughed up a mouthful of bloody foam, his face mournful, his voice becoming ethereal. Who would have thought? I, Zhao Zimo, would die at the hands of you, trash, so be it. He struggled to move his eyes toward Zhou Qi, trying to focus. I've seen through it. Just ask you a favor. My bag, there is. And the key, take it all, you can. Awaken, my sister is in Guangping County, the western base, cough. Just help me look after my sister, that's all. I can tell you how to awaken. His tone carried the plea of a dying man entrusting his last wishes, trying to numb Zhou Qi with remnants of humanity and unfulfilled desires. His voice grew even fainter, as if he lacked the strength to finish his words. Zhou Qi's gaze remained icy, unmoved, though his brow twitched slightly at the word awaken. But after just experiencing the man's brutal counterattack, he took a step back, instead shielding Tang Yao behind him. His eyes swept over the collapsed figure. Zhao Zimo's face was nearly covered in blood, his legs twitching incessantly, but his right hand still gripped the sword hilt. Tang Yao also furrowed her brows, her body tense. She silently took half a step back as well. Just then, whoosh! An arrow shot out from the car with a sharp piercing sound. Thud! The arrow struck with deadly precision, entering through the wound on Zhao Zimo's chest torn by the zombie. It was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Ugh! A muffled grunt. Zhao Zimo's body arched upward like a fish out of water, letting out an inhuman howl. His eyes bulged wide, filled with extreme agony and disbelief. The last breath he clung to was completely shattered by the unexpected arrow. The hand gripping the sword hilt, poised for a final counterattack, lost all strength, releasing its hold and flopping limply into the mud. Consciousness faded like an ebbing tide. Darkness descended and the clouds seemed to dance. Mom! A heart-wrenching cry tore through the air as Feng Yingying's figure stumbled out from behind the car. Her face was a mess of mud and tears, her hair disheveled. She stared at the dying Zhao Zimo on the ground, her eyes burning with deep-seated hatred and overwhelming grief. Give me back my mother's life. Beast! You animal! Your ancestors, may you die a miserable death. She wailed for her deceased mother while cursing Zhao Zimo with the most venomous words. Rage had completely consumed her reason. She didn't even glance at Zhou Qi or Tan Yao, for her target was singular. The girl charged forward, clutching the entrenching tool that Tan Yao had dropped in panic. She raised it high, mustering all her strength, and with madness and despair brought it down fiercely upon the head. Thud! 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 The dull impact of the heavy blade on flesh and bone echoed continuously through the rain, each strike accompanied by hoarse sobs and curses. Mud mingled with blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, the scene bloody and gruesome. The two watched silently, making no move to stop her. Zhou Qi slowly holstered his empty pistol, the sharp pain in his waist and the exhaustion of a narrow escape washing over him simultaneously. It felt as if his bones were cracked. He glanced at the heirloom gourd in the mesh bag, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, noticing that the painted patterns on its surface seemed to have raised into strange lines. Tan Yao covered her mouth, watching Feng Yingying's frenzied actions, her face pale and stomach churning. Ugh! A torrent of stomach acid mixed with white pulp spewed forth, among which some intact pickled vegetables were faintly visible. The rain continued to fall, washing away the bloodstains on the ground, but unable to cleanse the air of the pervasive scent of blood and death. Feng Yingying's petite frame erupted with unprecedented strength. Her mouth spewed a stream of curses, yet her hands showed no sign of stopping. Gradually her strength waned. She knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, her blue windbreaker splattered with brain matter, blood and bone. Zhou Qi rubbed his hip, slung the gourd around his waist and walked over. He first removed the waist pouch wrapped around the corpse, then searched the pockets before picking up the car door from the ground and dragging his weary body toward the off-road vehicle. The drizzling rain continued unabated, soaking the three of them through. Zhou Qi gestured with the car door, then pulled an axe from behind the rear seats and headed toward the roadside, planning to cut some wooden strips to secure the door. There were tools in the trunk. The girl stared in the direction they had come from, sobbing uncontrollably, her eyes red from crying. The rain washed her upper body clean but stained her black lower garments even darker. Her enemy's blood had soaked through her waistband, the cold searing her skin. Ah! The girl screamed in catharsis, manically driving the entrenching tool into the muddy ground. She struggled to pull herself together, sweeping the stray strands of hair from her forehead with her fingers. Glancing down at the blood on her waist, she rose with a look of disgust. The girl, crying and cursing, peeled off her trousers in a few quick motions and vigorously wiped her pale thighs. She refused to let her enemy's blood stain that pristine flowered fabric. All right, stop crying. Let's go to the car. Tan Yao sighed silently and stepped forward to comfort her. The girl suddenly threw herself into Tan Yao's arms, wailing hoarsely and uncontrollably. A blinding white light streaked across the sky, followed by a rumbling crash of thunder. Zhou Qi glanced at the weather and quickened his pace. He fashioned a frame on the inside, then maneuvered the car door in from the other side, securing it with nails and rope. As for the gaps letting in wind, he stuffed them with twigs and clothing. Soon the vehicle started again. Feng Yingying, now wearing Tan Yao's pants and jacket, sat in the back, her expression dazed. Tan Yao drove while Zhou Qi examined the waist pouch. Inside, besides the box, there was a map, a crystal-like stone, a set of keys, and a photo of a girl. The silver-white metal box was shiny and pristine. The small characters at the bottom, Bureau 749, immediately caught Zhou Qi's attention. Bureau 749 supply. His eyes widened in surprise. He opened it to find several small vials of various shapes neatly arranged inside, each sealed with a membrane and accompanied by an instruction manual. 2 bottles for external use, 2 for oral administration, 2 injectables. And an awakening agent. Zhou Qi's eyes lit up with excitement, his thick brows trembling slightly as he pulled out the manual. Purification Serum CR7 Type A broad-spectrum antidote targeting alien biological toxins, rapidly neutralizing blood toxins, inhibiting tissue necrosis, and alleviating nerve paralysis. Effective as a cure for low-grade toxins. High-grade toxins require the body's own metabolism or stronger agents. Side effects: a sharp drop in body temperature after injection accompanied by brief muscle spasms. Biogenesis agent: a nanoscale bioactive gel that instantly forms a tissue membrane upon contact with wounds, accelerating cell division and vascular reconstruction. Stops bleeding, resists infection, repairs deep muscle tears and microfractures, and is especially effective against energy-based wounds. Side effects: overuse may cause localized tissue hyperplasia, risk of benign tumors. Source essence agent type 3A: high concentration bioenergy liquid, quickly replenishing stamina, alleviating muscle fatigue, boosting basal metabolic rate, and replenishing and converting physical energy into spiritual energy, requires corresponding cultivation method. Awakening Stardust Destiny Track type 3 utilizes spiritual energy and mental resonance technology to enhance life indices, reduce risks, and guide the form of the life spirit. Increases awakening success rate by 37, reduces backlash probability, and assists in directing spiritual energy flow. Side effects may distort self-perception or cause unpredictable mutations. It really is. Zhou Qi murmured to himself, a laugh escaping his lips. He automatically ignored the side effects. In this world, no matter how severe the side effects, one had to stay alive first. But now was not the time to use it. Using this required being in optimal condition. There was no rush. Zhou Qi took a deep breath, pocketed the only awakening agent, and stripped off his shirt, tearing off the bandages. He then applied the biogenesis agent to his old wounds before pulling down his pants to treat the fresh injury. A faint fragrance spread, and it felt as if thousands of ants were burrowing inside, followed by a warm, soothing sensation. He closed his eyes in comfort. Tang Yao glanced at him curiously. What's that? A healing agent developed by Bureau 749. It's really effective if the pain is gone instantly. Why didn't that man use it? Probably couldn't bear to part with it. He squeezed out blood for a long time just to get the serum. These things must be rare. We need to find a place to rest. Keep an eye out for any towns nearby. As they chatted, a clear voice came from the back. Thank you. Thank you for helping me avenge my mother. Feng Yingying's eyes were cold, her expression earnest and sincere. It's nothing. Get some rest. Zhou Qi turned to reply, surprised to see the firmness in the girl's eyes. Not too foolish, she had quickly accepted reality without the cliché of crying to go back and find her mother. He gave her another glance and then left her alone. At this moment the girl needed quiet healing. Feng Yingying curled up in the back seat, her face pale and eerily still. The battered off-road vehicle bumped along the road, moving at a slow pace. A crackling sound came from the radio. Base. Awakened. Containment. West of Xiangmei City. Latitude 28.04 north, longitude 105.30 east. The two were overjoyed. Coordinates. Zhou Qi quickly grabbed the administrative atlas and cross-referenced the grid, locating the target about 350 kilometers west of Guangping County, deep in the mountains. Found it? Tang Yao called out. Found it. Hell yeah. The cold rain relentlessly drummed against the temporarily patched roof, producing a dense yet hollow patter that seemed never-ending. The off-road vehicle slowed down even slower than an electric bike used to be, and the air inside was filled with a suffocating mix of odors. The clothes hung on the back seat to dry were particularly conspicuous. When changing clothes earlier, they had all stripped down to nothing, but none of the three harbored any ambiguous thoughts. Their movements were swift and efficient. Zhou Qi carefully put away the medicine case, the gourd at his waist still radiating warmth, the sensation of having just blocked a fatal blow still vivid. He couldn't help but trace the rays, almost alive with grain, once more, a flicker of relief and reverence for this ancestral heirloom rising in his heart. Ancestors are watching over us. We need to find a place to stop. Zhou Qi checked the surroundings and the map. The car won't last much longer. This flat tire could go completely at any moment. We need to rest. Tanya nodded, her hands on the steering wheel trembling slightly from cold and excessive tension. There seems to be a town marked on the map ahead not far. Should we go there? She tried to make her voice sound steadier. Xiao Jie's tragic death, the Awakened One's brutal fight, the hopping corpse's pursuit, Sister Feng's demise, Xiao Zimo's frantic counterattack. This series of deaths and bloody shocks was overwhelming even for someone who had experienced beast attacks. Let's check it out, it's the closest place around here. Zhou Qi turned to look at Feng Yingying. How are you? Can you hold on? Feng Yingying jerked her head up, her clear eyes meeting Zhou Qi's, devoid of the initial fear, only a post-calamity emptiness and a forcibly suppressed sorrow. She pressed her chapped lips together firmly, her voice hoarse but exceptionally clear. I can manage, thank you. Zhou Qi's pupils contracted slightly. He said no words of comfort, just a low hum before turning his attention back to the window. The wilderness appeared even more desolate and ruined under the curtain of rain, overgrown with thorns, with occasional overturned or burnt-out vehicle wrecks silently narrating the disaster's cruelty. Guided by Tan Yao's driving and Zhou Qi's map reading, the off-road vehicle struggled forward on the wet, muddy road for over an hour. The temporarily fixed door let out a constant creak of friction, and the rear wheel became even more bumpy and unstable due to the air leak. Finally, the outline of a cluster of low scattered buildings emerged through the rain. It was an abandoned town. Most of the houses along the street had shattered windows and peeling walls, some had completely collapsed. Weeds burst aggressively from the cracks in the broken cement, swallowing the sidewalks. On the empty streets, puddles had formed, floating with various trash and debris. A few large disheveled crows, startled by the engine noise, let out hoarse, unpleasant cries. They flapped noisily onto the roof of a nearby half-collapsed two-story building, tilting their heads, watching the lone intruder coldly with blood-red eyes. A heavier aura of deathly stillness and decay than the wilderness pressed down, something one had no choice but to accept. With a screech, Tan Yao parked the car in front of a relatively intact auto repair shop. The rolling door at the entrance was half open, revealing a pitch-black interior that emitted a mixed smell of oil, dust, and something rotting. This will do. Zhou Qi, holding his newly acquired spirit weapon long blade, turned sideways to Tan Yao and Feng Yingying. Grab your weapons and be careful. He pushed open the car door and the cold rain instantly soaked his shoulder. Tan Yao carried her bow and Miao Dao while Feng Yingying held another short blade. Tan Yao had given her face, wearing a nearly numb vigilance beneath which lay a heart full of tension. This tension brought a bit more life to her eyes, her sticky toes gripping the soles of her shoes, creating a squelching sound of trapped water. Zhou Qi pulled the heavy rolling door open a bit wider to let in light, then crouched swiftly and alertly, slipping into the half-open entrance. The two women followed, Feng Yingying gripping the short blade and entrenching tool, her fingers trembling slightly. It wasn't from fear but from the intense concentration of energy she hadn't yet learned to control. Inside, the light was dim, the air thick with dust, and the floor littered with various tools, parts, and broken glass. Zhou Qi's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the empty repair bay and the small doorway leading to the back. Apart from a few gnawed animal skeletons in the corner, there were no signs of life, at least on the surface. Zhou Qi gestured for the women to follow, and holding the spirit weapon 3 times heavier than the Miao Dao, he slowly crept towards the doorway. After 10 minutes, the three emerged. Inside were an office and a storage room which contained a bed. They slowly backed the car into the spacious repair bay and finally pulled the rolling door all the way down. The repair bay became even darker, lit only by slivers of light from the door cracks and high broken windows along with the car headlights. Phew! Tan Yao leaned against the cold car body, letting out a long breath of white vapor. Her tense nerves finally had a moment to relax, followed by full body aches and bone-deep exhaustion. Zhou Qi immediately started searching the shelves for tires and a jack. They'll hurry and change the tire. Tan Yao, you and her find something burnable. We need to make a fire, dry our clothes, and eat something hot. Don't go past the back room and don't go upstairs in the other buildings. We don't have time to search thoroughly. Close the back door when you come back. He paused, his gaze falling on Feng Yingying. You also need to tend to your wounds. Get the medical kit from the car yourself. Feng Yingying looked down at her scraped elbows and knees, then touched her bruised forehead, shaking her head. Just superficial wounds, it's nothing. In this environment, any small wound can be fatal. Zhou Qi's tone brooked no argument. Move quickly. We need to be done before dark. Tang Yao and Feng Yingying began searching the room. In the corner they found some discarded wooden shelves, old tires, and a bit of oily cotton waste. They carefully avoided potentially dangerous areas and gathered the burnable items in a corner away from the vehicle and oil spills. Knowing this wouldn't be enough for the night, they headed towards the back doorway. Zhou Qi worked swiftly, expertly using the jack to lift the rear of the car, removing the lug nuts, taking off the old tire and putting on the spare. Then he climbed onto the roof, took down the items tied under the tarp and tent, and looked for something to fix the roof. A fire was soon lit using the small amount of wood they found and cotton waste soaked in antifreeze. The orange flames leaped up, driving away some of the chill and dampness, bringing a little light and a faint sense of security. The three gathered around the fire, taking off their coats to dry. The flickering firelight illuminated three faces etched with exhaustion and hardship. Silence enveloped the small fire, broken only by the crackling of burning wood, the steady patter of rain outside, and the heavy sound of their breathing. Tang Yao took out the cold congee from the thermos and heated it by the fire. Feng Yingying silently cleaned the scrapes on her arm and knee with alcohol, the sting making her frown slightly, but she didn't utter a sound. Zhou Qi sorted through the usable items tied to the roof, taking out the old clothes to dry by the fire. Seeing this, Tang Yao tied more ropes between the shelves on either side. The girl huddled close to the fire, feeling much better after warming up, her gaze drifting absently towards the rice congee in the thermos. She shook her head, forcing herself not to dwell on it, when Zhou Qi's voice drifted over. Go check the box of instant noodles in the car, take out the intact ones and boil them along with the sausage in the backpack on the back seat. Okay. The girl, having just taken off her shoes, responded and hurried to fetch the food. The instant noodle box had been crushed in the chaos. She found 3 remaining intact packs, their surfaces stained with faint traces of blood. Half an hour later the 3 finished their meal. Zhou Qi, wielding an axe, retrieved the office chairs from inside. After tidying up, they began draping clothes over their knees to dry them, as hanging them on the nearby rope proved ineffective. This was a rather time-consuming task, and Zhou Qi, clearly lacking patience, casually tossed his clothes onto Feng Yingying's lap. I'm going to rest for a while. Don't bother me unless it's important. You two dry these clothes. With that he stood up and headed toward the doorway. Alright, go get some rest. Well, handle things here. Tang Yao replied lightly, setting aside her scant undergarments to focus on drying the outerwear and pants. Feng Yingying looked up and murmured an acknowledgement, then moved her own belongings aside to sort through the clothes tossed her way. As her hands worked through the pile, a pair of gray boxer shorts came into view, the fabric slightly bulging and carrying a faint odor. She lifted her gaze, a dazed look in her eyes. Was this some kind of hint? Feng Yingying turned her head to glance back. Zhou Qi's silhouette had just vanished through the doorway. She couldn't help but recall her mother's words. How could she survive on her own? She had brought nothing, not even a change of clothes, let alone food. The girl peeked at Tang Yao, who was focused on her task with half-closed eyes, clearly uninterested in conversation, seeking only a moment of peace. Left with no choice, Feng Yingying hooked her fingers into the underwear and began drying it earnestly, her mind churning with tangled thoughts as she wildly speculated whether Zhou Qi was hinting for her to follow him inside. She bit her tender lower lip, her eyes rimmed with red, and decided to play dumb. If he pressed the matter openly, she would deal with it then. As a last resort, she might have to give in. But Zhou Qi had no such intention. He shone his flashlight around the storage room, noting a bed, a cabinet, and a pile of odds and ends in the corner. It was likely the boss nap area. He lit a candle, dusted off the bed, and sat down. His gaze fell upon the gourd at his waist, which had once again grown calm and warm to the touch, then lowered to the wounds on his body, which had scabbed over and healed rapidly after applying the Genesis elixir. Finally his fingers instinctively brushed against the elixir in his pocket. The awakening stardust fate track type 3, which emitted a faint energy fluctuation. Power. In this precarious apocalypse, only sufficient strength could ensure survival. Awakening. Mastering one's own spirit of fate. A powerful urge surged wildly in Zhou Qi's heart, burning like a flame against his reason. Zhao Zimo's dying words about awakening, the miraculous effects of the 749 Bureau's elixir, and the brutal battle's impact from the day all urged him forward. He lifted his head, his gaze in the flickering firelight was unusually deep and resolute. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. What if I lose consciousness or something abnormal happens? I'll leave it to fate. If I rely on my own training, it'll take years to reach the transcendent first stage, far too slow. With that he smiled nonchalantly, recalling the worker's words, death is just the end, so what the hell? Carefully he retrieved the awakening stardust fate track type 3. Inside the vial was a liquid glowing with starlit blue specks, as if a miniature nebula were sealed within, radiating an awe-inspiring energy fluctuation. Without hesitation, fear only courted death. Zhou Qi rolled up his sleeve, cleaned the crook of his elbow with an alcohol swab, his gaze steady as a rock. He drew a deep breath and aimed the icy needle at the pale blue vein beneath his skin. A soft prick. The azure liquid slowly flowed into his bloodstream. An indescribably cold torrent surged through him instantly. Zhou Qi's body stiffened as if frozen by millennia-old ice, his blood seemed to halt and even his thoughts grew sluggish. Then a searing heat like a volcanic eruption exploded from the depths of his heart. The two opposing forces clashed and tore wildly within him. Ha! A suppressed soul-wrenching scream of agony escaped his throat. Every muscle in his body tensed like iron, veins bulged and twisted beneath his skin like furious earthworms. Sweat the size of beans drenched his freshly dried undershirt as his body convulsed uncontrollably, curling up and collapsing. An invisible wave of energy radiated outward from him, making the surrounding air feel thick and heavy. At that moment the wooden gourd at Zhou Qi's waist began to emit an extremely faint yet warm and gentle jade-like glow in the darkness. The halo, as if possessing a life of its own, rippled like water and softly enveloped Zhou Qi's violently trembling body. The two energies rampaging within him, threatening to tear him apart, met the gourd's glow like a raging flood finding a guiding channel. Though their force didn't immediately diminish much, the chaos and ferocity were noticeably suppressed. A faint trace of relief appeared on Zhou Qi's pain-twisted face. Suddenly the crystal stone in his waist pouch emitted a misty glow which was drawn into the gourd like a stream of smoke, instantly thickening its radiance. The immense energy which had been rampaging through his body like a runaway wild horse and threatening to burst forth was now enveloped and guided by a gentle yet resilient force. It began to circulate, painfully slowly, along an ancient and mysterious path through his shattered, blocked meridians. Compressing, merging, transforming. Each cycle brought excruciating pain, as if countless red-hot files were scraping against his marrow. Yet after each cycle it seemed to clear a bit of the blockage, leaving behind a faint, resilient power that was his own. This power carried a complex, subtle weight, a sense of resilience and destruction. Zhou Qi writhed in agony amid the interplay of light and shadow, yet his body was cloaked in a mysterious warm glow. Time trickled away in the dead abandoned factory, accompanied by the ceaseless rain outside. How long had passed? Minutes, perhaps hours. When the violent energy finally began to stabilize, forming the first faint yet complete cycle along the path subtly guided by the gourd's glow. Zhou Qi, with a flash of intuition, began to circulate the basic spiritual guidance technique. The warm energy cleansed his bones, muscles, and vital energy, instantly connecting with the meridians throughout his body. His expression grew serene, exuding a sense of contentment. Then, discarding all distracting thoughts, he sank his consciousness into his body and began rhythmic breathing. Breathe in, breathe out, deep prolonged exhalations expelled the stagnant air from his body. An indescribable warmth like rain after a long drought instantly coursed through his limbs and bones. The cycle was unimpeded and the spiritual energy circulation was established in an instant. His bones emitted faint crisp crackles, the stagnation in his organs was washed away, and his blood and spiritual energy continuously strengthened his muscles and sinews. An unprecedented freshness and vitality filled him. His senses became extraordinarily acute to the point where he could hear Tang Yao's breathing from outside, sounding as if she were asleep. It worked. Zhou Qi's eyes snapped open. A flash of brilliance flickered in his eyes like a star cutting through the night sky, only to quickly retract and return to depths of calm. He slowly lowered his head and opened his palm. Beneath his skin, faint currents seemed to flow subtly, filling every cell of his body with a power far beyond before. Though still weak, he could distinctly feel that he had become worlds apart from the ordinary person who could only survive through firearms and ambushes. Is this the fate spirit? Zhou Qi gazed incredulously at the faint mist condensing in his hand, feeling somewhat disappointed. My ability is to transform into mist, which can interfere with perception. Sigh, it doesn't seem very useful. It appears to belong to the water element. But for now it's only at the first level, perhaps it will change in the future. Zhou Qi silently sighed, feeling dejected for a moment before lifting his spirits to comfort himself. Regardless, the power of his physical body and perception was evident as he looked at his wrist terminal. Physical index 10. 7. Spiritual index 13. 6. Energy index 13. Good. Zhou Qi excitedly clenched his fists, a smile spreading across his face. Indeed, my life index exceeds the average. I am now at the extraordinary first level. My chi flows freely throughout my body. I feel like I could take down a cow with a single punch. Buzz. He swung the long knife and a faint white glow appeared on the blade. Though faint, it was undeniably real. This was a characteristic of the spiritual weapon. Zhou Qi sheathed the knife and began testing his abilities, gradually enveloped in white mist. As his eyes narrowed, the mist spread, accelerating. It was as if a bellows was stirring within him. Moments later, the mist filled the entire room. What kind of fate spirit is this? The hiding figure was still not large enough and too slow. Hopefully the perception blocking effect was decent, as that would provide him with an additional means of survival when facing monsters. Zhou Qi attempted to control the mist again, but after much effort he could only slightly manipulate the mist within a meter of himself. He could only adjust its direction. Attempting to condense it into shape was utterly impossible. He was like a child with a beloved toy, continuously experimenting in the room until he felt somewhat mentally fatigued. He then focused and began to meditate. Outside, Tang Yao had already fallen asleep against two backpacks while Feng Yingying diligently dried the clothes. She had been drying for over 3 hours and all the garments were nearly done. Leaving them to air overnight would suffice. She added a few pieces of firewood and found a blanket to cover Tang Yao, holding a candle and looking around. The roof of the car was still not repaired. It seems they planned to use the iron wire here to make a net, covering it with tire glue and cloth. It's probably around 7:30. Is Zhou Qi asleep too? Should I take care of it? Feng Yingying thought for a moment, tying her long hair into a ponytail and walked towards Tang Yao. Sister. What's wrong? Tang Yao first opened her eyes groggily, then suddenly stood up, her beautiful eyes widening as she scanned the surroundings. It's nothing, sister. It's getting late. You should go to sleep. Oh, you startled me. How did I fall asleep? The clothes. I finished drying them. You go sleep now. Seeing no signs of danger, Tang Yao relaxed her shoulders and stretched her back. It's so dark now. Let's go inside to rest. It's drafty here. As she spoke, she picked up the blanket and the bedding from the village yesterday, reaching out to pull Feng Yingying. Feng Yingying shook her head and smiled. You go sleep first. He'll stay a little longer. Tang Yao glanced closely, thinking this little girl was still immersed in the pain of losing her loved ones and probably couldn't sleep. All right, I'm indeed tired. Come over early. Tang Yao stretched her body, swaying her beautiful hips as she walked over, the swaying motion making the girl envious. It was the unintentional charm that was intoxicating. She crossed through the doorway, following the light that leaked from the room. The nearby office was empty and outside came the occasional quack of crows. She touched the wall to quicken her pace, feeling as if something was outside, a sense of inexplicable tension creeping in. Only when she pushed open the door and saw the man sitting cross-legged inside did her heartbeat slow. Tang Yao paused on her toes, hesitating for a moment before stealthily stepping inside. She glanced at Zhou Qi, who was seated cross-legged, and the exquisite long knife standing beside him, quietly climbed onto the bed, holding her breath as she knelt and slowly lay down. Why does it smell a bit fragrant? Tang Yao sniffed lightly, realizing the scent came from Zhou Qi. Was his face glowing as if illuminated? She cast a puzzled glance, rubbed her eyes, but now she was uncertain, the dim candlelight mixed with the dusty air in the room blurring her perception. She quickly withdrew her gaze and closed her eyes. The drowsiness that had been interrupted surged back. Outside, Feng Yingying climbed onto the roof of the car, observing the progress before picking up the pliers to begin securing the iron wire. With a beauty like Sister Yao, he probably wouldn't look at me. As long as I work diligently, it should be fine. In this situation, we can't all sleep. They'll just stay here to keep watch instead. Even if there's no merit, there's still toil, right? If we change the tire, we should reach the county town by noon tomorrow. The lonely girl pondered her situation, feeling a bit reassured, for now Zhou Qi seemed quite decent. With a determined expression as she twisted the iron wire, she silently encouraged herself, don't be afraid, it's okay to be alone. Outside is just the sound of rain. The car has blocked most of the entrance. After fixing the roof, I should gather some charcoal to keep them warm. I have to survive. The living is right, Mom and Dad. You must have gone to another world, right? Since there are these monster zombies, perhaps their souls have moved on as well. The girl gritted her teeth silently, feeling much better with this thought. The sky had completely darkened. The rainy night was filled with the sound of the wind across the mountains, the treetops swaying heavily. Occasionally the rustling sound resembled ghostly shadows, causing the travelers in the car to tense up, fearful of any monsters that might emerge. There's a town down this way. It's so dark. Let's travel tomorrow instead. We're not far from Guangyuan County. Should we push on through the night? Bro, no way. What if we encounter something weird? Alright then. The man turned the steering wheel, pulling to the side of the road, and shortly after left the main road to enter the small town. Drive slowly. The group cautiously looked around. Dalu parked the car not far from the entrance of the small town. After waiting for a few minutes with no movement around, the vehicle slowly started again, and everyone inside took up their weapons. The headlights pierced through the rain curtain at the entrance of the small town like swords. The engine's low rumble sounded particularly jarring on the silent streets. The modified off-road vehicle rolled over the cracked concrete road edge, its body covered in mud and scratches, exuding a sense of exhaustion and ferocity from a desperate journey. The atmosphere in the car was tense. The lean driver tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, his gaze scanning the dark outlines of the buildings on either side like a hawk. Changgu, this town is eerily quiet. There shouldn't be any monsters around. The man in the passenger seat, known as Changgu, was robust, with a vicious scar running diagonally from his forehead to his chin, looking like a centipede lying in the dim light. His gaze was cold and sinister as he slowly exhaled a murky smoke ring. What are you afraid of? Finding a place to shelter from the wind and rain is what matters. Wang Matzi, you have sharp eyes. See which house looks sturdy. A man in the back seat with a sharp face and flickering eyes responded and rolled down the car window to peek outside. The cold rainwater instantly soaked half of his face. He squinted, struggling to search for sights through the rain curtain. Changgu, over there? A little further down the intersection there seems to be light. Could it be someone? It looks like there's a fire burning. He pointed towards the direction where Zhou Qi and the others were hiding, his eyes lighting up. Oh. Dalu, slow down, let's take a look first. Changgu extinguished his cigarette, his hand already resting on the bulge at his waist. It might not be people. Zhou Qi slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing through them. His body brimmed with surging power, and the wounds no longer bound him with the shackles of pain. Every smooth breath felt like a rebirth. His gaze fell upon the woman beside him. He had clearly sensed Tang Yao's recent movements and held considerable admiration for her in his heart. The woman lay on her side, facing away from him. A thin blanket outlined the undulating curves of her figure, while a separate quilt lay at the foot of the bed, evidently left for Zhou Qi. The candlelight sparingly traced the soft lines of her shoulders and neck. With each breath those lines rose and fell gently like tranquil waves. Exhausted from the past few days, she slept deeply. Her long lashes cast shadows beneath her eyes, and a few stray strands of hair clung to her slightly reddened ears. With the door closed, the small room remained quite warm. The ecstasy of possessing extraordinary strength and a healed body instantly transformed into a powerful urge. It was not merely a craving for tenderness, but an urgent need to confirm life itself and the reality of physical touch. In this bizarre world, Zhou Qi remembered that he was human. This was crucial. Having been without a woman for years, he was now in a state of addiction after liberation, especially after returning from the brink of life and death, the urgency growing more pronounced. Zhou Qi leaned down, lifted the blanket, and reached out. His fingertips cautiously explored the alluring curve of her soft waist beneath the thin cover. First he touched the rough fibers of the blanket, then through the soft cotton top an astonishingly warm and tender sensation exploded along his nerve endings, rushing straight to Zhou Qi's brain. He slowly savored the delicate texture of her skin beneath the fabric, the pulse of warm life, and then the enchanting hollow of her waist. As if drawn by a magnet, his body greedily pressed against hers, gently covering that intoxicatingly beautiful rear. Tang Yao's breathing remained steady as she occasionally twisted her body as if feeling some discomfort in her chest. Zhou Qi smiled faintly, his movements exceedingly gentle. She let out a soft moan in her sleep, curling up as she felt a chill. Who? Tang Yao startled awake, her pupils contracting to pinpoints as she turned her gaze sharp as a blade, clearly reflecting shock and alertness. Zhou Qi didn't answer, merely smiling with a hint of audacity. Recognizing the person behind her, Tang Yao looked somewhat bewildered. Feeling the coolness at her waist, she rolled her eyes at him in speechless exasperation, then smiled charmingly, a mix of shame and annoyance. "Stop it, who's messing with you?" Zhou Qi pulled her tightly into his arms, the wooden bed creaking. In the repair room, the fire had died, leaving only a pile of dark embers radiating faint warmth. Feng Yingying sat hugging her knees on a scrap tire, leaning against her backpack. Her eyelids were heavy, but her nerves remained taut. Suddenly the low hum of an engine drew closer, clearly piercing through the sounds of rain and wind into her ears. The sound was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the dead quiet town. Feng Yingying's heart clenched, and in an instant all drowsiness vanished. She sprang up like a startled rabbit, immediately gripping her short knife and entrenching tool. Straining her ears, she tiptoed to one side of the vehicle. Twisting headlights flashed through the gap beneath the rolling shutter door, the sound drawing nearer, clearly heading their way. Her wary eyes narrowed. She turned and ran toward the rear doorway, her movements swift yet trembling with barely contained fear. "Brother Zhou? Sister Tang?" She lowered her voice, unable to hide her panic, urgently but gently tapping the door panel, afraid to be too forceful. "There's a car. A car is coming." Almost as she spoke, the sound of a vehicle braking and coming to a halt came from outside the rolling door, followed by the dull thud of car doors opening and closing and the clatter of footsteps. Then a man's hoarse voice, "Anyone in there? Knock, knock, knock. Anyone there? Open up." Brother Chang's group first listened for a while outside, then observed the town's situation, confirming there was no danger. The sounds of Feng Yingying using tools to repair the car and her footsteps made it clear to them that there were people inside, not monsters. The flickering firelight visible through the crack in the door as they approached further confirmed this. "Hey! Give us a hand, we're all in the same boat. Big Lou, take a look." The lean man crouched and peered under. "Brother Chang, there's a car inside, a fire's lit. It looks like someone just went in." Upon hearing this, Scarface Chang sneered contemptuously, concluding that the group inside must be small in number and that he had a pistol, so there was no need to worry. "Open up. Open up." The four men immediately lifted the door and slipped inside. It was late at night, and they naturally didn't want to waste effort rechecking a place. Moreover, this shop was a repair garage, and they happened to need some tools and parts. Zhou Qi was furious. He stepped out wearing only a jacket, not even fully buttoned. His bare chest was noticeably fairer than before. Feng Yingying's panicked expression froze for a moment. It was quite dazzling. Tang Yao also emerged from the room, bow and arrows in hand. Her hair was slightly disheveled, her cheeks flushed. She only managed to fasten her waistband and pull her cotton top down to cover herself as she stepped out. Feng Yingying momentarily forgot what she was about to say. Zhou Qi pushed past her, his face full of anger. Tang Yao casually handed her the Miao Dao, then knocked an arrow and followed. The sound of the rolling door scraping open made Zhou Qi's brow furrow. As he stepped out of the doorway, he saw four men standing in front of the car. The leader's face bore a fierce, intimidating scar. The men's gazes involuntarily fell on the clothes hanging on a rope inside, especially two lace-trimmed undergarments. "Who are you?" Zhou Qi demanded in a deep voice, stopping at the entrance. "Brother, we're just passing through. You're heading to the county town too, right?" Brother Chang deliberately softened his tone, a veneer of false reasonableness in his voice. His mocking gaze carefully scrutinized those who had emerged. "It's dark and rainy, how about doing us a favor? We brothers just want a place to shelter from the rain. We'll leave at dawn. It's not easy for anyone out here, we should look out for each other." Zhou Qi's voice was cold as steel, utterly blunt. "This place is too small for all of you. Find somewhere else." The scarred flesh on Brother Chang's face twitched, a shadow of malice flickering in his eyes. Zhou Qi's tough stance was unexpected. Tang Yao and Feng Yingying stepped out, their faces full of vigilance. Brother Chang's eyes lit up instantly. A mature woman and a young girl, what a perfect combination. And such fair skin, clearly they hadn't suffered much. Only 3 people? The man looked tough, but what did that matter? The lean man Big Lou behind him was already impatient, especially after glimpsing the women's underwear on the line and Tang Yao emerging from the doorway. What a figure! Big Lou grinned, revealing yellow teeth, his voice dripping with menace and lechery. "Damn it, you don't know when you're well off, do you? Telling you to scram is giving you a chance. Be smart and get lost now. Leave the two women behind. If you serve Brother Chang and us well, we might just let you live. Otherwise. He brandished his machete, the implication clear. These words were like a fuse igniting a powder keg. Tang Yao's expression tightened as she raised her hunting bow. Feng Yingying nervously picked up the Miao Dao, her left hand instinctively making a defensive gesture with the entrenching tool. A cold light blazed in Zhou Qi's eyes, his killing intent instantly boiling over. At that moment, Brother Chang's hand at his waist drew a pistol. Zhou Qi's heart jolted, his pupils constricted, his heartbeat stopping for an instant. But his body reacted faster than his mind. Almost as Brother Chang drew his gun, Zhou Qi with even greater speed drew his own pistol in a reverse motion, the dark muzzle aimed in Brother Chang's direction. Don't move. Don't move. Brother Chang barked, a hint of tension in his voice. The men behind him immediately raised their weapons, their expressions fierce. Tang Yao reacted swiftly as well. She suddenly stepped half a pace out from Zhou Qi's flank, drawing her longbow to a full moon, the frost-glinting arrow steadily aimed at Big Lu beside Brother Chang. Her gaze was exceptionally focused and resolute, her arm without the slightest tremor. Feng Yingying's delicate brows trembled in urgency. With a flash of inspiration, she dropped the shovel and yanked a shelf over to shield the three of them. Amidst the clatter, she wondered how she had mustered such strength. The air seemed to freeze instantly. The breath of death coiled around everyone's neck like an icy serpent. No one dared to move. Chang Ge's arrogant expression froze. The distance was too close. He quickly assessed the situation, that Bao was also a formidable threat. Dead silence. Only their heavy breathing and the pattering rain outside filled the space. Brother, don't be rash. There's no need for this. Chang Ge's tone softened as he forced a friendly smile. Damn, he actually has a gun. Zhou Qi cursed inwardly. These guys didn't seem like good people ready to fight over a few words. Fortunately, the other party didn't shoot immediately. The pistol was a police model and the bullets were probably nearly spent. Zhou Qi didn't reply. He held his head high, his chest puffed out, his face full of disdain, making a move that sent chills down Chang Ge's spine. He flicked his wrist slightly, raising the long blade in his hand. An invisible ripple passed through the air. On the edge of the blade, a faint visible white glow suddenly ignited. That light wasn't dazzling, but it instantly made Chang Ge and his companions tremble in their souls. And awakened. Chang Ge, Lu Wang Matzi and another young man all drew in a sharp breath, their ferocity replaced by uncontrollable terror. Especially Chang Ge. The hand holding the gun trembled almost imperceptibly. His mind raced through the terrifying rumors about Awakened. Speed, strength, and reflexes far beyond ordinary humans. And bizarre special abilities. Even if the opponent was only a transcendent first stage with weak external manifestation at this distance, even if he shot him, the other's inhuman burst of speed would let him close in an instant and cleave him in two with one slash. Not to mention that the other party also had a gun and the woman beside him had a hunting bow that was equally intimidating. The scar on Chang Ge's face seemed to twist. The reckless, murderous aura drained away completely. He forced an extremely ugly smile onto his face, his voice dry, carrying unprecedented sincerity and fawning. Misunderstanding? Big brother. A huge misunderstanding? We brothers are blind. We failed to recognize your eminence. Please be magnanimous and don't stoop to our level. As he spoke, he carefully backed away. Well, leave now, right away. We won't disturb your rest. He whipped his head around and growled at Lu and the others. What the hell are you still standing there for? Apologize to the big brother and get the hell out? His voice was filled with urgency and fear. Liu's face was now ashen. His earlier arrogance was gone without a trace. Looking at the glowing blade and Tang Yao's icy arrows, he felt a chill in his crotch. He didn't dare utter a single word. Pushed by Wang Matzi, the group fled in panic, terrified that a moment's delay would cost them their heads. Bang! The rolling shutter door was pulled down in their haste, sealing the inside from the outside. Then came the sound of an engine starting, tires screeching on the wet pavement. The car sped away recklessly, the sound quickly fading into the rainy night. Only after confirming the engine sound had vanished did Zhou Qi slowly lower his long blade. The white glow on the blade also faded. He silently exhaled a breath of turbid air. The back of his shirt soaked with cold sweat from the extreme tension felt icy against his skin. Although he had entered the transcendent realm, he was still vulnerable to bullets, still a weakling relatively speaking. The mist ability was also useless now, not coming into play until he could instantly release a vast fog to truly control it. After this encounter, much of Zhou Qi's excitement about awakening faded. He silently reminded himself not to be careless and to proceed with caution. Tanya also lowered her bow, her arms slightly numb. She panted heavily, sweat beading on her forehead. Are they gone? Feng Yingying's trembling voice came from behind. Her face was pale, her eyes filled with lingering fear. They're gone. Zhou Qi nodded, his voice slightly hoarse with exhaustion. He walked to the rolling shutter door and pulled hard. The door was severely rusted. It could only be lifted to about a dozen centimeters off the ground, and the lock couldn't reach the catch. No, this is too unsafe. Zhou Qi frowned, a flash of anger in his eyes. He suddenly lifted his foot and stomped down hard on the bottom edge of the rolling door. Bang! A deafening roar exploded inside the repair shop. It was like a giant hammer striking a metal drum, making the whole room ring. Bang! 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 He stomped repeatedly, swift and violent. Each stomp was accompanied by the explosive sound of bones and sinews and the groaning of twisting metal. The terrifying force of his transcendent power was unleashed upon the obstructive iron door. Rust dust cascaded from the slots on both sides of the door frame like mist. The curled and stuck bottom edge under Zhou Qi's brutal trampling was forcibly flattened and compacted. The entire rolling shutter door was finally stomped flush against the concrete floor, seamlessly sealed. The deafening noise made Tang Yao and Feng Yingying instinctively cover their ears, staring in shock at Zhou Qi's beast-like actions. When the last crash subsided and the door lay flat on the ground, the two women looked at Zhou Qi, slightly heaving back, their eyes filled with awe. This was the power of an awakened. Zhou Qi wiped the rust flakes from his face, then turned to find a large padlock and thick iron wire. He wound them tightly around the door catch, securing it. Only after finishing all this did he truly relax. He turned to look at the two still terrified women and said in a deep voice, "We're safe for now. Stay alert for the rest of the night." The rain outside seemed to grow heavier, drumming against the closed iron door like an unending beat. Inside the repair shop, the candlelight flickered, illuminating the three weary, tense faces. "When did you become an awakened?" Tang Yao asked with pleasant surprise. The girl beside her also turned her head. "Just now. Was it that potion?" Tang Yao thought to herself that she had known it. She had seen him take that potion alone during the day. It must have been extraordinary. Now she felt a twinge of disappointment, not really anger, but just a feeling that Zhou Qi shouldn't have kept it from her. The success rate is less than 40%. It's actually very dangerous. This thing isn't safe. Zhou Qi handed over the instruction manual and smiled. "If you're not afraid of dying, I'll get one for you to try next time." Tang Yao's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she murmured, "Only a little over 30% chance of success. Failure means death. If not death, then becoming a monster, stupidity, insanity, anything is possible." Her heart trembled. That was too low. Maybe 80% would be acceptable. No, on second thought she wouldn't dare even at 80%. Does the 749 Bureau have this? Zhou Qi speculated. It should have been developed by the higher-ups in conjunction with the 749 Bureau in recent years. The model has been improved several times. It's probably made with materials from another world or something. Alright, let's get some rest. Feng Yingying was listening intently, greedily absorbing the information from their conversation. Her heart was pounding with excitement. Zhou Qi had become an awakened. "How about I keep watch?" She timidly raised her hand. "No need." Zhou Qi shook his head. "This isn't the wilderness. The door is locked now. There's no need for that. Get some good rest." The three of them tidied up and headed further inside. "Chang, aren't we staying here?" Delu circled the car back to the path they came from, turning to confirm once more. "Stay my foot, that's an awakener. What if they sneak up on us in the dead of night?" "The rain's lighter now. Let's get moving." "Alright." Delu nodded as the car climbed the slope, reaching the highway moments later. Just as they ascended, they spotted a woman standing at the entrance. In the pitch-black night, a woman suddenly appeared in the headlights, startling the two men. She was disheveled, drenched through and squinting as she waved weakly. Her upper garment was torn open, revealing a pale glistening flesh beneath. "Brothers, please have a heart and give me a ride." She shielded her eyes with one hand and held her waist with the other, her voice sweet and alluring. Chang and Dalu peered cautiously, confirming she was indeed human. "What's the call, Chang?" Dalu raised an eyebrow. By then the woman had trotted up to the car, her face etched with pleading. Chang rubbed the scar on his cheek, first pulling out his pistol to gauge her state. "Please, kind sirs." The woman bent to the window, beaming, her exposed curves nearly pressed against the glass. Chang smirked and rolled down the window. "What's a lady doing traveling alone? Hop in." He pushed open the door and reached out to pull her in. The woman's eyes darted around the car, noting the scarred man's hand had just left his waist and the leering faces of the others inside. A cold sneer flickered in her heart. As he opened the door, she yanked a broken spear from behind her waist, hidden until now, and it tore through the air, plunging into Chang's heart. "You little, no." Amidst screams of terror and agony, the men in the car were soon reduced to corpses. Bai Xiao stripped the bodies of their clothes, tossed them out, and drove off. What rotten luck, running into a third-tier monster. She slapped the steering wheel in frustration, brow furrowed as a searing pain shot through her back. The wound was deep enough to show bone, the bandages soaked with blood. A hollow pit had been gouged out of the flesh, the only way to cleanse most of the corpse poison. "Damn it, with my spirit servant dead, I'll have to tame a new pet myself once I recover. It's nowhere near as good as being born with a natural bond to a spirit creature." She panted with rage, speeding up as her mind raced. "Taming one myself means subduing it, and success isn't guaranteed. I cleaned the corpse poison in time, but after running this long it's spreading again. There should be plenty of people in the county town by now, right? Hope I can find medicine. They'll have to join that official base for now and see if I can use their resources to get a second-tier spirit servant." Feng Yingying jolted awake from a dream, her hazy eyes gradually clearing. The dim candlelight flickered on the wall before her, casting shadows of the shifting bedding. It was just a dream, she murmured to herself, now fully alert. The panic on her delicate face vanished instantly, replaced by the distinct sound of soft, playful whispers behind her. "Stop it, oh dear, hee, what's wrong? No, the girl's still here. Don't wake her, it's not right. She's asleep, we're busy, what's the problem? Didn't we give her her own blanket? Oh, let's just sleep, Come closer. Why are you so lecherous? Come on with you, lying next to me, how could I not be? The bed's this small and you're this big, how am I supposed to sleep peacefully?" "Sure. Keep it down." Strange sounds stirred with a slight tremor. Feng Yingying's dark eyes widened in disbelief at what she was hearing. A profound shock seized her heart, freezing her body stiff. A burning heat rose from nowhere, engulfing her entirely, her cheeks hot enough to fry an egg. After a long while, whispers resumed behind her, and the girl felt her whole body numb. "Don't go corrupting that young lady." "You mean her?" A dismissive snort followed. "She's all skin and bones. Nothing worth looking at except those long legs. I'm not interested." "Really? Cut it out. What man doesn't like a young girl? Bro, I've been 18 too. What kind of young girl haven't I tried?" "You're full of it. I don't believe you." After a moment, their tone turned serious. "Hey Zhou Qi, do we have enough gas? That coordinate's still hundreds of kilometers from the county, and it's all mountains. If the road's blocked." "No worries. I stored gas in the trunk earlier, haven't used what I grabbed from the neighborhood. Besides, once we hit the mountains there should be more people on the road. If there's a base there, the nearby roads ought to be open." "Is this base close to the border's radiation zone?" "Not really, it's far off." Sigh. "I wonder if the base is reliable. 3 years in since the tide can't be turned, there must be backup plans. Some surviving or new bases should be intact, but their management structure is anyone's guess. After all, the official systems mostly collapsed and the military's been decimated. Now there are spatial rifts appearing. Things don't look good. Plus, with people like that awakener we met today, chaos is bound to reign from now on." The room fell silent. The two seemed to lose interest in talking, their brows heavy with loss and uncertainty. A flicker of worry mingled with the shame and indignation in Feng Yingying's eyes. She still dared not move until steady breathing came from behind. Then she flexed her numb long legs, shifted slightly, and closed her eyes again. But certain indescribable images kept flashing through her mind. Humph. You're dreaming if you think I'm not worth a look. The girl steadied herself, tugged the blanket tight, and pressed the bedding behind her firm before drifting off to sleep. In the cramped room, all three breathed evenly. Zhou Qi was fast asleep, the doors locked tight. He felt secure. A soft moan escaped Feng Yingying as she stirred restlessly. Half asleep, she felt as if someone was touching her with a chill at her back. The thought jolted her awake, a cold dread shooting through her spine. The blanket behind her was lifted. That chill, no mistake. Just as panic set in, she felt a hand on her waist, fingers creeping toward her belly. The icy touch of faint tingling reflex made her stomach tighten. What do I do? What do I do? Is Zhou Qi trying to? Men really can't be trusted. Should I scream? Can Sister Tang help me? No, she's between us, doesn't she know? If I confront him, will he force it? He's an awakener, even Sister Tang can't stop him. Terrified, the girl dared not cry out. She closed her eyes again, pretending to be asleep, and shifted subtly to press herself against the wall. The hand withdrew, but mere seconds later a few fingers returned. This time it was worse, not only pulling the blanket aside but lifting the hem of her shirt from above. It was about to touch her again. She dared not open her eyes, her heart aching with unshed tears. The direction of that hand. Is he right above me now? Am I going to lose my innocence like this? To confirm the terrifying truth, she clutched the blanket and rolled over. Nothing on the left. Nothing on the right either. It didn't feel like anyone was beside her. Breathing. No. Their breaths were still behind her, one deep, one light, both steady. Zhou Qi couldn't reach that far? Then. Who is this? Feng Yingying shuddered, frozen as if plunged into an ice cellar. Her lashes trembled as she cracked open an eye. Nothing there. Am I still dreaming? Is this a dream within a dream? Feng Yingying closed her eyes in confusion and lay flat. A few minutes later she felt the blanket being lifted again. That hand continued to tug at her clothes. It wasn't a dream. She took a deep breath, abruptly opening her eyes to scrutinize, yet she saw nothing but emptiness, only the flickering dim candlelight. But the sensation on her lower abdomen was utterly real. Feng Yingying's soul nearly fled in terror, her eyes bulging as if they might pop out. Who? Woo. The moment she opened her mouth to shout half a word, a tremendous force instantly covered her mouth, followed by an invisible hand pinning down her struggling arms. An icy heavy weight settled on the young girl's abdomen. She couldn't cry out, still seeing nothing, but knew someone was pressing down on her. The air before her plummeted to sub-zero temperatures in an instant, a bone-piercing chill sweeping through. Almost at the moment the temperature shifted, Zhou Qi opened his eyes and immediately heard Feng Yingying's struggles. Clang! A blade of light rose and swept across, trailing a streak of white radiance. He saw it clearly, a blurry black shadow floated over the girl, its form wreathed in hazy smoke. Eerie and sinister. Wah! A sharp piercing screech rattled the eardrums like a hoarse infant's wail, brimming with threat and fury. The shadow instantly abandoned the girl, leaping gracefully to evade Zhou Qi's next slash, and the entire ghostly figure seemed to be sucked away. Its body contorted into an unnatural posture, curling into a ball and darting out the door in a flash. Zhou Qi lunged forward, his blade cutting through air, still a step too slow. The door was actually open. He wielded his knife, searching left and right, sensing it had fled toward the back entrance. What the hell? My ears nearly went deaf. Zhou Qi, what are you doing? Tang Yao was first startled awake by the strange noise, and in her daze saw Zhou Qi raising his knife to strike, first swinging twice on the bed, then leaping to slash toward the door. But from her perspective she had no idea what Zhou Qi was hacking at. The scene was utterly bizarre. Beside her, Feng Yingying gasped for air, her eyes still wild with panic, clutching Tang Yao tightly and burrowing into her arms. Sister Tang, there's a ghost. A ghost. Woo. A ghost. Tang Yao's eyelids twitched first. Just as fear was about to seize her, Feng Yingying pressed closer, her delicate frame trembling incessantly. Thus she had no choice but to muster her courage and comfort her. It's okay, don't be afraid. Outside all was pitch black. Zhou Qi frowned deeply, turned around and said, give me the flashlight. Tan Yao dared not delay. She quickly got out of bed, grabbed the flashlight and a knife. Feng Yingying, even more reluctant to stay in bed, jumped down barefoot. You're going out to look. Is there really a ghost? Tan Yao's throat tightened and her words came out trembling involuntarily. If it were a beast or a human she truly wouldn't be afraid, but this invisible thing was indeed terrifying. The corridor outside was a pitch-black void, and though there was no wind she constantly felt a chill burrowing into her body. Feng Yingying shrank, her neck trembling all over, clutching Tan Yao's clothes with one hand while frantically scanning her surroundings. Zhou Qi nodded faintly, raising the flashlight. The walls were mottled with stains and the green paint on the floor was tattered and worn. Ahead the left turn led to the shop while the right led to the office after a short walk. Crossing through the office and turning right at the end of the corridor was a back door. He could sense that thing had fled this way, but with the delay he could no longer distinguish its path. His face hardened and he strode forward. The spreading beam of light swayed slightly left and right while a fluorescent glow coated the long blade. Since Tan Yao and the other girl couldn't see it, it must be some kind of spirit entity. That icy sensation was likely what legends called a ghost. The fact that he hadn't detected it earlier meant it could conceal its aura and energy, so there was no need to fear. However, its twisted flickering form during its escape suggested it was only barely developed, little stronger than a wandering soul. As Zhou Qi pondered, he crossed the closed office door and turned back to ask, did it touch you just now? Yes, I felt someone stroking my stomach. When I opened my eyes I saw nothing. Just as I was about to scream it covered my mouth and then you woke up. Feng Yingying nodded, quickly describing the situation. Zhou Qi frowned slightly. These things usually interfered through the mind, communicating via dreams. Stronger ones could erode a person's body with energy, causing chills and illness. Aside from special cases like possession, most of their methods couldn't harm humans. Phenomena like ghostly pressure were often just perceptual distortions. This thing seemed to have undergone some mutation differing from what he understood. Zhou Qi's ancestors were folk yin-yang practitioners, though their abilities had waned over recent generations. His father had also failed to survive past 59 due to meddling too much in others' karma. Although Zhou Qi hadn't inherited these traditions, he had still experienced many things. He feared ghosts the least. Tap, tap, tap. The two women followed in small hurried steps, and the young girl kept glancing backward. Though she saw nothing, she felt something was about to emerge. Sensing Tan Yao's trembling frame, she felt no sense of security, so she quickly stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Qi's arm. Brother Zhou, I'm scared. With her back exposed, Tan Yao, gripped by fear, hurried to Zhou Qi's left side. What's there to fear? People become ghosts only after death, and most are incomplete souls. It should be afraid of us. Zhou Qi sneered, shaking off their hands. Don't hold me, you'll hinder my movements. Gazing at the corner ahead, he took a slight breath, then suddenly lunged like lightning, the light illuminating the narrow space. The back door remained shut. Was the thing hiding inside? A fierce glint flashed in Zhou Qi's eyes. He shifted into a slight bow stance, lowering his body like a predator ready to strike, his oppressive aura radiating immense force. The two women followed him out. Somehow watching this man clad only in boxers with muscles tensed and shoulders slightly hunched inexplicably made them feel at ease. The flashlight beam swept toward the pile of debris in the corner, finding nothing. The two women held their breath nervously. Zhou Qi paused, slowly raising the flashlight. A dark shadow hung in the corner, hunched over as if facing away from the trio. Ha, found you? Wah! The shadow abruptly turned its head, roaring with claws bared. Its pale face bore black pupils filled with menace. The floating black mist around it churned and steamed with its emotional fluctuations, instantly spreading that icy, sinister chill again. The two women heard the piercing screech clearly but still saw nothing in the corner. Their gazes wavered, but Zhou Qi raised his spirit weapon proudly. Shut your mouth. Tell me, who are you? Wah wah! His response was another burst of screeching laughter, the maddening cries rising in waves, leaving the two women's feet feeling icy cold. So a remnant soul with some awareness but unable to communicate normally. Zhou Qi scoffed, disdain written all over his face. Then don't blame me. Heaven and earth are distinct, yin and yang have their boundaries, time to send you to your end. Whoosh! A wind stirred as the shadow leaped from the corner to the left wall, limbs clinging to it, appearing ready to pounce, but its eyes searching for an escape route. A faint mist seeped from Zhou Qi's body, quickly filling the narrow passage. The shadow was indeed intimidated, shrinking back and retreating 2 steps. Its face was neither male nor female, like a carved theatrical mask. Zhou Qi suddenly sprang up, planting his feet on the left wall in 3 swift steps to close in, and a flash of blade light followed. The shadow kicked off the wall, soaring through the air toward the ground. Zhou Qi had anticipated this, leaving deep footprints on the wall as his long blade descended like a streak of light. Wah! A desperate, agonizing scream erupted, making the 2 women's eardrums ache and their heads ring. Seeing Zhou Qi's ferocity, Tang Yao's courage surged. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she gripped her knife and slashed wildly at the air before her. The shadow struck in the waist and, about to flee, hesitated for a moment at Tang Yao's fierce expression and waving Miao blade. Truly murderous intent. Thud. Zhou Qi closed in swiftly, decapitating it with 1 blow. 2 strikes shattered its body. The head rolled and the shadow crumpled. Black mist dispersed, revealing a humanoid corpse, a middle-aged man. Then the man turned to smoke, leaving only a filthy black stain on the ground. So powerful. Is it already resolved? Feng Yingying stared at the man, whose expression had relaxed, lost in thought. So could it be a lecher? Tang Yao listened to Feng Yingying's accusations from the bed, her face full of disbelief. Then with a puzzled expression she asked, "Why did he come for you? Could it be that her own figure wasn't good enough? What a blind ghost." I don't know," the girl said innocently, glancing at Tang Yao's ample chest, feeling utterly wronged. Zhou Qi glanced at his watch. There were still over 2 hours until dawn. He chuckled. "Do you know why?" "Why?" Tang Yao's beautiful eyes shifted as she genuinely sought the answer. "Ha ha." Zhou Qi's laugh was somewhat strange. He pursed his lips towards the young girl, saying meaningfully, "She's a maiden." "A maiden forever young? A maiden still don't get it." Zhou Qi looked exasperated. "Tang Yao?" Feng Yingying looked over in a daze, her delicate face full of confusion. "Ever heard of virgin boys and girls?" "Yes, they're often used as sacrifices for demons in fantasy tales." "A virgin boy is an untouched male. What's a virgin girl?" "A virgin girl? Tang Yao's mouth fell open as realization dawned. So that was it. Her expression turned strange as she glanced at the girl's waist. Feng Yingying blushed crimson, instinctively pressing her legs together, and quickly pulled the blanket over her long legs. "All right, it's still early, let's rest." Zhou Qi shook his head, then put on his clothes and began to meditate, circulating his energy through his meridians. Seeing this, Tang Yao decided not to sleep either, having already slept enough, and began to follow suit. Could that cultivation art really work? A glimmer of hope rose in Feng Yingying's heart, and she also sat cross-legged. She had abandoned the basic technique after practicing it for a while with no results, but now it seemed she couldn't give up. The room fell silent. After a long while, Feng Yingying opened her eyes to see Zhou Qi and the other person with calm, peaceful expressions and long, steady breaths, clearly immersed in their practice. She sighed inwardly. When she tried to practice the spirit attraction art, she realized she had forgotten many details and couldn't proceed without guidance. She sighed softly, glancing at the blocked door, murmuring to herself. "Is it really because I'm a virgin? What if Zhou Qi isn't around next time and this happens again?" Zhou Qi said, "This is likely a mutated ghost, different from the usual kind. What other bizarre things will I encounter in this damned world?" A torrent of thoughts flooded her mind as Feng Yingying waited until dawn amidst her wild conjectures. Zhou Qi, with a serious expression, was practicing his martial arts in the shop. His fists whistled through the air, energy surged through his meridians, and his blood hummed like muffled thunder. Ouch, sis, I can't, it hurts so much." Beside them, Tang Yao was instructing Feng Yingying in body-tempering techniques, punctuated by occasional cries of pain. The faint morning light pierced through the gloom of the rain curtain, the abandoned town receding into the distance. The off-road vehicle crawled arduously along the path, the temporarily patched roof and doors groaning with every bump. "Stop!" Zhou Qi in the passenger seat suddenly commanded in a low voice. Tan Yao immediately slammed on the brakes, the tires leaving short skid marks on the slick road. At the intersection ahead, several twisted corpses lay scattered in a mess. It was the arrogant boss Chang and his gang from the previous night. Their deaths were gruesome. Some had chests pierced through by sharp objects, others had crushed skulls. Mud mixed with dark blood was a shocking sight in the morning light. And they were all missing their outer clothes. Caw. Caw. Several blackbirds pecking at the corpses fluttered up, landing in a nearby tree. Feng Yingying covered her mouth in the back seat, her face pale. Tan Yao also gasped, "It's them. They only left last night. How long has it been?" Zhou Qi frowned deeply, his gaze sharp. He swept his eyes around, confirming no danger, then looked at the bodies. This one has a chest-penetrating wound, this one's neck was twisted. Their clothes are gone, but the bodies remain and the car is missing. They were probably killed by someone. Tan Yao's expression was grim as she murmured, "So a powerful and brutal human came here last night." Zhou Qi nodded, his heart heavy. Luckily this person didn't come to the town. They were probably just trying to steal a car to move on. Otherwise I wouldn't have stood a chance. The three fell silent, a heavier shadow of dread settling over their hearts. The world beneath this rain curtain was fraught with danger and surrounded by powerful enemies. The vehicle started again. 2 hours later the road became more populated, no longer deathly desolate, but filled with the panic and desperation of survival in the apocalypse. Broken-down cars were either abandoned by the roadside or modified beyond recognition. Families of survivors trudged along in small groups, carrying simple bags or riding bicycles, their faces etched with exhaustion, anxiety, and numbness. Occasionally a modified car carrying a boisterous gang would roar past, splashing mud, triggering panicked dodges and low curses. Their goal was clear: Guangping County, the crucial node leading to the base's coordinates. The air was thick with the smell of mud, a faint hint of decay, and the heavy scent of something called despair. Zhou Qi and his companions mingled among them, moving inconspicuously. Feng Yingying looked out the window, her expression complex, clutching her short blade tightly. A man with a deeply lined face and short gray hair knelt by the roadside with a heavy backpack, his arms and shoes stained with dark bloody grime. Beside him knelt a woman in her 40s and a child with vacant eyes. The three kept bowing to passing vehicles. The couple gasped for breath, forcing strained, weary smiles. 20 years ago this might have been an enviable May-December romance. "Brother, please be kind, take my grandson. Miss, I beg you." "Brother," vehicles roared past, splashing mud, their occupants showing reluctance but not stopping. Ahead another car had stalled by the roadside. The man shook his head helplessly, indicating the car was broken. The two couples had to grab their bags and try to hitch a ride. Car after car drove by and the four grew increasingly anxious. Finally a modified RV stopped in front of them. "Brother, please help, give us a ride," the group pleaded with fawning smiles. The door opened, revealing two men with malicious intent. The passenger opened his window and grinned. "Sure, we're all brothers. How about this? Well, take the women and you two can walk." The two young women's faces changed and they quickly stepped back. The two men cursed and brandished their knives and axes. "What do you think you're doing? Get lost. We're trying to help and you're ungrateful? Think I'm scared?" The man inside made as if to get out. The man on the road showed a fierce glint in his eyes, his face contorting as he shouted, "Come on then. I'll kill you. Humph, ungrateful wretches." Seeing the two men were robust, the man in the car faltered and retreated. Anyone who could bring such young attractive women this far was certainly not weak. Amidst a torrent of curses the RV started moving. The passenger suddenly turned and spat a gob of dirty phlegm flying out. Luckily the two men dodged it with swift reflexes. "Bastards. So what do we do now? What's there to fear? Well, walk if we have to. We'll figure something out when we get to the county. Yeah, it shouldn't be far now." The four rested dejectedly for a moment, picked out some essentials, and started walking. The drizzling rain gradually soaked them and the two young women's attractive figures frequently drew leering glances. "What are you looking at? If you've got the guts, come down here and I'll gouge your eyes out." The young man cursed, then turned to his girlfriend, scolding irritably, "Can't you put on something to cover your ass?" The woman huffed, pouting in displeasure, "Why are you yelling at me? Your jacket is on your back, isn't it? It's not like I like wearing a thong. Now it's my fault. Alright, stop fighting. Save your energy for the road. A friend interjected to calm things down, quickly telling his own girlfriend to take out a jacket. Zhou Qi calmly observed the people on the road, stranded for various reasons, showing no intention of offering them a ride. Tan Yao drove steadily, her expression unchanging. Only Feng Yingying occasionally parted her lips as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. She felt such caution was unnecessary. Those people were ordinary and the car could still accommodate 2 or 3 more. The county town wasn't far, they'd likely arrive by afternoon, a simple task. After a moment she finally voiced her question, "Brother Zhou, can't we take 2 more?" Zhou Qi didn't turn around, letting out a cold snort from his throat. Humph. Our destination isn't the county town. The closer we get, the more people there are. There shouldn't be much essential supplies left in the county. If we run low on fuel in the mountains, we'll ditch the miscellaneous items first. But before we discard food. He paused, his tone growing harsher. To lighten the load, it'll throw you out first. The girl in the back seat was startled, her eyes widening, her heart skipping a beat. Zhou Qi turned a faint sardonic smile, revealing his teeth. Still think we should take people? Feng Yingying quickly shook her head. The county isn't far from here. Those people can make it if they travel together. If we can replenish supplies there, I wouldn't mind picking a couple to bring along. But not now. Don't worry, for the sake of Sister Feng's breakfast I won't abandon you unless absolutely necessary. After all, I'm an awakener now. Zhou Qi turned back, saying no more. By the roadside a woman looked back at the sparse traffic. She wore only a thin shirt, a scab wound on her dark red cheeks as if she had no coat. Her soaked cotton shirt clung to her body, the outline of her camisole clearly visible. She spotted another approaching car, saw Zhou Qi's chiseled features in the passenger seat, and lunged forward, startling Tan Yao into a sharp swerve. The woman seized the chance to press against the window. Seeing the driver was female, her cracked lips moved rapidly as she cried out frantically, handsome, please take us. They'll give you anything. Keep driving." Zhou Qi frowned. Tan Yao obeyed, turning and accelerating. The woman's face was streaked with moisture. Though it was still drizzling outside, Feng Yingying was certain it was sweat. Handsome, wait, help me." The woman jogged alongside the car, pounding on the window. Seeing the car about to speed up, she tore open her collar and bent over, her expression as humble as a stray dog's. Big brother, I'm a different type from this beauty. Want to give it a try? I have a decent figure, big brother, take a look. Big brother, Zhou Qi stared straight ahead as the SUV roared away. Bastard. The woman's face twisted instantly. Silence fell within the car, broken only by the engine's hum and the monotonous swish of the windshield wipers. Feng Yingying murmured to herself, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she unconsciously picked at a dried dark red stain on the seat edge, lost in thought. A piercing chill crept up her spine. Outside the window, staggering survivors, desperate pleas, malicious covetousness. This was no longer a distant blurry scene, but the stark backdrop of survival she must face. Harsh reality mixed with Zhou Qi's words crashed into her mind. Yes, I am nothing now, having even lost my food. Without Sister Tan Yao's agile skill and calm judgment, nor Zhou Qi's awe-inspiring power as an awakener. Just an ordinary girl stripped of all support, utterly defenseless. On this perilous road to the unknown, her worth was less than a box of instant noodles or a few liters of gasoline. Zhou Qi was right. In the face of survival resources, she could be optimized out at any moment. The sense of security she'd felt from always being with her family and convoy was instantly replaced by immense unease, tinged even with humiliation. For the first time she so clearly recognized her place in this world, a burden easily measured and readily discarded. For the sake of your Sister Feng's breakfast. Zhou Qi's subsequent words offered her a sliver of respite, but also served as a wake-up call. It reminded her that the only tenuous bond she could rely on was that insignificant favor and the brief camaraderie of their shared journey, though Zhou Qi might have only mentioned it in passing. This connection was as fragile as a spider's web. She had to find her own value. She recalled her stubbornness the previous night while repairing the roof alone. How laughable that thought was. Did she think mere hard work could secure her survival? On the scales of survival, such toil was as light as a feather. Who couldn't do this work? If you don't, there are plenty who will. A thought like a piece of driftwood grasped in a freezing swamp uncontrollably took root and spread in her mind. Her body. This was the only capital she might possess and could use as a bargaining chip. The thought filled her with shame, sorrow, and even a touch of self-loathing. Was this the only way out? Like the women in ancient times of chaos who clung to the strong using their bodies for protection? But the coldness of reality swiftly drowned out her moral qualms. Actively choosing to attach herself to a relatively powerful protector with principles seemed a wise and safe choice. The apocalypse demanded no romantic sentiments, only a stark survival strategy. Wasn't this also a form of awakening? She recalled TV dramas where men returning from the battlefield in times of war craved nothing more than women, alcohol, and cigarettes. The girl lowered her head, her eyes brightening with a hint of joy. Yes. Only such an intimate relationship could strengthen the bond between them. Wasn't Tang Yao a perfect example? Zhou Qi hadn't said he would abandon Tang Yao. His words implied he would discard food before her. Her gaze settled into a desperate calm. Looking at Zhou Qi's broad, sturdy back, which represented the only safety and power she could access, Feng Yingying took a deep breath, her expression quietly returning to normal. She silently shrank back into the depths of her seat like a fledgling finding its only shelter in a storm, beginning to ponder not how to fly free but how to make the master of this nest deem her worthy of protection. By afternoon the sky cleared. The gray clouds dispersed, sunlight appearing intermittently, casting faint warmth through the windows. Finally the outline of Guangping County town emerged on the horizon. The city's devastation far surpassed that of the small town. Ruined walls and crumbling structures were everywhere, the streets as if ravaged by a giant beast. The only route into the county, the Anlin Bridge, now loomed before them. Crowds of people and vehicles were stalled at both ends of the bridge, numbering in the hundreds, including some from their earlier convoy. Beneath the bridge the once raging river had dried and cracked, revealing a grim riverbed of boulders, silt, and trash. This should have been a convenient passage, but now it had become an impassable barrier. The reason is simple. The bridgehead is tightly guarded by a group of people who have built makeshift barriers and checkpoints. This group is well equipped, their demeanor haughty and fierce, with many wielding automatic rifles and shotguns. They wear an assortment of clothing, but all have a cloth strip with a burning flame symbol tied around their arms. The leader is a burly man with thick eyebrows, his upper body covered in tattoos. He stands beside the barrier, arms crossed over his chest, a cruel and arrogant smile playing on his lips, his gaze sweeping over the increasingly crowded bridgehead as if assessing sheep ready for slaughter. In his right palm a ball of orange flame jumps and twists like a living creature, radiating a scorching aura. "Stop right there," Zhou Qi said, scanning the surroundings with vigilance and instructing Tang Yao to halt the vehicle. Seeing another batch of vehicles arrive from behind, the burly man raised an eyebrow in delight, and his subordinates immediately understood. "Listen up." A loud-voiced subordinate hammered on the barrier and shouted, overpowering the noise of the crowd, "Want to cross the bridge? Fine. Leave all your food and weapons behind. This is the rule set by our Fire Fist Lord Zhang Meng." The crowd stirred a wave of angry murmurs, and the cries of children erupted. "Why should we? We want to live too. All our food? You're asking for our lives. Who the hell are you?" The man referred to as Fire Fist Zhang let out a cold snort, flames in his palm leaping to a height of over a meter, coiling tightly like a rope. His voice was low yet penetrating, carrying an undeniable oppressive force. "I am a third-tier extraordinary. With this fire in my hand and the guns in my brother's hands, if you don't want to comply, then get lost. Let me tell you, the stone bridge to the north collapsed and the small bridge to the south. I don't like its look, so I destroyed it. If you don't want to take the long way around, you better follow my rules to survive." A third-tier extraordinary? A fire elemental spirit? Panic surged through the crowd instantly. A first-tier awakened being was already in existence beyond the reach of ordinary people. A third tier with such a tangible flame ability combined with armed subordinates seemed like an insurmountable mountain. Many faces displayed despair, glancing at the food in their hands, hesitating and struggling. Even those few holding guns dared not act recklessly in the face of the opposing force. Not to mention the overwhelming number of firearms on the other side, but even a third-tier extraordinary's bullets would not cause effective harm. What could they use to resist? Moreover, beside Zhang, a slender young man also radiated energy, clearly another second-tier extraordinary. Zhang said, The loud-voiced subordinate continued to shout, "What official base? It's all nonsense. Go there to be a servant. You'd be better off following our Lord Zhang. With Fire Fist in charge with guns and cannons we rule the mountains and live freely. Those who want to stay we welcome you, just pay a one-time joining fee. Want to leave? Haha, leave all your stuff behind, and how far you can go depends on your own ability. And let me remind you, beyond the county town to the west there are only mountains, and many strange beasts and monsters lurk there." The burly man's declaration struck the crowd like a giant stone, not causing ripples but a vortex of despair. The oppressive feeling brought by the third-tier extraordinary combined with the dark muzzles of guns and the scorching aura of flames thickened the atmosphere. "All food and weapons." A middle-aged man in the crowd carrying half a bag of rice twitched his cheek hoarsely, shouting, "If we give you that, how do we survive? The road to the base is still so far." "Exactly, you're forcing people to their death." Another man wielding a machete echoed with red eyes, eliciting a murmur of agreement from the crowd. Zhang's cruel smile widened, the flames in his hands suddenly shrinking, then with a whoosh it exploded into a fire snake coiling like a red-hot whip, suddenly striking out. Sizzle. The fire snake did not directly attack the people but struck fiercely against a nearby wrecked car, the closest to the shouting crowd. The piercing sound of twisted metal accompanied by exploding flames caused the car roof to collapse significantly as if melted like butter. The edges of the iron sheet curled and turned black, emitting a pungent burnt smell. Waves of scorching heat rushed forward, forcing the front row of the crowd to retreat, repeatedly screaming in terror. "They'll say it again." Zhang retracted the fire snake, the flames twirling in his palm, illuminating his cold and ruthless eyes. "The rules, I set them. If you want to live, follow the rules. Those who don't want to live or want to test my limits, step forward." His cold gaze swept through the crowd like a blade, instantly silencing most of the originally angry voices, leaving only heavy breathing and suppressed sobs. The man carrying the rice bag turned pale, his lips trembling, ultimately retreating into the crowd under the pull of his companions. Fear spread like a plague at the bridgehead. Zhou Qi leaned against the door of the off-road vehicle, his brows furrowed tightly. His cold gaze passed over the shifting heads, locking onto Zhang and the slender young man beside him, who also radiated energy fluctuations. The energy pressure emanating from the other side far exceeded his own, weighing down on his chest like an invisible boulder. A third-tier extraordinary, the gap is too vast. Zhou Qi's heart raced with alarm. His newly awakened first-tier ability seemed so weak and laughable in the face of this pure violent firepower. The confidence he had against ordinary people and that mutated spirit had vanished in the face of this absolute disparity. Tang Yao tightened her grip on the steering wheel. "What should we do? If we take a detour, it'll add over 100 kilometers to the round trip, and with unclear road conditions, the mountain roads are difficult to navigate. We might not have enough fuel." They must have received the signal and come to intercept if they know many people want to pass here. This is pure robbery. Do they want people? Exactly. Zhou Qi nodded. They demand all the food. Although we're over 300 kilometers from the base, we have no idea what awaits us if we go there, so we definitely can't give them our food. I see some of these people carry guns. Let's first see if there are no powerful awakened beings standing up to resist. If not, we can only take a detour. He focused his gaze on the chaotic crowd, attempting to find a sliver of gap or opportunity. Suddenly his eyes narrowed. On the other side of the bridge, in a corner beneath a tattered rain canopy, a figure stood against the wreckage of an off-road vehicle. Dressed in a tattered windbreaker, pale as paper, lips tinged with an abnormal bluish hue, she was slightly panting, her gaze sharp, coldly observing the arrogant group of Fire Fist. It's that woman. She's not dead, however. The giant wolf is missing, and the clothes she wears are those of the people she killed last night. Did she contract corpse poison? Zhou Qi's heart raced. This person was also a dangerous awakened being, likely second tier. Zhou Qi, Su Li, and the others are here too. Tang Yao pointed towards the outskirts. Sure enough, over 30 people were gathered there, whispering, led by the muscular Su Li, foreman Wang Tijuan, and Baldi Feng Wei. Just then a commotion arose at the front of the crowd. A man stepped forward with a woman and a child on the verge of collapse under the immense pressure. Their vehicle had broken down and they were half dead from exhaustion after trekking this far. They had hoped to find transportation in the county town, but now that seemed hopeless. The only option left was to seek refuge with the Fire Fist. Boss, can we join the Fire Fist? The man asked tremblingly, setting down his backpack and unzipping it to reveal half a sack of rice and flour. Haha, of course you can, Zhang Meng boomed with laughter, raising his head to survey the crowd. Listen up everyone. Joining the Fire Fist only costs half your food and we'll even hand out rations later. Many people began to waver if the deal didn't sound so bad. Especially those who were running low on supplies and gasoline. A few men who had already been swayed spat in disgust, cursing under their breath as they unstrapped their backpacks and weapons, trudging toward the collection point by the barricade. More people, caught between hesitation and fear, slowly shuffled forward. Some chose to cross the bridge while others opted to join the Fire Fist. Zhang Meng watched the weeping woman kneeling on the ground and the crowd steadily handing over their supplies, a cruel smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. The flames dancing in his palm seemed to flicker more cheerfully, buoyed by his good mood. The effeminate young man beside him also relaxed his posture, a sneer of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth as his gaze swept over the crowd. The two of them relished this feeling. The apocalypse was truly exhilarating. Let's go, pull back. Seeing the chaotic scene ahead, Zhou Qi knew they couldn't linger here. No one was stepping up to be the sacrificial lamb, so they would have to take a detour. Better to slip away while the crowd was still thick. Once the numbers thinned, there was no telling what violent measures the other side might take. Many shared this thought and several vehicles began to turn around. On the other side, Bai Xiao watched coldly for a moment before climbing back into her vehicle. Though her expression was grim, her injuries had actually stabilized. As for the corpse poison, after borrowing some medicine from others and relying on her own formidable physique, it was temporarily under control. She could hold out for a few hundred kilometers. Cough, cough. Bai Xiao rubbed her chest. Joining these people isn't safe. A ragtag group can't compare to a survival base. With my second rank transcendent strength, I'll be well treated once I reach a base. The official antidotes will be easier to get to. But with this detour, I'm running low on gas. Looks like I'll have to spill some blood on the road. Zhou Qi, do you have enough fuel? Tan Yao asked worriedly. Zhou Qi sighed. It's hard to say with this detour. If anything unexpected happens on the road, we won't have enough. There's still 40 liters in the back, but the tank will run dry once we get past this. Then what do we do? Feng Yingying's pupils contracted, her voice barely a whisper as she kept her head down, not daring to look at them. Are you going to abandon me? No rush, Zhou Qi said with a smile. I saw Wang Taijun and his crew still driving that bus. They've got a lot of stuff loaded on it. They must have gas. Will they lend it? Zhou Qi's eyes glinted with mockery as he glanced at the hilt over his shoulder. They will. Besides, if we avoid the county town on this road, we'll come across a town before entering the mountains. The vehicle slowly rounded a bend and Tan Yao's face darkened. Those people walking on the road behind us. They'll have a hard time. I didn't see any elderly or children in that Fire Fist. That's not something we can worry about. If those families joining the Fire Fist are smart, they should bypass this place on foot, cross the riverbed lowlands, and figure something else out. Zhou Qi shook his head, his eyes falling on the pistol at his waist. Firearms were still effective, but where was he supposed to find bullets? The roar of engines echoed through the valley, reverberating off the cliffs as hundreds of vehicles of all kinds once again set off into the unknown. Zhou Qi studied the map while carefully scanning the roadside, determined not to miss any place that might offer supplies. Over an hour later, the convoy converged at a mountainside where a clear fork in the road appeared before them. The vehicles ahead split instantly as if they had already chosen their destinations. Some veered left without hesitation onto a road leading toward the county town, a path that looked desolate and ruined. This route was closer to the survival base, but aside from passing through the county town, it was sparsely populated all the way with virtually no places to resupply. The winding road to the right led to the base from another direction, a much longer journey than the left path. However, it passed through a small town before entering the mountains. Stop. Zhou Qi's voice carried a subtle tension. Tan Yao immediately hit the brakes, pulling the off-road vehicle to a halt on the grass beyond the curve. Several other cars also stopped here. The left is closer, but it's no different from the wilderness. The right has a town. It might be an opportunity or it could be a trap. Zhou Qi muttered, his sharp gaze sweeping over the hesitant vehicles at the intersection, trying to glean information from their movements. Feng Yingying pressed nervously against the window, watching the cars that chose the left road gradually disappear, her heart rising with anxiety. Just then 2 jeeps and a box truck stopped in the middle of the intersection, blocking most of the way. The doors opened almost simultaneously and 7 or 8 men swiftly got out, their movements efficient, their positions subtly forming a protective formation. They were well-equipped, carrying standard-issue pistols, automatic rifles, and shotguns, dressed in dark training uniforms that, though worn, were neatly maintained. Especially the man at the lead, a square-jawed fellow with a broad face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. His posture was straight and he exuded a calm, steady authority just by standing there. The square-jawed man took a handheld megaphone from one of his companions, cleared his throat, and spoke in a voice that was loud, clear, and carried a convincing sincerity. "Friends, please listen to me." His voice instantly cut through the low hum of engines and the crowd's noise, drawing nearly everyone's attention. "Im Luobin. My brothers here and I are all retired and demobilized soldiers." He gestured to his companions, who also stood ramrod straight with sharp eyes, their demeanor unmistakably carrying the air of military service. "We understand everyone's anxiety. You all want to reach the safe zone as quickly as possible. But please stay calm and think clearly." Luobin pointed to the left road. "This path cuts straight to the outskirts of the county town. It looks short, but that Fire Fist gang is very likely to have set up a second or even a third checkpoint there. They intend to bleed us dry on the county's outskirts. Going that way is walking right into their trap, handing over our food and weapons for nothing." Then he pointed to the right. "This road is a few dozen kilometers longer, but it passes through Qingshi town ahead. The town is sizable and there's a good chance we can find urgently needed food, medicine, and especially gasoline. Besides, if we all travel together, there's strength in numbers. If we run into small groups of monsters or roaming thugs, we can look out for each other and fight back together. Our chances of survival are far greater than if we each take our own risks." He scanned the faces around him, faces filled with hesitation and exhaustion, and his tone grew even firmer. "We're not here to give orders or take anyone in. We just want to hold on to a little bit of human solidarity in this damn apocalypse. United, our chances of survival are much higher. We're willing to scout ahead and clear the way. We only ask that everyone helps each other and moves together. First we go to Qingshi town to stock up on supplies, then we head into the mountains together." Luobin's words were reasoned and righteous, backed by his identity as a veteran and the well-armed, stern-faced team around him, making them highly persuasive. A few cars that had initially chosen the left road, after driving a short distance and finding no one following them, sheepishly turned back and parked near the intersection to observe. A murmur of discussion rippled through the crowd and a glimmer of hope lit up many faces. "Soldiers. They should be reliable, right? Yeah, at least they're better than those Fire Fist thugs. Might as well check out the town." Just then several other men carrying guns stepped forward. "I've got an idea," one of them shouted. "Since you guys were in the military and you've got so many people, why don't we go wipe out the Fire Fist? They must have a ton of supplies." Luobin forced a smile and said, "Brother, there are only dozens of them at the bridge, and there are 2 extraordinary beings among them. The leader is a 3rd-tier extraordinary being, and our guns can't harm him at all." The newcomers were filled with fierce anger. They had waited here for most of the day, and earlier in the morning, when there were fewer people, 2 of their companions were shot dead by the Fire Fist group. He pointed to the convoy behind him, saying, "These people arrived relatively quickly. With so many here, I refuse to believe there are no awakeners among them. As long as we can hold off those 2 awakeners, you and I can work together to eliminate the rioters, clearing the path for those behind us. Otherwise, with this roadblock, who knows how many will die on the way to the base." The scene immediately became chaotic. Among the hundreds of people here, most of the young and strong had experienced battles, and many brave souls could not swallow their anger. Luobin furrowed his brows and shook his head as he gazed back. There might be awakeners here, but he didn't believe there would be any 3rd-tier ones. The minimum standard for a 3rd tier is an index of 50. The opponents might be 50 or even 70, and it is not just one aspect, it is a comprehensive superiority that already falls into the realm beyond humanity, where power cannot be estimated. Nonetheless, he still took the megaphone and shouted in a booming voice, "Are there any 3rd-tier experts here? If there are, we can ambush those people and stir up a storm." The crowd looked around expectantly, hoping for a savior. It's not that we must deal with the fire fist. If such an expert is present, at least our safety on the road would be greatly assured. Unfortunately, no one stepped forward. Luo Bin sighed and with a glance asked, "Are there any awakeners or anyone with a gun? I want to take stock so that we can be prepared if we encounter danger on the road together." Seeing no one responding, he continued, "I will do my best to ensure everyone's safety. Those with guns can come to me to receive some bullets, and awakeners can come to me to get a new Model 92 pistol and ammunition for self-defense." His companions looked at him in surprise, clearly not understanding why he was doing this, but they said nothing. Luo Bin had no time to explain. He had his own reasons. There were only a few hundred kilometers left to the base. Even if the mountain roads were rugged, it would only take a day, but based on past experience, the chances of encountering danger in the mountains were likely higher than outside. Keeping so many bullets wouldn't be of much use. These people were all traveling to the base, and giving them some bullets wouldn't stir up much trouble. As for the awakeners, since they planned to go to the base, they should at least respect the rules and have some principles. Once they arrived at the base, they would surely receive favorable treatment and training. Building good relationships and offering some favors was naturally not a bad thing. With that, Luo Bin waved his hand and two companions immediately opened the back door of a truck, revealing a few people inside, and a box of bullets was quickly dragged to the entrance. They first distributed bullets to those clamoring for fire fists. Zhou Qi's eyes brightened as he was about to get out of the vehicle when a modified off-road vehicle covered in mud and showing clear signs of impact suddenly rushed over. The door opened, revealing Bai Xiao's pale yet exceptionally stern face. Her gaze was sharp as a knife, and a flicker of extreme vigilance and disgust flashed in her eyes. She then raised her hand saying, "I am a second-tier extraordinary being and I need pistol bullets and antidotes for corpse poison." Luo Bin was pleasantly surprised and hurried over, asking, "Really?" Bai Xiao scoffed disdainfully, letting out a cold snort as she revealed the terminal on her hand. Physical Index 15. 6 week, Spiritual Index 31, Psychic Index 18 week. "It really is impressive," a soldier next to her exclaimed. The low physical and psychic indices were due to injury and corpse poison, but the spiritual index was solid. Luo Bin glanced at Bai Xiao's expression and quickly turned back, asking, "Do we have any antidotes in the vehicle?" The companions in the truck looked awkward. It seems we do, but only the outdated CR2 type. There aren't any good supplies in the warehouse we're heading to. All the good stuff is on the battlefield." "That's fine, just give it to me first." Bai Xiao raised her eyelids, and indeed there was some. Soon Bai Xiao received the medicine and 100 bullets, then declined Luo Bin's invitation and returned to the vehicle alone. "We actually have a second-tier extraordinary being in our team. This is simply wonderful." Cheers and gasps arose from behind, and many felt delighted. However, the group led by Su Li had strange expressions. Upon recognizing Bai Xiao, they quickly hid inside their vehicles, afraid of being discovered. "Zhou Qi, is that her?" Tang Yao leaned over the steering wheel and asked in a low voice. "Yes," Zhou Qi nodded and then turned to the back, saying, "There should be a bag of masks in the backpack. Can you find 2 for me? Let's see if there are any hats in there." Feng Yingying responded, quickly searching diligently. At this time, people were gradually arriving at the intersection to collect bullets, and there weren't too many of them. However, no more awakeners appeared. When the last person left, Zhou Qi got out of the vehicle wearing a mask. "Hello, I am an awakener and would like to have a gun for self-defense." Zhou Qi calmly extended his hand. "Your index must have just awakened, right?" Luo Bin asked enviously. "Yes. Wearing a mask is for dust prevention and to guard against infections, etc." "Oh, that's fine. I only have pistols here, come and take it. This is 100 rounds of 9mm ammunition." "Thanks, can I get another pistol and some more bullets?" Luo Bin replied, "That might not be possible because you're getting so many bullets because you're an awakener. The others only get 50 rounds and there aren't many pistols." Zhou Qi nodded repeatedly, his eyes crinkling with a smile. I understand. Mainly because I have family, you see." He pointed to the vehicle. "That's my wife and behind is my daughter. In case anything happens, I'm afraid I won't have time, so please help me out." "Thanks, brother." This awakener had a very good attitude. They should be able to become friends. After some hesitation, Luo Bin agreed, saying, "All right, let me get you some more." What should I call you, brother? Zhou Qi. The two quickly became friendly as the people in the vehicle were distributing bullets. Moments later, Zhou Qi returned with 2 pistols and 200 rounds of ammunition. With that they had 3 pistols. Regardless of whether they would be used or not, the more the better. Can you use pistols? Zhou Qi turned to ask. Tang Yao's excitement was evident in her tone, which rose a notch. I've been to a shooting range and an experience center. I've practiced with bows and firearms and am very good with handguns. I can't, but it shouldn't be too hard, right? Feng Yingying gave a dry laugh. You might want to reconsider. Just look at your skinny arms and legs. Zhou Qi shook his head and began loading the previously acquired pistol and magazine. What about me? Shouldn't I get one too? Tang Yao looked anxious, glancing at the road while looking at Zhou Qi turning back and forth, her chest shaking like a rattle drum. Compared to the hunting bow she had been carrying, a firearm was naturally much better. What's the rush? Just drive well, he'll let you take a break on the road. He continued loading bullets and soon attached 2 pistols to his waist, allowing for consecutive firing of 30 rounds. On the road the roar of engines merged into one and the massive reorganized convoy moved like a winding steel serpent, slowly heading towards the right road leading to Qingshi town. Along the way there were occasional falling stones and tree trunks, and with many bends and poor visibility on both sides the average speed barely reached 50 kilometers per hour. On the bus, Lu Ming asked in confusion, "Did you and that person just now seem to be Zhou Qi?" Zhou Qi? Wang Taijun leisurely took a drag of his cigarette. You mean the one carrying the gun? Didn't he fail to catch up? He's most likely dead. According to what Suli and the others said, if he didn't board he probably wouldn't survive. Lu Ming nodded. I might have misjudged, but there's no mistaking that woman. Huff, Wang Taijun's expression instantly turned grave as he exhaled a lungful of smoke. She's no good. Let's keep our distance. Luckily there are quite a few guns in the convoy, or I wouldn't dare to travel together. Tang Yao gripped the steering wheel tightly, focusing intently on maneuvering the vehicle, dodging the deep potholes and falling rocks that frequently littered the road. With this road condition, it'll be a miracle if we reach Qingshi town before dark, she muttered in complaint. Prolonged driving had left her weary, and the slow pace only fueled her irritation, a simmering anger she could only vent on the annoying gravel. Stay close to Luo Bin and the others. Don't fall too far behind. Zhou Qi scanned the upcoming bend warily without turning his head. Yingying, check where that second stage woman's car is. Okay. Feng Yingying, lost in thought while gazing out the window, snapped to attention and quickly complied, nervously craning her neck to look back. Can't see clearly. She shouldn't be nearby. Just then a harsh engine roar erupted from the left. Bai Xiao's car suddenly accelerated from behind, overtaking them on the curve, grazing their vehicle as it roared past, splattering mud that slapped against the windshield. Looking for death. Tang Yao was startled by the reckless maneuver, jerking the wheel sharply to steady the car, and couldn't help but curse under her breath through gritted teeth. She recognized the car and caught a glimpse of Bai Xiao's pale, indifferent, expressionless profile in the driver's seat, forcing her to swallow the rest of her words. A stifled anger lodged in her throat, her oval face twisting momentarily as a flush of blood rose. Zhou Qi frowned slightly and instructed, slow down. Let a few cars pass ahead. Tang Yao pursed her lips in annoyance, struggling to steady her breathing. What's wrong? Zhou Qi keenly sensed her unease. Nothing. Just frustrated with the rough road, thirsty, hungry, and we haven't stopped for ages. Oh right, it was almost dark and they hadn't eaten yet. Zhou Qi suddenly realized, and as his mind relaxed he felt a pang of hunger. Yingying grabbed 3 cans from the backpack. There are spoons behind the seat. Oh okay. A meek voice replied from behind. Forget it, we don't have many rations left. Let's skip it and wait till night. The girl had just started to move when Zhou Qi changed his mind. She smacked her lips helplessly and stopped, her gaze drifting to the 10-liter water jug and 10 bottles of Waha filled with plain boiled water. Tang Yao's slender brows furrowed slightly, her just calmed breathing growing heavy again. Zhou Qi smiled faintly, pulled out a piece of chocolate, unwrapped it and brought it to her lips. Ma, Tang Yao squinted in contentment, instantly cheered. After swallowing the chocolate, her pink tongue tinged with white residue curled out greedily to savor the sweet traces at the corners of her mouth. More. Give me another. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with eager longing. Zhou Qi unwrapped another piece. That's enough. Drink some water first. After she had swallowed, Zhou Qi took out a gourd and fed it to her. Gulping down, Miao tilted her head for a few sips, her eyes flickering with doubt and surprise. What kind of water did you put in this? What's wrong? Zhou Qi was puzzled. It smells wonderful, a subtle sweetness with a fragrance. Sigh. As she spoke, she inhaled in shock. Strange, it feels cool and refreshing, but after drinking it there's a warm, soothing sensation. So comfortable. Oh. Zhou Qi looked at the gourd in confusion, shaking it left and right. That sound. The water Miao drank hadn't replenished. He cautiously brought the gourd to his nose and sniffed, detecting a faint fragrance, and the water level hadn't risen. Normally the water level in the gourd would always return to a fixed point in his hands. Zhou Qi frowned in thought and took a gulp. He savored it carefully, feeling a gentle warmth instantly suffuse his organs, then circulate through his blood to his limbs and bones. Could this be some kind of energy? Spiritual energy? A thought struck Zhou Qi. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and began circulating his breathing technique. Miao was just wondering when she saw Zhou Qi close his eyes after drinking, his breath growing steady and deep. He was practicing his breathing method. Minutes later, Zhou Qi opened his eyes, a look of pleasant surprise on his face. He then tipped the gourd back and downed the rest of the water. This time the gourd was completely empty. Though puzzled, Miao knew there must be some benefit, so she focused on keeping the car steady. After a moment, she suddenly noticed the numbers on her wrist flicker. Her spiritual energy index jumped from 0.5 to 0.9 before stabilizing again. What? This is like divine water. Her eyes widened, feeling a surge of strength and a noticeable relief from fatigue. She yearned to try it herself, but driving wasn't the time. So she turned urgently. Ying, do you know how to drive? No. The girl hung her head in shame, her gaze wavering. She didn't hear the expected follow-up, and when she looked up she only saw two backs. Unconsciously the girl twisted the hem of her clothes, abandoning the idea of asking for water, and silently endured. The sky grew darker, heavy lead gray clouds pressing down as if to crush the entire mountain forest. The lead vehicle visibly slowed down, finally stopping at a relatively open mountain pass. Arrived. Miao let out an obvious sigh of relief, rubbing her stiff shoulders from prolonged tension. Zhou Qi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze unusually bright. You're awake. How is it? Miao immediately asked. The corner of his mouth lifted, his low voice brimming with confidence. Excellent. Does it boost spiritual energy? How did you know? My spiritual energy index changed, it went up by 0.4. Miao said excitedly, her eyes fixed on the gourd at Zhou Qi's waist. Physique index 10. 7. Soul index 13. 6. Spiritual energy index 17. Zhou Qi glanced down, his spiritual energy index had increased by a full 4 points. He hastily grabbed the gourd and shook it. Empty. Is it all gone? Miao's face showed undisguised disappointment, then she asked, what was that water? Where did it come from? To be honest, I don't know either. I've always thought that gourd of yours was strange. Does it have something to do with it? Probably. Zhou Qi didn't explain further. After a moment of thought, he checked the items around him and noticed that the crystal stone left by Zhao Zimo had turned to sand. He let out a soft exclamation of surprise, slowly zipped up his waist pack and fell into thought. Seeing him equally puzzled, Miao didn't press further. Just then sudden exclamations and questioning voices erupted from outside. What? What the hell is this place? A man's trembling voice was filled with indescribable terror. It's all white. Luo Bin's face stiffened. Startled, Zhou Qi opened the car door. The previous conversation wasn't entirely clear to Feng Yingying, but Miao's words, spiritual energy index went up by 0.4, shook her to the core, a thunderous roar in her mind. Drinking water could increase the spiritual energy index? No way. She didn't even have 0.1. It was all because of Zhou Qi, the gourd was his. At that moment the girl quietly unzipped her windbreaker, glanced at her chest, and silently questioned, can 2bs equal 1d? My B isn't bad, is it? Maybe. I'm still growing. Zhou Qi was the first to push open the door and step out of the vehicle. The mountain wind laden with moisture lashed against his face like an icy whip. He stretched his somewhat stiff limbs, his gaze scrutinizing the area below. Qingshi town lay before them, a stretch of deathly gray-white silence. As far as the eye could see, ruined buildings sprawled in a continuous expanse, most reduced to crumbling walls, all thickly coated by a layer of gray-white moss lichen or some unknown fungal mat. Any trace of green that might have once existed had been utterly erased, leaving only a soul-shaking, overwhelming gray-white. It was as if the entire town had succumbed to a severe albino disease, its vitality completely plundered. The streets were filled with this slippery, twisted gray-white substance, forming eerily inexplicable veins. A few relatively intact buildings stared down at the uninvited guests with dark, hollow windows like the eye sockets of skeletons. An inexplicable chill crept up silently, with the mountain wind coiling around everyone's ankles, seeping into their very marrow. Something's wrong, terribly wrong. Luo Bin pushed open the jeep door, strode to the edge of the cliff, his face as grim as if it might drip water. He quickly raised his binoculars, meticulously scanning the deathly still town, trying to find even a shred of life. But his vision revealed only the all-consuming gray-white and silence. There were no traces of wandering corpses, no lurking shadows of aberrant beasts, not even a single bird crossing this cursed sky. This absolute complete blankness was more hair-raising than a mountain of corpses and seas of blood, for it hinted at a deeper, more incomprehensible terror. More than 20 people holding firearms gathered at the front, cautiously scanning their surroundings. The veterans moved swiftly. After the initial shock, they quickly formed a formation, 8 watching the front and sides, 4 guarding the rear crowd. Captain Luo, the gun-wielding man who had earlier clamored to use a fire fist, pushed his way to the front, his voice trembling slightly but carrying more of an impatient restlessness. What do we do now? Turn back? Or go down and take a look? We're already here, can't go back empty-handed. There are so many mouths to feed in the convoy. This statement immediately stirred up a commotion. Many in the convoy needed to replenish their gasoline, and some were running low on food. Few were like Zhou Qi, who had brought several months' worth of provisions. Many ordinary people had no food left at all. For them, even finding some spoiled food would be a blessing. If not, they would have to press on with empty stomachs, hoping to reach their destination the next day. Bai Xiao had somehow come to the front as well. She stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the jeep, her gaze calmly fixed on the town below. Zhou Qi glanced at her from the corner of his eye, noticing a trace of color had returned to her face, though faint bluish-black bloodstains were still visible beneath her clothes at her waist. Good thing Luo Bin gave her the outdated serum. Looks like she doesn't remember us. Luo Bin turned and stood on the vehicle, looking back at the crowd. Stop arguing, he barked. The cold gleam in his eyes and his sharp shout instantly silenced everyone. Though he was an ordinary man, his stern expression and murderous gaze made their hearts tighten inexplicably. Bai Xiao's pupils contracted slightly, a hint of surprise flickering in her mind. She then turned her gaze to the veterans, sensing them carefully. A pair of cold eyes seemed to notice her scrutiny, looking back at her. Only when they realized she was the awakened one did they withdraw their warning stares. Damn, are these guys really veterans? They seem pretty tough, all with strong physiques. And it feels like there's an awakened one among the soldiers. Bai Xiao's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly she was startled, setting aside her earlier contempt. The scene fell silent instantly. Luo Bin's expression softened. Everyone listen. Don't rush. Let's first see if there's any danger. He swept his gaze over those with anxious eyes. I know some of you are low on gas or out of food. The base isn't far from here. Even without resupplying, we can squeeze together and share what we have. No problem. The town ahead looks very eerie. Don't act rashly. Someone shouted, but this is our only way. Are we not going through? Yeah, what do we do now? It doesn't look like there's any movement inside. I can see the gas station. Right. The gas station should have storage tanks. Diesel should be fine. Luo Bin furrowed his brows in annoyance. He hated being interrupted. He waited patiently for them to finish before speaking coldly, his tone turning harsh. He gestured sideways. Come, since you're so bold, step aside and go down first to scout the way. A heavy silence fell. Luo Bin spat, his oppressive gaze sweeping the crowd. Observe first. If nothing happens, well, think of a way to probe, he said in a low voice. With that he turned and raised his binoculars to observe carefully. This time no one disturbed him. After a moment he called out, "Ergo haze, I advance about 50 meters to a high point and fire into the town. The rest of you prepared to support." "Yes, sir." The two men immediately moved out with their rifles. The remaining soldiers and the other gunmen nervously watched the pair, quickly finding firing positions. Given the terrain, even if something charged out from below, as long as bullets could harm it, there was nothing to fear. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The two men fired their rifles in controlled bursts, the bullets striking windows, streetlights, iron doors, and other places where the sound would be obvious. The impact points advanced from the town's entrance deeper inside, reaching over 500 meters at the farthest. Impressive. Zhou Qi silently admired. Professionals were indeed different, if these two weren't even using sniper rifles. A few minutes later Luo Bin called them back. He observed for a moment, then looked at Bai Xiao and Zhou Qi. "Miss Bai, brother Zhou Qi, can your abilities be used to investigate inside?" "What the hell?" Zhou Qi was speechless. Bai Xiao followed his voice, her gaze instantly locking onto Zhou Qi, studying him intently. "I've only just awakened. I can't do anything." "You should ask her instead," Zhou Qi said, his expression somewhat unnatural. "Miss Bai, what about you?" Bai Xiao smiled faintly, showing a rare hint of polite goodwill. "Captain Luo, unfortunately, though I am at the second rank of the extraordinary, my life spirit is of the necromancy type and my spirit servant is dead. I really can't help now." Luo Bin's eyes flickered with understanding. The necromancy type offered little enhancement to oneself and no extra abilities. He sighed. "In that case, I suggest we don't linger. Speed through the town, leave this place, and find another spot to spend the night." "Let's move." "Well, take the lead." The crowd exchanged glances. Some disagreed, thinking the soldiers were making a fuss over nothing. But after a moment of hesitation they said nothing. They could always ask the soldiers for help later. Zhou Qi became an awakened one. Next to the bus, Wang Taijun looked shocked, offering a cigarette to Su Li. "How great." Su Li sighed enviously, taking the cigarette, a Hongtashan. This cigarette was a lifesaver now, he hadn't had one in a long time. It was for the cigarette in the laborer's hand that Su Li had repeatedly struck up conversations, finally getting his hands on it today. The woman beside Wang Taijun sighed inwardly, thinking she should have sought out Zhou Qi that night. But back then the woman Zhou Qi was with hadn't died, and from the looks of it he probably wouldn't have been interested in her. As for Feng Wei's group, after several perilous encounters, the earlier surge of reckless bravado had been extinguished. Now all they wanted was to reach the base safely, no longer harboring thoughts of holding any women. Feng Wei got into the car and turned his head, saying, "Catch up to the front in a bit and give Zhou Qi 2 packs of cigarettes plus 2 bottles of the liquor we found on the road." His companion in the back seat nodded and got up to fetch the items. Luo Bin led the group as they set off first, with everyone following closely. As they neared the small town, an immense unease enveloped the entire convoy. The vehicles traversed the pale white shrouded town. Through the windows they could see dense unknown white fluff like the dried remnants of some substance. Even in the air strands of silk drifted about, exuding an aura of decay and inauspiciousness permeated with an indescribably strange odor. It wasn't mere rot-y, it was more like a bizarre mixture of stale mildew and some putrid organic acid. Inhaling it brought a faint numbing sensation, making one's mind feel drowsy. The trees lining the road, dead and also covered in that grayish-white substance, stretched out like twisted ghostly claws toward the gloomy sky. The road surface was completely swallowed by that slippery, seemingly living, faintly writhing gray-white mass. When the vehicles rolled over it, there was a squelching sound like crushing countless rotten eggs. The tires kicked up not mud but a viscous gray-white slime. The windows were tightly shut, but that odor seemed to penetrate every crack, seeping into everyone's mouth and nose. The convoy, which had previously buzzed with discussion and complaints, now fell into a deathly silence. Tang Yao furrowed her brow, goosebumps rising on her arms. Everyone, no matter how anxious they had been before, how desperately they craved supplies, or how dismissive they were of Luo Bin's caution, now kept their mouths tightly shut. Feng Yingying looked at the gas station beside them, which now resembled a wrapped cocoon. Thick curtains of material hung from its sign like an aged sculpture from a horror film. Zhou Qi's expression was solemn. His sharp gaze slowly swept across the streets on both sides, trying to find the source or a weakness in this eerie phenomenon, but found nothing except the ubiquitous nauseating active fungal mat. His perception, enhanced by his mistability, was keener than ever, as if he had established a secret connection with the heavens and the earth. He could clearly feel an extremely uncomfortable aura pervading this area. The spiritual energy within his body stirred faintly, instinctively rejecting this environment. He quietly began to circulate his cultivation technique, accelerating the flow of blood and qi within his body to dispel the drowsy numbness from the air, all the while maintaining a high state of alert. His pistol was already in hand, and a faint mist began to emanate. Suddenly the white surface on the road ahead began to move. Clusters of bulging lumps scurried to both sides at incredible speed. "What the hell is that?" The lead driver's voice was tight with tension. The gun muzzles on the jeep instantly aimed forward. "It's spiders." Luo Bin's eyes widened like saucers as he barked, "Floor it." The two lead jeeps surged forward in tandem, their roaring exhaust kicking up flurries of white fluff. The tires rolled over palm-sized white spiders, bursting them into pulps of green and red fluids. The vehicles behind quickly followed, and the tremendous roar seemed to have alarmed the road ahead. Swarms of spiders rose from the road surface, and the white pavement came fully alive. "Left side, look!" as someone shouted in alarm. Luo Bin followed the sound and saw two car-sized giant spiders crawling out from the walls of an alleyway. Their spiny bristling legs were like scythes of death, their carapaces shimmering with an eerie crystalline white. Their strong chelicerae flexed and scraped the ground, leaving cracks in the roof of an abandoned car at the intersection. Heavens! That big! What kind of spider is this? Could this place be a spider nest? Go, go, go! Click, clack, click, clack. Amidst a low hiss, the giant spiders crushed a car, leaped over a flower bed, and charged toward the convoy. "Open fire!" Luo Bin raised his pistol first, simultaneously grabbing a loudspeaker and shouting, "Everyone watch both sides!" Rat-a-tat! Rat-a-tat! The soldiers beside Luo Bin and other armed individuals opened fire, immediately unleashing a torrent of gunfire. Bullets struck the spiders with a dull thud-thud, punching several holes that oozed a dark green foul-smelling slime. Though riddled with bullets, leaking fluids, and constantly trembling and recoiling, their resilience was far beyond imagination. Their unsteady bodies still blocked the road, as if protecting the smaller spiders on the ground as they retreated. Suddenly a flash of light came from the giant spider's mouthparts, and two arcs of venom shot out for tens of meters, nearly splashing onto the jeep. Sizzle! The venom splattered on the ground, which instantly boiled and bubbled furiously. Grenades! Ergo Haze, I guard the flanks. Huzi, you take the lead. Luo Bin called out. Two jeeps split left and right to clear the path, while the box truck continued to push forward. Several grenades flew through the air. Amidst the booming explosions, flames instantly engulfed the dying giant spiders by the roadside. The box truck's engine roared as it charged through. Just then a dark-faced man climbed onto the truck's roof, gun in hand. This man was Huzi, whom Luo Bin had mentioned, an awakener among the soldiers. His cold eyes stared fixedly at the spider carcasses in the flames on both sides. Suddenly the sleeve of his right arm tore off cleanly at the shoulder, and his entire right arm began to swell. In the blink of an eye it became as thick as a giant tree trunk, muscles piled upon muscles, with blood vessels glowing with a crimson light. Huzi clenched his fist the size of a human head, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He slightly crouched, his chest and abdomen heaving, ready at any moment to meet a spider's counterattack. Fortunately, the spiders were completely dead. The vehicles following behind looked at the imposing, sturdy figure standing tall and felt an overwhelming sense of security. One car after another sped through. Luo Bin, leading 8 or 9 soldiers, remained standing by the roadside, their dark gun muzzles trained on both sides, ready to face any mutant beasts. Several armed men, deeply moved, also stayed behind. They were the same group that had been clamoring to use their fire fists. A physique-type life spirit often grants a huge boost to the physical body. Looks like he's a second rank. That Kylan arm. Tisk, I'm afraid even that woman couldn't withstand it up close. Zhou Qi muttered in admiration as he pulled himself back into the car window and put down his gun. The muzzle was still warm. He hadn't fired many shots before those terrifying spiders were killed. It seemed there were only these 2 giant spiders. Thank goodness. The SUV sped through the protective formation of soldiers. Luo Bin was observing the situation of the rear convoy and raised his loudspeaker again. Those in the back, don't panic. It's safe for now. Zhou Qi's eyes flickered and he suddenly said to Tang Yao, stop the car. Huh? Tang Yao let out an instinctive exclamation but didn't ask questions, obediently pulling the car over beside the jeep. She looked at the patches of filth on the road outside, feeling a wave of nausea, her eyes narrowing into slits. You don't need to get out. Don't turn off the engine. Zhou Yao instructed, handing Tang Yao a fully loaded pistol and 2 magazines. He then opened the car door and stepped out. Captain Luo, how is the situation? Do you need my help? Zhou Qi asked earnestly as he stepped forward, his pace carrying a hint of urgency. Fortunately, the problem wasn't severe. If there had been a large number of such spiders, he would have fled immediately. Just from the venom that spider spat earlier, he felt he couldn't withstand it. If there were only a few, he still had the courage to take them on. Luo Bin's expression remained somber as he nodded, no immediate danger, but we must remain vigilant. This spider is already at a supernatural level. If a large number are lurking here, it could be a calamity. The surrounding soldiers used vehicles as barriers, their rifles occasionally aiming at the narrow, shadowy intersections, their movements agile and crisp. Zhou Qi hadn't noticed before, but now with their stern faces and taut bodies, he vaguely sensed that these ordinary soldiers had a physique around level 3. This was truly strange. Even in the military, a physique above level 3 was considered elite, and these men were all veterans. But I think this spider can't be second tier. If we encounter such large-scale beast attacks on the road, I hope you can lend a hand with the ones that charge into the convoy. Zhou Qi looked at Luo Bin's solemn request and couldn't bring himself to refuse. Indeed, if beasts charged close, even with guns, casualties would occur due to slow reactions. Don't worry, Captain Luo, I'll do my best. Much obliged. Luo Bin felt somewhat relieved, his fondness for Zhou Qi growing. Without Hu Zi by his side, it was indeed dangerous. He glanced back and saw Bai Xiao's car already swallowed by the distant traffic. He snorted coldly, his brow furrowing. Target spotted on the left rear. A soldier's cold voice rang out. Zhou Qi looked up and saw 3 more giant spiders emerge. Fire! Rat-a-tat-tat! Rat-a-tat-tat! 4 soldiers along with a few nearby civilians unleashed a hail of gunfire, shell casings clinking as they fell. The other 4 soldiers kept their aim on the rear, waiting for orders before providing support. Zhou Qi gripped the hilt of the blade on his shoulder, slightly crouching, his arches subtly lifted as his darting gaze assessed the danger, ready to strike at any moment. Against such overwhelming firepower and distance, these first-tier supernatural beasts were simply walking to their deaths. Within seconds, the crossfire reduced the 3 beasts to splattered fluids, their bodies staggering and collapsing by the flowerbed. Then, under precise suppressive fire, they were finished off by a few high-explosive grenades. The soldiers' enhanced physiques allowed them to throw the grenades far beyond the spider's venom range. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Captain Luo, can I get some more ammo? The man beside him laughed heartily, his face alight with excitement. This man was named Shin Han, holding an AK, the only rifle in his group. The rest had either pistols or shotguns. His grip on the gun was the spitting image of a hardened bandit, a world apart from the expressionless soldiers beside him. Come get it later. Luo Bin agreed. He wouldn't be stingy with those who dared to fight. Zhou Qi raised an eyebrow, thinking it would be nice if a spider gave him a chance to act so he could ask for some supplies without being refused right. Unfortunately, no more spiders attacked. The convoy passed through safely and Zhou Qi had no choice but to return to the car. The swaying headlights wound through the bumpy mountain road and disappeared. The town fell silent again, with only a few smoldering fires and charred corpses releasing a foul stench. The mountain wind was cold. Tree shadows sliced the twin blood moons outside the window as darkness once again enveloped the land. Who killed my child? Ah, a bare-chested man stood in the street roaring at the sky. His white hair and eerie face were striking. On his massive pectorals, mysterious complex patterns glowed with crystalline streams of light fueled by his rage. It seemed the blood flowing through his veins wasn't blood but electricity. His physique was abnormally imposing, his upper body alone was nearly 3 meters tall. Instead of legs, a spider the size of a house was attached to his torso. He screamed hoarsely, his vertical pupils burning with emerald flames, his meters-long white hair flying wildly in the wind. Bastards, bastards. I was inexplicably thrown into this bizarre world, and now I've lost my few remaining children. Woo, it must be those people from the west. Last time they saw me passing by, they chased me down and my wife died. I've fled so far and they still won't let me go. My children. The man wept with grief and indignation. He flung the beast carcasses away with his massive caliceries, staring sorrowfully at his charred, stinking children. Unfortunately, he had just been out hunting. Having faced numerous dangers since arriving in this other world, he couldn't bear to let his children forage for food. Fine, fine, fine. The man ground his teeth, speaking with venom. I will have my revenge. I'm done building this nest. He wiped away his tears, his scythe-like appendages lifting the remnants of his child's body to his eyes. He stared for a moment, a cruel glint in his eyes, then grabbed the corpse and began to eat. After a long while he let out a burp, leaped onto the rooftop with his 8 spider legs and vanished back into the mountains. Half an hour later, several beams of light pierced the darkness at the pass outside the town's entrance. The lead car paused briefly before driving into the town. Meanwhile, Luo Bin led his people to a grassy bay in the mountains to set up camp. Many needed rest and were unfit for night travel. Tan Yao was stirring sweet potato starch in a stainless steel basin while Feng Yingying dug a stove with an entrenching tool. Zhou Qi quickly returned carrying 2 small trees. They could only build a simple earthen stove here, and the food had to be quick and easy lest the stove collapse mid-cooking. First he loosened the sweet potato starch in cold water, then poured it into the pot to heat, constantly stirring with a knife. Is it a bit dry? Seeing the water in the pot turn white and then thicken with the edges starting to burn while the center was still raw, Tan Yao couldn't help doubting Zhou Qi's cooking skills. Was this going to work? It didn't look right. If it's dry, just add water. Zhou Qi poured in more water from his canteen. After a moment's thought, he put away his blade and pulled out a sturdier electric baton. This worked much better. The thick starch porridge nearly flew out of the pot as he stirred. Soon the mixture turned a light brown, glossy and shimmering with a faint watery sheen. It's a bit thin, isn't it? Doesn't look like the stuff they sell. Tan Yao crouched nearby, peering curiously like an inquisitive child. I'm not selling it. Yingying, pour in the canned goods and instant noodle seasoning packets. Okay, just pour them in directly. Yes, the vegetable cans, not the staple ones. We need some vitamins and fiber. Soon a pot of reddish oily glossy paste was ready. It wasn't much to look at, but it tasted quite good. It melted in the mouth, the starch porridge mixed with soybeans and carrots, smooth and refreshing, warming the stomach. Zhou Qi downed 3 bowls, a fine sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. The spicy oily flavor was excellent for warding off the cold in this late autumn mountain wilderness. He smacked his lips with lingering satisfaction. If only I had some scallions, how to Ania, vinegar, peas, cilantro, and a plate of fried stinky tofu, that would be perfect. Brother Zhou, are you still hungry? You can have mine if you want. Feng Yingying clearly misunderstood. She had just taken half a bowl and hadn't eaten much when she saw Zhou Qi quickly scrape the pot clean and make his remark. I'm full. You eat yours. If you need more, open a pack of sausages. A young girl like you needs to put on some meat. Look how skinny you are. Zhou Qi waved his hand, replying with a casual smile. Then he turned to look around and noticed very few people setting up tents. It seemed he wouldn't be able to borrow one tonight and would have to sleep in the car. Hearing his words, Feng Yingying silently lowered her head, taking small bites of the half bowl of spicy starch paste, her face instantly flushing red. A mix of shyness, resentment, and a secret hope colored her cheeks, lit by the campfire even redder than the sunset. Tan Yao, also a woman, immediately noticed the girl's unusual expression and couldn't help but pause. Her gaze darted between Feng Yingying's burning red face and Zhou Qi's broad back, her delicate brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. She said nothing, merely lowering her head to continue eating her own portion, her movements carrying a hint of barely perceptible stiffness. Could this little girl be wanting a taste of something hot too? Brother Zhou, I'm so relieved to see you. I've been worried about you. The moment I saw your skills that day, I knew you were no ordinary man. Zhou Qi turned to face a beaming face and a shiny bald head. Feng Wei bowed slightly, the mole on his round fleshy face almost disappearing into the creases. He held 2 crumpled packs of Yushi cigarettes in his hands while his henchman behind him with a stiff smile carried 2 bottles of Matai. It's you guys. Zhou Qi forced a faint smile. Although he disliked these men with their full-sleeve tattoos, one should never strike a smiling face, so there was no need to dwell on it. These fellows were quite bold. Brother Zhou, as they say, surviving a great disaster brings great fortune. It hasn't been long since we last met and you've already become a transcendent. Feng Wei eagerly offered the cigarettes. I picked up a few things on the road. Hope you don't mind. That's right, Brother Zhou, please accept them. The henchman beside him respectfully presented the liquor with both hands. Just put them aside. Zhou Qi glanced at them indifferently and didn't take them. He understood perfectly why their attitude had changed. Before the apocalypse he would never have associated with such people, but now was a different time. He didn't mind interacting with those who dared to fight and take risks. It wasn't unreasonable to lend a hand when it didn't endanger himself. From a macro perspective, the more people who survived and persevered, the more would become transcendents, creating room for growth. Only then could civilization continue. Just then Wang Taijun and Su Li approached with their people. Yes, yes. Feng Wei hastily placed the cigarettes and liquor by the car and asked solicitously, Brother Zhou, is there anything else we can help with? Lend a hand, anything? Zhou Qi opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over their nervous and expectant faces. He casually mentioned, we're a bit short on fuel. Can you spare some? Fuel? I've got some, Brother Zhou. They'll bring it right over. Wang Taijun immediately called out to Lu Ming, quick. Bring our spare fuel for Brother Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi looked at the 2 containers of fuel, then at the gathered faces of Su Li, Lu Ming and the others. Their expressions were all painted with deliberate flattery and a desperate eagerness to curry favor. He understood perfectly but remained composed, merely nodding. Thanks. Then Su Li stepped forward, his expression quite sincere. Congratulations, Brother Zhou Qi. They exchanged a few pleasantries before slowly dispersing. With this small exchange of favors, Feng Wei, Wang Tiejuan and the others decided to stay, setting up camp nearby, subtly centering themselves around Zhou Qi. For a time this area seemed more crowded and lively than the others. Meanwhile, in a distant car, a couple sat with awkward expressions. Zhengming looked at his wife and said irritably, What are you afraid of? There are so many people here and we're heading to the base soon. Could Zhou Qi possibly seek revenge on me? In that situation, who wouldn't look out for themselves? If I went down to help them and the zombies caught up, what then? Hu Shumei sighed helplessly and shot him a disdainful glare. How did I end up married to such a useless man? No good in bed, no good out of it. Look at others. Look at Su Li, look at Wang Tiejuan, look at Zhou Qi, and then look at you. You haven't achieved anything with your cultivation, you're as timid as a mouse and you have no strength. What are we going to do? Zhengming's face flushed crimson with rage. Shut up, you shrew. If I weren't timid, I'd be dead by now. How many people have died along this road? Do you think cultivation is so easy? And what have you achieved? I'm biding my time. I'm much stronger than I was before. If it weren't for me, a woman like you wouldn't have survived this long. Ayumi's face stiffened. She wanted to retort but couldn't find the words, so she turned her head away. Zhengming pressed his advantage, a surge of malice filling his mind. You say I'm no good, you wretched woman? I'll show you right now. Saying this, he grabbed Ayumi's wrist, twisted her arm behind her back, pinned her against the seat, and lunged at her impatiently. MMPH. The woman clamped her lips shut, struggling and twisting her ponytail, nearly coming undone against the headrest. These days had been filled with terror and anxiety. She was in no mood for this. In a fit of anger, she kicked the man hard. Unexpectedly, the car door wasn't properly closed. Zhengming, already off balance, tumbled out with a thud, landing flat on his back. What's going on? What are you doing? How did you fall out? The commotion immediately drew onlookers. With the door wide open, many caught a glimpse of the woman inside with her legs drawn up, straightening her clothes. Everyone instantly understood what had happened and a wave of laughter erupted. You've gone too far. Zhengming stood up, brushed the dirt off his pants, and hearing the surrounding noise, his face fell. With a ferocious expression, he rushed over and dragged Hu Shumei out of the car. Slap. A resounding slap sent Hu Shimei stumbling, nearly falling. "You bastard! How dare you hit me?" Hu Shimei jerked her head up, her disheveled hair falling over her ears and shoulders. She stared in disbelief, touching the burning mark on her cheek. A blazing fury ignited in her eyes, and she whipped out a dagger from the sheath at the small of her back. Zhengming had regretted the slap the moment he delivered it, but before he could utter a word he saw the cold gleam of the blade thrusting towards him. "Have you lost your mind?" His eyes widened as he quickly dodged. Although he wasn't particularly strong and hadn't made much progress in his training, he was still tougher than the woman. They began a chase around the car, one pursuing, the other fleeing. "Ooh, a fight. Go on, sister, stab him." The bystanders relished the spectacle, watching the drama unfold without a single one stepping in to mediate. Rip! A sound of tearing fabric as the dagger sliced through Zhengming's sleeve. "You're for real?" Zhengming's face hardened as he stopped, delivering a flying kick that struck the woman in the stomach. "Ah!" Hu Shimei cried out in pain, clutching her abdomen. Her face contorted as she curled up and collapsed to the ground, immediately starting to scream. "Help! Help! Murder! Murder!" Her terrified pig-like squeals drew more attention. A beam of light swept over and two soldiers rushed towards them with rifles raised. "What's going on here?" The soldier's face was stern, his rifle instantly trained on Zhengming. A misunderstanding? We were just playing around. She's my wife." Zhengming panicked and hurriedly went to help the woman up. The two soldiers frowned but didn't ask further, clearly unwilling to get involved. "She's really my wife. Just a minor spat," Zhengming explained as he helped her up. The soldier looked at Hu Shimei and asked impassively, "Is he your man? Don't cause any trouble if there's nothing really wrong. Don't make things difficult for yourselves." Hu Shimei saw the weary annoyance on the soldiers' faces. Her own expression darkened, but she nodded and swallowed her chaotic words, falling silent. After a while the crowd dispersed and the two returned to the car. After a moment of silence the man gritted his teeth and began to apologize. "I'm sorry. It was all my fault." The woman frowned deeply, ignoring him. The man whispered words of comfort, making deep promises of love. The woman's face was expressionless as she said flatly, "Let's get some sleep." Zhengming finally breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes, leaning back in his seat. Hu Shimei turned to face the other side, her gaze complex. A moment later she heard snoring from behind her. She sighed silently, turned back to look at the familiar gaunt face beside her, and slowly pulled the blanket, which had slipped halfway off, up over the man's shoulders. "Tangyao, go get some rest in the car. Yingying, you take the first watch. They'll relieve you later." Zhou Qi gave his orders, preparing to meditate and thoroughly examine himself. Exhausted from a long day, her frayed nerves and prolonged driving had left her both physically and mentally drained, in dire need of recovery. Tangyao did not decline taking another sip of the strong liquor before nodding and slipping into the backseat of the off-road vehicle. Rest assured, Brother Zhou." Feng Yingying immediately responded, straightening her back in an instant, striving to appear reliable as she cast a vigilant gaze over the surrounding crowd. Zhou Qi chuckled, rose to his feet and tossed a telescope beside her. "Keep an eye on the fire and occasionally scan the distance, especially the forest across the way. No need to worry about the surroundings or what's behind." He returned to the side of the off-road vehicle, sat down cross-legged once more and closed his eyes. His blood and qi circulated through his body, spiritual energy flowing slowly along newly opened pathways, while his perception spread like an invisible spiderweb, enveloping the core area of the camp. He could hear the crackling of the nearby campfire, the indistinct murmur of voices in the distance, the rustle of wind through grass blades, and even faintly detect the shift change of sentries at Luobin's post. The strength of spiritual energy accompanies robust vitality, the three complement each other. With each cycle it seems to absorb faint energy from heaven and earth. This energy transformed within the human body merges with life force to birth spiritual energy, while another part dissolves into blood, qi, and sinews to fortify the flesh. Now perception is more acute, yet I can only channel spiritual energy through the Buddha's blood, qi, and meridians, or manifest it as a mist externally. Is there water in the gourd again? Zhou Qi's eyelids twitched as he opened his eyes, grabbed the gourd, and took a gulp. His expression shifted, surprise turning to disappointment. It's become ordinary tap water again. Could it really be because of that strange crystal? What is that? Zhao Zimo's dying words and that photo, could he really have a sister in the base? Was he from the base? If so, then the situation at this base might be vastly different from before the apocalypse. Or perhaps he was beyond the base's control, hence his disregard for civilians. Being a transcendent second rank makes it plausible. Zhou Qi pondered for a moment, then composed his mind, focusing once more on breathing and meditation. Time slipped away in silence. The blood moon hung high, casting an eerie crimson glow over the camp. Feng Yingying sat by the fire with her knees hugged to her chest, a chill on her back, yet her mind was unusually alert, or rather exhilarated. She kept stealing glances at Zhou Qi, who sat cross-legged to her right rear, his breath steady, face serene, slightly tousled short hair exuding a carefree air. His rugged features and upright posture inspired a sense of security. The girl's gaze grew vacant, as if she could catch a whiff of his faintly sweating masculine scent. Her eyes then slid to the yellow leather gourd at his waist. Enhancing spiritual energy. Feng Yingying murmured silently, an intense longing gradually morphing into an infatuated expression. The more she looked, the more pleasing he became, her gaze involuntarily fixed on Zhou Qi's lips. After a long moment, the girl turned back and added several thick branches to the fire. With a crackle, the flames surged anew, as if she sought to dispel the inexplicable heat on her cheeks and her slightly ragged breath with fiercer fire. In the dead of night, Zhou Qi slowly opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing through them. Most of the camp had already fallen asleep, save for a few soldiers and a handful of others keeping watch. He rose and walked to the campfire. Feng Yingying immediately looked over the firelight, illuminating her delicate features etched with obvious fatigue yet devoid of sleepiness. "Go sleep in the car," Zhou Qi said softly. The girl shook her head, her voice carrying a hint of subtle tenderness. "Brother Zhou, I'm not tired. I can't sleep." She edged closer to the fire as if seeking more warmth. "What do you think is the deal with those two moons in the sky? Could it affect the aberrant beasts?" Zhou Qi sat down beside her, gazing up at the sky, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible fear. "Perhaps. Maybe it's the moon from another world that's come over." Feng Yingying tightened her grip on her knees, a flicker of fear in her eyes quickly replaced by resolve. She watched Zhou Qi's chiseled profile in the firelight, his steady mountain-like demeanor causing her heart to race inexplicably. Was the moment at hand? "Go to sleep," Zhou Qi urged again, his commanding tone laced with concern. "We have to travel tomorrow. Your eyelids are practically drooping." "Oh." Feng Yingying murmured a low response, pursed her lips, and reluctantly stood up slowly. "Ah." Suddenly her body stumbled, a pained expression on her face as she grimaced and leaned over. Zhou Qi reflexively raised a hand to support her back. "What's wrong?" Seeing she hadn't fallen, Feng Yingying immediately twisted her right ankle, even knocking off her heel, and plopped down onto Zhou Qi's lap. "Ouch. My leg's asleep." "Ow." Zhou Qi withdrew his left hand to help her out, but the moment he relaxed, Feng Yingying lifted her right foot and with a natural supple motion slumped into his arms. "Ah. It hurts so much." The girl's face was twisted in pain, her mouth wide as she gasped, her right hand hovering in the air as if wanting to touch her leg but daring not. Her left hand pressed against Zhou Qi's chest, feigning a reaction to the pain, while her bottom slid from the edge of his thigh toward the center. A spark of static electricity even crackled. The firelight danced, illuminating the girl's slightly furrowed brows and pitiful delicate appearance. Her vermilion lips were parted, pink tongue resting against her teeth, a contrast of red and white, exhaling fragrant breath. Without a second thought, Zhou Qi instinctively wrapped his arms around her, his left hand freezing an inch above her thigh, only then realizing something was amiss. The girl tilted her head back, her bright eyes slightly shrinking, not daring to meet his gaze. As he looked down, she quickly turned her face to gently press against his firm, warm chest. Feng Yingying felt an intense wave of masculine aura wash over her. The warmth and solid, powerful chest muscles sent a jolt through her heart, blood rushing to her cheeks, even the roots of her ears turning red. Through the fabric of their clothes she could clearly feel his strong heartbeat and vibrant life force. Meanwhile, her own unique, sweetly fragrant warmth instantly surrounded Zhou Qi's nostrils. In that instant the air seemed to freeze, the campfire crackling as a gentle breeze carried the smoky scent. Feng Yingying closed her eyes tightly, her hands clutching Zhou Qi's clothes chaotically, every muscle taut, her heart pounding like a drum. Her cheeks heated up so quickly that a hint of sweat broke out. Her heart raced. Was this working? What should she do next? Why was there no reaction? He wasn't saying anything. Should she take a look? Zhou Qi looked down at the girl nestled docilely in his arms like a small animal, feeling the slight tremble of her soft body and the astonishing heat radiating from her cheeks. Her slender fair arms seemed to find grabbing his clothes awkward, fumblingly moving toward his back, but after a couple of tentative tries they stopped in timidity. A flicker of complex, unreadable emotion passed through his deep eyes, a moment of surprise gradually giving way to a trace of sympathy. Zhou Qi shook his head slightly, examining the girl with her neck tucked in once more. The curve of her legs dangling in the grass clearly indicated they were no longer numb. Perhaps they had never been numb. Lonely and destitute, the sole survivor of her family, lacking strength, living in constant peril, lost and helpless. If it were me. No wonder she's like this. But how had she changed so much? Could it be she was dwelling on the gourd's transformation? That's right, Miao mentioned in the card that it enhanced spiritual energy. Zhou Qi's face remained calm, his gaze sharpening, a deep wariness rising within him. After awakening, he had grown somewhat arrogant. The matter of the gourd enhancing spiritual energy must not be disclosed. Heavy breathing resonated against his chest, the scorching air penetrating through his clothes. Zhou Qi distinctly sensed the girl in his arms had nearly stiffened, seemingly caught between embarrassment and confusion, evidently in a state of extreme tension. Sitting too long restricts blood flow. I'll be better soon, he murmured, gently pulling the girl closer and reaching out to put her shoes on for her. As if tending to a child. The gentle tone eased the girl's mind somewhat, and she nodded with a soft moan. Zhou Qi resumed his contemplation. If it were merely the gourd's ability to store water, that would be one thing. He hadn't revealed this to Miao either, so at most it would seem a bit peculiar. But now that it could amplify spiritual energy, he couldn't let these two women leave his side lest they attract trouble. However, Zhou Qi furrowed his brow, scanning them up and down, a troubled expression on his face. When a story reaches an impasse, accidents usually ensue. Just as he was pondering how to suit the girl, he suddenly sensed something amiss in the air. Bang! The sky. The moment Zhou Qi looked up and saw the danger, Bai Xiao had already fired a warning shot, followed by the soldiers' fierce shouts. Captain, enemy attack! Everyone take cover behind the vehicles and fire. Get down, get down! Rat-a-tat-tat! Rat-a-tat-tat! Bang! Bang! The roar of automatic rifles and pistols erupted instantly, weaving into a dense web of gunfire. A colossal shadow swooped down from the blood-moon-veiled sky like a death shroud. They were a group of grotesque flying beasts with wingspans generally exceeding 1 meter and the larger individuals spanning several meters, as if primeval giant bats had been reborn. They were covered in dark red or grayish-brown horny hide, glistening with oil under the moonlight. Their twisted, ugly heads had exposed fangs, and they emitted piercing, sharp screeches. Powerful legs ended in giant gleaming hooks. If the massive bats could even pierce through vehicle bodies and flip them over. Help! Ah! Chaos erupted instantly. Screams, wails, and children's cries wove together into an undulating, bloodstained score. Brother, save me! The awakened man thought he was safe inside the car, but a giant bat screeched as it dove, its massive eagle-like claws piercing the windshield. The beast flapped its wings with a single powerful thrust, instantly flipping the vehicle over. Amidst a series of thuds, it even tore open the roof. The blood moon cast the giant shadow as the panicked man was lifted into the sky by the beast. Don't run. Come back. Form a formation against the vehicles. Get closer, get closer. Luo Bin's roar blasted through the loudspeaker, filled with an undeniable urgency. Standing by the jeep, his face ashen, his pistol spewing tongues of fire as he continuously fired precise shots at the diving shadows. At a time like this, scattering to flee would only serve up moving snacks to these aerial predators. Even getting into cars would lead to being picked off one by one. Earlier, when setting up camp, he had planned to park some vehicles on the periphery, leaving 2 passages on the left and right. Meanwhile, vehicles were also scattered sparsely in the central gathering area, creating multiple barriers. However, fear had already overwhelmed reason, and not everyone obeyed the command. A flash of helplessness and ruthlessness passed through Luo Bin's eyes. There was no time to worry about the rest. He could only concentrate his forces to protect those who could hold steady. Huzi, hold the firing point. Everyone else, groups of 4, stay by the vehicles. Crossfire. Prioritize the big ones. Yes, Captain. Here's a gruff voice responded. He stood firm as a rock slightly ahead and to the side of Luobin, his right arm swollen like a massive tree trunk, muscles knotted raised high. When a giant bat with a 3-meter wingspan dove down its sharp claws aimed at a panicked retreating soldier, Huzi let out a thunderous roar, his colossal arm swinging upward like a battering ram. Boom! The sound of a dull impact echoed, and the very air seemed to tremble. The bat, struck as if by a giant hammer at high speed, was sent flying backward. The crack of breaking bones was clearly audible as its massive body tumbled and twisted through the air, crashing into a simple tent in the distance and flattening it. The moment Zhou Qi looked up and heard the gunshot, and by Xiao's shout he instantly rose, tossing the girl in his arms behind him. In one motion he drew the spiritual weapon from his shoulder and raised his left-hand pistol. Bang! 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 Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Qi calmly pulled the trigger. Flames spat from the muzzle, and two small bats, charging in with the fiercest momentum and closest distance, fell, their dark blood spraying through the air. The dying screeches of the beasts attracted their nearby comrades. Two slightly larger bats with wingspans nearing 2 meters let out even more piercing cries, abandoning other targets and swooping in from left and right, tearing through the air. A foul, stinking wind rushed at his face. Zhou Qi's eyes sharpened, his feet swiftly sidestepping as he ducked under the giant claws. Spinning around, his spiritual weapon flashed with a bright snowy arc. Swish! Swish! The first blade precisely cleaved through the chest of the bat on the left. The second, with even greater force, split the bat on the right from its abdomen to its neck, nearly cutting it in two. The two massive bat carcasses hurtled forward with their momentum, crashing heavily not far away, spilling dark blood and shattered entrails across the ground. Ying! Tang Yao's startled cry rang out. As she stood up and drew her gun, she saw a dark shadow sweep past the girl beside the car door. Looking closer, she realized it was the beast Zhou Qi had just slain. The last vestiges of confusion vanished instantly. She quickly surveyed the situation, especially noticing a flipped sedan whose roof had been torn open by a beast's claws. She grabbed her weapon and got out of the car. Ying, stay against the car body. Open the front and back doors. Tang Yao commanded sharply, decisively. She then crouched low, raised her gun, and readied herself to dodge at any moment. The girl, pale-faced, grabbed the machete Tang Yao had tossed her and hid behind the car door. Staring at the giant beast and the spraying blood 10 meters behind her to the side, she silently thanked her luck. Zhou Qi moved like a phantom, his feet gliding in the elusive steps of traditional martial arts. His blade danced unceasingly, and in the blink of an eye he had cut down several more beasts. In the distance, a few cars wobbled out of the camp onto the road. Just as they started to accelerate, several massive bats flipped them over. In an instant, several people screamed in agony as they were devoured by the beasts. A colossal beast nearly 5 meters in size lunged from behind, its giant hooked claws aimed directly at the two women. Judging by its momentum, even the vehicle seemed unsafe. Zhou Qi shuddered in alarm. He leaped onto the car roof in one bound, his cold blade shining with a pale light. Clang! The long sword met the giant claw with a metallic ring, but the sharpness of the spiritual weapon managed to sever one of the massive hooks. The beast cried out in pain, flapping its wings forward as it turned its wide mouth to bite at Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi tightened his left arm against his shoulder and chest to form a triangular block, weathering the wing's battering. His right hand was still numb from the earlier force of the clash, so he used the momentum of the beast's wing strike to jump off the car roof, dodging the bite. Bang! 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 Tang Yao circled around to take cover at the front of the car, her gunfire erupting wildly. The giant beast rose back into the air, the machete Feng Ying had thrust into it still lodged in its tail and abdomen. Trying to run? Zhou Qi had intended to catch his breath, but seeing that machete steeled his resolve. Pressing one hand on the car for leverage, he launched his entire body into the air, inverted. He executed 2 consecutive flying kicks, driving the wobbling machete hilt and all deeper into the beast. The giant creature's takeoff momentum faltered and it crashed down with a thud. Zhou Qi darted forward and severed its head with a single stroke. Charge! 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 Shouts of battle arose from around them as Wang Taijun and his fellow villagers drove their pitchforks into the giant beast's body. Li, Feng Wei and the other 30-odd people from their group had gathered wielding knives and spears in the fight, gradually forming a circular formation with Zhou Qi at the center. Hold the line. Don't let those beasts break through. Wang Taijun roared, thrusting his steel fork forward to impale a small bat beast lunging at Feng Yingying. Li swung a heavy crowbar, smashing it into the skull of another grounded bat beast with such force that the bone cracked open. Feng Wei and several subordinates held the other flank, wielding machetes and steel pipes to form an outer barrier. Zhou Qi gripped his bloodstained spirit weapon, his chest heaving slightly as his icy gaze swept across the sky, searching for the shadow of the giant bat lurking for an opportunity. People armed themselves and leaned on each other for support. The small bat beasts were manageable, but the giant mutant beasts with claws like refined iron and immense strength proved formidable. Even Zhou Qi found himself strained after clashing with them during their dive attacks, needing a moment to catch his breath. After the initial panic subsided, the awakened people gradually steadied themselves, and the bat swarm realized their prey was not to be trifled with. Especially under Luo Bin's precise command, who had led over 20 people in crossfire against the giant bats from the start, bolstered by the protection of the second-tier Transcendent Tiger. This group became the main force in slaughtering the giant bats. Surprisingly, Bai Xiao also charged forward with dual blades to Luo Bin's side, guarding 2 firing points. Zhou Qi continued to slay the attacking giant bats. With Li and the others maintaining order, he gained moments to breathe and saved several lives along the way. Finally, after a fierce battle, the bat swarm left behind hundreds of corpses and circled away into the distance. It's okay, Tan Yao murmured, cradling Feng Yingying's forehead, then furrowed her brows as she cleaned the wound. Feng Yingying's wails were heart-wrenching. The fabric on her shoulder was torn, revealing a wound so deep it exposed the bone, blood instantly drenching half her body. She trembled violently, clutching Zhou Qi's arm tightly, her tear-blurred eyes screaming, "Brother Zhou, am I going to die? Will I turn into a monster? I don't want to die." The girl shook all over, sobbing loudly, her panicked eyes filled with terror and a fierce will to survive. "Stop crying. Shut up." Zhou Qi frowned, barking sternly, his voice cutting through the surrounding moans, startling the girl into a daze. He quickly examined the wound on her shoulder. The gash was gruesome, with flesh turned outward. Though faint black stains edged the wound, the blood seeping out was still bright red. "It's just a chunk of flesh missing. This wound won't kill you. Tan Yao, go get the medicine." "All right." Tan Yao set down her drink and rose swiftly, sweat droplets flying off her face like rain. Zhou Qi took the mineral water and continued rinsing Feng Yingying's shoulder wound, then forcefully squeezed out the blackened edges of the flesh. "Ah!" The girl let out a scream, her legs thrashing wildly against the ground, her upper body arching like a bow as she clung to Zhou Qi's thigh with both hands. Before she could catch her breath, medical alcohol touched the wound. Agony flooded over her instantly, making every sinew and bone seem to shriek, her calves hardening into iron. Sweat mingled with tears soaked her flushed cheeks. Her eyes glazed over and she tilted her head back, letting out a high-pitched scream. "Ah! Ah! Ouch! Hiss! Whoa! Brother, go easy." Tan Yao watched the girl clinging to Zhou Qi's thigh, noting the man's knee pressing against her chest, a flicker of oddity in her eyes. Though Zhou Qi's words were harsh, his movements were swift. After dressing the wound, he dusted it with anti-inflammatory powder, then pulled out the leftover creation elixir. The moment the liquid touched the wound, Feng Yingying gasped sharply, her body stiffening. But soon a cool, tingling sensation spread and a miraculous sight unfolded. The bleeding visibly slowed and the turned edges of the flesh seemed to smooth and close under an invisible force. Though the wound remained ghastly, the risk of fatal hemorrhage and infection was temporarily contained. Just as the girl's brow began to relax, she felt a sudden shift as Zhou Qi pushed her aside with a firm hand. Then came a ripping sound. Her top was torn open, revealing her blood-soaked undergarments. Zhou Qi frowned, tore off the undergarments as well, and grabbed the tattered cloth to roughly wipe away the blood. "Get a towel." "Oh, okay." Tan Yao pursed her lips, noticing Zhou Qi's expression remained utterly indifferent, and quickly found a relatively clean towel. Feng Yingying stood frozen, numbly watching the man clean her body. His strokes passed over the fair, delicate skin. When she came to her senses, gauze and bandages already covered half her chest. Zhou Qi glanced at the crumpled, dirty cloth on the ground, then picked up the female undergarments from the pile and tossed them into the car. Even these had to be used sparingly. Help her inside to rest, he ordered wearily, picking up his gourd to pour water and wash his hands. All right. Yao shot a glance at the gourd that still produced water, her eyes brightening, then helped the girl into the back seat. Just then a disheveled woman staggered over and fell heavily at Zhou Qi's feet, kneeling with a thud. It was Hu Shumei. Her face was streaked with tears and snot dirt smeared on her forehead. She clutched Zhou Qi's pant leg with both hands, her voice twisted by extreme fear and pleading. Brother Zhou Qi. Brother Zhou Qi. Please save my husband. Please. He's dying. We were wrong that day. I kowtowed to you. Can you give me some of that medicine? She babbled and sobbed, begging, knocking her head against the ground. Zhou Qi looked up and saw not far away Jingming slumped against an overturned off-road vehicle. 3 massive claw marks stretched across his chest and abdomen from his left chest down to his lower belly, a horrifying sight. Blood gushed out, pooling beneath him into a large patch of crimson mud. His face was ashen, lips purple, eyes unfocused, with more breath out than in, clearly on the brink of death. Beside him lay a pile of soaked gauze and scattered medicines, clearly unable to staunch the bleeding. If Hu Shumei hadn't mentioned it, Zhou Qi might have forgotten, but now he recalled that Jingming hadn't helped him that day. He thought back, puzzled, remembering how Jingming had hesitated, seemed about to get out, but seeing the dire situation ultimately fled first. Take it. He thrust the half-empty bottle of creation elixir into Hu Zayumia's hands, his tone calm. Whether he lives depends on his fate. Hu Shumei, as if granted amnesty, took the precious liquid with trembling hands and scrambled back to her husband. She frantically used the remaining clean water to wash the terrifying wound, then carefully applied the precious drops to the turned edges of the flesh. The elixir's effect manifested again. Though the dosage was too small to close the wound as noticeably as it had with Feng Yingying's, the bleeding rate at the wound's edge visibly slowed. It's stopping, the bleeding is stopping. Honey, hang in there. Hu Shumei wept tears of joy, crying and shouting as she madly fumbled for gauze from the first aid kit, wrapping layer after layer around her husband's chest and abdomen with all her might. Zhou Qi shook his head, picked up the binoculars from the ground and scanned the opposite forest and the nearby sky. He felt no anger or resentment toward Jingming and his wife for their actions that day. It was only human nature. In their place he would have run too. In the distance Luo Bin was checking casualties, and after a moment he raised a megaphone. Everyone listen up. We have many wounded. We need to set off for the survival base immediately. Bear with it a little longer, everyone. Pack up and leave now, we'll arrive by dawn. These words were like a guiding light. Everyone sprang into action, willing to endure any hardship for their safety and for their injured loved ones. The camp was instantly swept by a solemn and urgent momentum. Groaning wounded were swiftly carried onto the remaining operable vehicles, and scattered supplies were haphazardly stuffed into the compartments. The air was thick with the mingled scents of gunpowder, blood, the stench of bat beasts, and the heavy gasps of people. Hurry! Everyone who can move, get on the vehicles. Help each other out. Luo Bin waved his hand, directing the placement of several severely injured individuals onto the rear seats and floor of the cargo van. Hu's swollen right arm now appeared somewhat dim, the muscles trembling slightly, clearly drained from his recent relentless clashes with the giant bats. Hu Shumei, her tear-stains still fresh, tremblingly inspected the wound on her husband's chest and abdomen, wrapped in thick gauze time and again. The bleeding seemed temporarily stanched, but Jingming's face was ashen like paper, his breath faint. Hold on, we'll be at the base soon. Once there you'll be saved. Her voice was hoarse, spoken as if to her husband, yet also to herself, praying for a sliver of hope. Zhou Qi quickly inspected the off-road vehicle, confirming no critical damage. Yao had carefully settled the weak and blood-depleted Feng Yingying in the back seat. The young girl's face was pale as paper, drifting in and out of semi-consciousness from severe pain and blood loss. Hold tight. Zhou Qi took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, gripping the steering wheel firmly. The roar of engines once again merged into a chorus echoing through the valley. The headlights pierced the darkness but could not illuminate the gloom in people's hearts. Only the intermittent groans of the wounded and the suppressed sobs of children broke the silence. Bai Xiao's car had quietly overtaken Zhou Qi's, at some point steadily trailing not far behind Luo Bin's led vehicle. Her pale, indifferent face showed no expression, yet her fingers gripping the steering wheel tightened slightly. With Luo Bin's armed force clearing the way ahead and Huzi, a powerful second-tier physical-type superhuman providing support, this route currently seemed the safest choice. As for what would happen upon reaching the base, a faint, barely perceptible cold glint flickered in by Xiao's eyes. Time ticked by, each second fraught with anxiety. Zhou Qi had been on edge the entire journey, yet unexpectedly this final stretch of road was quite safe. After crossing another mountain, he even noticed the road had widened somewhat. The road surface appeared to have been repaired, free of scattered rocks, soil, or fallen trees. "We should be close," he uttered slowly, a stir of excitement rising within him. "Really?" Feng Yingying's spirits lifted slightly upon hearing this. After several hours her complexion seemed much improved. A hint of pale light appeared on the eastern horizon, the deep inky blue beginning to fade. This faint glimmer, like a signal of hope, silently infused each weary heart with a touch of warmth and strength. Just as dawn approached, the leading jeep ahead suddenly flashed its headlights urgently a few times. Immediately after, Luo Bin's voice, carried through the loudspeaker, pierced the oppressive silence with a choked excitement and disbelief. "We're here. Brothers. We're almost there. Look ahead. There are fields. We've arrived. Truly arrived. Whoa. Finally here. Hurry. Drive over quickly." Turning to look sideways, passing through the pass and descending, the view suddenly opened up, revealing lush green fields faintly visible ahead. Most were sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes just ready for harvest. Zhou Qi keenly noticed that many of the nearby crops showed signs of damage, as if trampled by large beasts. The convoy continued onward. Scattered structures resembling bunkers and watchtowers came into view among the fields, but they were pitch black inside, showing no signs of life. The hazy silhouette of a high wall emerged in the morning mist. The outer wall, reaching 20 meters in height, sloped in tiers with barbed wire fences at the base and rows of thick spikes standing erect on the upper half. As the convoy drew nearer, the scene grew clearer. On the high wall stood towers, searchlights, bonfires, and structures resembling barbicans, bastions, crenellations, and moats. The firing points at the top even had closed armored plates embedded with shooting ports and observation windows. At the top of the wall, figures could be faintly seen moving along, with outlines resembling ballistae, forming a bizarre hybrid with modern searchlights. The sight of these made Zhou Qi's eyelids twitch. It seems there were no highly advanced weapons and resources were not so abundant. The base was situated at the junction of several large mountains on relatively flat terrain. Its back was close to a cliff face whose height and cross-section appeared to have been industrially modified. This area is less than 20 square kilometers, not large. The nearby fields seem recently reclaimed and are not extensive. The fields also have protective measures. It seems farming requires protection, as safety cannot be guaranteed farther away. Coupled with regular damage, food is likely insufficient, and there are no nearby rivers. Many rivers have changed course now. Perhaps they didn't anticipate this when building, and given the high altitude, even a river would have little water. In such a situation, if they take in too many people, it might be hard to sustain. Zhou Qi voiced his distant concerns in a low tone. Regardless, for now it's a decent place to go. Tang Yao, looking delighted, rolled down the window and smiled at the high wall. Cough, cough. Feng Yingying also struggled to sit upright, craning her neck to look. Cheers erupted from the convoy. Many people leaned out of their windows, waving their arms vigorously, letting out excited whoops like beasts in heat. Engines roared wantonly as they raced towards the colossal structure standing in the dim morning light. A piercing alarm bell rang out from the tower. Immediately after, several powerful searchlights swept over their cold beams, scanning across the convoy before focusing on Luo Bin's lead jeep. The static of a loudspeaker crackled, and a cold, emotionless voice echoed across the silent wilderness. "Attention, convoy ahead. Stop immediately 500 meters before the bridge. Turn off engines. Everyone dismount. Repeat, stop immediately, turn off engines, everyone dismount. Violators will bear the consequences." The command was like a bucket of cold water dousing some of the just ignited fervor. But Luo Bin, seemingly prepared, immediately responded over the vehicle's speaker, "Roger. We obey commands, request urgent entry. The convoy has many wounded in dire need of treatment. Wait where you are. Wait where you are, do not move." The massive convoy slowly came to a halt 500 meters from the bridge. The roar of engines extinguished one by one, the just-kindled excitement replaced by tense anticipation and faint unease. The intermittent groans of the wounded hung in the air. Zhengming, hold on. It'll be fine soon, real soon. Hu Shumei cradled the man against the back seat, her face full of sorrow. Zhengming's breathing had become extremely faint. In the front sat Suli, who had volunteered to help, his expression reassuring. Almost there, almost there. The medical conditions here should be better. If the bleeding stopped, there's still time. Warning again, do not move. The outer isolation zone is full of mines and traps. Do not wander. Medical personnel are preparing. Soon the metal gate swung open. 2 squads of soldiers in gray standard combat uniforms, wearing protective masks and carrying firearms and spraying equipment, quickly ran out, their movements swift and efficient. They split into several groups of 6 or 7 spaced apart, heading straight for the convoy. Meanwhile, medical staff followed a team of guards out through the left side gate. At the same time, 2 more sets of searchlights on the wall were activated, focusing their beams. Numerous red dots representing gun sights flickered among the crowd. Thump. A thunderous muffled sound. A man in a mask and trench coat suddenly leaped down from the city wall. He stood silently at the bridgehead, a visible ring of airwaves dispersing at his feet, instantly stunning everyone. His gaze was bitterly cold, his pupils a mysterious eerie blue. A faint ripple emanated from his eyes, sweeping over the hundreds of people in an instant. The voice from the wall remained cold but delivered crucial information. The wounded go through the left side gate. The rest wait at the main gate. 2 rows of soldiers emerged from behind the man in the trench coat. Their spray guns ignited instantly, and a thick white mist of pungent disinfectant enveloped Luo Bin and several warriors. The scent was a mix of bleach and some kind of herb. The soldiers' sharp gazes swept through the vehicle, scanning the occupants through their masks, especially watching for any abnormal behavior. Everyone, roll down your windows, open your doors and trunks, except the spray. Move quickly. Grab your belongings and get out, line up. 2 figures resembling officers, 1 on each side, walked along the convoy, inspecting. They were supernaturals. What's this about? Tang Yao, who had just stepped out of the car, murmured in complaint. Quarantine. Zhou Qi calmly observed the soldiers and the man in the trench coat ahead. This person was at least tier 3, perhaps even stronger. Feng Yingying's shoulder bandage was quickly soaked through. She gasped in pain, curling up. What if we can't take everything? Tang Yao opened the trunk with some frustration. Let's go first. Zhou Qi, already carrying 2 bags, picked another backpack from the pile and looked at Feng Yingying. How is it? Can you walk? Yes. The girl nodded, hastily grabbed her Miao Dao and followed. Tang Yao also took 2 backpacks. What remained in the car were mostly tools and such. Compared to food, medicine and clothing, they seemed less important now. Wounded, if you can move, come here. If not, staff will assist. The loudspeaker sounded again, this time from the medical staff at the small left gate. Chaos briefly erupted. Doctor. Over here. My wife is badly hurt. My child. My child was bitten on the arm. Zhengming. Hu Shumei, hurry. At the bridgehead, a squad of soldiers had begun confiscating weapons. The man in the trench coat stood nearby. The officer's voice was booming, carrying an unyielding authority. By the security regulations of the rock base, all unauthorized personnel are prohibited from possessing firearms. Now begin voluntarily handing over all guns, ammunition, grenades, and other explosives. Anyone who refuses to comply or conceals weapons will be expelled upon discovery. In severe cases, execution on the spot. The command struck like thunder, causing many in the convoy to pale. Those who had struggled to obtain guns and relied on them for survival along the way were especially tense and reluctant. Luo Bin took the lead. He signaled his team to place their firearms, spare magazines, and remaining ammunition boxes from the car into the metal case the soldiers had opened. You were soldiers. The officer looked at the gear they were hauling out, somewhat surprised, and took a closer look. Discharged. Good work. The officer nodded at Luo Bin, treating him slightly better than the others, then shouted to those behind, don't worry, once you're settled you can pass the assessment to join the defense force or security department. You'll be issued weapons then. Hearing this, the gathered crowd relaxed a bit. Seeing Luo Bin set the example, they followed suit and handed over their weapons. Cheng Han clutched his AK-47, extremely reluctant, but under the soldiers' cold gun barrels and the officer's stern gaze he finally cursed under his breath and surrendered it. Zhou Qi also handed over his pistol. The three of them followed the crowd onto the bridge. The huge moat-like trench below contained no water, was several meters deep, and its bottom was studded with sharp iron spikes. Many of the spikes, as thick as bamboo poles, were stained with multicolored filthy rust. The trench floor was covered in lime and the edges showed deep black charcoal-like ash. It was clear that a brutal battle had taken place here. The filth contained the blood of at least 10 different types of aberrant beasts. Brother Zhou, sister Tang, am going over there. Go ahead. I asked. Everyone except the critically wounded is heading to the same place. Feng Yingying looked at them reluctantly, then walked off to the left alone. A doctor quickly examined Feng Yingying's shoulder wound and suddenly frowned. You've used a special agent. I think so. Looks like you've got good companions. They'll give you a broad-spectrum anti-infection shot, then you can get some medicine from the back. He stuck a yellow label on her arm and waved her inside. Doctor, my husband. Hu Shumei followed the stretcher, sobbing. The doctor knelt to examine Jinming's wound, unwrapping the gauze to reveal 3 horrifying claw marks with blackened edges. The doctor's face grew grim. He immediately grabbed a syringe and shouted to the side, severe injury. Open thoraco-abdominal wound, suspected internal bleeding with infection. Inject a cardiac stimulant and anti-infection now. Red tag, send to the red emergency zone, hurry. 2 medics quickly lifted Jinming onto a stretcher cart, affixed a bright red tag, and rushed him inside. Hu Shumei tried to follow but was stopped by a soldier at the door. Family, please wait outside for notification. After secondary disinfection and registration, follow me. All newcomers must undergo quarantine. Follow the staff to the temporary housing. It's on your right-hand side. There are signs along the way. The quarantine lasts half a month. After that you can officially join the base. We will provide food and water, so don't worry. After another round of spray in a long corridor followed by several beams of light scanning his entire body, Zhou Qi finally stepped through the gate with the crowd. He hadn't expected to be quarantined. Despite his internal dissatisfaction, he suppressed his anger at the sight of the armed guards. The strict, efficient operation also brought a sense of security to many. Just as Zhou Qi and Tang Yao entered a wide-open area, Feng Yingying came running over with her medicine, afraid of losing sight of them. They followed the guide to the right, rounded a several-meter-high platform, and the view opened up. Hey ha! Hey ha! Before them lay a flat plaza where hundreds of people were training, men and women, their faces drenched in sweat. In the distance, the outlines of taller buildings, seemingly the core area, were visible. Nearby was a low-rise zone where many vehicles were being dismantled for scrap and recycling. Soon they arrived at a building surrounded by a wall with a sign beside it reading Temporary Resettlement Zone Building 3. Watchtowers stood around it. Through the iron gate they could see people in various tattered clothes moving about numbly, their faces carrying the days of survival and anxiety about the future. Go on in. Someone inside will arrange your accommodation. The leader called out and opened the iron gate. The crowd filed in. Luo Bin glanced around and strode in. Suddenly Bai Xiao stepped out of the line. She looked disdainfully at the inside, raised her wrist, and said with full arrogance, "I'm a Tier 2 supernatural. Supernaturals also need to be quarantined, sorry." The leader's expression didn't change. What did you say? Bai Xiao's eyes instantly turned icy cold. Just an ordinary person daring to act like that. The man took a slight step back and his men immediately raised their guns. Even supernaturals could be infected with viruses or anomalous substances. Please cooperate. I hope you understand that Tier 2 doesn't grant immunity to these things. There are 3 supernaturals in your group. I have it all recorded. As for you, Ms. Bai, someone will bring you a serum later. Bai Xiao's face changed. She forced a stiff smile. Well, thank you then. Several hundred people stood in a queue within the cramped courtyard. The red armband on the man's left sleeve atop the steps stirred a dazed sense of déjà vu in Zhou Qi. You can call me Old Wu. I'm the administrator here. Administrator Old Wu, megaphone in hand, announced the rules with an expressionless face. This is the temporary shelter Zone 3 of the rock base. 15 days of quarantine. No leaving. The first floor is the cafeteria providing free meals. Meal times last 1 hour, if you miss it it's gone. Water is supplied twice daily, electricity for 2 hours each evening. Specific times are posted on the forms inside the building. Rooms are assigned based on family and number of people, 4 per room. Those with larger groups will have to squeeze in. I must warn you, during quarantine you are not allowed to leave this courtyard. I know the walls aren't high, but anyone caught climbing over will be shot by snipers. Strict measures apply in turbulent times. Remember that well. Fighting is strictly prohibited here. Violators will be expelled or even executed. All of you behave yourselves and don't cause trouble. Murmurs of discontent arose, mingled with complaints, weeping, and the groans of the wounded. What? Intermittent water supply? Such a small space and we can't go out. 15 days will drive anyone mad. Look at the windows on the second floor, so closely spaced the rooms must be tiny, probably just single rooms. Old Wu impatiently banged the megaphone against the iron railing. What's all the noise? Anyone who doesn't want to stay can get out. If you keep this up, no one eats today. There's no kitchen for you to cook in. Enough. Everyone follow me inside. Rooms will be assigned according to the registration data. Meals will be served soon. Old Wu adjusted his glasses and gestured for the guards to open the railing. As the crowd reached the second floor, someone holding a roster called out, "Those whose names are called follow me. The rest wait here." Luo Bin by Xiao. Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi followed to the end of the left corridor, glanced at the surveillance camera in the hallway and pushed open the door. The iron door creaked loudly. Inside, 2 rows of hooks and 2 small cabinets lined the walls near the entrance, with the bed just 2 steps away. On each side stood a bunk bed. Looking up the window at the far end was only a few steps away, beside a wash basin. Zhou Qi pursed his lips. This felt just like a student dormitory. You'll stay here. If no one else comes today, there'll be plenty of space. What do you mean? Zhou Qi's brows remained tightly furrowed. He keenly caught the implication. The staff member glanced at the people in the corridor and explained, "If too many people arrive today, we might have to add more to your room. But don't worry too much. There are awakened and soldiers among you. These rooms are a bit of a courtesy. Even if we assign more, it won't affect you. The public restroom is nearby. It has automatic flush toilets, but the water isn't clean." He pointed to a wooden door at the end of the corridor. "There's a small platform out there where you can get some air. Bai Xiao, you'll stay with them." Bai Xiao spun around abruptly, her face a mask of disbelief. What? Zhou Qi was momentarily stunned. His heart jolted as he looked at the woman outside the door. Tang Yao, who had just set down her backpack, trembled all over. Feng Yingying, sitting on the edge of the bed, shot up, dropping her medicine box with a sharp clatter. "That's it. Come on, Luo Bin, Huzi. You 4 take the room across." The staff member in charge paid no heed to their reactions, pointed out a few names and walked off. "Hey! No way, I don't even know her." Zhou Qi called out repeatedly, but the man ignored him and continued assigning other rooms. Damn it. With this woman here, how the hell am I supposed to sleep? Bai Xiao stared coldly at the retreating staff members, a chill in her eyes. She never expected that as a transcendent of the Second Order she would have to share a room. She had assumed she'd get a room to herself. The sudden letdown ignited a blaze of fury within her. But recalling the figure in the trench coat leaping down at the city gate, the hundreds of soldiers drilling inside the base, and the snipers on the watchtowers around, she forced her anger down. Especially remembering that her injuries still needed the serum to fully purge the residual poison, she took a deep breath and turned into the room. She strode toward the left bed, casting a cold glance at the woman on the lower bunk. Tang Yao's eyes darted away and she jumped up, gesturing with a please motion. Sit. Your wounds haven't healed yet. Get some rest." With that, she even moved the backpack by the door to the opposite corner, then nervously sat down beside Feng Yingying. The 2 women's faces were stiff, their eyes pleading as they looked toward the doorway. Zhou Qi reached back and touched the spirit weapon wrapped on his back, silently wondering if she'd recognize it since only the hilt was visible. "Stop feeling for your lower back." Bai Xiao smirked knowingly, clearly noticing his subtle move. "That blade of yours is Zhao Zimo's, isn't it? I didn't expect you to awaken after the battle." Lucky you. As she unzipped her backpack and sorted through her belongings, she cast a flirtatious look at the two women clinging to each other's arms. Ha, you don't need to be afraid. I have no interest in ordinary people. Times are different now. Since we're all here in the base, well, stay out of each other's way. Bai Xiao turned to Zhou Qi with a sly smile. Okay. Zhou Qi's gaze flickered, his expression calming. He stepped forward and smiled slightly. Okay. The room fell silent again. No one spoke as they each tidied their belongings. The sky outside the small iron-barred window was gradually brightening, but the room remained dim. Bai Xiao quickly pulled out her things from the backpack, tossed the twin blades she had acquired somewhere into the bed against the wall, took off her shoes and sat down. They were all just loot anyway. She watched Zhou Qi and Tang Yao still busy. They had 5 backpacks in total, 2 filled with clothes and daily necessities, 2 with food, and the rest with pots, pans, bowls, and small tools. Toothbrushes, toothpaste, thermos, lamp, flashlight, phone, medicated soap, a pile of bowls. Seeing the upper bunk across from her piled high with various items, she glanced at her own space: a few clothes, a blanket, a bag of rice and flour, a few bottles of water, a single set of lunchbox and spoon. That was it. Bai Xiao let out a short, mocking laugh. Anyone would think you were off on a picnic. The 3 didn't reply, continuing to organize their things. Bai Xiao sneered, then swallowed the pills the doctor had given her upon entering the city. Suddenly her expression froze as she sensed something wrong. She scrambled off the bed, put on her shoes, her face panicked. Damn it, her period had arrived. She grabbed a piece of clothing, pressed it against her lower abdomen, and was about to head out when she abruptly stopped in her tracks. Just then a bell rang outside. Brother Zhou, is that the meal bell? The form said a bell would ring for meals. Tang Yao's spirits lifted. Probably. Let's go check. Ying you. The girl immediately stood up. I'll go too. She didn't want to be left alone with the dangerous Bai Xiao. Zhou Qi nodded, glanced at his waist pouch, and picked up his bowl to leave, thinking to himself that she probably didn't know about the potion. He'd have to be careful over these 15 days and not expose the gourd. He needed to find a chance to warn Tang Yao and Ying. The 3 left together. Bai Xiao, burning with shame, hurriedly turned her back to them, legs pressed together. Tang Yao and the other girl dared not look at her, but Zhou Qi, always vigilant, glanced over. What's wrong with her? Why is her face so red? As he passed, he asked with concern, Are you okay? Do you have a fever? Bai Xiao, slightly hunched, replied coldly, I'm fine. After the 3 had walked away, she let out a long breath and spread her legs. The jeans were already stained a vivid scarlet. It had to be said, her vitality was truly abundant. How annoying. Why wasn't I born a man? She muttered under her breath, then her gaze fell upon the unpacked backpack on the lower bunk opposite. Was that a sanitary pad in the open backpack? Bai Xiao didn't hesitate for a moment. She walked over, peered inside, grabbed a pack of pads, then after a moment's thought snatched a set of underwear as well. In a corner of the first floor cafeteria, the 3 sat down with their bowls. Can we even eat this? Tang Yao asked, her stomach churning as she looked at the gray sticky mess in her bowl. Probably, Zhou Qi said, falling silent. He then pinched a bit and sniffed it. It smelled like crushed stale grain mixed with some kind of root powder as a thickener. Swallowing a mouthful, the coarse grains scraped his throat and the earthy astringent taste lingered. It could fill the belly, but the flavor was naturally awful, though not entirely inedible. Feng Ying took a taste, then stuck out her tongue and winced. I ate better out in the wild. Enough, just eat. At least it's safer here. Maybe things will improve after the quarantine period. Zhou Qi said this flatly, then lowered his voice to warn, Don't breathe a word about the gourd, understand? The gourd is a family heirloom, and maybe it's changed because of the apocalypse. Once I figure it out, you'll both get your share of the benefits. He made the bold claim first. Though his bond with the 2 women was deep, interests were the best weights to anchor people's hearts. Friendship was the balance, but weights could tip the scales. Such was human nature. Got it, the 2 women whispered, nodding solemnly, their hearts instantly filled with anticipation, a hint of a smile touching the corners of their eyes. Zhou Qi continued, The situation here is unclear, but it seems relatively stable. The general direction should be right. In the apocalypse, the most important thing is to increase one's strength. As long as it's safe here, we should seize the opportunity to stay and cultivate diligently. That woman in the room may not be a good person, but she won't dare to cause trouble here. That giant wolf is probably dead. A spiritual bond-type life spirit doesn't offer much personal enhancement. Without her spirit servant, her strength has dropped significantly. No need to worry too much. In short, don't reveal anything to her and don't bother with her unless necessary. As for the evil deeds she did on the road, don't mention them either to avoid asking for trouble. Alright, I understand. Tang Yao nodded emphatically. Feng Yingying also gave repeated assurances. Even if she couldn't awaken, just getting a share of the gourd's spiritual water to enhance her power would speed up her growth. Of course, this wasn't something to be shared, otherwise there'd be no chance left for her. Seeing their expressions, Zhou Qi felt a bit relieved. He trusted the two women. This was mainly a reminder. Especially Feng Yingying, a young girl with little knowledge and experience. He had to speak clearly lest she forget. After a while, Zhou Qi put down his bowl, feeling as if a layer of sandpaper was lodged in his throat. Tang Yao and Feng Yingying had also eaten reluctantly, their faces etched with disappointment and worry about the future. Let's go. Get some hot water and tidy up. Zhou Qi swished his tongue around his mouth, stood up and picked up a thermos to fetch hot water. In the cafeteria, people wore various expressions, all looking grim. Yet Luo Bin, Huzi, Suli, Qinghan and others said nothing. Others murmured complaints from time to time, while a few more irritable ones pounded the tables in frustration. How can we eat this? I ate better in the wilderness. Is this all you're giving us? Finally a man erupted, standing up and shouting angrily, how are you officials running this base hut? I think you've embezzled everything. Is this fit for human consumption? I want rice. I want vegetables. The man, spittle flying, pointed at old Wu and spewed foul language. I've had my eye on you for a long time. Ha! Old Wu let out a scoff, the dark weathered skin and deep wrinkles on his forehead tightening instantly. He waved toward the entrance. Guards, expel this man and his wife from the city. No sooner had he spoken than 4 guards strode over to the man. How dare you? On what grounds? The masked guards ignored him. The 2 in front raised their rifles while the 2 behind reached for the man. Let me go. Let go. I'll sue you. Who's in charge here? Come out. I'm a department head. Who's your superior? Soon the man and his family were bound, dragged to the entrance and thrown into a sealed box truck. The truck then drove along the wall toward the main gate, following the road they had come from. The hundreds of people in the cafeteria were stunned into dead silence. Zhou Qi watched the truck disappear into the distance, then silently led the 2 women back to their quarters. The hallway smelled of disinfectant. Pushing open the iron door, a scent of soap wafted out. The sight inside the room made the 3 pause in their tracks. Bai Xiao stood with her back to the door beside the left lower bunk. She wore only a black sports vest, revealing sharply defined shoulder blades, arms, and the freshly bandaged wound on her lower back. On the floor by the bed lay several articles of clothing: blood-stained jeans, dull, grimy, light-colored underwear, and a jacket crusted with black bat blood. Hearing the door open, Bai Xiao spun around sharply. What are you staring at? Never seen a woman before? She grabbed a loose jacket from the bed, slipped it on with swift movements, and zipped it up to her neck with a sharp sound hiding her throat. Then with an irritable expression she gathered her clothes, picked up her lunchbox, and strode out the door, her face icy. The 3 stepped aside to let her pass. Zhou Qi lingered a step behind, not entering, his gaze fixed on her retreating figure. He hadn't forgotten that the woman was infected with corpse poison. Though her complexion seemed better now and she had passed the city gate inspection, caution was still necessary. Bai Xiao reached the stairwell and tossed her dirty clothes into a large trash bin before heading downstairs. Looks like there's really no problem. That woman is lucky to be alive. But losing her innate spirit servant has greatly reduced her strength. I'll have to eliminate such a dangerous person when I get the chance. He snorted coldly, in his heart his gaze deep as he entered the room. Quick, let's take a shower while she's gone. The water supply only lasts 2 hours in the morning, there's still about an hour left. Tang Yao quickly sorted through the clothes. I'll try to be fast. Yingying, you have injuries, you just wipe yourself down and don't let the water touch your wounds. There's no hot water here. Should I get some more hot water? Feng Yingying asked, standing up. She was also uncomfortable, covered in bloodstains. Sure, hurry up, Tang Ya replied, beginning to undress as if no one else were there. Hey Sister Tang, the water buckets seem to have arrived. There's a new one by the bathroom door. Just one bucket and one basin. How stingy. Feng Yingying turned around with the bucket, her expression freezing for a moment. She had almost forgotten there was a man present. Dropping her head awkwardly, she asked hesitantly, Brother Zhou, do you want to go first? Zhou Qi took the bucket. All right, I'll get the hot water. You don't need to rush, you be careful not to catch a cold. Just wait. I wouldn't make an injured person do the work. Shortly after he left, Tang Yao stripped completely. Her full alluring curves taught fair skin, upright posture, and that exquisite voluptuous rear. Feng Yingying's face flushed crimson, her mind buzzing. How could anyone be so beautiful? At that moment Tang Yao was puzzled. Something was missing. The soap. And her underwear. By noon, Bai Xiao sat cross-legged on the bed with her arms folded, her eyes closed in repose. Yet the slight rise and fall of her chest and her tightly pressed lips betrayed her inner turmoil and suppressed restlessness. The room was filled only with the rustling sounds of tidying, the atmosphere so oppressive it was almost suffocating. Tang Yao was still diligently organizing belongings and hanging clothes. From downstairs came the administrator's amplified voice signaling new arrivals. Zhou Qi lay on his side on the upper bunk, eyes closed in rest, the cramped space also weighing on his spirits. Night fell quietly amidst silence and vigilance. The energy-saving lights went out promptly at 9 and only 2 candles were issued, a half-month's supply. Through the small iron-barred window the light of the blood moon cast eerie twisted shadows on the cold concrete floor. The corridor lights went out, plunging the room into a hazy crimson darkness broken only by the occasional sweep of searchlights from beyond the settlement's perimeter wall, bringing brief surreal illumination. No one mentioned lighting the candles. The four fell into habitual silence, and Zhou Qi as usual began his breathing meditation. In the darkness senses became extraordinarily acute. They could hear suppressed coughs from other rooms, the murmurs of sleeping children, and even the voices of guards changing shifts in the distance. Zhou Qi focused his mind and activated his cultivation technique. With long deep breaths spiritual energy and blood circulated through his body, and gradually he seemed to perceive the absorption of energy from heaven and earth. Though it was only a trace, this clarity was something he had never experienced before. Zhou Qi's brow relaxed, his heart lightened, and he devoted himself to his practice with even greater fervor. After a long while he only stopped when he felt a slight ache in his meridians. Could it really be, as some said online years ago, that the world's energy is growing stronger? Zhou Qi slowly opened his eyes. The breathing sounds of the four people were distinct, each with its own rhythm and weight. Was Tang Ya also practicing? Feng Yingying and Bai Xiao seemed to be asleep. He looked at Bai Xiao below, her body curled up but still clutching a knife. No private fights. If I killed her, who would know? She had injected serum this afternoon. If the label on the syringe in the trash bin read CR8, probably better than what was in his bag. In a couple of days shall be almost fully recovered. The eyes of the man in the trench coat at the city gate that morning, the fluctuation at that moment seemed like some mysterious detection method. There were many supernaturals in the base cameras in the hallways and periodic patrols. Who knows if there are hidden supernatural means beyond our comprehension? Maybe we're all under surveillance. Zhou Qi's gaze flickered. After a moment of hesitation he decided against it. Just then, as if sensing something, Bai Xiao jerked upright and turned to pierce him with her gaze. But Zhou Qi had already closed his eyes, his expression soft, his breathing steady, appearing to be in deep concentration. Bai Xiao was confused for a moment, rubbed her eyes, and lay back down, still gripping her knife. Damn, she has a danger sense too. Zhou Qi cursed inwardly, calmed his mind, and began to meditate. After an unknown time a stifled moan and a dull thud broke the silence. In the next room, separated by a thin wall, Wang Taijun and Lu Ming were each embracing a naked widow busily engaged. 2 iron beds had been pushed together, one couple on top of the other, the commotion growing louder and louder. Ah. Short pained groans sounded one after another. The more they tried to suppress them, the more piercing they became, disturbing many a peaceful dream that night. The days repeated monotonously, each one dull and tedious. There was nothing to do but practice cultivation and go to the outside platform to train in boxing. Although the food was poor, it was enough to fill their stomachs. Occasionally there was a serving of synthetic meat and everyone's body and mind were in decent shape. But cultivation required gradual progress, so one couldn't practice from morning till night. Moreover, as he settled into his training, Zhou Qi found that the dragon tendon tiger bone art was no longer as effective for body tempering. On the other hand, the family's boxing techniques seemed increasingly profound. He had plenty of idle time, so much that it was maddening. With Bai Xiao around, he had to restrain himself, focusing his mind on cultivation and observing the base. After repeated observations, he discovered that the quarantine and residential areas only had power for 2 hours, while the searchlights on the walls, guard towers, and other protective monitoring facilities had ample electricity. From the core area of the city, music occasionally drifted over. Vehicles from outside were collected and dismantled in a factory-like area not far from the quarantine zone. The base was built against a cliff on one side with walls on the other 3. The cliff, dozens of meters high, was reinforced with alloy supports. Dense buildings clustered around, surrounded by high walls, and fortresses heavily guarded. The base kept accepting refugees. The crops outside had begun to be harvested, with people going out to work every morning, and occasionally the sound of miserable screams drifted in from outside. The combat personnel inside were roughly divided into soldiers and security forces, with some supernaturals among them who dressed freely and carried a wide variety of weapons. Some even wore peculiar leather or metal armor. Along the high walls and cliff face, rainwater collection devices were set up, and there were wind turbines all along the perimeter. A week later, Bai Xiao and Feng Yingying had fully recovered from their injuries. Except for Wang Taijun and his group, who slept in with dark circles under their eyes, everyone else in that half of the building appeared energetically on the outside platform every day to practice martial arts. In particular, Su Li and Feng Wei observed how Zhou Qi and Hu Zi trained and often came up to ask for advice. By the time the quarantine period was nearing its end, Feng Yingying had also learned to practice with some skill. The blood moon sank and a faint light appeared on the horizon. Finally, the quarantine period was over. Just as they finished washing up, the administrator's hoarse grating voice exploded from downstairs. "Attention everyone in Zone 3. Pack your things. Assemble downstairs in 10 minutes to be assigned to permanent quarters." The air froze instantly, then erupted into frantic chaos. "Finally. We've made it. Heaven has mercy. Mom. We don't have to stay in this dump anymore." The clatter of footsteps, the drag of luggage, children's cries, and shouts of wild joy mingled into a muddy torrent that surged down the stairs. Bai Xiao's eyes were sunken, but her gaze was as sharp as a blade. Like Zhou Qi, she hadn't rested well. Both had maintained high vigilance at night, resting only occasionally during the day. She swiftly grabbed her twin knives and the already packed luggage, rising to leave. Her eager movements carried the impatience of a caged beast, finally sensing the cage door opening. Zhou Qi and the other 2 also breathed a sigh of relief, packed up quickly, and followed. In the open space downstairs, 1,000 faces were a mix of relief and wild excitement. Luo Bin, Hu Zi, and about a dozen others stood at the front, their postures straight as spears standing out from the scattered crowd around them. Old Wu stood on the steps, his thinning hair flattened by the morning breeze. His eyes behind his glasses swept over the crowd with a calm that bordered on coldness. "Quiet," he shouted, silencing the clamor. "What I'm about to say concerns your life in Rock Base. I'll only say it once. People die here every day. Once you walk out that door, others might not have the patience to explain things to you. First, you should know that the base's resources are not abundant." Old Wu's voice was as cold and biting as shards of ice. His murky gaze held a firm determination as he slowly scanned the crowd. "The base won't support you for nothing. No one owes you a living. Beyond these walls, danger lurks everywhere. Recently, people from the West say there are especially many aberrant monsters in the radiation zones there. The places hit by nuclear bombs were once areas with spatial rifts and powerful otherworldly beings. Rock Base must strengthen itself quickly. We might encounter high-level alien creatures any day. So every one of you must contribute your strength." The faces of the crowd changed. The high walls did not mean safety. Everything here must be exchanged for contribution points. Contribution points. Zhou Qi raised an eyebrow. Had this man read too many novels? Many exchanged bewildered glances, whispering in low voices. As the murmurs began, old Wu curled his lips into a near-sarcastic smirk, set down the loudspeaker with a cold laugh. After a moment the crowd quieted, awaiting an explanation. How do you earn contribution points? The Coordination Bureau has a service department, go ask them yourself. The rules are posted on the wall. Work hard. Reclaim wasteland, farm, build walls, mine, repair machinery. This base doesn't support idlers. Contribution points are your lifeline. Not enough points. Starve, die of thirst, or get thrown out to feed the monsters, blame no one but yourself. Some jobs are dangerous, others safe. Safe work barely keeps you alive, dangerous work naturally yields more points. Of course, awakened ones enjoy certain privileges. Contribution points can be exchanged not only for food, clean water, and other necessities, but also for products from the Research Institute, supernatural armor, potions, spirit weapons, and even awakening potions. Old Wu's voice suddenly rose, his eyes wide as he raised his arm in a rallying cry. That's right, the awakening potion that can awaken your life spirit and make you a transcendent. The hall erupted in uproar. What? Such a thing exists. There's a research institute here? Is that true? Forget that, did he just imply we have to buy our own food from now on? That seems to be the case, not just food but also clean water and other supplies. Someone asked in disbelief. Clean water? Isn't it easy to filter and purify water? Another chuckled. It used to be, but how do you know the groundwater here isn't tainted with something strange now? The world has changed drastically. Zhou Qi's eyes narrowed. So the potion he had obtained was produced here. Feng Yingying clenched her fists in excitement. Miao cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Qi, her expression calm. She remembered that the potion's success rate was less than 40%, something old Wu had conveniently omitted. As the murmurs subsided, old Wu let out one final shout, then waved dismissively without waiting for a reply. Got it all? The registration office is in the front courtyard. Follow the yellow line. Dismissed. The crowd surged like floodwaters through an open sluice gate, streaming toward the iron gate on the other side of the wall. Zhou Qi and his companions merged into the flow, with Bai Xiao trailing like a cold shadow, keeping a steady distance of 7 or 8 paces. Outside the registration courtyard stood several massive military tents. At the entrance a row of crude wooden tables and some instruments were set up. The registration clerks, clad in gray uniforms, wore expressionless faces and spoke in rapid-fire tones. Name. Age. Previous occupation. Any special skills? Construction, mechanics, medical, farming. Do you have any? Next. The line inched forward slowly. Luo Bin and his soldiers queued in another line, their expressions solemn. As Zhou Qi surveyed the scene, a woman in clean, stylish attire emerged from the courtyard gate, raising a loudspeaker. Chen Guodong Gozhen Zhou Qi Bai Xiao Huzi, those whose names are called follow me. Transcendents have a separate procedure. Bring your family and companions, no more than 5 people. Chen Guodong. The woman repeated the names 3 times. Over a dozen people stepped out of the line, drawing envious glances. Miao let out a long sigh, smiled radiantly, and tightly clasped Zhou Qi's arm as they walked out. Feng Yingying's lips curled slightly, her heart pounding. She tugged at Zhou Qi's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, can I come?" "Why else?" Zhou Qi looked at her timid, uncertain demeanor, sighed inwardly, and pulled her close. Miao took in the girl's expression, lowering her eyes in thought. After a moment she set aside her thoughts and observed the others. Huzi had registered under a nickname, bringing Luo Bin and 4 other soldiers. Bai Xiao remained alone. The remaining man and woman were likely among the civilians who had awakened later, each accompanied by elderly and young family members. "This way, please. Mind the steps." The woman leading them, holding a folder, was exceptionally polite, occasionally turning to offer reminders. It gave one a faint sense of a salesperson's demeanor. Her name was Su Shuai. Before the apocalypse she had been a salesperson specializing in real estate and automobiles. Her greatest skill was, of course, selling. After arriving here she had fully leveraged her strengths, securing a leisurely position as a greeter for newly arrived transcendents, far better than laboring outside the city walls. Leaving the courtyard, 5 military vehicles awaited outside. After boarding they wound through several turns, passing 2 squares before arriving at their destination. Transcendents, please enter through the main door. The rest follow me for registration. Zhou Qi flashed a sweet smile reported via her earpiece, and the guards stepped aside. The group filed in. On the steps opposite, someone was already waiting. Above the main entrance, carved characters were painted in bold strokes, Transcendent Association. Zhou Qi and the others tensed, pausing briefly before stepping through the door. On the other side, Zhou Qi led the group to an adjacent office for registration. She stood by holding files and scanned the Transcendent's family members, once more confirming each one. This batch has 3 men and 2 women. Bai Xiao and Huzi are second tier. Women are too troublesome and the others all have families. The suitable ones are Huzi and Zhou Qi. Huzi clearly has a military background, living with retired soldiers who all came alone. He's approachable, but there are too many men. Zhou Qi has 2 women with him, seems like a womanizer but worth a try. Zhou Qi's eyes flickered as she silently assessed her targets. Transcendents received a monthly basic subsidy equivalent to 3 times an ordinary laborer's salary. After an earthquake last year diverted a river, the base's water source became problematic, but relocating was no longer an option. Since external supplies were cut off early this year, resources had grown scarce and many planned facilities could not be completed. Though Zhou Qi's current job was decent, she was a far-sighted and strategic person. As the base's population grew, she foresaw increasing hardship. Moreover, the officials she had once curried favor with had lost their influence. Now the highest status in the base belonged to Transcendent administrators and technicians. To avoid being assigned dangerous or grueling work, Zhou Qi quickly ingratiated herself with 2 technicians. Unfortunately, both died during an external survey mission. Now she was utterly unsupported and had to seek targets among the newly arrived Transcendents. 1 would do, 2 wouldn't be too many, and 3 could also work. The key was who could provide her with a stable life. She couldn't help but scrutinize Tang Yao and Feng Yingying, one a voluptuous peach-bottomed mature woman, the other a vibrant youthful girl. She couldn't compete with either. Zhou Qi lamented inwardly, steadied herself, and walked toward Luo Bin. Approaching from behind, she bent down and leaned close to Luo Bin's ear. "Mr. Luo, I heard you're a soldier. Let me explain the situation here." Luo Bin was about to stand but paused, listening intently. Her red lips were near his face, her blouse neatly pressed, the curve beneath her collarbone faintly visible. Luo Bin listened with great seriousness, nodding frequently, occasionally stealing glances at her fair face and the flesh quivering beneath her neckline. A faint fragrance mingled with a woman's scent gradually grew stronger around his nose. Luo Bin frowned slightly. This scent likely came from long-term intimate contact with multiple people. Zhou Qi noticed the middle-aged man suddenly turned his head away, a clear look of disdain in his eyes. She froze for a moment, then stood up awkwardly. Passing through the heavy doors, several individuals in uniform-like attire of finer material and different insignias were bustling about. The spacious, brightly lit hall had reflective metal flooring that mirrored the steady, cool light source on the ceiling. The 5 of them arrived at the reception desk on the right, where a middle-aged man with a stern countenance was already waiting. The nameplate on his chest bore the inscription Chen Feng. Welcome, fresh blood of the rock base. Chen Feng's voice had a metallic quality with no unnecessary pleasantries. I am Chen Feng, responsible for guiding newcomers through evaluation and registration. Follow me to the testing area. Without sparing another glance at Zhou Qi and the others, he turned and led the way. Bai Xiao let out a cold snort and followed. Zhou Qi curiously observed his surroundings as they walked into a corridor brimming with a sense of technology. The building materials here were mostly alloy-based, with ample electricity and a multitude of personnel. Aside from the main structure, the exterior grounds were also quite expansive. The testing area was a hall partitioned into multiple independent spaces by high-strength transparent materials. Various precision instruments flashed with indicator lights, and a few technicians were calibrating the equipment, occasionally murmuring in low discussion. Chen Feng led the group to a lounge adjacent to the testing area. Take a seat here, I'll be ready in a moment. Then, beckoning at the door, a staff member promptly brought over a stack of booklets and a USB drive. Here are the base's regulations, the privileges and obligations of supernaturals, and compiled data on aberrant beasts and demons. The USB drive contains cultivation methods like body tempering techniques suitable for supernaturals. First, review the base information. You can look at the USB drive once you're back in your quarters. Oh. Zhou Qi let out a surprised sound, picked up the booklet handed out by the staff and perused it carefully. A few minutes later he closed the materials with a grave expression. The transparency of the base's introduction was something he found extremely unexpected. The main management structure, general subordinate departments, resource crises, defects, and more were all detailed. Although supernaturals received benefits, not everything was handed to them freely. In summary, even supernaturals were not kept idly by the base, it only provided convenience as much as possible. Everyone had to strive for survival. Can't handle it? Don't want to? Then leave. The vicinity wasn't exactly peaceful. Beside him, Zhou Qi breathed heavily with a dark expression while Bai Xiao's face shifted slightly in surprise. Chen Guodong and Ge Zhen were visibly shaken, their faces clouded with worry. They had thought they were coming for an easy life, only to find that supernaturals still faced great danger and most out-of-base missions required supernatural accompaniment. And first-tier supernaturals could easily die. Chen Feng watched the others with a faint sardonic smile, saying nothing, occasionally lifting his cup to sip hot tea. Today, having 2 second-tier individuals was quite good. He very much hoped to recruit them under his command. As for the first-tier ones, he didn't think much of them. Chen Feng set down his teacup as a sound came through his earpiece. He smiled. The testing area is ready. Follow me. Zhou Qi watched as the others attached sensors to themselves, his expression slightly uneasy, but he endured it. I know you might have tested your own metrics using tactical terminals before, but those aren't precise. Chen Feng pointed to the testing instruments in the room. This can more accurately measure your strength, speed, neural reaction, and spiritual energy fluctuations. What's that? Chen Guodong pointed nervously at a transparent room with many small spheres on its walls. Oh, that's for testing your reflexes. Once inside, you need to dodge the sphere's attacks as much as possible. Life index and rank division don't represent true combat power. The previous quantification standards are just for reference. Now your potential and tier will be assessed based on your indices and performance. Tiers 1 through 3 are called the lower 3 tiers, each roughly divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced stages. Beyond the 3rd tier, it's hard to evaluate with a quantified standard, at least with current technology. Chen Guodong, Ge Zhen, you go first, starting with physique. Good performance can improve your treatment. Chen Guodong was a gaunt, middle-aged man nervously rubbing his hands. Ge Zhen was a young woman, her eyes flickering uneasily. Under the guidance of the staff, the two entered separate testing compartments partitioned by high-strength transparent materials. They proceeded through tests of strength, speed, and reaction time. Chen Guodong's strength and speed barely met the baseline with slightly slower reactions. Ge Zhen had decent speed but weak strength, and she appeared flustered when facing the simulated aberrant beast pounce trajectories of the spheres. The data fluctuated and finally settled that both were judged as supernatural first-tier initial stage. One had a fire-type life spirit, the other a wood-type life spirit. Their ability to utilize life spirits was negligible for those newly awakened. Potential assessment average. The two stepped out of the compartments, faces etched with disappointment. Zhou Qi, Bai Xiao, your turn. Chen Feng's voice was flat. Zhou Qi, without a word, strode into the compartment. When the strength test began, his distinctive swollen right arm slammed onto the testing pad. Boom. The numerical values skyrocketed, even approaching the critical threshold. In the speed test, his steps were heavy yet swift. In the neural reaction test, facing a barrage of attacks, he panted slightly but dodged the majority. Finally, he entered another transparent compartment where a translucent gel-like sphere floated crystal clear and mysteriously alluring. This was for spiritual energy testing and life spirit detection, covering aspects like activity, intensity, and purity. Zhou Qi glanced at the external display, finding it dizzyingly complex. The long lines of numbers and letter suffixes made him abandon any attempt to decipher them. Second-tier intermediate stage. Body system strength-oriented enhancement. Potential assessment excellent, the staff announced. Bai Xiao excelled in speed and reaction but fell short in strength, and his spiritual energy was average. When a pattern formed by spiritual runes emerged within the gel-like transparent sphere, Chen Feng let out an sound. The spirit summoning system is quite rare. Bai Xiao, how is your spirit attendant? My spirit attendant is dead, Bai Xiao replied expressionlessly as he stepped out. That's truly a pity. The glimmer of interest that had just sparked in Chen Feng's eyes immediately dimmed. Second year initial stage. Spirit summoning system missing life spirit. Potential assessment average. A shadow of gloom passed through Bai Xiao's eyes as he glanced at the researcher beside the central console, but he said nothing. Finally, Zhou Qi. Chen Feng's gaze fell on Zhou Qi. This young man gave him a different impression. His demeanor was calm and restrained, unlike the restlessness of a newly awakened. Zhou Qi took a deep breath and approached the strength test. Glancing at the sensing pad and the display above, he focused slightly. He settled his waist and assumed a horse stance, channeling energy throughout his body, his chest and abdomen swelling as he slightly hunched forward. With a punch that roared like a cannon blast, ripples like water waves could be clearly seen surging beneath the skin along the meridians of his arm. Thud. Thud. Zhou Qi threw consecutive punches, delivering 10 strikes in one breath. Kill. With a final shout, the last punch landed and the numbers on the display jumped continuously before settling on a value of 002. 569 DF. Zhou Qi was baffled. He remembered whose this was around 10 and Bai Xiao's was 6. How was the gap so huge? Next item, speed test obstacle course round trip. Zhou Qi suppressed his doubts and continued the tests. During the speed test, his movements carried the essence of traditional martial arts, earning a rating of above average. Neural reaction was his forte. In martial arts, honed his ability to observe all directions and listen to all sounds. He had been no stranger to brawls in the past, often engaging in street fights against multiple opponents every few days. Coupled with frequent excursions over the past 3 years, his practical combat experience was rich. Relying on years of martial arts, trained eyesight and instincts, the trajectories of the simulated attack spheres were exceptionally clear to his perception. His movements were agile and his footwork nimble. He dodged with minimal movements, achieving remarkable efficiency and astonishingly low error rates. His actions flowed like water, embodying the conciseness and effectiveness of real combat. Then came the detection and classification of his spiritual energy and life spirit. This way, please. The staff member, having witnessed his performance, became noticeably more courteous. Zhou Qi nodded slightly, steadied his slightly rapid breathing, and walked into the compartment. Before him, a translucent gelatinous sphere floated above a metal ring. The ring emitted a faint flowing light, and at its top was embedded a square crystal, pure white and translucent, radiating a mysterious fluctuation. This seemed similar to the piece in Zhao Zimo's bag, didn't it? No, this one was much more beautiful, several times larger. That other piece still looked like a stone. What was this? It seemed to be mentioned in the materials someone had just handed out. Something. Spiritual energy crystal. Yes, that's it. It seemed to be a product from another world, refined from certain stones. Most contained impurities and chaotic energy, requiring purification, refinement, and guidance. The awakening potion needed this. This piece appeared to be naturally formed. According to the materials, existing technology was still researching it and was utterly unable to solidify or replicate it. Zhou Qi's pupils contracted slightly. He didn't sense any spiritual energy fluctuation from it, only feeling it was like some mysterious magnetic field reaction. Put on the helmet, concentrate your mind, and try to communicate with the origin of your life spirit. Following the researcher's instructions, a helmet-like device descended from above. Setting aside his thoughts for the moment, he put on the helmet and placed his hands on the translucent gelatinous sphere. Zhou Qi closed his eyes and concentrated, striving to visualize the peculiar sensation of his awakening. The helmet device emitted a gentle spiritual wave scan, attempting to capture the form of his life spirit. A faint white mist filled the translucent gelatinous sphere. Outside, the researcher beside the central control screen frowned. Life spirit form mist, highly introverted, non-standard dominant form, possesses energy, microcontrol, and spiritual resilience. Preliminary judgment, natural type, average potential. Although it possesses some perception blocking capabilities, its practical combat application. Under consideration. It is of little use in frontal battles among transcendents. The mist is highly susceptible to damage and influence, and being enveloped in mist would also attract enemy attention. Based on specific combat examples, the ability and form are often self-contradictory. Under consideration. It has considerable effectiveness in sneaky activities like lurking and reconnaissance, but there are many alternative methods. Beginning archiving. At this moment the mist around Zhou Qi's hands had already enveloped the entire gelatinous sphere and the metal disc. His heart leaped with joy. During the previous test he suddenly sensed the gourd emitting a kind of craving for that crystal. Ancestors answering his call. He quickly drew the gourd in front of him using the mist to connect and conceal it. Instantly a suction force emanated from the gourd's mouth. The test is over. Come out. The staff member opened the door and reminded him. All right. Zhou Qi nodded, sweating profusely. As he turned he casually brushed the gourd aside without a hint of reluctance. The gourd cooperated perfectly if the suction ceased before it left the mist. The time was too short, it couldn't absorb everything. First order initial stage. Natural type. Potential assessment ordinary. TCH. Hearing the word ordinary, Zhou Qi let out a sarcastic laugh, his eyes filled with defiance. Me ordinary? In terms of close quarters combat skill I must be at least excellent, right? Am not lacking in strength, speed, reaction, explosive power, or spiritual energy, am I? Even if my life spirit lacks destructive power, my life index is solid. What's wrong with these people's brains? Excellent. Shen Feng finally revealed a genuine smile, no longer the formulaic one. The rock base needs fresh blood like you all. Especially you, Huzi. Your foundation is very solid with great potential. He paused, then added, a potential assessment of excellent means your monthly basic contribution point subsidy is 500 points. Additionally, you are eligible for priority application for resource quotas and training facility access. Hughes's tense face finally broke into a laugh. Heh, thank you. He gestured to the staff. Take them to get their official transcendent badges and record their detailed information. Remember, our transcendence privileges come with duties. The base's peace requires every strong individual to protect it. Newcomers have 1 month of rest, and after that you must participate in missions. When the time comes you are welcome to join my team. Shen Feng's expression was sincere, his gaze fixed intently on Huzi, completely ignoring the other four. Thank you, Chief. I'll come. Hughes's face turned serious, his tone earnest as he agreed immediately. Haha, call me Captain. I'm not worthy of being called Chief. Yes, Captain. Hearing their exchange, the expressions of the others varied. Chen Guodong and Guzhen lowered their heads in inferiority, while Bai Xiao's face turned icy cold. As for Zhou Qi, he just wanted to leave quickly. He stole a glance at the researcher on the left platform, checking the central console. It seemed nothing was discovered. The other staff members had already begun shutting down various instruments. Today's tests were complete. Finally, a nearby staff member signaled them to follow for registration. Zhou Qi soon received his badge, a silver-white metal card somewhat like a bank card. Besides that, there was a new terminal. This device could not only monitor life index but also detect and communicate, though its effective range was limited. The rest included combat suits, pistols, and such. Other necessary items had to be obtained from the Logistics Coordination Bureau in exchange for contribution points. Before long, after exchanging for some supplies, they all arrived at the residential area. This is a district specially designated for transcendence. The spaces are all quite large, if the ordinary residential areas aren't this convenient. Su Shue's smile was even more enthusiastic than before. She stuck close to Hughes's side, continuing to explain the situation. The base currently uses wind power, manpower, biofuel, and other methods for electricity generation. Shall I see you all up? After finishing her explanation, Su Shue reached out to help Huzi with his things. No need. I can manage myself. Huzi hurriedly refused, but Su Shue was quick to act. She bent down swiftly, and somehow that softness brushed against Hughes's arm. His face reddened instantly. Flustered, he backed away repeatedly. Sorry. Not at all. Su Shue lowered her eyes. Her seemingly composed gaze held a hint of shyness. Huzi was momentarily stunned, feeling he shouldn't have apologized, which now invited others to laugh at him. Fortunately, Luobin walked over. He brushed aside Su Shue's hand, reaching for Hughes's bag, and said expressionlessly, "All right, you go back. We'll go up ourselves." Su Shue's expression froze. After a moment of silence she bowed slightly and resumed a polite smile. Take care everyone. I'll take my leave now. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need any help. After he walked away, Luo Bin's cold gaze retracted. Huzi, this woman is off limits. Brother Luo, what are you talking about? Stop joking. Why are you shy? Look at yourself, just a few swaying hips and you're already spellbound. This woman is not to be touched. Once we're settled, I'll find you a good one. Got it. Huzi, sensing the severity in his tone, immediately suppressed his restless thoughts and complied. Block B, Building 7, 3rd floor, that was the residence of Zhou Qi and his 2 companions. A 3-bedroom apartment, quite luxurious. It matched the pre-apocalypse standard, though it lacked a bathroom. Each floor housed only 2 units with a simple training ground outside. Pushing open the door, a musty, long unoccupied smell greeted them, but the interior was relatively clean. Without ornate decorations or furniture, the space appeared much larger. The furnishings were mostly simple wooden or iron tables and chairs neatly arranged. Beside them stood a desk with a computer. So big. Feng Yingying dropped her backpack and they exchanged clean water, happily dashing toward the bedroom. The master bedroom is huge, it could fit 3 people, and there's even a wardrobe. Tan Yao immediately inspected the bathroom and kitchen. There really is gas. And water too, looks fairly clean, but they said it's not recommended for drinking. Is that true? Probably. After all, using up the quota costs money, no contribution points. Then cooking and washing dishes also require clean water. This bucket alone costs 20 contribution points. That's quite a lot. Feng Yingying worriedly added. There's a cafeteria downstairs. We'll cook occasionally. Luckily we brought plenty of food, so there's no immediate concern. 300 contribution points were barely enough to support 3 people, but Zhou Qi didn't care. With an indifferent expression, he dropped his backpack, walked to the desk, turned on the computer, and plugged in a USB drive. Then he looked at the 2 women. You 2 clean up. I'll study these materials, we'll talk later. Alright. Yingying, you clean the bedroom. I'll mop the floor and clean the kitchen. The 2 women were practical and immediately busied themselves. File name Pancher Base Supernatural Basic Cultivation Guide. Core objective: strengthen the physique, condense spiritual energy, enhance soul power, and develop life spirit potential. Body tempering art, Pancher body quenching art, rooted in human yang, guided by spiritual energy, circulate blood and chi cycle repeatedly, body like a rock, strength crushing 10,000 June. Soul power training method, cocoon breaking record, take the soul as a cocoon, transform the spirit into thought, thoughts move like silk, break the cocoon into a butterfly. The body tempering art includes both static and dynamic exercises as well as dietary supplements and herbal baths. Heavenly treasures for dietary supplements were rare to come by. As for herbal baths, the stock was limited and could be exchanged at the base for 300 contribution points per dose. Seeing this, Zhou Qi's lips twitched. He suddenly felt his 300 contribution points had depreciated several times over. After reading it carefully again, he pondered for a moment, then took out paper and pen from the desk and began copying. After a while he finished copying. Then he reached for the gourd at his waist and opened it. The water inside was at its usual maximum level, about 3/4 full. A refreshing fragrance assailed his senses, and the liquid within shimmered with a faint milky white glow, more pronounced than last time. Losing interest in reading the cultivation guide further, Zhou Qi rose and headed toward the bedroom. Clattering sounds came from the kitchen where Tan Yao was still busy. Brother Zhou, the bed is a bit hard and there's only 1 quilt. Should we move a mattress from another room to cushion it? Feng Yingying was organizing clothes and made the suggestion as Zhou Qi entered. Sure, go ahead and bring it. Moments later the girl labored to spread a thin pad, moved from another room, trying to make the bed more comfortable. To reach the far end of the bed she had to kneel on the center, her body leaning slightly forward. With each stretch of her arm to smooth the wrinkles, her already short top inadvertently rode up, revealing a slender, delicate waist that could be encircled with one hand. Her fair skin glowed under the sunlight streaming through the window, and the tiny, nearly invisible fine hairs refracted dewdrop-like points of light. It was a faint sheen of sweat. Her pant legs also slipped down, revealing small, exquisite bare feet with slender ankles and a gracefully curved calf. The youthful vitality unique to a girl and that unconscious allure were displayed in the lines of her bending and spreading. The outline of her straight long legs wrapped in loose trousers became increasingly pronounced. Zhou Qi stared blankly at that smooth waist, and a wave of heat rose without warning, rapidly spreading through his entire body. The tension and repression of half a month in the quarantine zone had finally relaxed, making him easily ignited. His gaze grew deep and dark. He approached the bed soundlessly and quietly stepped forward to embrace the girl's still slender body. Ah! Feng Yingying trembled violently, startled like a frightened rabbit, and tried to spring away, struggling to break free. She could clearly feel the strength of the man's arms and the heat radiating from behind him. Her heart pounded wildly, nearly leaping out of her throat. Panic instantly engulfed her. Brother Zhou. Don't. Sister Tan Yao is still outside. Don't do this. Her voice was filled with panic and pleading, but it was as faint as a mosquito's whisper, barely audible, afraid to make any noise. Though she had entertained some vague thoughts, when the moment came so abruptly, the girl's innate shyness and resistance took over. She twisted her body frantically, her small hands desperately gripping Zhou Qi's large hand that was trying to explore further. Feeling the intense resistance and faint pleas from the body in his arms, Zhou Qi paused for a moment. The girl's shoulders were even trembling from fear. Humph! Zhou Qi snorted coldly and abruptly released his hold. Feng Yingying stood frozen in place, enveloped in an awkward silence as she watched the man's retreating figure. Seeing Zhou Qi about to leave, her heart leaped and she quickly grabbed his sleeve. Brother Zhou, I'm not ready yet. Unfortunately, Zhou Qi ignored her and strode out of the bedroom. In the kitchen, Tan Yao was organizing the brought dishes and a few spare cans. To celebrate finally leaving the oppressive quarantine zone, she had changed into clothes she hadn't worn for a long time. Feeling warm from work, she had taken off her jacket, revealing the silk blouse she had worn when she first saw Zhou Qi kill someone, paired with a knitted midi skirt. Her bending posture accentuated the curves of a mature woman. Her tight waist flowed into full voluptuous hips, with a stunning arc looking even more striking under the dim kitchen light. Sweat slightly dampened the back of her thin blouse, clinging to her skin and creating a hazy allure. A kind of plump, life-filled, mature beauty silently radiated a powerful attraction with her every movement. Zhou Qi's breath caught. Without any hesitation, with a touch of rough urgency, he stepped forward and tightly wrapped his arms around Tan Yao's waist from behind. Ah! Tan Yao was also startled, nearly dropping the bowl in her hands. But sensing the familiar breath behind her, the heat that seemed to scorch her back, and the unusually hard pressure of the man pressed against her, she understood instantly. Tan Yao's body stiffened only briefly, then quickly relaxed. She immediately stopped her movements, letting out a soft, shy moan as a response. Her submissive posture was the best catalyst. Zhou Qi let out a low gasp, abandoning all restraint. With a surge of strength in his arms, he half-carried, half-turned Tan Yao's plump, soft body around. On the other side, Feng Yingying had just gathered her thoughts, wondering whether she should apologize to Zhou Qi. She wasn't unwilling, she just felt it was too sudden, clashing with her desire for a slower pace, leaving her momentarily unable to accept it. But Zhou Qi had no leisure to coax any young girl. As she stepped out of the bedroom, she was instantly dumbfounded, staring incredulously toward the kitchen. This was too fast, without any prelude. Feng Yingying, hearing strange sounds from the kitchen, bit her lower lip hard, stood frozen for a moment, then slipped into a side room. After a brief release, Zhou Qi helped up the disheveled woman. Boo-hoo, I want more. Tan Yao's eyes were hazy, her lips pouted in a pleading expression, unwilling to dress, insatiable. I'm not in top form today. I'll deal with you vixen, tonight. Tan Yao pursed her lips without a word, but her eyes and the corners of her mouth carried a playful smile as she said ambiguously, not going to find that young girl tonight? Didn't you say you looked down on young girls? How did you just make a move? A moment of weakness. Zhou Qi regained his composure, sneering, if I weren't afraid of revealing the gourd secret, I would have kicked her out long ago. Sending her to the base is already the utmost benevolence. It's hard enough supporting you with 300 contribution points a month. Hearing this, Tan Yao narrowed her eyes, turning serious. That's true. Is this the reason? Of course. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Zhou Qi shifted the topic, picked up the gourd from the stove and said, here, have a taste. What's this? Tan Yao looked at the uncorked gourd, mouth let out a surprised exclamation, then her face lit up with ecstasy. There's more. Yes. Zhou Qi took 2 small bowls, lifted the gourd, and poured out a shimmering liquid dotted with faint glows. Drink up, he urged. In the 2 bowls, the left one had half a bowl of water while the right one had only a thin layer at the bottom. Tan Yao suppressed her excitement and slowly reached for the bowl with less water. Drink this one. Zhou Qi grabbed her wrist and guided it to the left, then glanced toward the door, indicating, give her a taste of the bottom of this bowl. Throw her a bone to prevent any strange ideas. Tan Yao's eyes suddenly brightened, her brows and eyes shimmering with rippling light, her smile blooming like a flower, and a wave of gratitude surged in her heart. She knew that at the end of the day the man before her was drawn by her beauty, but his life and death experiences along the way were genuine, and he was even willing to share such a treasure. There was no doubt he considered her one of his own, which inevitably stirred her emotions. As for how much remained in the gourd, she felt it was only right. No one in this world was unselfish, to do this much was already rare. Gulp gulp. Zhou Qi chugged the water, finishing the rest in a few gulps. The gourd still yielded no water, but he knew it would replenish in a few hours, though it would be ordinary water by then. A warm current instantly flowed through their bodies, and the 2 went together to the master bedroom for meditation and breathing exercises. Zhou Qi sat cross-legged in stillness, repeatedly circulating his breath, refining his meridians, and strengthening his blood and qi. After an unknown time, he suddenly felt a vortex of qi forming in his lower abdomen, sharpening his perception and control over his own blood and qi. The energy he could not previously mobilize now seemed connected to his mind, extremely docile. A flash of inspiration struck him, and a divine insight led him to combine his cultivation technique with the lower section of the 8 Desolate's divine fist, which had been impossible to practice before. Invisible power instantly coursed through the fist's meridians to the triple burner meridian, and the fist force burst forth from his body. Crack! Zhou Qi snapped open his eyes, which blazed like fire, bright and piercing. A punch swung through the air, exploding like a firecracker. 2 meters away, the curtain opposite his right fist sank slightly, stirring a gentle breeze. Ha ha ha. Laying the foundation, shaping the form, forging the bones and sinews, channeling blood and qi, initially condensing fist force, forming the fist wind. Though its power is not yet apparent. Zhou Qi was overjoyed. The family fist manual had finally advanced to the next level. The previous steps were largely similar to other martial arts, but reaching this stage truly revealed its uniqueness. He glanced at the latest terminal on his wrist. Physique Index 11. 7. Soul Index 14. Spiritual Energy Index 25. The Spiritual Energy Index had surged by 8 points, while Physique and Soul had slightly improved. Slowly withdrawing his power, he returned qi to his body, his expression peaceful, his mind tranquil. Upon careful sensing, the spiritual energy seems to have reached a limit likely constrained by the physical body. Next, I need to focus on tempering the body and strengthening the flesh, studying the cocoon breaking record. To advance quickly, herbal baths are probably essential. In ancient times, wealthy martial arts youths would consume a ginseng or similar tonic every half-month. Can the base's medicine supply keep up? First, stabilize for a month. Next month, follow the squad out of the city to share in the spoils, which will be the main source of contribution points. These mundane jobs only earn enough for food. Having set his goals, Zhou Qi picked up materials on supernatural materials, mutated beasts and demons, studying them diligently, striving to memorize everything. Meanwhile, Tan Yao, who had long awakened, was whispering with Feng Yingying in another room. Tan Yao's spiritual energy had surged by 3 points, reaching 3. 9, and her physique and soul indices had also surpassed 2. Feng Yingying had only taken a small sip, and now her life indices finally all exceeded 1. Though still very weak, it was already a tremendous improvement for her. Sister Tang, can we really become supernaturals? Even without awakening a life spirit, with diligent cultivation and Zhou Qi's help, we can be considered supernaturals in a sense. These indices are clear proof. You may not feel it now, but given time you'll naturally grow stronger. As long as you stick with Zhou Qi, this progress will accelerate. Given his character, he won't treat us poorly. Tan Yao was in high spirits. This dose was far better than the last. She felt full of strength, and even her skin seemed tighter. The girl nodded gently, her heart surging with excitement, a look of longing and joy in her eyes. That's more like it. Tan Yao curled her lips, wrapped an arm around the girl's shoulder and whispered in her ear, "You need to seize the opportunity. He's shared such a secret with you. Only by becoming that kind of relationship will he truly care for you. He says that, but why else would he make a move on you?" Hearing Tan Yao's embarrassing words, the girl froze, her eyes wide with disbelief, her teeth parted, and even her tongue seemed stunned. You don't mind?" the girl asked timidly. Tan Yao's expression was calm and she smiled freely. "Mind what? The world is like this now, what is there to mind?" After a long pause, the girl lowered her head, picking at her nails. "I'm willing to. It's just too sudden. I'm a bit scared, I don't know what to do." "It's okay, I'll teach you," Tan Yao whispered again, and soon she pulled the girl down to lie beside her. After a moment they covered themselves with a blanket. "Sis, what are you doing? I'm a woman, what are you afraid of? Take your hand away. Like this. Like this. I'll do this. And you can do this. If..." The girl's spring-like eyes sparkled like pearls, occasionally flashing with strange brilliance. Strange knowledge was accumulating. "Sis Tang, does it have to be like this?" "Not necessarily." Just then footsteps sounded from outside and the two women immediately fell silent. Soon Zhou Qi's voice came from outside the door. "What are you two up to? Come on, let's go eat downstairs." Coming. The two women threw off the blanket and sat up. The girl's face was flushed, her hair disheveled, her breathing rapid, and she dazedly straightened her clothes. In District B's cafeteria, Zhou Qi had just gotten his meal and sat down by the window. It seemed that only combat personnel, some administrators and supernaturals were dining here. He silently observed his surroundings. Tan Yao, however, worried about their livelihood. "The cheapest meal here costs us nearly 10 contribution points a day, but we can't survive on this gruel and flatbread forever. They'll start working tomorrow." "They'll go to," Feng Yingying said, stirring the steaming gruel as she looked up. "The association said that as relatives of supernaturals, the jobs arranged for us won't be too tiring and are relatively safe." Zhou Qi didn't refuse. "All right, go check it out tomorrow." "Brother Zhou Qi?" a familiar voice called out. Zhou Qi looked up and saw Luo Bin and Hu Zi carrying their meal trays coming over to sit down. Their expressions were relatively composed, but worry lingered in their brows. "Captain Luo, Hu Zi?" Zhou Qi nodded. "Settled in?" Luo Bin asked. "Yeah." Luo Bin's smile was strained. "These contribution points aren't easy to earn. I hear the rooms in the civilian residential area aren't much bigger than those in the quarantine zone, and there will be more people coming." Sigh. Zhou Qi comforted him. "It won't be too many. Based on the signal transmission distance, a large number of people will arrive within 10 days, and after half a month only a few will trickle in. It probably won't exceed 100,000. Hu Zi muttered gloomily. Looking at the cafeteria food, the base's meat reserves must be long gone, only stockpiled old grain remains. 100,000 aren't easy to feed. The land outside isn't nearly enough and the yield will keep shrinking." Luo Bin sighed. "Enough of that. One step at a time. It's destined to be a life lived on the edge of a blade. Hu Zi has been noticed by Captain Chinfeng and will go on missions from now on, so he'll have some support." He looked at Zhou Qi. "What about you?" Zhou Qi scooped a spoonful of gruel into his mouth, his tone flat. "Mediocre potential. They'll have to take on missions in a month too. Don't believe that potential rating. I can tell your actual combat skills are definitely not bad. Surviving and killing monsters is the true measure of ability. If you ever need help, just say the word." "Thank you, Captain Luo." Zhou Qi sensed a hint of sincerity. Just then a squad of 5 people in armor drew their attention. Their protective gear was unique, lightweight, made of a material that looked like metal but wasn't, with a matte dark gray scale-like texture. It fit their bodies perfectly. The breastplate had a curved design, the shoulders had added protection without being bulky, and the joints had flexible armor skin visible inside. The inner layer was a soft armor similar to leather, while the outer layer featured a modular design full of technological flair. The cold weapons at their waists and pistols on their legs seemed to be magnetically attached with no visible suspension gear. The noisy cafeteria hall suddenly fell silent as they walked through the door, as if everyone had been gagged. What was more unsettling was the fresh, still wet bloodstains on their bodies. Blood dripped from the blade at the leading young man's waist onto the floor. Countless eyes focused on them, some fearful, some envious, some shocked. Gradually whispers arose. Where did the Iron Blood squad go? Why are they covered in blood? Where else could they have been? The blood isn't dry yet, they've been killing. The Iron Blood squad is dedicated to guarding the research institute. These are the second team members. Most likely someone offended a senior researcher. That's unlikely. Who would be foolish enough to offend a senior researcher? With so many newcomers now, you never know. Even newcomers who are supernaturals rarely get to see senior researchers. How could they offend them? Then what do you think happened? Probably a researcher found something unusual or dangerous among the newcomers, so they sent the Iron Blood squad to deal with it. What? The detection devices at the gate aren't just for show. How could that happen? No matter how good the devices are, it depends on who's using them. It must be that the duty researcher discovered something during an internal facility inspection. The five of them exchanged glances. Zhou Qi leaned toward Luo Bin and lowered his voice. It seems they can kill at will. Tang Yao and the other woman's expressions froze, worry apparent as they also stared. Guzi kept his eyes forward, calmly picked up his bowl and ate in silence. Luo Bin pondered for a moment. In chaotic times, harsh laws are necessary. This is wartime. They're wearing supernatural protective gear, which is mostly related to the research institute. They can't afford any mistakes. Just then a broadcast from the roadside speakers rang out. The female announcer's voice was resolute and fierce, full of killing intent. Attention all residents of Panshur Base. This is a level 1 security notice. Moments ago, a group of hidden spies attempted to infiltrate the residences of senior researchers in District A to steal confidential data. Their movements have been locked down by the internal surveillance system. The Iron Blood squad responded swiftly and intercepted them on the periphery of the residences. The spies resisted stubbornly but were ultimately killed on the spot by the valiant Iron Blood squad. Their bodies have been processed for biological recycling. This incident once again proves that Panshur Base has zero tolerance for any acts that undermine security. Those who engage in espionage or attack base facilities will be severely punished. Among the intruders in this attack were native humans with rare life spirits. We once again urge all residents to remain vigilant. If you discover any suspicious individuals or activities, report them immediately to the security department. Together we will safeguard the base and ensure our survival. Rare life spirits? Guzi asked in confusion. Aren't life spirits divided into 4 categories: natural, substantial, instrument, and spiritual? The official information only mentions these 4, but there are more. You haven't finished reading the materials, have you? Zhou Qi chuckled. I just read them. Life spirits are now classified into 6 main categories. Besides these 4, there are rare and special. Rare refers to uncommon abilities independent of these 4 categories or composite abilities. Special refers to theoretically extremely powerful conceptual abilities which haven't been discovered yet. Luo Bin and Guzi suddenly understood, surprised that Zhou Qi had finished reading so quickly. They had just finished their work and came straight to eat. Zhou Qi narrowed his eyes and speculated, it seems this rare life spirit must be highly suitable for stealth. What a waste though. A rare life spirit? Luo Bin shook his head with a complex expression. Why bother? Throwing away such talent. Maybe they were threatened. Doing something like this below the 4th level is no different from suicide, too reckless. After chatting for a while without any answers, they all became more vigilant. Back in his room, Zhou Qi began studying the Panshur body tempering art. After reading for a while, he found that it mainly focused on tempering the body, but the key lay in the quiet meditation practice after the exercises. After carefully studying the Panshur body tempering art, he picked up the cocoon breaking record. Half an hour later, he began to memorize and recite the other materials, spending the entire afternoon in this cycle. Reading 100 times reveals its meaning. After studying it hundreds of times, Zhou Qi began to attempt the visualization and construction of the cocoon breaking record. Unlike purely comforting visualization, this emphasized construction. Although he had grasped the essentials, putting it into practice was extremely difficult. Zhou Qi didn't even eat dinner, sitting for hours on end. When he stood up dizzy and exhausted, the sky outside the window was pitch black. There was no moon tonight. Hearing movement from the master bedroom, Feng Yingying, who was training her body, quickly rose to her feet. She cast a glance at Zhou Qi before swiftly averting her gaze. "I'll get your meal. I didn't disturb you while you were practicing. We've already eaten." "Where's Tang Yao?" Zhou Qi asked, his expression weary as he furrowed his brow and walked toward the dining table. "She's meditating," the girl replied before turning into the kitchen, emerging moments later with food. Dinner was homemade: a plate of wood-ear mushrooms, a plate of cured sausage, and a bowl of rice. "How much sausage is left?" Zhou Qi inquired casually. "Just one pack left," the girl answered, pouring him hot water. The simple yet delicious meal quickly captured the hungry Zhou Qi's attention. He paid little heed to Feng Yingying's attire, focusing solely on satiating his appetite. The living room was dimly lit by a single energy-saving bulb. Watching the man eat heartily, a flicker of disappointment passed through Feng Yingying's eyes before she moved to a more spacious corner to continue her exercises. She took a deep breath and began practicing kicks, not against a wooden post but against herself. A soft smack followed by a faint gasp echoed clearly in the quiet room. Lifting her left foot, she pointed her toes and struck her right calf muscle with force. Then she switched, lifting her right foot to deliver a sharp blow to her left calf. She alternated sides with a desperate, resolute intensity, as if trying to kick away every ounce of weakness and hesitation within her. Zhou Qi paused, bowl in hand, watching the girl bite her lower lip, her forehead beaded with sweat. For the first time, unmistakable surprise flickered in his eyes. It seemed the bowl of spiritual water had spurred her on. It was then he noticed Feng Yingying's outfit: a cream-colored loose wool sweater and a well-tailored dark short skirt. This chic ensemble on Tang Yao exuded mature allure, but on Feng Yingying it added a touch of playful, innocent seduction. Her smooth jade-like legs beneath the skirt were particularly striking under the dim light. After 10 sets of kicks, Feng Yingying's calves were flushed red and slightly swollen. The lingering pain made her sway slightly as she stopped. She stood still, her chest heaving gently as she took deep breaths to calm herself. After a brief rest, she walked to the table to clear the dishes. Her movements were slower than usual, her gaze fixed on Zhou Qi's face, keenly catching the fatigue between his brows. "Brother Zhou," she said, her voice tinged with concern and bolder than before, "are you feeling unwell?" "You don't look well." Zhou Qi put down his chopsticks and replied casually, "Yeah, just a bit tired. You'll be fine after a night's rest." She set down the half-cleaned dishes, forcing calm onto her face, and walked behind Zhou Qi. Her voice was tentative and soft. "Then, how about I give you a massage? It might help you relax." Zhou Qi turned his head in surprise. The girl's cheeks flushed a delicate pink under the light. "You know how?" he asked, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Let me try." Feng Yingying gathered her courage. Before he could agree or refuse, her hands gently rested on his shoulders. Zhou Qi raised an eyebrow but didn't refuse. "Why not enjoy the service?" He grunted in vague agreement, relaxing his neck and shoulders and closed his eyes. Feng Yingying's heart leaped with joy. Her fingers began to clumsily knead the back of his neck and shoulders. "Here. A bit higher. Yeah, right there. Does it ache here?" "It's okay, press harder." "Oh. Okay." As she massaged the tense muscles following his instructions, she lowered her gaze, staring at his broad back and defined shoulders. Tang Yao's words from the afternoon flashed through her mind. "Should I make the first move?" she whispered inwardly, her cheeks burning as she leaned forward slightly. Just then Zhou Qi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, spoke. "Does it hurt?" The girl's eyelids twitched as she halted her attempt at seduction. "No," she replied. Zhou Qi chuckled softly, his voice gentle. "They're swollen and it doesn't hurt. Don't push so hard next time. 5 sets are enough. Focus on breathing techniques and the dragon tendon tiger bone art for now." The girl's hands stiffened. "What's wrong?" Zhou Qi turned to look at her. Her expression was frozen, her long lashes fluttering nervously. "2. This afternoon." Feng Yingying's throat felt dry. "I wasn't trying to push you away. I was just scared. I've never." Her voice grew softer, her head dropping lower, her hands resting unconsciously on Zhou Qi's neck. After a moment of silence, her tone grew more panicked. Brother Zhou, don't be mad. I am willing. Willing to what? Zhou Qi's voice dropped, a hint of amusement and scrutiny in his eyes. This wasn't out of vulgar curiosity or a desire for flirtation, it was to break through Feng Yingying's psychological defenses, to make her accept submission and deepen the psychological suggestion. Feng Yingying's heart felt like it would burst from her chest. Images of Tang Yao whispering in her ear that afternoon flooded her mind. She recalled the bowl of spiritual water imbued with mysterious energy and Zhou Qi protecting her in times of crisis. A vague yet genuine flutter stirred deep within her. The girl didn't retreat, though her body trembled slightly, her fingers unconsciously clutching Zhou Qi's collar. Her voice was as light as a feather. I'm willing. Brother Zhou. I want to be with you. I'm willing to let you. The words that followed were too shameful to utter. She hung her head shyly, a strand of hair swaying across her forehead. Zhou Qi's enigmatic smile carried an unreadable meaning, ripples forming in his deep eyes. He reached out, pinching a bit of her sweater with 2 fingers and tugged gently as if without effort. Feng Yingying looked up, her moist eyes filled with panic, shyness, and an indescribable anticipation. Her mouth dry, she shifted her steps and sat down on his lap, facing him in an incredibly alluring pose. They were so close they could feel each other's breath. Zhou Qi wrapped an arm around her back, his gaze burning as he leaned to her ear, his voice deep and teasing. Being willing isn't enough. You'll have to think about it. Despite his words, his hand behind her back was far from still, slowly caressing her heated, tense body. The girl's expression of shock and embarrassment crumbled under the touch of his hand, leaving her speechless. In a blur, her mouth was suddenly covered. Feng Yingying let out a short gasp, then responded to the soul-stirring kiss with awkward clumsiness, her hands gripping the front of his shirt in bewilderment. The kiss didn't last long. Zhou Qi soon pulled back, looking at her flushed face and dazed eyes. His voice hoarse, he asked, "Do you want to?" Feng Yingying, still reeling from the kiss, nodded instinctively, her mind in a haze. Her eyes, as if speaking, pleaded with him, clearly spelling out, yes. Zhou Qi let out a low laugh, lifting her by her jade-like legs. With a soft whimper, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her burning cheeks in the hollow of his neck. Carrying the light, soft girl in his arms, Zhou Qi walked into the master bedroom and kicked the door shut. Soon the rustle of clothing could be heard from within. Don't be afraid. Relax. It hurts. Be good. Bear with it. It'll be over soon. From the master bedroom soon came the girl's suppressed, delicate whimpers, a mingling of pain and pleasure. The sounds came in fits and starts, persisting for a long while before gradually subsiding. In the adjacent room, Tang Yao sat in stillness, her gaze somewhat vacant. Listening as the room next door fell completely silent, a wry smile crossed her face before she slowly lay down. At dawn, Feng Yingying lay curled in Zhou Qi's arm, the thin blanket outlining her languid curves, touched by the first dew of intimacy. Her lashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Zhou Qi's sharply defined profile. The rawness and pain of the previous night still seemed to linger in her bogus memory, yet what remained more was a strange sense of peace and belonging. She quietly shifted, drawing closer to the warmth radiating from his body, and slowly lifted a corner of the blanket, a peculiar gleam in her eyes. Awake. Zhou Qi opened his eyes, his voice husky with the morning. Feng Yingying's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she snatched her hand back as if burned, her gaze darting away, carrying the lingering shyness and a secret hidden longing. Half an hour later, the morning exercises concluded. The girl's face was full of contentment, wreathed in a blissful smile, a far cry from her tear-streaked state the night before. In the living room, Tang Ya had already risen and was tidying her slightly curled hair. Her expression was calm, yet a trace of complexity lurked deep in her eyes. The master bedroom door opened and Zhou Qi emerged first, followed by Feng Yingying, her cheeks flushed but her spirit radiant. Tang Yao's gaze lingered on Feng Yingying for a moment, then she raised a gentle smile. You're up. I made some porridge, just a simple meal. Thank you, Sister Yao, Feng Yingying replied, a little embarrassed, and quickly walked towards the kitchen to help. Breakfast was simple rice porridge with some seaweed shreds, and the atmosphere was subtly quiet. After finishing his meal, Zhou Qi put down his bowl and chopsticks. Go inquire about work today. Remember safety first. It's fine if the contribution is less, but don't take on anything too dangerous or time-consuming. Find out exactly what you'll be doing and what the pay is like before you decide. Understood, Tang Yao nodded. They'll go too, Feng Yingying immediately chimed in, her eyes filled with hope and great eagerness. After the meal, the two women tidied up a bit and left. In the morning light, Luobin along with a few soldiers was practicing military boxing in the simple training ground downstairs, their shirts soaked with sweat, their momentum formidable. They were preparing for the base military assessment. Not far away, Bai Xiao stood with a cold expression, her long spear whirling up and down, her movements sharp and fierce, the sound of it cutting through the air piercingly shrill. The so-called training ground was mostly just an open space apart from a few open-air sheet metal sheds housing some old equipment. Most were being used by soldiers. Zhou Qi went downstairs and picked an empty shed. After a look around, he found no suitable training equipment, only some weighted iron blocks that could be useful. He then went to the open ground outside and began practicing the static exercises of the Panshi Zuidi Jua boulder body tempering art. The static exercises primarily emphasized stance training. Holding a stance with different heights and varying force application yielded different training effects. Combined with breathing, mental intention, and the specific techniques of the art, the training effect was vastly different. Zhou Qi held his stance extremely low, his feet planted wide as if to shake the earth, his hips sunk and legs braced like supporting a mountain, his arms held as if embracing the cosmos. His breathing was deep, his mind focused on the point of force initiation in his lower back until his qi and blood surged like a tidal wave. This stance training prioritized power over tranquility, its purpose being to circulate qi and blood to scour the sinews and bones with a single breath of qi circulating through the entire body before returning to the two primal forces. One stream sank deep into the Yongquan acupoint, the other surged into the Laogong acupoint. Zhou Qi held the stance for 2 hours, immediately drenched in sweat, his qi and blood flowing like a tide. Due to the intense heat of his qi and blood, faint wisps of vapor rose from his limbs. This was caused by the spiritual energy within his qi and blood being agitated, immediately drawing a crowd of onlookers. A transcendent. Yeah, that woman over there is one too. Why don't they go practice at the association? This place isn't really suitable, is it? Only the association's training runes can withstand the wear and tear from transcendence. They're probably new here with a low rank. Even if they spent contribution points, they might not get a spot there. True enough. Forget it, let's stay away from them. Zhou Qi had intended to persist longer, but hearing the surrounding chatter, he slowly withdrew his stance. Looking around, he saw hundreds of soldiers on the field, their battle cries rising and falling, shaking the surroundings. A few people were using equipment in the nearby sheet metal shed. Naturally, Zhou Qi felt embarrassed to continue occupying space meant for ordinary people, so he found a corner to continue practicing his fist techniques. The fist manual contained 9 basic sets of power-releasing movements: thrust, collapse, smash, shake, and others, which when combined with internal qi channeling through the meridians unleashed tremendous force. Humph. Ha. He practiced each move within his confined space, his voice low and deep, all power contained yet unreleased. The intent of his fist did not project outward, but instead vibrated back through his internal organs. His movements appeared extremely constrained, somewhat nondescript. As noon approached, Zhou Qi's fist momentum grew increasingly introverted and heavy. With each seemingly restrained exertion of force, faint deep rumbles issued from his muscles and bones within his body. His qi and blood surged, scouring his meridians. Sweat evaporated, forming a faint mist that swirled around him, refracting a weak spiritual energy aura in the sunlight. This internal refinement method was not outwardly spectacular, but it was extremely draining on both mind and physical stamina. Humph. Putting on an act. A cold laugh came from not far away, carrying undisguised contempt. Zhou Qi didn't stop his movements, but his gaze sharpened as he glanced over. He saw Bai Xiao, who had somehow already put away her spear and was standing with arms crossed leaning against a tree by the roadside watching coldly. Zhou Qi let out a scoff and stopped. He spoke slowly, his tone flat but each word clear. You've lost your spirit attendant, crippling most of your summoning abilities. Relying on just this bit of close combat skill, how long do you think you can last? I can still subdue another spirit and make a contract. What use is your mist? You're useless, Bai Xiao retorted, ignoring his words, her face full of disdain. Is this woman crazy? Or mentally unstable? This is ridiculous. Zhou Qi was a bit speechless and asked irritably, what exactly do you want? Lend me some money. What? Contribution points. A medicinal bath costs 300 contribution points. I want to try its effects. Zhou Qi picked at his ear with his pinky looking incredulous. Did I hear that right? We all got the same amount. If you borrow from me, what am I supposed to use? I want to buy it too. Bai Xiao's expression was haughty. You're just a first rank. Why bother buying? Lend me the contribution points and you'll have your back on future missions. As for what you'll use, don't you have those two women? What they earn is enough for your food and drink. Ha! Zhou Qi let out a cold, mirthless laugh from his throat, turned around and left, unwilling to deal with such a person any further. After he walked away, Bai Xiao's cold, proud expression gave way to worry. After her spirit attendant died, a portion of her power was slowly being drained away and her index had dropped slightly. The association hadn't offered any special treatment just because she was a second rank, and all of this filled her with panic. Simply put, she felt insecure. She needed to increase her strength quickly to gain the association's attention so she could find a way to get the base to help her contract a new spirit attendant. Just then Huzi returned from the association and was talking with Luo Bin. Huzi, are these the herbs for the medicinal bath? Yeah, brother Luo. The association gave me a set. One set can be used 3 times. They say it can strengthen the physique after use. Well, use it together then. After using it, you'll definitely pass the assessment. Luo Bin immediately frowned. Nonsense. What would we use it for? You use it yourself. It's fine, brother Luo. Captain Chen also gave me a set. This stuff only needs to be used once a month. You need continuous practice to get the best effect. Then you keep it. The requirements for the defense force aren't that high. Well, definitely pass without it. Brother Luo Haizai Ergu, the defense force is very dangerous. Every bit of improvement counts. Huzi said, looking anxious. Enough. This isn't meant for ordinary people anyway. Family members of Transcendence can exchange for it. Many people in the association have used it for their family and friends. Huzi, don't say any more. If we need to use it, well, earn it ourselves. The group argued as they walked past. Bai Xiao clenched her teeth silently, her gaze following them intently. Considering Huzi was a second rank, she didn't make a move. Looks like you'll have to find other newcomers. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, their cohabitation tense and bustling. Thousands more refugees flooded the base, yet as Zhou Qi had predicted, only a trickle of newcomers arrived in recent days. Tang Yao and Feng Yingying secured easy day jobs in the logistics warehouse. Thanks to preferential policies for Transcendent family members, they only needed to work half a day. In their spare time, the two women remained diligent, tirelessly practicing the basic body tempering technique. Their life indices climbed slowly but steadily under the baptism of sweat. Their daily wage was 8 points each, already considered quite high. An ordinary civilian toiling at mundane tasks within the city for an entire day earned no more than that. Only those engaged in high-risk work outside the city, such as pioneering or logging, could earn over 10 points. Similarly, strenuous tasks like repairing city walls, quarrying, or digging underground facilities could yield a daily wage of 10 points. Yet the most grueling jobs were at the towers lining the city, wind turbines at their peaks, and human-powered generators at their bases. This labor ran 24 hours a day without pause, with shifts changing every 2 hours, utterly exhausting. Zhou Qi had visited the Transcendent Association several times, casually glancing over the testing area. Everything was as usual. Staff hurried about, the detection instruments blinked with familiar indicator lights, and the massive spiritual energy crystal remained firmly embedded in the metal ring, showing no signs of anomaly. His anxious heart settled slightly. That sneaky sip from the gourd seemed to have gone unnoticed. The training rooms in the association were only free for those with excellent or outstanding potential ratings, who also received special supplements provided by the Research Institute. As for Zhou Qi, he had to spend contribution points to rent them and even queue up. According to Huzi, the rooms were equipped with many high-tech training facilities, some of which didn't seem to be from Blue Star Technology. Today he had finally saved enough for the coveted medicinal bath materials, 300 contribution points exchanged for a heavy package. Of course, most of those points came from Tang Yao and Feng Yingying's wages. Zhou Qi's own points were nearly depleted after purchasing some supplies, meat and vegetables. Would you like to look at other items? The second-floor staff asked with a polite smile. Zhou Qi scanned the on-screen list. Medicinal bath 300 contribution points per serving. Awakening potion 3000 contribution points per serving. Gene enhancement potion 10000 contribution points per serving. Transcendent protective gear 10000 contribution points per set. Why aren't gene enhancement potions recommended for transcendence? Zhou Qi, lacking points, could only ask about other matters. It's like this, Mr. Zhou, the staff explained politely. Gene potions are still first-generation experimental products with unpredictable side effects varying by individual. Although many speculated side effects might be negligible for a transcendence-robust physique, there's no guarantee they won't cause other issues as one advances. Moreover, gene potions mainly strengthen the body with minimal impact on spiritual energy and soul. A few points of index improvement have little effect on a transcendent, not worth the risk. At this, the staff lowered their voice with a smile. Actually, both gene potions and awakening potions are meant for ordinary people and could easily lead to severe consequences. If you wish to enhance your family or friends' strength, medicinal baths and spiritual objects are safer. I see. What are spiritual objects? Why aren't they listed here? According to Elder Huang's conclusion, this spacetime upheaval has caused energy from other dimensions and deep space to rush into Blue Star. The 749 Bureau has termed it spiritual energy revival, and over time it will produce spiritual objects akin to legendary celestial treasures. However, these items are currently extremely rare. Only a tiny portion obtained from powerful mutated beasts can be used for nourishment, so they're hard to circulate. I see. Zhou Qi nodded, pondering for a moment. You're very knowledgeable. Thank you for the explanation. Farewell. Elder Huang, the Research Institute Director. Zhou Qi silently repeated the name as he turned to leave, only to spot a familiar face approaching Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao walked straight to the counter without a sideways glance. 2 servings of medicinal bath materials. All right, please show your identity token. 2 servings. Where did she get the contribution points? She's been training every morning. How strange. He eavesdropped for a moment before heading downstairs. In the center of the living room, Zhou Qi carefully assembled the medicinal bathtub and anti-slip mat. Boiling hot water poured into the tub and dense steam carried a thick herbal fragrance that spread through the air. He secretly thanked the gourd in his hand, otherwise just filling this large tub with clean water would have been a considerable expense. Tang Yao and Feng Yingying silently assisted on the side, pouring medicinal liquids as the deep brown concoction roiled. Zhou Qi shed his clothes and stepped into the scalding bath. An intense heat instantly engulfed his body, the medicinal force like countless tiny conscious steel threads fiercely burrowing into his tendons, bones, and skin. A stabbing pain followed. He gritted his teeth and activated the spirit guidance chapter, channeling the medicinal power to wash through his limbs and meridians. On the first day it felt as if ants were gnawing deep in his bone marrow, both painful and itchy. On the second day the medicinal force penetrated deeper, bringing a tearing sensation of refinement. On the third day, the piercing bone-gnawing pain noticeably subsided. Zhou Qi's heart sank. Had the medicinal power been completely absorbed by his body? Closing his eyes to feel carefully, his qi and blood seemed slightly thicker and his physique index might have risen a bit, but it was far from a qualitative change. He rose with slight disappointment, dried himself, suppressed the faint frustration in his heart, and sat cross-legged on the mat in the corner of the living room. Focusing his mind, he once again sank into the arduous cultivation of the cocoon-breaking record. Within his sea of consciousness, thoughts were like threads attempting to weave that vague and stubborn cocoon. Each visualization felt like groping through thick fog, consuming immense effort with minimal results. Night fell and a light knock came at the door. The 2 women returned carrying the dust and fatigue of the day. Feng Yingying held a small bag of fresh greens bought with a few days' wages along with some feminine products. Weariness showed on their faces, but they didn't rest, immediately bustling into the cramped kitchen. On the dinner table, simple vegetables and synthetic meat steamed with warmth. Tang Yao ate in small bites while sharing the day's news. The reclaimed land outside has expanded a bit. I heard they're planning to plant winter wheat. But it seems today was rough. many died. What happened? Zhou Qi set down his chopsticks. Word is a pack of unfamiliar mutant beasts charged down from the eastern hills. Fierce ones, even the patrol lost a few. Worse, a survey team ventured west to find some mineral vein and ran into big trouble. Tang Yao's voice carried lingering fear. Feng Yingying chimed in, right. I heard they encountered a 4th-rank spider demon. A team of transcendents and soldiers suffered heavy casualties, only a few escaped. 4th rank. Zhou Qi's eyes sharpened. The base's records described high-rank mutant beasts as extremely dangerous. The 4th rank was another level entirely. The top combat power of Boulder Base was only at the 4th rank. Tang Yao seemed to recall something, lowering her voice with a mix of regret and gossip. Oh, and there's something else. That Su Shuai's dead. Su Shuai? Zhou Qi was startled. Who's Su Shuai? The woman who took us to register at the association that day. Oh. Wasn't she working at the base? How did she die? From what the warehouse ladies whispered, Tang Yao pursed her lips, her tone complicated. She hooked up with a new transcendent and then... She paused as if choosing her words, died in bed. I heard the guy was a body-type user whose ability lets him harden his skin and muscles. Su Shuai wanted to climb the social ladder and... Feng Yingying was stunned, her mouth slightly agape, face pale. Zhou Qi was also speechless, finally managing to utter. Truly the forest is vast and it has all sorts of birds. Thus the days passed one after another like trudging through mud. Zhou Qi's life ran with mechanical precision. In the early mornings he practiced his fists and cultivation, in the afternoons he wrestled with the cocoon-breaking record, grappling with the scattered thought threads in his sea of consciousness until his spiritual energy was drained and his head throbbed with pain. At night he sat in silent meditation, nurturing his soul and spiritual power. The news brought back by the 2 women and the base's rumors became the only seasoning in this monotonous rhythm. Of course the nights also included tender moments of intimacy with the 2 women. Initially it was a delightful and pleasurable affair and Zhou Qi had ample energy. But having to satisfy both of them every day proved quite exhausting and, more importantly, hindered his cultivation. Tang Yao with her rising life index had become even more insatiable while Feng Yingying was still in the phase of relishing the newfound taste. Neither was content with just 1 round. Over time this became a considerable burden. Zhou Qi had to adopt a rotating schedule which eased the load and allowed him to ensure his meditation time and morning practice. Feng Yingying, at an age of burning passion and craving pleasure, transformed into a little vixen on her nights, using every trick, cute cajoling, playful charms, and insatiable demands. Yet Zhou Qi still preferred sharing his bed with Tang Yao, who was more considerate and allowed him greater relaxation and enjoyment. This night was Tang Yao's turn. The master bedroom door was closed early and soon muffled yet clear gasps and soft moans emanated from within. In the secondary bedroom Feng Yingying lay alone in bed, covered by 2 quilts yet feeling little warmth. The young girl bit her lower lip, a surge of bitterness and petty discontent churning within her like a neglected child. She knew she had no right or standing to vie for favor, yet the hidden longing and possessiveness in her youthful heart grew like wild weeds in the dark, burning her chest with a stifling ache. All she could do was turn over, bury her face in the pillow and silently comfort herself. Tomorrow it will be my turn. In the darkness the girl let out a silent sigh, swallowing the grievance and anticipation together with the lingering sounds of passion from the next room. Outside the base's high walls the blood moon cast its cold, dim red light upon the window frames. She had been 15 when the world changed drastically, isolated from society for 3 years, and was now nearly 19. In the bloom of youth the girl pushed open the door of innocence, but the world and the person she faced were all wrong. The next morning faint light seeped through the curtain gaps, warming with the breeze. Zhou Qi woke on the hard bed, his arm numb from being pinned beneath Tang Yao's voluptuous body. He gently withdrew his arm, glancing at the sleeping woman beside him. Her satisfied, languid face bore the afterglow of passion. His gaze was calm, devoid of much tenderness or lingering affection. He rose, dressed swiftly and silently. In the living room Feng Yingying was already up, quietly preparing breakfast. She kept her head down, her long hair falling to veil her profile, revealing only her tightly pressed lips. Hearing footsteps her body stiffened almost imperceptibly. She did not immediately lift her head with a sweet smile as usual. An awkward silence hung in the air. Zhou Qi, as if oblivious, walked straight to the window, stretching his limbs and feeling the surge of power from days of intense training. After a month of hard practice and medicinal baths, his physique index had laboriously climbed to around 13.5, while his spiritual energy index hovered steadily at 26. Progress with the cocoon-breaking record remained as slow as a snail's crawl. The frustration of the thought threads disintegrating was his daily lesson. Beep, you have a new message. A reminder came from his terminal. Zhou Qi opened the association announcement, his brow slightly furrowing. What's wrong? The girl asked, suppressing the strange feeling in her heart, her voice regaining its usual obedient tone. The team entry has been delayed. Looks like you'll have to join with the later arrivals. Feng Yingying's clear eyes tightened. She suddenly remembered the time and asked nervously, how long? Half a month. Will we have to undertake missions when the time comes? I heard the places transcendent beings go are quite dangerous. Last time, except for the captain, all the transcendent members of the exploration team died. The girl's voice grew softer. You must be careful. There's only half a month left. Maybe we can scrape together some funds for another medicinal bath. A medicinal bath isn't a cure-all. In the end, you have to digest and refine it yourself. The increase in spiritual energy nourishes both the soul and physique. This pace is already fast enough. Keep the resources for yourselves and buy a dose. Zhou Qi looked at the girl's worried expression, smiled lightly, and raised a hand to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, saying gently, you didn't just realize today that a month has passed, did you? Feng Yingying's face flushed with embarrassment. She gave a sheepish laugh and said nothing. She had indeed forgotten about it. Soon half a month slipped by like the wind. Tang Yao and Feng Yingying also used the medicinal bath. The initial application yielded decent results, each gaining a point in physique. Zhou Qi's subsidies were spent on daily expenses. That morning Zhou Qi dressed neatly and left early. From across the hallway a woman gazed at his retreating figure through the peephole of her door. The woman was not old, around her early 20s, with short, wet hair plastered to her scalp, giving her a neat appearance. Her cheeks had a slight round baby fat. She wore a gray work uniform stained with grime, sleeves rolled up to reveal wrists also smudged with oil. An air of exhaustion from a night of labor clung to her. So that's it, that's my brother's spirit weapon? Zhao Yuanshuang's brows knitted tightly, her heart turning to ice. She watched Zhou Qi's figure disappear around the corner of the stairs, let out a long sigh, and lowered her head. Her lonely silhouette, supported by slender shoulders, was laden with desolation. The woman's nails unconsciously scraped along the door as it slid shut, and she murmured to herself. Hu Shumei said her husband got the medicine from Zhou Qi, and earlier I saw Bai Xiao fighting with that young man. Reporting this won't do any good. You and Bai Xiao, who killed my brother? The spirit weapon is in his hands, the potion too, and he's awakened. That awakening potion was my brother's. Everything ended up with him. Zhao Yuanshuang clenched her fists, grinding her teeth in hatred. You all must die. She stood silently at the door, her shoulders trembling slightly, before finally turning back into the living room and sitting down, her expression utterly cold. I have to increase my strength. I can only take a risk and buy an awakening potion to have a chance. It'll take a few more months of saving. Why did my brother spend so many contribution points on those potions and energy crystals? He said he was going to meet an acquaintance. Zhao Yuanshuang frowned deeply, utterly perplexed. At the Transcendent Association, the alloy conference room exuded a cold metallic scent. There are 47 newly awakened individuals. Chen Feng swiped the data stream to the main seat. Those with excellent ratings have been pre-recruited by various teams. The remaining 34 are all of average potential. The light screen scrolled through the newcomers' profiles, and team leaders on both sides reviewed the specific data. These captains were all third-tier transcendents, formidable in strength and seasoned in countless life-and-death battles. Is this Shi Haran, the one who killed that woman in bed? A captain asked. That's right. Chen Feng chuckled. His abilities are still decent. Are there still second-tier individuals among the rest? Someone asked in surprise. There are 3. They were probably fighting solo before, only realizing how weak they were alone after facing reality. Chen Feng continued to explain. Then the association president at the main seat spoke, his voice low. Assign all 3 to Jiang Yong. You can pick first, choose carefully. The others exchanged glances but raised no objection, their eyes fixed on a one-eyed man with a stubbled face standing by the door. He was the sole survivor of the last exploration team, a leader without troops. All 10 of his team members had perished. "Thank you, Captain." Jiang Yong's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper scraping against iron. "Shall we go down then?" They should have arrived. Chen Feng rose to signal their departure. The president nodded and stood up. "Go ahead and make your selections. I still have a meeting with the chief commander. Chen Feng, you'll oversee things here." "Is there another problem?" Chen Feng asked with concern. "It seems the mountain monitoring station has detected something new." The president pressed his earpiece, his expression tightening, then quickened his pace and left. The team leaders in the room rose to see him off. In the association's backyard training ground, Zhou Qi and over 30 others waited in silence. Most kept their heads down or cast wary glances around, with only occasional murmurs breaking the stillness. An intangible tension hung in the air. Zhou Qi scanned the familiar faces before him. Chen Guodong and Gu Zhen stood together, their expressions still etched with lingering sorrow. Bai Xiao held a long spear, her chin slightly raised, her cold gaze tinged with anxiety. The unease that had clung to her since her spirit servant's death seemed even heavier now. Silence. A low raspy voice rang out, carrying an unyielding authority. A group of people entered through the door, led by Chen Feng. Flanking him were 7 or 8 men and women with fierce auras, the very team leaders from the earlier meeting. Their gazes swept over the newcomers like tangible searchlights, scrutinizing and assessing, occasionally lingering on a particular individual. Zhou Qi felt several eyes land on him before quickly moving away. He secretly activated his life spirit to mask his aura, hoping to conceal his recent surge in spiritual energy fluctuations, though he wasn't sure if it worked. Chen Feng cleared his throat and stepped forward. "Congratulations on officially becoming the supernatural force of Base Rock. The base gave you a month to adapt to face reality and hone yourselves. Now that the adaptation period is over, it's time to contribute to the base's survival." He paused, scanning the crowd. "This base doesn't support idlers. The privileges of a supernatural being belong only to those who dare to face danger and bear responsibility. When you complete your missions, your subsidies will increase based on performance, and you'll receive quotas for fresh vegetables, meat, clean water, and more. Among you, those rated as excellent in potential have already been recruited by elite squads. For the rest, though your potential is marked as average, potential is not the sole determinant on the path of the supernatural. Combat achievements, courage, and willpower are equally crucial in shaping your future. Now let the team assignments begin. Captain Jiang, you go first." Chen Feng stepped aside. "So all these people are average? I thought there might be some excellent ones here." Zhou Qi smirked slightly, feeling more at ease, and glanced around. "What are you smiling at?" "Second row, third from the left, step out." As Jiang Yong stepped forward, his single eye swept across the tense crowd and caught someone suddenly smirking. His pupils contracted and his gaze turned icy in an instant. Zhou Qi tensed, focusing on the man, a one-eyed middle-aged figure with stubbly whiskers and sunken eyes. He had the air of a melancholic uncle. His faded combat uniform seemed to still carry the scent of blood, his deep gaze utterly lifeless, his remaining eye like a vortex in a deep pool. "Step out." Jiang Yong's roar erupted, his aura surging with murderous intent. Dozens of people flinched, hastily straightening up. Zhou Qi unconsciously bit his lip and stepped out of the line to the front. "Speak, what were you smiling at?" Jiang Yong strode directly to Zhou Qi, his single eye fixed unblinkingly on him, the other covered by a leather patch. Could he have been a military officer before? Zhou Qi's expression turned solemn. He puffed out his chest and barked, "Report." "I was laughing at myself, for awakening too late, for having average potential." He paused, his eyes welling with a sorrowful look, widening them as he spoke with earnest intensity. "I feel shame for hiding within the high walls, and I long to sweep away all the alien monsters surrounding the base." Jiang Yong's expression softened slightly. "What's your name?" "Zhou Qi." "All right, you're on my team now. Stand behind me." "Yes." Zhou Qi shouted loudly, his face flushing as if in great excitement, though it was actually from holding his breath and forcing blood upward. Many in the crowd looked puzzled but kept their faces taut and eyes forward. The team leaders were all third-tier supernaturals, not to be offended. Jiang Yong paced slowly to the center. Let me introduce myself. I'm Jiang Yong, captain of the Golden Flower Squad. A sharp hiss. As the words fell, a stifled intake of breath rippled through the newcomers. The captain of the supernatural squad that guarded the exploration teams. All 10 supernaturals had died, leaving only a lone commander. Zhou Qi's heart sank as he watched the man's back. Golden Flower Squad, what a ridiculous name. Did that mean the team would be entirely composed of newcomers? The newcomers instantly grasped this, groaning inwardly, but dared not speak out after Zhou Qi's earlier example. Jiang Yong's cheek twitched, his expression somewhat awkward. Silence. Chen Feng spoke up at the right moment. Captain Jiang's escape from a 4th-tier spider demon proves he's a cut above the rest. His strength is beyond doubt. The Golden Bell Squad is short-handed, so Captain Jiang gets first pick. Captain Jiang, please continue. Jiang Yong nodded his thanks to Chen Feng, then turned. The 4th-tier spider demon was an accident. No one anticipated it. The base has already dispatched 4th-tier experts and elite squads to hunt it down. You need not worry. The crowd felt slightly reassured. Those whose names are called step forward. Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao's face paled slightly as she slowly walked out to stand beside Zhou Qi. Shi Haran. A youth of exceptionally burly build with faintly glistening skin stepped out, a hint of slyness flickering across his face. The youth grinned, his steps light, and quickly took his place beside Bai Xiao. Li Yun. A lean man with narrow eyes emerged. After calling out the 3 second-tier individuals, Jiang Yong lowered his head to flip through the documents in his hand. The newcomers silently prayed not to be chosen. Zhou Qi, nature mist. Shi Haran, body, tough skin and muscles. Li Yun, artifact, short blade. Bai Xiao, spirit communication, spirit servant, temporarily absent. Mist. Provides some degree of concealment and shielding but no direct combat boost. At least his spirit is commendable. Toughness enhances endurance, but it's too passive and not very powerful. An artifact-type weapon means a proper spirit weapon that can grow. That's acceptable. Spirit communication, but with a dead spirit servant, half crippled. Jiang Yong frowned, slightly dissatisfied, then swiftly flipped through the rest of the life spirits. For first-year newcomers, life spirit abilities weren't particularly outstanding. They still relied mainly on physique and weapons in combat. But Jiang Yong never looked at the present. He focused on whether these life spirits could synergize in the future. From the 2nd tier onward, life spirit abilities gradually became more prominent, significantly impacting combat power. He leafed through the files, pondered for a moment, then looked up. Chen Guodong Guzhen. Their faces instantly darkened as they trudged forward with difficulty. Chen Guodong nearly spoke up to renounce all privileges and quit the association, but then he thought of the civilians. Compared to the cramped single rooms in the civilian residential area, his family's life was stable and comfortable. His heart clenched, but he held back. It's fine, it's fine. The captain and the 2nd tiers will handle the heavy lifting. We 1st tiers won't play a big role, and that spider demon is already being hunted. Guzhen kept comforting himself inwardly, planning to just coast along for now. The assignments continued. Meanwhile, in a spacious and luminous metal hall within Sector A, several high-ranking officials of the base were convening a meeting. At the center of the conference table sat Wei Zhengrong, the base commander, with Elder Huang of the Research Institute and 3 senior researchers on his left. On the right sat Zhu Hong, the Defense Force commander, Liu Yi, the president of the Transcendent Association, and the remaining individuals were adjutants, staff officers, and department heads. Aside from Elder Huang, the other 3 major figures were all at the 4th tier of Transcendence, while another 4th tier had led a team out of the city to hunt down the spider demons. Elder Huang, please proceed. Everyone is present, Wei Zhengrong said. Wei Zhengrong slightly inclined his head as a gesture of respect toward the elderly man. The old man had a gaunt face, silver-white hair, and dim, lusterless eyes. He took off his glasses to wipe them, then rubbed his bloodshot eyes and called out weakly, Xiao Wang, you may speak. The young man surnamed Wang immediately stood up. At this moment, Wei Zhengrong looked at the old man with concern and said, Elder Huang, are you feeling unwell? Don't overwork yourself. You need to rest. I'm fine, Elder Huang replied, waving his hand and forcing a faint smile. He pointed a slightly trembling finger at the young man. Xiao Wang, continue. Xiao Wang glanced around at the assembled leaders, his voice barely concealing his shock. Ladies and gentlemen, based on our observations, the energy fluctuations around the base have become extremely active and intense as shown in this chart. He stood up and pointed at the projection on the wall. This is the analysis chart from the first half of the year, this is from the past 3 months, and this is from last month. Please observe the differences in the 3-axis wave patterns. The swave is growing increasingly violent, the curve is shrinking, the star line energy is becoming more chaotic, the magnetic field domain is more concentrated, and the DF barrier is approaching the SV threshold. Wei Zhengrong frowned deeply and raised a hand to interrupt. Xiao Wang, just get to the point. Xiao Wang took a deep breath. His dark eyes were constricted with fear and his pallid face bore a strangely mixed expression of excitement. He seemed almost unhinged. The expressions of the others grew grave. In simple terms, all signs indicate that a dimensional gate or a large spatial rift is likely to appear near Panchir base. Except for the 4 from the research institute, everyone else's faces froze as if turned to stone. The 4 words dimensional gate resounded like a great bell in their souls, ringing endlessly. You're saying a dimensional gate might appear near us? Zhu Hong slammed his hands on the table and shot to his feet, asking in disbelief. I'm afraid so. Based on past experience, it's highly probable, Xiao Wang said, his face dark and somber as he nodded slowly but firmly. Elder Huang sighed silently, his right hand trembling as he wiped his glasses. What a joke. Weren't we told things were stabilizing? Exactly. A dimensional gate is a catastrophe. If a powerful creature emerges, it could destroy an entire nation. The urgent voices of the public security and safety department heads were distorted by sheer terror. The dimensional gate in the island nation unleashed a giant beast that devastated most of the country. Gates in Eagle Country and the nearby oceans spawned countless demons and monsters, turning the southern nations into ghost realms. Almost all of Blue Star's nuclear warheads were used to destroy those things. Even a few stray ones nearly wiped out the entire council of 749 elders. And now you're telling me there's more? The base has just taken in tens of thousands of refugees. How am I supposed to handle this? Wei Zhengrong's face turned cold and his voice grew harsh. Elder Huang, what do you have to say? Alas. Elder Huang put away his blonde white cloth handkerchief, let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. It's true. But it could also be a spatial rift. If it's a large spatial rift, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Do we know the time and location? The location is unclear for now, but within 100 kilometers at most. The time frame is roughly a few months. Can't we be more certain? Lu Yi pressed urgently. The last cosmic energy turbulence hasn't stabilized yet, and coupled with the terrain and lack of equipment here, we'll need to go to the observation station on the mountain to study it. Elder Huang continued to explain, the reason I suggested abandoning our previous locations and coming here is precisely because there's an observation station on this mountain peak. It's convenient for transmitting signals and suitable for studying the fluctuations of the celestial energy field. For now we have to go up there to continue observation and determine whether it's a dimensional gate or a spatial rift. If it's a spatial rift, we might still hold on. But if it's a dimensional gate, then we'll have to abandon this place and evacuate. A sharp hiss of breath escaped Wei Zhengrong. The immense pressure weighed heavily on him. Evacuate? That's nearly 100,000 people. In this day and age, the 100,000 people here could barely survive by relying on the base's infrastructure and the transitional supplies stored underground. Once they started moving, Wei Zhengrong dared not even imagine the tragic scenes along the road. Arrange for someone to take me up the mountain as soon as possible. Elder Huang's eyes were sharp and determined. This cliff is extremely steep. Although there are protective structures on the summit, they were built before the apocalypse, so there are security vulnerabilities. You'll need at least 2 to 3 months for my work. During this time, Commander, you must ensure my safety and send people to deliver supplies and food. Teacher, you're not well. Let me go. Teacher, the research institute can't do without you. You need to oversee the awakening serum. Let us go. Teacher, let me go. Seeing the other 2 stand up and declare their intentions, Xiao Wang's eyes flickered and he also rose to his feet. The 3 were all core members of the research institute, the other 2 being women. One of the women was named Ouyang Jin. Her features were sharp and deep with a high nose bridge and deep-set eyes beneath which hung heavy dark circles. The other was named Lin Wei. Her long hair was as black as ink, smooth as satin, and meticulously arranged. It was tied in a low classical bun at the nape of her neck, secured with an ink jade hairpin. Her features were exquisite with deep phoenix-like eyes. Her complexion was much better than Ouyang Jin's, her skin possessing an extra jade-like luster. Wei Zhengrong quickly interjected to persuade Elder Huang, let the younger ones go. This mountain is too high and the weather is cold. No, Elder Huang quickly waved his hand. I must go this time. However, the progress at the research institute cannot be delayed. He looked at his 3 juniors, pondering for a moment. The energy within spiritual energy crystals cannot be directly absorbed by the human body, as it contains multiple types of energy. To refine and transform it for making spiritual equipment, we must combine it with transcendent materials. Ouyang has profound expertise in this area, while Xiao Wang is a specialist in biology. The base cannot afford to have its various potions cut off. You two will stay and oversee the work at the institute and strive to update the next generation of spiritual equipment as soon as possible. Although it cannot compare to high-level spiritual weapons, it can still greatly enhance the strength of our transcendence. Lin Wei will come with me. Elder Huang then turned his head. Commander Wei. Yes, please speak. It's very difficult to make further progress with the awakening serum. Reaching our current level was largely due to luck. You can't rush this. We still need to focus on energy and biology. In the future, we will require a large quantity of transcendent materials, spiritual energy crystals, and other anomalies. The base must put more effort into searching for these. Their gazes met in the air and a heavy weight settled in their hearts. I understand, Wei Zhengrong said, his eyes lowering as he nodded firmly. During this time, I will send teams out to hunt transcendent creatures and search for the required herbs. Good. Also, the awakening serum must be promoted vigorously. We can recruit volunteers for free. Understood. Lu Weidong. Sun Chang. Yu Miao. Li Shan. Jiang Yong's voice echoed across the field as one newcomer after another stepped forward. A group of transcendent beings watching from the second floor leaned on the railing, murmuring among themselves. It's over, it's over. Following Captain Goldenflower is bound to bring bad luck. That survey team. He was the only survivor. Good thing he didn't pick us to fill the ranks. Sure. Keep your voice down, don't let him hear. That Shirharan, the one who killed that woman? Stay away from him, he's probably unhinged. Someone glanced fearfully at Shirharan, whose burly frame and smirk exuded a sinister air. A spiritualist is rare, too bad he lost his spirit servant. And that Zhou Qi, his flattery was so blatant. Now he's stone-faced pretending to be calm, but inside he must feel worse than eating filth. All rookies only basic arm shields. Tough. One person sighed inwardly. The area around here isn't peaceful now. To support so many, we'll have to expand territory, which means plenty of cleanup missions. Isn't that right? That 4th stage spider demon is probably the one that escaped before. That time it took a lot of artillery shells. Hope Vice Commander Ma can take it down. Anyway, I'm not leaving the base until that spider demon is dealt with. Zhou Qi listened silently to these remarks, his mind on high alert. Chen Feng surveyed the room and said in a deep voice, team assignments are complete. From today onward, you are officially incorporated into the association's ranks. Your specific duties, task arrangements, and first assembly time will be communicated by your captain. Dismissed. He waved his hand and the captains quickly departed with their chosen members, leaving only Jiang Yong and his 10 team members. The air seemed to solidify as the rookies exchanged bewildered glances. Jiang Yong slowly turned his one eye as sharp as a hawk, scanning each person. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, assemble at the association's underground training ground number 3. Don't be late. His voice remained hoarse and he let out a cold laugh. Looks like you all need some special training. The icy words sent a shiver through the already anxious newcomers. Now go back and prepare. Without another glance, he turned and strode away, his somewhat solitary figure quickly swallowed by the light and shadow at the doorway. Once he vanished, everyone let out a long sigh. Shirharan licked his lips and looked at Bai Xiao. Pretty lady, I heard you live alone. Want to play tonight? I bet you can handle yourself. Li Yun, who had been planning to introduce himself to the two other second-ranked teammates, froze, his cheerful expression turning to one of utter shock as if he had seen a ghost. How could anyone be so bold? The rest were also dumbfounded. Snapping out of it, they quickly hurried away. Guzhen in particular lowered his head and rushed off. Bai Xiao slowly turned her eyes frosty and snapped, "Go fuck yourself." Ryn shrugged and chuckled lightly, "Don't be mad, we can talk it over." "Hey, don't go." Seeing everyone had already left, Ryn sneered, feigning innocence. "What's with all the looks? I'm not looking for a second rank, wouldn't want to kill someone." Leaving the association, Zhou Qi's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the first floor testing area. The door was tightly shut. It made sense, no one was coming now, but since that crystal was there, it probably wouldn't be moved easily, right? The gourd had been quiet since that display of desire. Was there still a chance? It seemed he could only apply for a retest after his index reached the next tier. That was definitely no ordinary spiritual energy crystal. From what had learned these past days, he understood that the energy in spiritual crystals couldn't be absorbed directly by the human body. They were mainly used to make awakening potions and equipment. These things couldn't be traded. On the contrary, the base would purchase them for the lab. So why was Xiao Zimo carrying a crystal with him? To get one, aside from finding it outside, the only source in the base would be the research institute. Zhou Qi withdrew his gaze and walked straight out the door, pondering how to get his hands on the item. But for now there was no rush. Through hard training, he vaguely felt his spiritual energy nearing a bottleneck which could only be broken after his physique index increased. As the basic primer on spiritual guidance stated, the three aspects were interdependent and the physical body was the foundation, the core of everything. The elevation of life's essence must begin with the body as the gateway. At 7:50 in the morning in the association's underground training ground. The cold metal walls reflected a faint light and the vast space was divided into several zones. At this moment only Jiang Yong and the Golden Flower Squad were assembled. 10 rookies plus Captain Jiang Yong made 11 in total. Zhou Qi stepped into the venue on time, his gaze sweeping quickly. Bai Xiao leaned against the wall with her long spear, her eyes closed in repose, her demeanor still cold and proud. Ryn was cracking his thick neck, producing a faint crack, his eyes playful as they occasionally swept over Bai Xiao and the other two female rookies in the team. Li Yun, on the other hand, seemed much quieter. A short spirit blade hung at his waist, his expression focused. The others were either standing or sitting, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. "Everyone's here." Jiang Yong's raspy voice cut through abruptly. He lifted the lid of a box beside him with a hook of his hand, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he paced. "From today on, your lives are in each other's hands and in your own." His heavy scrutinizing gaze carried mockery and a deathly stillness. "In this box are healing potions I've traded for. They'll guarantee you're back on your feet after a day of rest." Hearing this, Zhou Qi's heart tightened. It looked like today wouldn't be easy. First lesson, how to get injured. Jiang Yong had just begun when the terminal on his wrist suddenly emitted a sharp buzz with red lights flashing urgently. He looked down, his one eye's pupil contracting sharply, his face turning unusually grave. "Emergency assembly? Mission code Summit." The terminal's voice pierced the silence and the crowd visibly relaxed. A mission so soon? Zhou Qi's eyes flickered, a mix of tension and excitement stirring within him. Jiang Yong jerked his head up, his one eye now holding only cold command. "Change of plans. Special training is cancelled. Everyone follow me to get your equipment." He charged toward the training ground exit, swift as the wind. The rookies exchanged glances, bewildered, but were all infected by the sudden urgency and instinctively hurried after him. The equipment depot was brightly lit. Logistics personnel were already waiting, efficiently distributing sets of dark gray combat suits, standard arm shields, and weapons to each person. "Get dressed. Check your gear. Done in 3 minutes." Jiang Yong's voice brooked no argument. He himself quickly pulled on a more sophisticated combat vest. Zhou Qi swiftly changed into the combat suit. Its fabric was tough with specially woven protective layers at the joints. Though far inferior to the armor of the Iron Blood squad had seen earlier, it was a vast improvement over ordinary clothing. He expertly checked his firearm's magazine, snapped the arm shield onto his left arm, and the cold touch invigorated him. He had completed firearm training over the past half-month. It seemed this so-called special training would be cut short, and they were about to face the real thing. Zhou Qi sheathed his blade, jogged to adjust the scabbard on his back, and tried a reverse grip, confirming he could draw smoothly. Briefing on the way, target base is the west gate. Jiang Yong waved his hand. The group filed out, the atmosphere oppressive and tense. As Zhou Qi ran, he kept an eye on Jiang Yong's top profile. For a third-tier transcendent to be so grave, the mission was far from simple. This is an escort mission. Stay sharp, Jiang Yong's voice remained clear despite the rapid pace. We're escorting Elder Huang from the Research Institute and his team to the mountaintop observatory. Understood. The group's minds trembled. Elder Huang, the director of the Research Institute. The mountaintop observatory? Deputy Commander Miao of the Defense Force will personally lead the operation. A company from the Defense Force and 2 Transcendent squads from the Association will join. No need to worry too much about safety, but stay vigilant against beasts and other aberrations. Do not let them near the researchers. The mission reward is substantial, a base of 1000 contribution points per person with additional points for combat. Ryn grinned, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Bai Xiao gripped his spear tightly, a hint of joy lifting his brows. Zhou Qi took a deep breath. A few days round trip and the contribution points were indeed high, with heavy hitters backing them up. But Elder Huang was the institute director. Why was he going up the mountain? Had something gone wrong? Zhou Qi squinted as they passed through several heavy alloy gates. Beyond the massive doorway, a bustling scene unfolded. On the southern edge of the forested mountains, rows of trees were being felled. To the north, people were sweating as they tilled the land, sowing faint green hopes. Near the base, foundations were being dug and the faint outline of a brick kiln was visible. Squads of fully armed soldiers were scattered along the edges of the work site and at more distant outposts. On the sparsely built watchtowers, scouts stood like iron nails, scanning the distant mountains with binoculars. Near the city gate, the atmosphere was even more solemn. Over 100 elite soldiers had already formed ranks, their killing intent palpable. Beside them stood a squad of transcendents, their presence heavy. Hu Zi was among them, leading Chen Feng's team. Zhou Qi's gaze swept across familiar faces: Su Li, Wang Tiju, and Fang Wei. These comrades who had arrived together now wore Defense Force uniforms, their eyes resolute. They were clearly part of this mission. Pairing veterans with rookies was standard military practice. Modified military trucks had already started, their engines rumbling low. The truck beds were loaded with heavy alloy crates secured with special locks, clearly containing vital items. Beside them were bulging supply packs, crates of canned food and sealed vegetables. Those fresh green vegetables were so striking. So fresh, just picked. Sauces and even fruit. Pomelos, apples, pears, pomegranates. Not a huge amount, but still quite a variety. Tea, coffee, milk, powder. Zhou Qi's throat moved involuntarily, a wave of envy and longing rising in his belly. Too luxurious. Had always heard the base had a vertical greenhouse farm, but had never seen it. Now it seemed it was real. Look over there. Chen Guodong whispered in surprise, pointing ahead. 2 heavily reinforced vehicles, their hoods still steaming, were slowly approaching. They looked as if they had returned from hell, their dark green paint covered in large patches of dark brown, still fresh bloodstains. In the truck beds, massive horrifying remains were secured with thick chains. It was the dismembered body of a giant spider-like creature. Its thick chelicerae gleamed with a cold metallic luster, and the carapace of its torso was a sickening dark purple with a highly corrosive dark green viscous liquid oozing from the edges. A massive human head was carelessly tossed in the truck bed, its hollow eye sockets still holding the brutality and malice of its final moments. It was a 4th-tier spider demon. A sharp intake of breath rippled through the group. The spider demon's upper body is human. It looks like a giant. Was that skin peeled off? Chen Guodong's face paled, then turned green. He shuddered at the sight of the bloody fleshy hide. Guzhen's legs went weak and he nearly collapsed, only to be held up by a teammate. Ryn's cynical expression vanished, replaced by a grave look. Bai Xiao took a half-step back, his spear feeling heavier in his hands. Li Yun met the gaze of the grotesque head, fine sweat beading on his forehead. Even a remnant was enough to inspire awe. The truck door creaked open and a tall figure leaped down first. He wore the iconic black trench coat and a perfectly fitted mask. The coat was stained with large patches of dark blood now glaringly conspicuous. A few drops of dark red liquid were even slowly dripping from the tips of his metallic gloves. It was the fourth-tier transcendent they had seen that day, Miao. He exuded a dense aura of slaughter and the stench of blood as if he had just returned from a battlefield of carnage. The blue eyes behind the mask seemed capable of piercing through a person. His gaze paused for a moment on Jiang Yong and the new members of the Golden Flower Squad before he strode toward Chen Feng, who had been waiting. Captain Chen, Ma Wei's voice came muffled through the mask. Commander Ma, you've worked hard. Chen Feng stepped forward, his expression solemn. Ma Wei was concise, showing no signs of fatigue. Ready? All set. Sufficient supplies? Chen Feng nodded firmly. Ma Wei said no more, only giving a slight nod. Behind him several transcendents began carefully moving the spider demon's remains, presumably to be taken to the research institute. Move out. With Ma Wei's calm command, the 100-strong group advanced toward the foot of the mountain. On the rooftop of a building in Sector A young man gazed toward the city gate, murmuring to himself. I hope it's a spatial rift. This research facility isn't easy to set up, it would be a shame to leave. A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. With the teacher gone, the institute is mine to command. I heard that spider demon has a piece of blood essence in its body similar to the corpse heart jade from the zombie. These are all blood soul crystals, a type of crystal that can be absorbed by humans, but they often carry primal savagery or pollution. Perhaps I can use the large-scale promotion of the awakening potion as a cover to find some commoners for human experimentation to see how to make it gentle, neutral, and harmless. There's still stock of the corpse heart jade. I'll use that for the tests first. Ultimately, I need to become stronger myself. Once I figure this out, I can become a powerhouse. Ha! The young man sneered, looking at the busy commoners in the periphery. His gaze turned cold in an instant. Protect civilians. Ha, you go ahead and protect them. In this world I will become a god. He clenched his fist, a strange light in his eyes. A moment later he composed himself and turned a slight smirk on his lips. First I need to deal with that old woman Ouyang. I'll need her help to cover this up. Human experimentation is indispensable. Under the blue sterilization light, Ouyang Jin hunched over a display screen recording data, her heavy dark circles like bruises in the cold light. Beside her a tricolor glow slowly circulated within a transparent pipe. It was smoke separated from a piece of red energy crystal using a chemical solution. In a sealed box at one end of the pipe, several types of transcendent materials were arranged in sequence: the skin and claws of exotic beasts, small pieces of otherworldly metal, strangely shaped fruits, and so on. Wang Hai placed a cup of hot milk beside Ouyang Jin's hand. Senior sister, take a break. He pretended to casually touch the back of her hand, softening his voice. If you keep pushing yourself like this, your eyes will only get worse. Ma'am, I understand. Just leave it here. Ouyang paid no heed to the man beside him, his calm gaze sharp and penetrating as he fixed his attention on the compartment windows within the pipeline. You're always like this. How can your health hold up? Come on, drink up. Wang Hai feigned displeasure, lifting the cup toward Ouyang's lips. No need, no need. Ignoring her resistance, Wang Hai grasped the arm she raised to block him and brought the rim of the cup to her lower lip. Ouyang had no choice but to tilt her head back and drink the warm milk. Unexpectedly, she was not lacking in that area. A woman over 30 who had always been single, though her face showed signs of weariness, her figure had remarkably held up. Wang Hai gave a slight smile, gently shifting her left hand aside. The fabric stretching from her armpit to her ribs revealed the full curve of her breast. MMPH. Ouyang took a couple of sips and tried to pull away. No, you have to finish it. The teacher entrusted the work to us. If you collapse, how can we manage? Finish this and go rest for a while. Wang Hai's tone was firm. Years of solitude had made it hard for Ouyang to refuse kindness, so despite her discomfort she forced herself to endure, telling herself it was just a fellow disciple's concern. She had no choice but to gulp down the milk, hoping to finish quickly and step away. All right, I'm done. You go on ahead, I'll take another look. Ouyang let out a long breath, sidestepping to create distance. This isn't something that can be settled in a moment. Wang Hai's eyes were warm as he suddenly reached out with his thumb to wipe a white milk stain from the corner of her mouth. What are you doing? Ouyang froze instinctively, touching her mouth, utterly bewildered. What's wrong? I didn't do anything, did I? Wang Hai looked puzzled, his expression calm as if it were the most natural thing. It's time for dinner. Let's go. Ouyang faltered, not knowing what to say, and seized the excuse to flee. This kind of contact made her deeply uncomfortable. All right. Wang Hai followed behind with the empty cup, his gaze playful as he carefully traced the contours of her slender figure beneath the loose lab coat. As night approached, the sky turned an inky blue. Though the mountain wind was biting, the people on the road were flushed with warmth from exertion. The convoy could only ascend partway up the mountain, yet the rest had to be covered on foot. It had been nearly a day since they entered the range. Never in his wildest dreams did Zhou Qi imagine his first mission as a transcendent would be hauling heavy cargo. Carrying a metal case weighing hundreds of pounds, he trudged up the gravel path one step at a time, a wry smile on his face. There was no helping it. On this 4,000-meter peak, only a transcendent could bear such a load. Zhou Qi, Suli whispered, a mix of excitement and tension in his voice. I never thought we'd be on the same road again so soon. What a big operation. His Defense Force uniform still looked new, with some rough threads sticking out. Yeah, Fang Wei chimed in, scanning the dark woods on both sides warily. Just hope this trip goes smoothly. I've heard the mountain's been restless. Relax, there are over 100 of us. Didn't those iron-clawed eagles die badly enough in broad daylight? Zhou Qi looked at ease, yet the few 100 pounds were no strain for him. That's true. Plus we have a fourth-tier transcendent leading us. Shouldn't be any major trouble. Wang Tiejuan, rifle in hand and pack on his back, walked over and pulled out cigarettes to share. Lu Ming was not far behind, scanning their surroundings distractedly. It seemed only a few of them had passed the assessment. Zhou Qi stopped taking the cigarette offered. You're generous, still buying smokes. Wang Taijun laughed heartily. These are old stock. I thought they'd be confiscated, but they let me keep them. Better stay cautious. We need to look out for each other on the road. He pulled out a lighter to light Zhou Qi's cigarette, his gaze shifting toward the center of the column. Wonder what such an important figure is doing out here. Seems like the base signal we received came from the mountain. They followed his gaze. Chen Feng was carrying old Huang with his silver hair on his back, while the other guards stayed close to several researchers. Squads of soldiers surrounded the perimeter. Zhou Qi was assigned to the right flank, tasked with ensuring the soldiers under his watch didn't fall to supernatural creatures. Stay alert. Chen Feng's steady voice rang out. There's an abandoned village in the hollow ahead. We'll camp there tonight. Everyone pick up the pace, make it before dark. Zhou Qi and the others took a final drag on their cigarettes and quickened their steps, still chatting. Zhou Qi, will you be staying on the mountain? Su Li asked. Not sure. Probably not. Most of our team are rookies. If anyone stays, it'll be Captain Chen and his group. Fang Wei rubbed his bald head, a grimace on his face. Damn, if we're leaving people up here, I wonder if we'll be among them. How many? They haven't said yet. Zhou Qi asked with surprise. For how long? Seems like until the end of the year. The exact time depends on what old Huang decides. Su Li's face tightened. This feels serious. Something big must be going on and they're not telling us. Sigh. Zhou Qi tossed away the half-smoked cigarette, frowning in thought. The cigarette had a stale, musty taste, not pleasant to smoke, and he wasn't much of a smoker anyway. Wang Taijun slowed, falling behind the group, then quickly picked up the discarded cigarette and stuffed it back into his pack. Only 2 packs left, he had to ration them. The group finally reached the abandoned village just before total darkness fell. The earthen walls had mostly crumbled, but the newly built houses and ancestral hall in the center were still intact. Here it is. Defense Force Squad 1 and 2 secure the perimeter. Squads 3 and 4 clear the ancestral hall. Squad 5 take the high ground around the hall. Transcendent team assist with moving the equipment and supplies into the hall. The man in the trench coat leaped onto the gate tower of the hall, issuing orders in a steady voice. Well, rest in the hall tonight, it's spacious. Everyone sprang into action. Two squads immediately swept through the hall, leaving no corner unchecked. The remaining soldiers fanned out, taking high ground, surveying the terrain and setting up makeshift barriers with whatever materials were at hand. Report. The hall is clear. A soldier emerged from the dark doorway. Chen Feng nodded, motioning for his team to enter first before opening the main gate. Tiger stood nervously on guard to the left of the yard. After those ahead set down their loads, Zhou Qi, who had been waiting, quickly unstrapped the heavy alloy case labeled Precision Instruments Research Institute. But as he carried it into the hall, a loose stone underfoot gave way. Zhou Qi stumbled and the case hit the ground with a heavy thud, landing a bit harder than intended. Careful! A cold, angry female voice immediately cut through the air. It was Lin Wei, the lead researcher from the institute. Her delicate face was now shrouded in frost, her phoenix eyes sharp as they fixed on Zhou Qi. That equipment is critical to the research. If you break it, 10 lives couldn't compensate. Her cheeks were as white as jade, her long phoenix eyes deep as a pool, and the jade hairpin in her classical bun trembled slightly with anger. Tall and well-proportioned, she carried herself with an upright, graceful poise, exuding the serene aura of a scholar. Undeniably a beauty, but her expression was too cold, clearly not someone easy to approach. Zhou Qi looked up briefly and immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, Ms. Lin. My foot slipped. I promise it won't happen again." Lin Wei cast him a cold glance as if wanting to scold him further, but ultimately restrained herself, only emphasizing, "Watch your step and keep steady." With that, she turned away from Zhou Qi and gave a few brief instructions to the two assistants beside her, then began to count the metal cases on the ground. Candles were lit inside the room and her silhouette remained straight and tall in the dim light, exuding an untouchable aloof air. Beside her, Shi Haoren, Bai Xiao and the others also set down their alloy cases. As soon as they stepped out into the courtyard, Shi Haoren couldn't help licking his lips and said to Li Yun in a low voice with undisguised greed, "TSK. This chick has real class, she's stunning." Li Yun's heart skipped a beat at his words, and he instinctively wanted to agree. After all, Lin Wei's beauty and demeanor were indeed extraordinary. But before he could speak, a dark shadow flashed like a specter before Shi Haoren. Slap! A crisp, resounding slap cracked through the air like thunder. Shi Haoren's sturdy body staggered from the blow, half his face instantly swelled, 5 distinct finger marks visible. A trace of blood even seeped from the corner of his mouth. He covered his face and jerked his head up, his eyes blazing with fury. But when he saw the fierce light gleaming in the single eye before him in the darkness, his rage was doused, replaced by humiliation and fear. He glared at Jiang Yong, too intimidated to speak. Zhou Qi's pupils contracted. The speed was incredible, he hadn't even reacted. Jiang Yong snorted coldly, his gaze cutting like a blade as he swept his eyes over all members of the Golden Flower Squad, finally resting on Shi Haoren. Old Huang and Miss Lin are the most precious core of the base. Watch your filthy mouth. If I hear one more disrespectful word, it'll break your legs. Understand? His final growl was thick with murderous intent, the air seeming to thin. The surrounding men were silent with fear. Shi Haoren's face turned the color of liver, his jaw clenched so tight it creaked. Finally, under that predatory gaze, he forced out a single word from his throat with utmost humiliation. "Yes." As Jiang Yong turned and walked away, Bai Xiao, cradling his rifle, sneered at Shi Haoren, "Serves you right. You." Roar. A deafening roar erupted without warning from the dense woods on all sides, like a chorus of demons instantly tearing apart the night's stillness. Countless dark figures like malevolent spirits surged from behind the earthen walls and dense forest, screeching and leaping madly, charging toward the crowd at the village center. Enemy attack, open fire. Flare. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang bang bang. In an instant a hail of gunfire erupted like popping beans. By the faint moonlight and tactical flashlights, Zhou Qi, who had vaulted over the wall, saw the attackers clearly. They were humanoid creatures with monkey-like faces over 2 meters tall, with long limbs and thick joints. Their bodies were covered in reddish-brown or blackish hair with bristly manes on their backs. Their eyes were sunken and glowed, yellow fangs protruding, and their nose bridges jutted out like bird beaks. Their hands and feet bore sharp hooked claws, their saws were reversed, and fleshy horns grew from the tops of their heads. A few three-material aberrations leaped from the stilted houses on the slope behind their feet, shattering roof tiles as they sprang into the air, membranous wings spreading from their ribs as they glided straight toward the man in the trench coat on the ancestral hall roof. Shen Feng's squad defend the front and back. Golden Flower squad take the left and right. Shen Feng stay. The man in the trench coat stood with his hands behind his back, calmly issuing orders, paying no heed to the massive creatures descending from the sky. A blue light flickered in his eyes, and the flying monsters instantly froze in midair, dizzy and disoriented before plummeting to the ground. Miao snorted coldly, launching himself into the air without visible effort, his form graceful as the wind. His hands blazed with bright lightning as he weaved left and right, sending the three turtle humanoids flying 20 meters away. Thud. 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 With a few heavy impacts, the charred corpses crashed through the moss-covered brick walls. Miao descended lightly, his trench coat fluttering in the breeze, landing precisely on the same roof tile unmoved. They're mandrills, supernatural creatures. Open fire, the company commander roared, his voice carrying across the field. These otherworldly beings bore many similarities to the legendary mandrills, hence the name. The well-trained defense soldiers quickly tightened their defensive perimeter, their rifles spewing tongues of fire that wove a lethal net. For supernatural creatures, tightening the perimeter was the most effective tactic. They must not be allowed to close in. Yet these mandrills were not only powerful but exceptionally agile. Using the rubble and darkness, they leaped and rolled over high and low ground as if on flat terrain. Many broke through the outer firepower blockade and charged to the edge of the defensive circle. Though the soldiers were physically strong, the creatures' claws could split stone and shatter bricks. Shouts of alarm rang out nearby. Superhumans, seal the breaches. Take down the ones that got through. Protect the soldiers. Shen Feng's voice was like a stabilizing anchor. He led two superhumans and a squad of soldiers guarding the courtyard, unable to move rashly, only able to shout warnings to others. Golden Flower squad. Go! Jiang Yong roared with an indomitable spirit, charging first toward a group of three mandrills on the left. The three mandrills were incredibly fast, using the houses and rocks to evade gunfire. Their hooked claws reeked of blood and decay. Several soldiers' faces paled as they hurriedly swung their muzzles around, but it was clearly too late. Swoosh! 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 Roar! 3 streaks of light shot out from behind the soldiers, and the foreheads of the monsters just a few steps away exploded in blood. Their forward momentum was halted, and they were sent flying backward by the force. Jiang Yong lunged forward, ducking past the soldiers, his blade gleaming brightly. The soldiers, still shaken, looked closely and saw the 3 mandrills lying motionless before them. Jiang Yong casually retrieved the 3 streaks of light. They were 3 golden petals. Bai Xiao's spear thrust like a venomous dragon, precisely piercing the throat of a mandrill about to tear into a soldier. Zhou Qi had just reached the position of Su Li and his 3-man squad near the outer wall. A particularly robust reeded mandrill rolled abruptly, dodging a burst of lethal bullets, and leaped high from the shadow of the wall. Its gaping jaws revealed fangs glinting in the moonlight. Zhou Qi sprang like a cheetah, his feet kicking up a faint puff of dust. In an instant he crossed several meters, intercepting the mandrill between it and Su Li's squad. The creature's crimson eyes flickered with cruelty and surprise as its claws tore through the air with a whistling sound, aiming for Zhou Qi's face. Zhou Qi's gaze was calm as still water. He dropped his center of gravity without a hint of panic. Sidestepping and twisting his waist, his blood surged and his spiritual energy flowed. His left arm, bearing a standard-issue shield, traced a short, powerful arc, smashing precisely into the wrist joint of the mandrill's swinging claw. Crack! The sound of bone breaking rang out. The mandrill let out a piercing shriek, its movement faltering for a moment, its left claw slowing. Zhou Qi's right hand was already poised. He stepped forward in a V-shaped advance, blocking the attack with a combination of fist and elbow strikes while destabilizing the creature's lower body. Then he brought his spirit weapon down in a chopping motion. The blade shimmered with a faint glow, its speed leaving a residual image in the air. It plunged into the reeded mandrill's throat, opened wide from the pain, and Zhou Qi kicked it away. The movements were clean, ruthless, and swift. A seamless chain of action. Rat-a-tat-tat. The mandrill barely let out a second scream before it was riddled with bullets by the surrounding soldiers. Su Li, Feng Wei, and several other soldiers stared at Zhou Qi in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief and gratitude for surviving the ordeal. Their spirits lifted, fear and panic instantly transforming into rage as they reloaded and opened fire again. Flares in the air. Target the low road opposite the ancestral hall gate. Use incendiary rounds to block it. The commander's orders continued. Zhou Qi's long blade repelled another injured macaque, a faint mist rising from his body from exertion. Though useless, it looked rather impressive. Not far away, Shirharan's muscles were taut, his body unscathed as he withstood the macaque's claws, valiantly holding off two monsters with immense bravery. 20 transcendents scattered strategically, easily intercepting the stragglers to protect the soldiers. Looking around, several second-order transcendents began to manifest the power of their life spirits. One man pinched a suddenly appearing slip of paper between his fingers, which grew into a paper figure upon touching the ground. Another's hand glowed with intricate spirit patterns, and a striped tiger materialized out of thin air. One held a bronze oil lamp, its dim yellow light radiating several halos, its purpose unknown. Another's long blade blazed with fiery waves, hot and bright. In contrast, first-order transcendents could only rely on physical close combat. The ruined village was thick with smoke and the clamor of battle. Though over 100 macaques seemed formidable, at most they were only second-order. In less than half an hour, over half were dead or wounded, with a few fleeing into the distance. Quick, let's find some transcendent materials or spirit objects. Li Yun exclaimed excitedly, sheathing his short blade and dashing toward the corpses littering the ground. The others paused, then followed suit. Don't wander off, some might not be fully dead yet, Zhou Qi called out to Su Li and the others before jumping down the stone steps. He quickly adjusted his terminal to assist in the search, widening his eyes to sense any anomalies. Stepping over the mutilated remains, he occasionally prodded the macaques with his spirit weapon, hoping to find something connected to the transcendent realm. Beside him, Shirharan, Li Yun, Lu Weidong and others were also searching. Just then a clear voice rang out from the ancestral hall roof, "You newcomers needn't bother. These macaques are bare, carrying nothing. Below the third order, their body parts cannot form transcendent materials." The members of the left and right Golden Flower teams turned around awkwardly, realizing that Qin Feng's team and Jiang Yong hadn't moved. Zhou Qi grinned, sighed, and turned back. "What are you coming back for?" Jiang Yong scolded sharply. "Check the bodies and finish them off. Afterward, have the defense forces clean up and cremate them." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Shirharan's face was fierce, his teeth clenched. Jiang Yong snorted dismissively, ignoring him, and turned to enter the ancestral hall. "Damn, it's still stuck with the dirty work." Shirharan muttered resentfully, plunging his alloy war blade into the heart of a macaque at his feet. "Keep it down, it won't take long," Li Yun said, prodding the corpses with his own blade, showing no complaint about the order. "Aren't those Qin Feng's team members also second order? Why should I do this?" Shirharan spat to the side, his brow furrowing as he yelled at Zhou Qi, "You lot hurry up and work. Let me rest for a bit." Right away, Chen Guodong and Li Weidong replied with a chuckle, shrugging their shoulders and speeding up their work. Zhou Qi curiously examined the membrane under a macaque's armpit, muttering disdainfully, "What kind of creature is this?" "Who are you talking about?" Shirharan's face turned cold as he raised his hand to push Zhou Qi. "I'm talking about this macaque," Zhou Qi sidestepped, pointing his blade at the corpse at his feet. "It looks somewhat human, but its body is a mess." With a flick of his wrist, he slashed at the horn on the macaque's head, a mocking smile curling at his lips, clearly a brainless thing, stupid as can be. "No wonder it died so miserably. You son of a bitch." Shirharan immediately bristled, feeling the words were aimed at him. Zhou Qi sneered, his long blade glowing with white light, appearing much brighter. "Is that a spirit weapon? Its spiritual energy seems strong." Li Yun's pupils contracted as he quickly stepped between them. Don't be rash. Brother, sure that's not right. This kid couldn't be intimidated. How dare a mere first order act like this?" Shirharan's eyes were filled with malice. Thinking it over, he had no real reason to attack. His cheek twitched as he pointed at Zhou Qi. Fine. Just you wait, you waste of a life spirit, daring to challenge me. My innate body is 100 times stronger than yours." Zhou Qi feigned fear, exaggerating his shout with a trembling voice. "What's wrong with you? I was just curious about the macaque's appearance and didn't answer in time." He then tiptoed and shouted toward the ancestral hall, "Brother, sure, rest assured I'll do your share of the work right away. You just rest in the back. Please don't hit me." "You?" Shirharan's face froze, then erupted in rage, about to say something. Jiang Yong had already turned around and saw him pointing at Zhou Qi, ready to strike, with Li Yun blocking the way. "Shirharan, what are you doing?" Jiang Yong had been aware of the earlier commotion, but since transcendence couldn't be managed like ordinary people, he had chosen to ignore minor matters. But Zhou Qi had shouted so loudly that a real fight couldn't be allowed. Remembering the innocent woman who had died at Shirharan's hands, Jiang Yong's anger flared again. Slap. Another slap. On the open ground before the ancestral hall, the defense soldiers silently cleared the battlefield, dragging the macaque carcasses away, piling them in a corner and dousing them with accelerant. Orange flames leaped into the air, devouring the grotesque bodies with a sizzling sound, the rising black smoke twisting into the cold night sky. Zhou Qi sheathed his blade, glancing at the macaque corpses being quickly dragged away by the soldiers, a flicker of regret passing through his mind. Though these low-order macaques rarely yielded transcendent material, seeing them go empty-handed was still disappointing. His gaze swept the area. Shirharan still bore the humiliation of being slapped again by Jiang Yong, along with lingering malice, occasionally casting angry glances at Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi looked straight ahead, indifferent. Bai Xiao leaned against a half-collapsed earthen wall, holding his long spear resting with eyes closed. Will we get extra contributions for encountering battles on the road? Probably. I remember hearing that. How is it calculated? The team leader will report it, don't worry. Li Yun and a few other newcomers seemed excited, huddling together and whispering about the recent battle mixed with fantasies of generous contribution points. Seeing that Jiang Yong seemed to be targeting Shirharan, Li Yun turned to chat with others. Zhou Qi walked over and sat beside Su Li and the three others. Wang Taijun offered him another cigarette, revealing yellowed teeth with a smile. This pack isn't moldy. Thanks, Zhou Qi raised an eyebrow, sincerely grateful. The man had noticed he had thrown away a cigarette because it was moldy. We're the ones who should thank you. If not for you, we'd probably be meeting the king of hell by now. Wang Taijun's smile was tinged with gravity. The others chimed in with thanks. Zhou Qi waved his hand. It's only right, you no need to thank me. The mountain is still far off, Fang Wei said, rubbing his arm. This is just the first day. What's there to fear? Su Li blew a smoke ring, feigning nonchalance. With a fourth-order big shot backing us and all these brothers, even the fiercest monster will be riddled with bullets. Despite his words, his gaze involuntarily drifted to the pile of burning corpses. The firelight cast flickering shadows like a nightmare. Inside the ancestral hall, candles burned brightly. The fourth-order powerhouse frowned deeply, lost in heavy thought. What's wrong, Commander Ma? Huang Lao turned his head to ask, having just finished inspecting the instruments. Lin Wei was reviewing data records beside him, her pale profile appearing serene and focused in the candlelight, as if the recent slaughter and bloodshed outside had nothing to do with her. Turn on the light. Seeing Lin Wei studying the data nearby, Ma Wei first had someone retrieve a portable desk lamp before turning to Huang Lao. Huang Lao, the appearance of these mandrills is truly bizarre. Chen Feng, when you went up the mountain last time to send the signal, did you encounter so many mutated beasts? Chen Feng shook his head. No, the journey was quite smooth, nothing but some low-level zombies and wild animals. A sharp hiss escaped Huang Lao. So many transcendent creatures, truly abnormal. Are you suggesting? Ma Wei nodded solemnly. After several major battles at the base, we've periodically sent patrols to sweep the nearby mountains and wilderness. For such a number of mandrills to appear, I'm worried it might indicate some recent anomaly or perhaps a new spatial rift. Huang Lao lowered his brows in thought, pondering for a moment. That's possible. It would further confirm the spatial disturbances are real. Perhaps a small spatial rift has appeared briefly by chance. In that case, the mountain might not be safe. Jiang Yong looked up and speculated, it could also be a pre-existing one that we just happened to encounter. Ma Wei nodded and instructed, tomorrow the terrain will be steeper. Make sure the soldiers conserve their strength. Tonight the transcendent beings will stand watch. Each of your squads will select half of your members for duty. Understood. Both squad leaders acknowledged. Report. The beds inside are ready. A soldier emerged from the rear hall. Huang Lao, Engineer Lin, you should go inside and rest for a while. You must be exhausted today. We'll call you when the meal is ready. All right. Huang Lao didn't insist and called for Lin Wei and the 4 assistants to go lie down. This stuff is tough to chew, hurts my jaw. Wang Taijun bit off a piece with difficulty and couldn't help complaining, his voice laced with fatigue. Feng Wei took a gulp of water and smacked his lips. Be grateful we didn't end up as food for those mandrills just now. Huh? What's that smell? A rich warm aroma of food overwhelmingly potent pierced through the air and invaded everyone's nostrils. It was the scent of stewed chicken, and it was mingled with a faint hint of medicinal herbs. Everyone involuntarily took a deep breath, their gazes unconsciously turning toward the half-closed heavy wooden door of the ancestral hall. Envy and longing flickered silently in every pair of eyes. They had carried supplies up the mountain during the day and gnawed on synthetic rations at night while those inside enjoyed a steaming, nourishing stew. It must be stewed for Huang Lao and Engineer Lin. Suli licked his dry lips, his eyes filled with pure understanding. Zhou Qi replied, biting hard into his compressed ration to suppress the craving rising in his throat. There was nothing to complain about. They as soldiers and new transcendent beings were merely tools to ensure the core arrived safely. He wiped the black blood splattered on his arm shield during the day with a cloth, silently calculating the next day's journey. Time passed slowly amidst monotonous chewing and rest. The night was deep and all was silent except for the mournful howl of the mountain wind. The defensive perimeter was tightly drawn, with most soldiers wrapped in thin blankets sleeping in their clothes by the campfire or against the courtyard wall emitting faint weary snores. Zhou Qi sat on a high point outside the courtyard gate, his feet stacked with neatly arranged tiles built into a sturdy cylindrical column that rose above the wall. Directly ahead was the direction he was guarding. He instinctively looked up at the night sky, hoping to gauge the time by the moonlight. But what met his gaze made his heart tighten. 2 moons hung in the sky. One of them presented a bizarre sight. It seemed as if a layer of thick blood had been splashed upon it, emitting an intensely unsettling crimson glow. The moonlight was so fierce it was almost blinding. Zhou Qi had to squint slightly. Red, eerily red. Red enough to chill the heart. He could even distinctly feel his exposed skin tinged with a faint fluctuation and nameless chill creeping silently up his spine. Full moon night, today must be the 15th. It's even redder than before. Zhou Qi muttered in confusion. Is this new moon changing too? The other one seems much more normal. Is it because it's farther away? On a sheer cliff behind the village, a figure was bathed in the blood moon's radiance. The figure was humanoid, its skin a deep purple verging on black, covered in intricate twisted patterns that pulsed faintly like blood vessels. Most unsettling was its raised head. On its forehead a pigeon egg-sized, sharply faceted crimson crystal was embedded, greedily absorbing the blood moon's light. Bone wings covered in a bloody membrane were folded at its sides. The tall, eerie figure was sinister and terrifying, its face gazing at the blood moon filled with devout reverence. My lord, shall we? Beside it a tall skeleton assembled from various bones inquired softly, its posture utterly humble, a bone scythe dragging behind it. A dark red crystal was embedded in the skeleton's chest, replacing its heart wrapped in layers of bone armor that appeared somewhat cloudy. My lord, on the full moon night our servants are at their strongest. What do you think? A female voice emerged. A slender figure was hidden beneath a hooded robe covered in talismans, her face obscured. The crystal on her forehead was a deep purple with flowing light inside, vastly different from the other two. Squeak, squeak. Behind the 3 bats with meter-long wingspans hung densely upside down in a deep cave, stirring restlessly. Black mist billowed at the cave entrance, and several figures emitting a stench of decay poked their heads out, their eye sockets hollow, their skin stiff. Their low, suppressed hisses carried resentment, deathly air, and greedy longing. Wait a little longer, the blood-winged Rakshasa said flatly, glancing at the moon. There's an expert down there. Let's wait until they're deeper in sleep. The nether realm has been imprisoned for countless ages. Now by chance we've been in this realm for half a month. There's daylight here and the legendary sun. This must be the human realm. This place is brimming with life, far better than our homeland. Only here can we ascend to the pinnacle. Alone in this realm we must act with utmost caution. This world is unusual. Some of the mutated beasts in the mountains are extremely strange. These humans must be scouts sent up the mountain. Given their route they'll surely discover the anomaly tomorrow. Not a single one will be left alive tonight. It'll be a fine feast for those rotting corpses. The woman in the black robe chuckled, her voice tinged with excitement. I can't wait. Ancient texts say humans possess the essence of all life, making them highly nourishing. If we eat enough we might even stop fearing the sun. Zhou Qi sat on the tiled platform, his gaze sweeping over the forest swallowed by thick darkness. He felt a certain oppression in the air. He turned to look at the ancestral hall roof where Miao sat upright with eyes closed, showing no sign of anything amiss. The transcendent being standing watch around the ancestral hall also appeared at ease, occasionally looking up curiously at the blood moon. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Zhou Qi frowned slightly, placing his rifle on his lap. White mist emanated from his body, spreading down to gradually cover the entire tiled platform and half his form. The oppressive feeling immediately dissipated significantly. Bai Xiao watched Zhou Qi's figure, secretly puzzled. This mist seemed useless, but for the first stage its density was not low. Behind the shadow of the cliffside trees, Rakshasa slightly spread his dual wings and sneered, prepared to strike. Master, the figure on the rooftop seems to wield thunder art some. The black-robed woman hesitated, her expression laden with concern. Thunder arts greatly restrain our subordinates. On the night of the full moon, it is precisely thunder arts that I shall strike down. Rakshasa scoffed disdainfully, a sanguinary glare flaring in his eyes. Attack. Yes. The towering skeleton and the petite black-robed figure responded in unison. With a wave of their hands, the black mist within the cave surged forth like a tidal wave. Countless shadowy figures burst out, the bat swarm abruptly split, encircling from both flanks. A horde of decayed zombies crawling on all fours with joints reversed snarled and lunged forth like wild beasts, leaping down the forested hillside in an instant. Soon after, some rigid black figures leaped stiffly, their wild hair whipping madly, sweeping leaves that swirled back in the fierce wind. On the ancestral hall's rooftop, Miao, clad in a fluttering trench coat, remained seated in meditation with eyes closed. Suddenly his eyelid twitched and he snapped his eyes open. At the same moment, Zhou Qi, seated amidst the fog on a pile of tiles, shuddered and his pupils contracted sharply. This feeling. It's eerily similar to when my father was on a mission. Alarms blared in Zhou Qi's mind as he immediately scanned his surroundings. Enemy attack. Bang. Miao rose first, his expression grim, and fired a shot toward the rear forest. Where? What? The soldiers snapped awake instantly. Before their eyes were fully open, their rifles were already raised. Panicked shouts were immediately drowned out by even sharper, more frenzied screeches. From the dense woods behind the village, 2 swarms of bats surged forth like dark clouds, their insides flickering with faint eerie glows. Simultaneously, a thick ink-like black mist cascaded down the rear slope like a raging tide. Take your positions, open fire. Block the rear. Whatever it is, use incendiary grenades. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. Bang. Damn, so many. Zhou Qi cursed under his breath, raised his rifle and sprayed wildly into the air on the left. The screeching cacophony was dizzying, while the supernaturals were unaffected, the soldiers' faces twisted in agony. Screams erupted instantly. There were too many bats, and the aerial assault caught many off guard, leaving numerous scratches. Bang. Zhou Qi used his left arm shield to bat away bats while retreating toward the ancestral hall, firing continuously. Click, out of ammo. With no time to reload, he tossed aside the rifle, drew a spirit blade, and began slashing. Wah, wah. A piercing cry like a baby's wail, a fireball the size of a human head exploded midair, sending over a dozen bats crashing down in agony, their black blood splattering. Ignoring whether the mist was useful, Zhou Qi kept moving, shielding several unfamiliar soldiers nearby, his long blade scattering wisps of fog with every swing. Courting death. Seeing the grave threat of the bat swarm and the approaching corpse horde, Miao could no longer conserve his strength to deal with the blood-red figure gliding through the air. An intense blue light flared in his eyes as he slowly swept his gaze over the bat swarm assaulting the soldiers. A faint current seemed to emanate from his eyes. He made a low sharp hum. An invisible wave enveloped a range of tens of meters. The bats flapped their wings and screeched. A green glint flashed in their pupils, and suddenly hundreds of monstrous bats plummeted, more than half of them falling. What was that? Zhou Qi was momentarily stunned. The sensation was similar to the fluctuation he had felt when entering the city. An invisible energy field, electromagnetic, psychic, or sonic. So Miao was a rare composite-type spirit medium. The pressure on the group eased significantly and their expressions relaxed slightly. Ah! Hiss! A nearby soldier winced, the wound on his shoulder clearly poisoned. The zombies are charging from behind. Quick, use incendiary grenades to cut them off. The commander shouted frantically, his dark gun barrel spitting fire continuously, spent shells clinking and bouncing on the stone slabs. Wounded soldiers turned their guns to find firing positions, ignoring their poisoned shoulders, their cold eyes reflecting the roaring figures charging toward them. Thud. Zhou Qi swiftly decapitated several nearby bats with his blade and shoved a medical kit into the soldier's hand. Take the serum first. Suddenly a pair of hollow eye sockets burning with eerie green light flared up. It was a zombie, rotting flesh hanging from its bones. They were not clumsy, they dug their limbs into the ground and leaped. Though bullets tore wounds in their bodies, they still roared and charged forward. Some stiff upright zombies leaped rigidly, their bodies like refined iron. Ordinary rifle bullets struck them with dull thuds, sparks flying, yet failed to penetrate. Chen Feng's squad moved forward. Jin Hua's squad guard the flanks. Protect old Huang and engineer Lin as they retreat into the house. Miao called out with tense focus, then drew his battle blade from his back, bent his knees slightly and fixed his gaze on the figure in the sky. Sizzle. Dark red membranous bone wings tore through the blood-red moonlight, trailing long streaks of black chi. That figure with purplish-black skin and a crimson crystal embedded in its forehead descended like a demon from the underworld. It swooped down lightning fast, its target directly aimed at Miao on the ancestral hall's roof. Come and fight. Miao's roar shook the heavens, his trench coat billowed as lightning surged from his hands and his battle blade blazed with thunderous light. Boom. A bolt of lightning several meters long clashed with the dark red figure in the sky. Rakshasa left a trail of crimson afterimages as it soared again, crackling electric serpents grazing its wing membrane, scorching only a small patch. Its claws like hooks wreathed in tearing black light lunged down from the air once more. Humph. Miao snorted coldly. Having just landed on the wall, he leaped over 10 meters into the air again, his left hand unleashing a net of lightning several meters wide, while his right hand's blade, though restrained in radiance, blazed with immense power. Roar. A howl shook the wilderness, halting the front ranks of zombies. This was from Chen Feng's squad. Immediately after, paper effigies, bronze lantern light, fireballs, wind blades, and various long-range attacks shot forth. Seizing the moment, incendiary grenades behind the ancestral hall had already spread a roaring blaze. Die! Huzi bellowed, his right arm swelling like a tree trunk, sending a fur zombie leaping over the flames, flying with a single punch. The other supernaturals joined in. But before they could rejoice, a three-meter skeletal figure leaped out from the left, its massive bone scythe sweeping horizontally. A chilling deathly wind extinguished a large swath of flames. Die! It stepped forward, its deathly aura shrouding its body as it charged through the bullets, the scythe descending in a vicious chop. Clang! Amid the deafening clash of metal, sparks flew. Shirharan, who had just arrived, saw his arm shield shatter instantly. Barely escaping with his life, he rolled aside. The skeleton backhanded a second-level superhuman who was struck as if by a battering ram. His chest caved in and he flew backwards, spitting blood, his fate unknown. The scythe swept again at the courtyard wall and two soldiers were cleaved in two, blood staining the air. On the right, a slender figure cloaked in black robes let out a piercing shrill laugh, flickering in and out of sight. Hiding behind two leaping zombies, she scattered a cloud of black chi. A biting wind seeped through the ground, extinguishing several meters of the blazing fire. Chen Feng, one for each of us. Jiang Yong's hoarse roar was filled with ferocity. He waved his hands repeatedly, golden petals transforming into deadly streaks that pierced the skeleton's chest. At the same time, he charged like a tiger, unleashed with an unstoppable momentum, hurtling toward the giant skeleton. In his hand, golden flowers reappeared, no longer simple petals but condensed into a brilliant golden curtain of light. Thud. A terrifying shockwave sent the surrounding zombies and rubble flying. On the other side, Chen Feng's form turned into a wisp of green wind, weightless, narrowly evading a deadly beam of dark light. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as the ancestral spirit blade in his hand pulsed with a formidable edge. Relying on the sharpness of his spiritual weapon and solid martial arts foundation, Zhou Qi found it relatively easy to deal with ordinary zombies from his flank position, silently praying that he would not encounter any formidable ones. The staccato gunfire rang out with a sudden bang. After the initial panic, the soldiers around began aiming at the zombies' heads, achieving remarkable effectiveness. As long as the line held, all zombies below the third rank could be slain. The transcendent beings once again executed their previous strategy, intercepting the breakthrough zombies and the resilient second-rank white zombies. Compared to the first half of the night, the pressure of battle had increased significantly. The command rang out, hand grenades ready, 2 rounds of throwing. With a thunderous explosion, high explosive grenades were hurled toward the rear of the zombie horde, sending many figures flying. They carried only a limited supply of these, which would not be used unless the situation was critical. Zhou Qi stood upright, his blade in hand, breathing heavily. The light of his spiritual weapon blazed exceptionally bright, no less formidable than the short blade held by Li Yun nearby. On this front besides them there were also Qin Guodong Guzhen and Lu Weidong. The main force of ground resistance remained with the 2 captains and Qin Feng's squad. The defense commander, seething with rage, rolled up his sleeves and roared, "Damn it, keep throwing until they're gone. Bring out the diesel. Hold the line, hold it. The right flank needs transcendent support. Aim for the head, The right flank." Zhou Qi shattered another zombie's skull with his long blade, anxiety gnawing at him. What was happening on the right? On the right flank, Bai Xiao gritted her teeth, her spear lashing out like an enraged dragon churning the river, sending a zombie lunging toward the inner door flying. But more zombies surged forward in its place. Shi Haoran, seeing the ferocity of the skeletal creature, especially wary of the weapon it held, dared not provoke it and came to assist on the right. Now he displayed his formidable innate strength. His skin and muscles tightened like rock, able to withstand the clawing of ordinary zombies, each punch and kick carrying immense force. He repelled the surrounding monsters, leaving only faint white scratches on his body, nothing serious. Nearby, several second-rank transcendent beings from the Gust squad were besieging a third-rank leaping zombie. Most of the surrounding soldiers had perished. The situation was grim. Spiritual weapon, blessing, soul calming lamp. It was the second-rank transcendent being who had been holding the bronze oil lamp. With a solemn expression, he leaped from the window, channeling his spiritual energy with full force. With a resonant hum, the ancient bronze oil lamp erupted with unprecedented radiance. Dense, warm, hazy halos of light spread like tangible ripples, instantly shielding Bai Xiao and the nearby soldiers. Even the shrieking, leaping zombie showed terror in its eyes. With a sizzling hiss, the dense, hazy light clashed against the zombie's rotting claws like a red-hot iron touching ice and snow. The zombie trembled violently, letting out a pitiful wail as if encountering its bane, and recoiled abruptly. Excellent! Bai Xiao rejoiced, hearing the distant clash of the 2 fourth-rank beings. Abandoning any thought of escape, she raised her spear and advanced once more. The surrounding soldiers, along with several transcendent beings, quickly stabilized their formation, slaying the zombies that had breached the lamp's protective range in an instant. The young man holding the bronze lamp trembled violently, his face turning sallow at a visible rate, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This soul-calming lamp clearly required immense mental energy, even life force, to activate to such a degree. But he gritted his teeth, both hands gripping the lamp, his gaze resolute as if welded to the spot. "Watch out!" Zhou Qi cried out, catching sight of a gray light silently stabbing toward Li Yun's back. Li Yun, facing 2 zombies head in, was completely unaware. Zhou Qi's pupils contracted. In a flash, the white mist around him erupted to its maximum, surging forth to briefly obscure the zombies lunging at him. Simultaneously, he hurled his spiritual weapon with all his might. The long blade transformed into a dazzling streak of light, striking the deadly gray radiance with pinpoint accuracy. A dull thud followed. The spiritual weapon, its light dimmed by corrosion, fell to the ground, but the gray radiance was deflected. With a bang, the zombie before him was momentarily confused by the mist. Zhou Qi ducked under its claw strike, pivoted on his foot, and delivered a fierce uppercut, shattering the zombie's skull. Li Yun spun abruptly, the gray light grazing his shoulder, leaving a corrosive wound. The searing pain drew a grunt from him. "You dare to launch a sneak attack while distracted." Jiang Yong, enraged, used the flower bud in his hand as a barrier to block the skeleton's strike. 3 petals spiraled out again, tearing into the creature. Clang, clang, clang. 3 crisp sounds rang out. The skeleton was struck several times but suffered no major harm, only losing a few pieces of its outer bone armor. Again, Jiang Yong narrowed his remaining eye, his gaze fixed on the skeleton's chest, where a mass of gray energy provided protection. His instincts told him that spot was of utmost importance. If once wasn't enough, then 10 times. Could its bones possibly withstand his life-bound golden flower? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two figures twisted and turned. The skeleton roared in fury, its scythe carving deadly arcs, but each was blocked by the golden barrier in Jiang Yong's hand. The golden light resisting the deathly aura burst forth in all directions amid the fierce clash, causing onlookers to scatter and keep their distance. On the right flank, Shen Feng gasped for breath. Streams of wind swirled around his head beneath his feet and his limbs, granting him incredible agility as he struggled to fend off two third-rank opponents. Ha! Li Yun let out a fierce shout. Ignoring his shoulder wound, he stepped forward swiftly, his short blade executing a cross slash to block a second-rank hairy zombie for Zhou Qi. With a bang, Zhou Qi retreated drenched in sweat. He swung the shotgun slung over his back and fired at the white-furred zombie that Li Yun had knocked back. A hail of lead shot erupted with a thunderous blast. The firearm designed for close to mid-range killing unleashed a powerful impact. With a loud report, the white-furred zombie was sent flying through the air, its dark flesh and blood scattering. The staccato gunfire rang out again. Nearby, a terrified soldier, his eyes bloodshot, screamed and fired wildly, his facial features trembling with exertion. Zhou Qi quickly retrieved his spiritual weapon. The blade was covered in filth, sizzling and emitting a foul stench. The battle was brutal. Soldiers and transcendent beings fell one after another. Ma Wei, locked in a prolonged stalemate, grew increasingly savage. The inner armor on his shoulder was torn and blood instantly stained his trench coat. He was utterly suppressed by Rakshasa's bizarre aerial combat techniques, a deeply frustrating experience. Though his jumping ability was extraordinary, he could not fly, leaving him too passive. In the air, Rakshasa sensed a grave threat. His left wing membrane was nearly pierced by the thunderbolt, now charred black. He had intended for the night cry bats to cause chaos first, but the slight time difference had allowed this man to eliminate a large number of bats. He can use soul attacks, is formidable in close combat, and wields lightning techniques. Damn it, no weaknesses. That side has the advantage for now. No rush, you'll just wear him down. Rakshasa hovered in the air, his blood-red eyes fixed on the figure below, a glint of cunning satisfaction flashing in them. Break for me. Jiang Yong's roar thundered across the chaotic battlefield. Under his precise control, 3 brilliant golden petals transformed into 3 condensed solid high-speed rotating golden drills. With 3 sharp penetrating sounds, the bone armor finally shattered under the relentless assault, leaving a fist-sized hole. The dense gray mist within dissipated instantly under the dazzling golden light. With an inhuman howl, the tall skeletal monster's body convulsed violently, its bones creaking as if about to collapse. The massive white bone scythe it held aloft froze in midair. Die! A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Yong's eyes. He did not pause. Strike while the iron is hot. His battle blade, already poised, descended like a thunderbolt wrapped in golden light. The skeleton's head, connected by its thick spine, was severed, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. The dark red crystal lost all its luster. The entire massive skeletal frame, as if its backbone had been ripped out, collapsed with a clatter, scattering across the ground amidst a pool of foul blood. Without a moment's hesitation, not even sparing a glance at his own handiwork, Jiang Yong's single eye instantly snapped toward Shen Feng, who was teetering on the brink of disaster. A glint of eerie light flickered in the black-robed woman's hand, piercing straight through Shen Feng's protective whirlwind and sending him flying with a resounding thud. With a guttural roar, a leaping corpse sprang forth, its claws aimed directly at Shen Feng's chest as he lost his balance midair. How dare you! Zhou Qi bellowed as he charged in, his massive arm glowing with a crimson light as he furiously met the zombie's elongated claws. Amid a thunderous clash, black chi and red light erupted in rippling shockwaves. Zhou Qi staggered backwards several steps before crashing to the ground, blood gushing instantly from his fist-sized wounds. Zhou Qi! Shen Feng's face turned pale. Ignoring his own injuries, he steadied himself, drew a deep breath, and unleashed 2 wind blades to drive the black-robed woman back. 3 streaks of golden light shot forth as Jiang Yong charged at the zombie. Ma Wei, bleeding profusely from his shoulder, caught this pivotal breakthrough with a keen sidelong glance. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. An opportunity. Parrying a streak of bloodlight from above, Ma Wei twisted his body, stomped heavily, and made as if to dash into the ancestral hall's courtyard. The Rakshasa's blood-red eyes narrowed. With a piercing shriek, its wings beat violently as its purple-black skin shimmered with an eerie crimson glow. Like a dark red meteor plummeting from the sky, its speed surged once more. Claws wreathed in devastating blood-black energy lunged straight for Ma Wei's unguarded back. "I've been waiting for you to leap in." In a flash, Ma Wei's forward momentum halted abruptly, defying the laws of physics. He twisted his body midair with sheer force. Where was the urgency on his face now? Only icy killing intent and a resolve to perish together. With a squelch, the Rakshasa's bone claws sank deep into Ma Wei's left arm, tearing through flesh and scraping bone. The searing pain drew a muffled grunt from behind his mask. A crackling thunderclap erupted. Ma Wei grabbed the Rakshasa's shoulder with his other hand, enduring a wing strike as his left arm's muscles burst open from the sheer force. But in that same instant, the lightning blade, faster still, charged with all the spiritual energy he had accumulated and recklessly unleashed, struck home, plunging into the Rakshasa's chest as it lunged too swiftly to alter its course. A thunderous boom echoed as blinding lightning danced wildly within the Rakshasa's body. Dark purple ichor mingled with charred flesh and horn fragments sprayed like a fountain from the wound. Ag! The Rakshasa let out a scream more harrowing than bone-chilling, filled with disbelief and mortal terror. The overwhelming thunderous power inflicted far greater harm on this infiend creature than any physical wound, nearly crippling its very essence. Its savage crimson pupils flickered like candles in a gale, dimming to near extinction. The Rakshasa tore itself free, retreating backward and upward in desperation. It traced a crooked arc through the air before vanishing into the pitch-black night of the hillside beyond, leaving behind a fading, unwilling screech. "The master is wounded." The screech jolted the black-robed woman from her fierce battle. She swept out a veil of baleful light to block Chen Feng's relentless wind blades, then retreated like a drifting wisp of black smoke, moving with uncanny speed. Meanwhile, the remaining zombies pressed forward in a suicidal defense. The two leaping corpses' pupils flared with ghostly fire as they too prepared to flee. "Cough! Stop those two zombies!" Chen Feng coughed uncontrollably as he turned to intercept one. "Don't let them escape. Come help." Jiang Yong's left hand formed a flower-shaped barrier against the leaping corpse, but his spiritual energy was nearly spent. Several second-rank fighters freed by Chen Feng quickly gathered to assist. Golden blossoms whirled, paper talismans fluttered, wind blades slashed, and fireballs roared. Under the siege of nearly a dozen transcendents, the two towering leaping corpses collapsed almost simultaneously, utterly still. "Kill them all?" Ma Wei's voice was hoarse and low, each word seemingly laced with blood. The lightning on his war blade dimmed, but its edge remained sharp. Gritting his teeth, he charged into the horde of corpses like a descending tiger. The wound on his left shoulder gaped, flesh curling back as if cleaved by a sharp axe, too gruesome to behold and sending chills down the spine. Zhou Qi's spiritual weapon gleamed with cold light as he steadfastly guarded the few warriors nearby, while his misty chi pressed low across several meters, shielding those gravely wounded on the ground. Though a few second-rank white-haired zombies breached the left flank, Zhou Qi and Li Yun's defense held firm until now. He had done all he could. With a heavy sigh, Zhou Qi rested his long blade on the ground, panting heavily. He could feel the searing heat in his lungs and organs, his blood seeming to boil. Li Yun clutched his shoulder, barely able to stand upright, yet he stubbornly gripped his blade, scanning the front. The remaining zombies were no pushovers, but with the two captains and Ma Wei's return, the humans finally unleashed their last reserves to mop up. When the last zombie slumped to the ground, the entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. Only the heavy gasps and suppressed moans of the survivors remained. The clearing before the ancestral hall was stained crimson. Amid the rubble and broken walls, corpses lay strewn everywhere. In the sky, the blood-red full moon hung coldly indifferent. Lin Wei stood at the doorway, gazing at the horrific scene outside, her hand trembling violently on the doorframe. Unlike the earlier part of the night, this time the human casualties were devastating. Jiang Yong leaned on his long blade, kneeling on one knee, gasping for air. His combat suit was nearly soaked through with blood, his own and that of his enemies. His single eye fell on the fallen Golden Flower team members and the piled bodies of warriors outside, brimming with grief. The past, too painful to recall, had replayed itself before his eyes. Chen Feng's arms and back bore multiple wounds corroded by talismanic curses, and his teammates were urgently treating him. Ma Wei stared in the direction the Rakshasa had vanished, his face dark as a thundercloud. That fourth-rank mutant could fly, giving it an advantage. Failing to eliminate it now would spell danger for the mountain in days to come. Zhou Qi leaned against the cold wall, his arm wound stinging fiercely. Quick, bring out the medical kit. Old Huang sighed mournfully and hurriedly called for people to retrieve the kit and tend to the wounded. Fortunately, they had brought enough medicine this time. Zhou Qi unbuttoned his combat suit, wiping away the blood and grime, then tore open his sleeve and gritted his teeth as he squeezed the wound. Dark blackish blood oozed out. His gaze swept across the courtyard, immediately spotting several familiar faces that had gone still. Chen Guodong's chest was pierced through the heart and Lu Weidong's throat was torn open. To the right, Feng Wei's bald head was smeared with blood and brain matter. His fleshy cheeks contorted, his eyes wide open in death. Damn it! Zhou Qi cursed under his breath, looked away, and continued squeezing the wound. Thanks for earlier. Hiss. Li Yun sat down beside him, shaking his head with a bitter smile, then winced as his shoulder wound pulled. Don't mention it. How's your injury? It's okay. Here, take the medicine. Use it first. A research assistant rushed over with a medical kit, distributing potions to the two. Seeing they could still move, he hurried to help the severely wounded warriors. Zhou Qi didn't stand on ceremony. He took a shot of purification serum, applied regeneration ointment, and downed a vial of essence potion. He used the full trio without hesitation. Use the essence potion too. Don't be stingy. Recover your strength quickly, who knows what else we might face. Li Yun had initially wanted to save it, but Zhou Qi's words made his heart skip a beat and he downed the potion. The two sat in dejected silence, watching the frantic figures and the rows of corpses. Su Li and Wang Taijun were fortunate to survive unscathed. They closed. Feng Wei's eyes stood in silent contemplation for a moment, then walked over to Zhou Qi and sat down against the wall. Got a cigarette? Zhou Qi asked, his heart restless, asking for one for the first time. Yes, Wang Taijun replied flatly, his face seeming 3 shades darker than before. Li Yun, you want one? Zhou Qi took 2 cigarettes from Wang Taijun and handed one to Li Yun. I'll try, Li Yun said, narrowing his small eyes as he reached out to take it. The cigarette tip crackled with each inhale. Zhou Qi's chest heaved and he exhaled a long stream of smoke. It was too chaotic earlier, I didn't have a chance to see where you all were. Why mention that? Everyone dies eventually, we're just going a bit later than Feng Wei, Su Li said with a faint smile, utterly indifferent. Wang Taijun hugged his knees and curled his feet, pulling a weary smile. Life and death are fated to, wealth and honor are in heaven's hands. To hell with fear, when it's time to die, just die. What about Lu Ming? Dead, huh? That fool was too slow to dodge. Wang Taijun's eyes reddened slightly as he gave a bitter laugh and shook his head, then said fiercely, I'm going to go back and sleep with his woman, see if he comes to find me tonight. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha. Wah. Wah wah. Wang Taijun threw his head back and laughed, but as he laughed, tears streamed down his face. Then he buried his head and sobbed, soon wailing uncontrollably, his shoulders shaking violently. Zhou Qi's hand holding the cigarette froze in the air. He then got up to help tend to the wounded. Su Li and Li Yun followed suit, leaving the corner to Wang Taijun. After a long while listening to the cries of pain around him, Wang Taijun slowly lifted his head from his arms. His eyes were dazed for a moment, then he wiped away his tears with a self-deprecating smile. Using the remaining stub of his cigarette, he lit another one, pursed his lips, and greedily took a deep drag. The glowing tip flickered like the man's dark red face, appearing and disappearing in the swirling smoke. Miao Wei's brows were knitted tightly as he stood silently, his left arm wrapped in a bulky bandage. Report preliminary tally complete. Chen Feng's face was pale, his expression grave. 36 from the defense force are dead, 2 from our squad, 3 from the Golden Flower squad. He paused. The rest 10 severely wounded, most of the others with minor injuries. Inside the room, Jiang Yong breathed heavily, unsure of what to say, a deep pain flashing through his single eye. Sure, Haren's face was ashen, but his physical defenses were indeed formidable, leaving him unharmed. Bai Xiao breathed a silent sigh of relief, hiding the fear in his eyes. Nearby, the man holding the bronze lamp lay unconscious on the ground. Old Huang patted Lin Wei's trembling hand and looked at Ma Wei and Chen Feng. Xiao Ma, Captain Chen, with such losses. We must reach the observation station as soon as possible. The energy here is chaotic and there are corpses everywhere. We can't stay any longer. His voice carried a trace of desolation but was exceptionally firm. Old Huang Engineer Lin, are you alright? Young officer asked as he approached. The melee had been too perilous, yet despite the Research Institute personnel being at the heart of the protection, the eerie attacks were still difficult to guard against. Lin Wei smoothed her scattered hair, forcing herself to stay calm. We're fine. It's almost dawn and we can move out. Burn the bodies on sight. Sort through the supplies. Leave behind anything unnecessary. Heavy items will be carried by the superhumans. All survival supplies, experimental instruments, batteries, and other essential items must be taken. Superhumans sweep the battlefield. Depart immediately once everything is ready. Ma Wei's voice was icily cold as he issued the orders swiftly. Continue up the mountain? Bai Xiao exclaimed in surprise. With so many dead and those creatures, including a fourth tier one that escaped, if we go up, who knows what we'll encounter along the way. Exactly. I think we should head back for now, Shi Haoran chimed in. A few of Chen Feng's wounded squad members also looked hesitant. Old Huang, what exactly are we going up the mountain for? The road ahead is even tougher. That's right. The appearance of these monsters is strange. I'm worried something has changed on the mountain. Old Huang sighed and stopped Ma Wei, who was about to reprimand them. Call everyone over. They'll explain why we need to go up the mountain. Ma Wei hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Soon the survivors gathered in the courtyard. Supported by Chen Feng, Old Huang walked out. He slowly scanned the crowd, forcing himself not to look at the moved bodies around him. Everyone, I know you're all exhausted and the journey to the summit is dangerous, but we must continue. The old man explained, clearly detailing the reasons behind this expedition. A space-time rift. Nearby. This. Such misfortune. Zhou Qi's eyes flickered as he pondered whether to advance or retreat. The fourth-tier enemy was severely wounded and should be harmless for a while. Encountering a fifth-tier one was unlikely. If a fifth-tier monster were nearby, the base's defenses would likely be insufficient. Wait for reinforcements? Not feasible either. The base had few regular troops, and though recruitment had expanded, the base itself required many personnel. As for the fourth-tier experts, the three in the city held critical positions and couldn't easily leave. There were also many people and superhumans within to manage. The base's security also had to be considered. Quiet. Ma Wei barked, silencing the murmuring crowd. His voice, muffled by his mask, was cold and firm, carrying an undeniable authority. Communicator, find an open spot along the way and send a report back to the base. We must advance. As for the fourth-tier enemy, it's already severely wounded, no need to worry. Those afraid to die can leave the base on their own. Now burn the bodies, clear the battlefield, and organize the gear. We move out at dawn. His decision was like a bucket of ice water, dousing some of the wavering spirits but deepening the somber atmosphere. No one dared to argue further. Even the groaning wounded instinctively lowered their voices. Going down the mountain? Before the attack it might have been possible. Now they didn't dare. Staying with the main force was safer now. After a stifling silence, people began to move. Zhou Qi, I remember our squad was supposed to go back. The more people on the mountain, the more supplies we'll consume. Originally, only Commander Ma and Chen Feng's squad were staying. Will we ever go down the mountain again? Li Yun asked quietly. Zhou Qi gave a bitter smile. That depends on when that flying monster's wounds heal. Let's hurry. As they spoke, they walked toward the zombies on the left. Guzhen came up behind them, his face full of fear. This is bad. What if a space-time rift really appears? Then we run. What else can we do? Even a large rift is extremely dangerous. If it just happens to bring over a batch of alien creatures, we'll be in trouble. Hearing Zhou Qi's words, Guzhen's face grew bitter, his worries deepening. The other newcomers were also terrified. Shi Haoran suddenly approached Bai Xiao and whispered, I don't think this base is safe for long. This batch of monsters probably appeared through a rift, and it must have happened recently. They didn't mention it just now, which means it's likely a large rift at the very least. If we're unlucky enough to get a fifth-tier alien. Bai Xiao paused mid-step, lowering his brows in thought. He casually used his spear to toss a corpse into the yard behind him. What are you trying to say? Shi Haoran leaned in mysteriously. Jiang Yong has collected the crystals and the scythe from the skeleton, they're valuable. He also took the corpse heart jade from the 2 third-tier zombies earlier. These are all supernatural materials. I don't think we'll get much benefit here. How about we find a chance to run? Run? Bai Xiao was taken aback. Yeah. I can see you're not really looking to fit in here. Together we'll be safer on the road. Shaoharen's expression carried a rare hint of sincerity. A tiger's roar echoed, startling the two. It was a superhuman spirit beast. The black tiger was bidding farewell to its master, then turned and ran down the mountain, apparently tasked with some mission. Raging flames devoured countless corpses, the roaring fire spiraling upward. Zhou Qi stared blankly at another pyre recently ignited in the village clearing. Chen Guodong was inherently timid, the terror on his face before death lingered, making his expression rather unsightly. Lu Weidong, a middle-aged man, hung his head, his features indiscernible. There was also an ordinary-looking woman, a newcomer to the Golden Flower Squad, whose name Zhou Qi could not even recall. Dawn light faintly emerged, the sky dim, and a chill landed on his cheek, light and ethereal. He rubbed it gently, finding only a trace of moisture, which the wind quickly scattered. After a long moment, Ma Wei's voice cut through everyone's thoughts. Move out. The team stirred once more, the atmosphere heavier than ever. Zhou Qi now carried 2 metal cases on his back, secured by chain brackets, with his own backpack perched atop. As numbers dwindled, each person bore more weight. Some firearms and equipment were left at the ancestral hall. With the aid of the healing potion trio, some of the severely wounded could now walk unassisted, while the rest were carried by companions. Zhou Qi was repositioned to the right center of the formation. Ahead were Lin Wei walking with a slight stagger, and the Research Institute assistant. To his right were several soldiers, and beyond them Bai Xiao and Shaoharen. Considering the remaining enemy's strength and the black-robed woman's eerie speed, Ma Wei deployed all second-tier transcendents to the periphery, with Chen Feng firmly guarding the center and Jiang Yong bringing up the rear. He himself led the way. The mountain path wound upward, growing more rugged and steep. Along the way the trees were grotesquely shaped and the rocks jagged and bizarre. Prolonged trekking and intense mental strain pushed the researchers to their physical limits, nearly breaking them. Though fortified with medicinal tonics and nutrition, their days were consumed by research, leaving their stamina far from robust. Around noon, on an exceptionally steep slope strewn with loose rocks, Lin Wei stumbled, stepping on a shifting stone. In the moment of imbalance, her exhausted body could no longer hold, and with a cry she fell backward. "Careful!" exclaimed the research assistant beside her, too late to offer support. Fortunately, a nearby soldier reached out in time, preventing an immediate fall. Zhou Qi lunged forward, his right hand firmly bracing Lin Wei's descending waist and back, steadying her. "Give me your things," Zhou Qi said, pursing his lips in displeasure as he extended his hand. "I can manage, you're already carrying too much." Lin Wei refused, waving her hand, clutching her chest as she gasped, heavily drenched in sweat. "Once we're past this slope, everyone rest and eat," Chen Feng called out, frowning slightly as he observed the expressions of those nearby. Old Huang was fine, having had team members carry him, but the others seemed to have reached their breaking point. About 10 minutes later the group halted in a patch of woods. Soldiers and transcendents found spots to sit, leaning against trees or rocks, their heavy breaths rising and falling in succession. Many immediately pulled out canteens to gulp water or tore open energy bars to wolf down. Ma Wei stood alone on a protruding rock at the front of the formation, his windbreaker tattered, his left arm's bandage caked with dust. Beneath his mask his gaze was as sharp as a blade, though the bloodshot veins in his eyes were starkly evident. He scanned the path behind and the dense forest ahead, his body taut, never relaxing. As the team's strongest combatant, he bore the greatest pressure. The escape of Rakshasa meant the mission's risk had escalated exponentially. He had to ensure that this battered group suffered no devastating blow before reaching the observation station. Just then a runner hurried over and spoke a few words. Ma Wei nodded after listening, his expression easing slightly, then turned and announced, "Good news, everyone. President Liu has led a team up the mountain to pursue." "President Liu himself is leading?" Jiang Yong's voice was tinged with disbelief. The president of the base's Transcendent Association, a peak 4th-tier powerhouse and one of the base's pillars, his weight was beyond words. "Yes," Ma Wei's voice came through the mask, low and firm. "The president brought several experts skilled in tracking and perception. They're already on their way, moving fast." This news was like a shot of adrenaline, sparking muffled exclamations and hushed murmurs in the once lifeless team. "Great! President Liu is coming. We're saved, it's safe now. Hope they hurry. A spark of hope rekindled in everyone's hearts, dispelling some of the gloom. Even old Huang's tightly knit brow relaxed as he patted Lin Wei's hand reassuringly. Zhou Qi's spirits lifted at the news. Even the compressed biscuit in his hand seemed tastier. Just then the gourd at his waist suddenly stirred. It was that feeling again, an urgent urge to eat accompanied by a faint tremor. Zhou Qi's heart leaped and he quickly grabbed the gourd to drink. After 2 gulps he pressed the gourd and carefully adjusted its angle. The gourd's directional sense eventually locked onto Lin Wei, who was seated a few steps away on a mossy rock eating small bites. Lin Wei? Zhou Qi's pupils contracted. Could it be her backpack? As he pondered in surprise, Chen Feng approached. In his hands were 2 jade-like objects and a lustrous dark red crystal that resembled biological tissue, strikingly eerie. Old Huang, these were collected during the fight, Chen Feng inquired. The 2 are the corpse heart jade from the 3rd-tier hopping zombie, and this dark red one is the core dug from the skeleton monster's chest. Should we take them back to the base or? Old Huang set down his canteen, put on his glasses, and asked an assistant for leather gloves. A glint seemed to flash across the lenses as he scrutinized the items with rapt attention. Both are types of blood spirit crystals. Energy converged. The corpse heart jade leans toward a condensation of death chi and blood essence, while this crystal is more violent but also more active. Without exception, they carry strong contamination and primal savagery. He sighed, his tone regretful. These crystals indeed contain surging energy far surpassing ordinary spiritual energy crystals, but they are impure and highly polluting, like poison to the human body. The Research Institute is still exploring how to safely utilize them, perhaps for equipment power or special potion bases. Lin Wei. Old Huang turned to his capable disciple. Seal them in special containers for now. When we have time on the mountain, study them further. Did you bring the pure crystals I asked for? Yes, Master, Lin Wei replied, setting down her food. She picked up her backpack, pulled out an alloy case, donned gloves, and opened it to reveal several tightly sealed vials. Zhou Qi focused his gaze. Each container was filled with some transparent gel within which different items were faintly sealed. A strange ore with a metallic sheen, a piece of biological cuticle covered in natural veins, and a pure crystal emitting a white glow. Spiritual energy crystals identical to the one from the earlier test, though this one was smaller. Using tweezers, Lin Wei placed the dull corpse heart jade and dark red crystal into separate containers where the transparent gel immediately enveloped and isolated them. At that moment the gourd beneath Zhou Qi's hand shuddered violently. That ferocious craving surged to its zenith in an instant, like a starving wolf lunging at a plump lamb within reach, pouncing toward the carrying case. Zhou Qi was startled, gripping the gourd tightly. What was happening? This blood essence crystal so polluted that even the Research Institute was at a loss. Did the gourd also desire it? What exactly was it? He had no time to ponder as the gourd nearly slipped from his control. Zhou Qi frowned deeply, silently pleading, Treasure, treasure, no, please no. Don't be anxious, don't get me into trouble. They'll definitely get it for you. As if hearing his thoughts, the gourd fell still. Zhou Qi let out a long sigh, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Elder Huang, are these crystals truly completely unusable? A voice beside him asked. It was Li Yun. His shoulder was still bandaged, his face marked by curiosity and a hint of desire for power. I can sense their strong energy fluctuations. As a second-tier transcendent, his soul index far surpassed Zhou Qi's, granting him keen perception. Li Yun's words drew the attention of those around, especially the newcomers of the Golden Flower Squad and the nearby soldiers who gathered curiously. Elder Huang smiled faintly, seemingly happy to answer such questions as it helped dispel some of the team's oppressive atmosphere. He cleared his throat, his voice soft yet distinct, reaching everyone's ears. It's not that they're completely unusable, but the methods differ and the risks are extremely high. So far we've only found one type of pure spiritual energy crystal whose energy is gentle and neutral without any notable trait bias and most compatible with the human body. We call it primordial spirit crystal, which transcendence can absorb relatively safely for cultivation and replenishment. However, such crystals are exceedingly rare and we currently have none in stock. As for other types of crystals, they either have mixed energy or distinct energy trait biases such as fire, ice, and so forth. Though their energy is pure, it's too extreme. Direct absorption would severely damage meridians and flesh, causing more harm than good. They're better suited for equipment and spirit gear development. Elder Huang paused, catching his breath before continuing. As for biological cores like blood essence crystals, they contain alien traits, energy biases, and flesh contamination, so they can't be generalized. Cores like corpse heart, jade, or skeletal nuclei come from life forms vastly different from humans, saturated with death, Qi blood, malignancy, poison, and the like. They're like unrefined crude oil, vast in energy but filled with impurities and toxins. Currently, we're attempting to convert them into usable materials or potions through separation, neutralization, and refinement, but this requires time and technological breakthroughs. As for naturally formed ones other than primordial spirit crystals. So that's how it was. Zhou Qi listened to Elder Huang's explanation, his mind churning with shock. It seemed Elder Huang had encountered quite a bit. Aside from the association, this was the closest had ever been to crystals. Even if breakthroughs came later, the benefits wouldn't fall to him. Spiritual energy crystals were further divided into turbid crystals, clear crystals, and pure crystals. Lin Wei had one pure crystal in her bag along with 3 blood essence crystals. How could he get his hands on them? Back at the base he couldn't access them, and a third-tier alien was beyond his ability. As for naturally formed spiritual energy crystals, they only existed in alien zones created by spatial rifts. Those were extremely perilous. Zhou Qi suppressed his shock and urge, silently contemplating. Not far away, Shaharan leaned against an old tree, his gaze flickering as he watched Lin Wei's movements, then lowering his eyelids slightly, trying to mask his inner greed. He mused inwardly, if only I could kidnap those two. The rock base with its official background has the research institute producing fine potions and transcendent gear. The institute must have a wealth of past official research and data, but their current research on crystals isn't advanced. Last time the boss said his classmate would send samples, but he died halfway. The people the boss found are far inferior to Elder Huang and the others. Even with samples it might not work. If those two stay on the mountain, could I risk a try? The 4th-tier guardian is too troublesome, and President Liu is off hunting the 4th-tier alien. And this spatial situation is dangerous. I need to withdraw early. I'll sound out the others first, and if I can rope in a few transcendents, that would be best. Bai Xiao stood at a distance holding her long spear, observing coldly. She keenly sensed something off about Shaharan. Though she didn't know why, her intuition told her this newcomer harbored some secret. But she was more concerned with finding a 2nd-tier beast suitable for a contract. After a couple of glances she dismissed him. With Ma Wei's command, the team set off again, their spirits noticeably lighter than before. In the dead of night, the bloodied and weary team finally reached the observation station, perched on one side of the mountaintop. The biting wind howled, carrying sporadic snowflakes that lashed against the concrete walls. Everyone quickly cleared the interior and inspected the facilities. Lin Wei and several assistants, exhausted shortly after midday, had been carried up the mountain by others. Entering the warm underground facility, Bai Xiao set down Lin Wei with a displeased look and turned away. She grumbled inwardly, what era is this, still clinging to men and women shouldn't touch? And she insisted I carry her, so pretentious. The night passed without incident, accompanied only by the wind. The next morning the sky was overcast and fine snow began to fall, adding a touch of grim solitude to the station. Except for the Research Institute personnel, everyone gathered in the yard early. Ma Wei surveyed the group. Everyone, we've suffered heavy losses, but the mission isn't over. The station requires a long-term garrison to monitor spatial anomalies. Originally Chen Feng's squad was to handle the main defense, but 2 members are dead and 2 others have weakened souls, urgently needing to return to base for recuperation. They can't stay. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the Golden Flower Squad's transcendents. Thus we need 4 more transcendents to stay. Bai Xiao, Shaharan, Li Yun, you 3 will remain. The named 3 reacted differently. Bai Xiao frowned slightly but nodded in reluctant agreement. A flicker of subtle emotion passed through Shaharan's eyes before he straightened his back and replied gruffly, yes. Li Yun seemed nervous, responding with an automatic, okay, as if acting without thought, merely cowed by Ma Wei's presence. Ma Wei's gaze shifted to the remaining new transcendents, Sun Chang, Li Shan, Yu Si, Miao, Zhou Qi. 1 more is needed. Who among you wants to stay? The task is arduous and risks remain, but the base won't shortchange its guardians. Contribution points for the subsequent garrison will be calculated at the highest rate. At this rate you'll have around 20,000 contribution points after 2 months. The generous reward made the air pause briefly, but then a deeper silence descended. 2 months, by then if a retreat was needed the points might be useless. During this time off the mountain he could do other things to prepare trading for potions, herbs, and supplies. Gu Zhen's face paled. He instinctively stepped back, lowering his head, unable to meet Ma Wei's eyes. Sun Chong, Li Shan and the others also averted their gazes, staring at the ground or the gray sky, none uttering a word. Ma Wei's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the crowd, seeing only retreat and fear. He sighed inwardly, holding a faint glimmer of hope for Zhou Qi, for this man had shown composure in battle, protected by a spirit weapon, and had not panicked while contending with second-tier zombies on the left flank. But seeing Zhou Qi also lower his head slightly as if hesitating and struggling, a flicker of disappointment passed through Ma Wei's eyes. He shook his head, ready to withdraw the proposal and consider forcing a choice. Just as Ma Wei was about to announce the abandonment of the plan, "I will stay," a calm voice rang out. The crowd looked up in astonishment, their gazes sharply converging on the speaker, who was none other than Zhou Qi. Meeting their stunned stares, he stepped forward and repeated, "Commander Ma, I am willing to stay." A glint of surprise and intrigue flickered in Shi Haoran's eyes, followed by a barely perceptible curve of his lips. Bai Xiao also turned his head slightly, casting a fresh glance at Zhou Qi. Gu Zhen and the others breathed a great sigh of relief, their faces showing gratitude as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Ma Wei looked at Zhou Qi, who had stepped forward. The disappointment in his eyes vanished, replaced by approval and a trace of gratification. He nodded, his voice softening, "Good. Zhou Qi, the base will remember your contribution. Bai Xiao, Shi Haoran, Li Yun, Zhou Qi, you 4 will stay. The rest will descend the mountain with Captain Jiang shortly." "Understood," Zhou Qi replied in a deep voice, his mind racing. Staying was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity. The crystals in Lin Weiner's backpack. This was the only chance to get close to them. As for the spatial anomaly, there was still time. Meanwhile, a messenger trotted over and reported to Ma Wei, "Commander, we just made contact with President Liu via shortwave radio. The 4th-tier otherworldly creature took an arrow from the president and has fled north in panic. We are safe to descend the mountain." "Excellent," Ma Wei exclaimed with great joy. "Haha, even if it can fly, it wouldn't dare linger under the threat of the president's divine arrow. Now we can rest easy." The tense expressions of the crowd relaxed, their hearts filled with relief. Jiang Yong began organizing the descending team. Zhou Qi quickly walked over to him and said in a low voice, "Captain Jiang, may I ask a favor?" Jiang Yong looked at him with his one eye and nodded. "Speak." "There are 2 people at my home. Could you please send them a message after you descend? Tell them I've taken a garrison duty and won't be back for a while, and not to worry, just wait for me at the base." Zhou Qi paused, a sincere look on his face. "And could you also deliver the rewards from this mission to them? I'm worried they might be having a hard time at the base." Jiang Yong looked at his earnest expression, recalling his performance in last night's battle and his sense of responsibility in staying behind and caring for his family. His impression of Zhou Qi rose another notch. A gleam of approval shone in his eyes, and he patted Zhou Qi's shoulder firmly. "Don't worry. They'll take care of it. Thank you, Captain Jiang." Zhou Qi cupped his hands solemnly. Soon the main force slowly made their way down the mountain under Jiang Yong's leadership. 10 soldiers remained for logistics and guard support, handling tasks such as supplies, machinery maintenance, and communications. The observation station suddenly felt empty and desolate. The wind and snow grew heavier, quickly dusting the surrounding grass with a thin layer of white. During breakfast, Old Huang and Lin Weiner woke up with tired faces. After this sleep, except for Old Huang, the others all felt aches and pains. The ground-level facilities of the observation station mainly consisted of several large spheres and nearby dish antennas. There were 2 floors above ground, surrounded by an inner and outer wall. The outer wall enclosed several dishes, while the inner wall surrounded the main devices and the 2-story building. There was also space underground. After a hot meal, Chen Feng called the Transcendents together. "We must maintain a high state of alert. It's cold on the mountain, making outdoor work doubly difficult. Over the next few days we'll help cut down the surrounding trees to ensure a safe field of vision. We also need to build watchtowers and wooden huts around the perimeter and try not to disturb the researchers at work. Captain, there's plenty of room inside, Sir Harren grumbled, dissatisfied. Besides, can't the defense forces handle this? The work environment needs quiet. Besides, Engineer Lin has other research to do inside and there isn't enough space on the ground. The underground is for the soldiers to live in. As transcendents with strong physiques were fine outside. Chen Feng cast a cold glance at Sir Harren. That's settled. And be careful moving the instruments, don't break them. Follow instructions clearly when setting up the ground equipment and watch your step. Everyone then set to work. The transcendents were indeed more suited than the soldiers for clearing trees. Zhou Qi wielded his spirit weapon, felling one tree per strike, clearing 100 meters in no time. Boom. Boom. To the northwest, a young man was even more brutal. Pieces of paper flew from his hands, and amidst continuous explosions he strolled casually, felling large swaths of trees. Meanwhile, the soldiers were helping the researchers set up instruments, circuits, and other facilities. It was clear that those who stayed possessed a certain level of knowledge. Shall we, after they're done, plan out how to safely run the circuits? Move the phased array antenna. And the metric calibration module over here. Mount the energy panels up there. Hold off on the gravitational lens. Place the vacuum trap here first. Let me think about the energy constrictor. Put the superstring resonance resonator on the first floor. Zhou Qi carried a log back after trimming branches, his wandering gaze occasionally resting on the busy Lin Weiner and her team. He tried to find a chance to approach, but hearing the stream of technical jargon and seeing the cautious soldiers, he suppressed the restless urge within him. Zhou Qi had just put down the log when Li Yun sidled up to him. Zhou Qi, do you think we can really last 2 months here? I have a bad feeling about this. That 4th-tier monster ran off after President Liu shot it, but who knows if it might come back. And what about that woman in black? She didn't mention anything this morning. Well, deal with whatever comes, Zhou Qi said in a low voice, brushing the dust off his hands. President Liu wounded it once, he can wound it again. As for that woman in black, she was the fastest to flee back then. She's probably scared out of her wits. But the president won't stay on the mountain forever. That woman in black moves eerily and fled with incredible speed. I don't think the president and his team even noticed her. Worry flickered in Li Yun's eyes as he lowered his voice. And this spatial issue is a hidden danger. Do you think old Huang and the others can measure it accurately? From what I gathered, a spatial disturbance is a certainty, but its severity is unknown. What if it comes early? Who knows what will happen? Zhou Qi reassured him, don't worry. Commander Ma and the Institute people aren't fools. Even as he said this, Zhou Qi himself felt a knot of tension. Risks were certainly there, he had to stay vigilant at all times. He needed to act quickly on the crystal matter. This environment likely wasn't suitable for in-depth crystal research. He probably only had a chance to make a few attempts in his spare time. A few days passed. All the instruments and facilities were fully set up, and watchtowers and wooden huts were built around the perimeter along with an outer fence. Life at the observation station settled into a routine. Down the mountain, however, life at the rock base was far from peaceful. Within the base, rumors spread like a plague. Have you heard? A major incident occurred on the mountain. Many died, even a 4th-tier monster appeared. Really? Didn't President Liu go to handle it? Handle it? That monster could fly. President Liu only drove it away. Who knows if it will return? Moreover, signs of a spatial rift were discovered on the mountain. A spatial rift? Good heavens! Doesn't that mean more monsters could pour out at any moment? Exactly. They say it's near the summit observatory. Those who stayed on the mountain are sitting ducks. Those who returned say it might not just be a rift, there could be a spatial gate. How terrifying. Is the base still safe? Could monsters appear in the city one day? Who knows? I think this place is no longer livable. I've heard some people are quietly packing. I think we should exchange for supplies and leave early. I'm not leaving. Stop spreading rumors. The mountain is under observation. Once confirmed, the chief will decide whether to stay or go. A few days passed. A small number of people left the base with their families, but the vast majority chose to await the outcome. The base boasted a fourth-tier expert, many soldiers and firearms, and was protected by high walls. It was already highly secure. Unless absolutely necessary, few wished to leave. Even toiling away at the foot of the tower peddling human-powered generators was better than wandering the wilderness. District A Independent Residential Area. Ouyang Jin set down her data pad and rubbed her aching temples. The recent high-intensity work and the oppressive atmosphere of the base had left her exhausted. Just then the doorbell rang. She was a bit surprised. Who could it be at this hour? Wang Hai? Ouyang Jin opened the door, a note of surprise in her voice. Lately this junior disciple's concern for her seemed a bit excessive. Senior sister not resting yet? Wang Hai walked in with a smile, casually changing into slippers. You look pale, you must be overworked. Just so happens I got something good. He placed an insulated food container on the coffee table, carefully opened the lid, and a rich fragrant aroma instantly filled the room. What's this? Spiritual ginseng. Local mountain ginseng mutated after years of nourishment. It's excellent for replenishing blood and qi. Wang Hai eagerly ladled out a bowl and handed it to her. Ouyang Jin looked at the steaming golden ginseng soup and frowned slightly. Wang Hai, this should go to the Transcendents. They need it more. Senior sister, you're too kind. This is just a mutation of local ginseng. Its effects are far inferior to those medicinal bath ingredients. You're the pillar of our research institute. Your health is paramount. Drink it while it's hot or it'll lose its potency. His words were earnest, his gaze sincere. Ouyang Jin hesitated for a moment but finally took the bowl. The warm soup slid down her throat, carrying the unique bittersweetness of ginseng and a wave of warmth which indeed invigorated her. It tastes great. Thanks. I'm glad you like it, senior sister. Wang Hai's smile deepened. He casually sat down on the sofa beside her, his gaze intense. Senior sister, I've always admired you. Your dedication and resilience in research. They're truly captivating. Ouyang Jin was taken aback, her expression turning uneasy. It's just my duty. Nothing to admire. You're excellent too. Senior sister, you're too modest. Wang Hai leaned forward slightly, his tone carrying an almost obsessive admiration. Senior sister, you have a unique aura that makes one want to draw closer to understand. Ouyang Jin averted her gaze and changed the subject. By the way, have you eaten? I have. This was specially saved for you. Wang Hai waved his hand with a smile, though it seemed a bit stiff. I can tell you haven't eaten. Let me get you a bowl. Don't let it go to waste. She stood up, her mind in turmoil. She felt it was inappropriate, yet a faint touch of emotion stirred within. She was 8 years older than Wang Hai, and there had been no signs in their years of working together. How could this be? The moment she turned, the shy, stiff smile on Wang Hai's face instantly twisted into one of madness. Time was running out. With morale wavering in the base and Elder Huang away, he had to seize this opportunity. Senior sister, really, there's no need. Wang Hai said, but he abruptly stood up and followed her quickly. As Ouyang Jin approached the cupboard, Wang Hai, who was closely behind, hardened his gaze and suddenly embraced her from behind. Ah! Ouyang Jin screamed in terror, instinctively struggling violently. Wang Hai! What are you doing? Let me go. Wang Hai refused to release her. His arms held her tightly, his face buried in the nape of her neck, his lips nearly brushing her ear where the hair was tinged with white at the roots. Senior sister, listen to me. His tone was infatuated, his voice trembling slightly. I like you. I like your focus, your calmness, your unyielding spirit. You don't know how captivating you are. As he incoherently professed his love, his hands began to wander restlessly, attempting to go further. Wang Hai, calm down. Ouyang Jin, shocked and furious, twisted her body in a desperate struggle. Senior sister. Don't reject me. Please. Let me love you. Wang Hai's voice was choked with tears as he greedily inhaled the scent of her hair. Ouyang Jin had separated from her ex-partner long ago due to work and had been lonely for years. An unfamiliar feeling stirred within her. Feeling the scorching breath on her neck and the burning body behind her, her struggles gradually weakened. She thought of the current worldview, who knew how long they would live. She couldn't help but crave the long-lost comfort. This blatant aggression touched the deep-seated helplessness and fragility within her. As sensitive areas were repeatedly touched, the middle-aged woman's struggles became merely symbolic and her sharp rebukes gradually turned into heavy gasps. District A General Political Affairs Office Meeting Room. Chief, the number of volunteers for the Awakening Potion trial remains low. As you instructed, the announcement only mentioned a small-scale experiment, not a mass release. Wei Zhengrong flipped through reconnaissance data without looking up. How many have actually participated? How many awakening potions are left? 3 days have passed. 123 people have signed up. 90 are commoners, mostly orphans or widows. 20 are defense force soldiers and 13 are family members of deceased transcendents. According to inventory and the Research Institute's list, we have 3000 doses of awakening potion left. Spiritual energy crystals are running low and otherworldly spiritual materials like blood crystal, vine mist, hidden mushroom and diamond rock marrow are nearly depleted. Wei Zhengrong put down the documents and mused, to obtain these materials in the future we'll have to venture into dangerous areas. With so few people? He frowned. These resources were originally intended for gradual release as a means of controlling the base. Now there was no time for gradual plans. If it wasn't a spatial gate that appeared, he would still be willing to take a risk. Although the defense force had been expanded several times, ammunition was limited to stockpiles. It was fine for normal times, but in a major battle consumption would accelerate sharply. The envisioned munitions factory had yet to be built and mineral veins remained undiscovered, only known to be in the west. With many topographical changes, magnetic field instability and energy interference, new surveys were needed. Just as Wei Zhengrong was fretting, Wang Hai and Ouyang Jin arrived. Report. Mr. Wang and Ms. Ouyang from the Research Institute are here. Show them in. Half an hour later, Wang Hai left with Ouyang Jin satisfied. Wang Hai, is this really okay? Ouyang Jin asked, wrapping her arm around his, her expression somewhat worried. Don't worry, senior sister. I am doing this for the chief and to ease the burden on our teacher. The base needs more extraordinary power. Wang Hai replied with a serious expression, the crisis is right before us. The awakening potion is a rare opportunity for ordinary people, yet these individuals are timid, only thinking of others propping them up. We must consider the bigger picture. Think about it, 3,000 doses of the potion can create over 1,000 extraordinary beings. This way, even when facing a large number of otherworldly creatures, we will have enough strength to defend the base. There are nearly 100,000 people here. What's the harm in sacrificing a little? Wasn't it the same for those who were accidentally injured by nuclear saturation attacks near the space-time gate in the past? If there weren't such sacrifices, where would these living people come from? Ouyang Jin looked at him, his righteous demeanor and passionate emotions leaving her speechless against his arguments. But Ouyang Jin hesitated and said, you mentioned an 80 success rate, isn't that too high? Too many failures might incite public outrage. Senior sister, don't worry. If I don't say it that high, how can I alleviate the chief's concerns? How would those people dare to try? As long as we wait until the number of applicants is sufficient and conduct the experiment in batches, the news won't spread that quickly. Those who successfully advance to extraordinary status will speak for us. Wang Hai wrapped his arms around her waist, smiling gently. All right, I know you feel uneasy about this matter. I will conduct the closed awakenings separately and observe and record the experimental data. Let me handle this. In the chief's office upstairs, a staff member with a mustache looked solemn and said in a low voice, Chief, I have a feeling something is off. Wang said, there's no need to trouble old Huang. Wei Zhengrong absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the table, his face calm, and said lightly, whether true or false, it does solve a problem for me. Keeping old Huang in the dark is the right move. The news of the space-time anomaly has already spread. Under pressure, someone will always want to take a gamble. An 80 chance is tempting enough. Therefore, inform those who applied that the quota is already full and that they should wait for the next recruitment. A few days later, issue a notice according to Wang Hai's suggestion, stating that there has been breakthrough progress with the awakening potion. To prevent space-time crises, we will conduct the awakening ceremony in batches to facilitate the Research Institute in obtaining potion data. Quotas are limited. Once missed, there will be no second chance. The staff members' pupils trembled, secretly acknowledging that indeed the kind-hearted do not command troops. The ancients did not deceive me. In the past few days, the news of the awakening potion being tested on a small scale has been circulated among those who applied, while the vast number of people in the base remain unaware of who participated in the experiments. Then announced the breakthroughs. On the third floor of Building 7 in Area B, dusk settled in and the sparse lights in the base flickered on. Feng Yingying had just finished preparing dinner. Leaning by the window, her gaze habitually swept over the small path below where the daytime noise had sunk into a weary silence. Suddenly her attention froze. At the corner leading to the Extraordinary Association, a man blocked Tang Yao's way and the two stopped to talk about something. The man was well-dressed, tall, with shiny hair, and wore a condescending smile as if he believed he controlled everything. Feng Yingying watched closely if the man's lips moved as he smiled and spoke, but his gaze occasionally darted towards Tang Yao's figure. He stepped forward, extending his hand as if to shake Tang Yao's hand. Tang Yao smiled politely, tightened her coat, and sidestepped to let him pass, holding the medicine as she left. Miss Tang, the man called out, looking at Tang Yao's retreating figure with great reluctance. His eyes sparkled with a teasing glimmer, unabashedly fixating his greedy gaze on Tang Yao's silhouette. Those eyes were like a hungry wolf spotting the most tender lamb, gleaming with raw possessiveness, a smirk of determination playing at the corners of his mouth. Even in a coat, Tang Yao's proud figure could not be concealed, especially her full hips creating an astonishing curve which with her slightly quickening pace outlined an increasingly heart-racing silhouette. Lu Ye's aggressive gaze closely followed her, his eyes so thick with desire they seemed to stick together. Upstairs, Feng Yingying's heart sank. Who was that man? A few minutes later the door opened and Tang Yao walked in, bringing with her a chill, her expression unchanged. I brought back the materials for the medicinal bath. This time without the gourd spirit liquid. Let's see how much it can increase. I heard this stuff can only be exchanged by extraordinary beings and their family members. She changed into slippers and went into the living room to place the medicine down. Recently rumors have been escalating. Zhou Qi is still up in the mountains. We need to prepare for this space-time matter and see if we can get a vehicle. Feng Yingying came out of the kitchen holding the meal, her voice showing no unusual tone, continuing the conversation. Most of the vehicles brought by the refugees have been dismantled and reclaimed by the base. If something really happens, how will so many people escape? Tang Yao took the bowl and placed it on the table, watching the girl who was going to serve dishes in the kitchen worriedly, saying, I'm also concerned that there won't be any certainty when the time comes. Right now the base's transportation tools are under regulation and it seems none of us have our own vehicles. The two girls sat down to start eating with 3 dishes on the table, a plate of pure meat, a plate of shredded potatoes, and a plate of braised tofu. Zhou Qi's task rewards along with additional combat rewards had distributed a total of 3,000 contribution points, making life much easier for the two girls. Without awakening they could only rely on their own cultivation, so food intake could not be lacking if the two girls would not skimp on this. Feng Yingying chewed on fresh meat slices, savoring the wild flavor nourished by spiritual energy for several years, her eyes sparkling slightly. Many people died during that mission. All this was earned by Zhou Qi with his life. Otherwise how can we enjoy such nutritious wild delicacies? She lowered her head and took a couple of bites of rice, hesitating for a moment before raising her head, her gaze firm. Sister Tang, who was that person downstairs just now? Oh, nobody, just someone trying to strike up a conversation. Tang Yao replied, somewhat surprised, trying to shift the topic casually. Have you been waiting long? Hurry up and eat, let's start boiling the medicine early. I thought that person's outfit didn't seem ordinary with shiny hair. Maybe I don't know him, Tang Yao replied nonchalantly, smiling lightly. Feng Yingying's eyes were filled with doubt as she hesitantly said, Sister Tang, this isn't the first time, is it? You wouldn't. Upon hearing this, Tang Yao paused for a moment, then set down her chopsticks, looking at the girl with a smile. Wouldn't what? The girl's pupils slightly contracted, biting her chopsticks in contemplation before laughing. Nothing. As the night deepened, the room became filled with a humid mist. Tang Yao scooped a ladle of medicinal soup over her shoulder, the amber liquid sliding down her collarbone, shimmering under the candlelight. She brushed aside her damp hair stuck to her neck, only to find Feng Yingying staring blankly at her chest. What's wrong? Tang Yao instinctively covered her fullness. Nothing. The girl hurriedly turned her face away, her ears slightly red. The herbs floating in the wooden tub bumped against the wall, making delicate sounds like her currently chaotic heartbeat. Tang Yao was stunned for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Little girl. She deliberately straightened her back as the water rippled her snow-white skin, becoming partially visible. Let me teach you. Who wants to see that? Feng Yingying buried her entire chin in the medicinal soup, bubbling and blowing bubbles. All right, time to practice. Several days passed, yet the effect of this medicinal bath was not significant. Without the gourd's aid, each bath only increased her physique index by 0.3, and by next month she could at most gain an additional 0.2 points. The two women were clearly dissatisfied with this outcome, and their thoughts inevitably turned to Zhou Qi. Although Feng Yingying had suppressed the incident from the day before, the doubts in her heart remained unresolved, and these past few days she had been inseparable from Tang Yao. Even though she had considered that if Tang Yao truly betrayed Zhou Qi it might not be a bad thing for her, she still felt it was wrong. That evening, on their way home from work, they encountered the same man as before. Miss Tang, what a coincidence meeting again. Lu Yu leaned against the wall at the intersection, a smile curling at the corner of his lips as if he had been waiting for a long time. His gaze roamed brazenly over Tang Yao, completely ignoring Feng Yingying beside her. Before Tang Yao could speak, Feng Yingying stepped in front of her, glaring coldly at Lu Yu. We are not familiar with you. There is nothing coincidental about this. Don't bother Sister Tang again in the future. Lu Yu finally looked at her properly, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes quickly replaced by disdain. Ha, guardian angel. Women, why make things difficult for men, Miss Tang? He ignored Feng Yingying, his gaze once again fixed on Tang Yao's face, his voice lowered, laced with temptation. Have you considered what I mentioned last time? Follow me and you won't lack for benefits. Feng Yingying's face changed dramatically. She never expected the man to be so blatant. She shouted in reprimand, we are family members of a transcendent. I advise you not to cause trouble. Mr. Lu, if you continue to harass me like this, I will report you to the association. Please show some respect. Tang Yao frowned, pulling Feng Yingying as she prepared to leave. Lu Yu was utterly indifferent to their warnings, his demeanor oozing superiority as he blocked their path again. Report. Go ahead. I am not only a second-order transcendent, but my uncle is also the president of the Transcendent Association. I've made that clear enough, haven't I? Treasures like primordial spirit crystals, which even third-order transcendents can barely get their hands on, I have used plenty. I am now only a step away from third order. And I don't have to risk my life like those commoners out there. It's perfectly safe. Seeing the shock on the two women's faces, Lu Yu grew even more smug, sneering repeatedly. Family of a transcendent. I know you mean that first-order rookie Zhou Qi, who is still struggling up in the mountains. What future is there with him? He chuckled, stepping forward with a faintly obstructive arm, his posture both aggressive and cloaked in a nauseating pretense of gentlemanly behavior. Let me tell you some inside news. The big shots in the city are quietly preparing an evacuation plan. If it comes to that, there will only be so many vehicles available. Most cars have already been dismantled for parts and recycled. The slots are very limited. He looked at the two women meaningfully. But if you stick with me, my uncle will naturally take me along. Then taking a family member with me would be as easy as a word. Don't count on that, Zhou Qi. A first-order transcendent here? He's nothing. Shut up. Feng Yingying trembled with rage. How dare you? The base has its rules. Haha, rules. Lu Yu laughed as if he had heard an incredible joke. Rules are made for people like you. Don't be naive. Remember that transcendent who killed a woman a while back? Did he face any punishment? Lu Yu paused, a fierce glint in his eyes as he looked at Feng Yingying. Believe me, if I were to kidnap a little girl like you right now, nothing would happen to me. The young girl's expression stiffened. She hadn't expected his background to be so formidable. Rage burned in her chest, her breath came in heavy heaves, and for a moment she was at a loss for words. Tang Yao quickly grabbed the agitated girl and pulled her behind her own heart churning violently. Previously she only knew he was a transcendent, but she never imagined he was connected to a fourth-order heavyweight. She didn't fully believe his words, but she couldn't tell which parts were true and which were false. Tang Yao took a deep breath, suppressing the strange feeling within her. A faint, almost imperceptible smile bloomed at the corners of her mouth, confident and composed. Mr. Lu is joking, she said, her voice soft yet clear. We are merely ordinary people, unworthy of such great favor. There are plenty of girls in the base who would jump at the chance. She tilted her head slightly, casting a meaningful glance at the armed guard on the watchtower nearby. Besides, the base has strict regulations. I heard that just a few days ago someone was publicly flogged for disturbing the peace. Given your esteemed status, Mr. Liu, you should set an example. Liu Ye's face darkened. He followed her gaze and saw that the guard, though expressionless, had been watching them. This woman had some brains after all. He snorted coldly, lowering his voice slightly. Miss Tang is a clever woman. You should know that in this world some rules can be bent. Tan Yao paused, then tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, a light laugh escaping her as her eyes sparkled. I've heard that the Public Security Department, the Safety Department, and the Inspection Division all fall under the jurisdiction of the Chief Commander. And both commanders of the Defense Force are also foreorder, aren't they? The President doesn't hold absolute power, does he? Liu Ye's eyes sharpened, a cruel look crossing his face. What are you trying to threaten me? Do you really think I wouldn't dare? Tan Yao, seeing his expression, felt a surge of tension within her. Just moments ago, when Liu Yu had looked at the guard and lowered his voice, she thought he lacked real power and was just bluffing. But now, seeing his icy gaze and recalling that he was a high-level second order, she was no longer so sure. Why would I? I just think there's no need to cause trouble for President Liu, right? Her mind racing, she flashed a charming smile and said meaningfully, besides, I need some time to think it over. I have a naive child at home to take care of. Seeing her attitude soften, a glint flashed in Liu Ye's eyes. He took a half step back and made an exaggerated gentlemanly bow. Then I shall await your favorable reply. However, he glanced at the sky. Time waits for no one. With that, he turned and left, his leather shoes striking the stone pavement with a resolute sound. Sister Tang? What did you mean by that? You're not actually thinking. Sure, Tan Yao pulled her along, walking quickly. Let's talk when we get back. About 10 minutes later, they returned to their room. Tan Yao exhaled deeply and sat down, looking at the conflicted young girl. I was lying to him. But you said you needed to think. That was to buy time. Tomorrow I'll go to Captain Jiang and ask about this Liu Yu. I've learned enough these days. The three factions in the base each have their own functions. Among the four hoarders, the president of the Transcendent Association should be ranked third. The base is still led by the chief commander, otherwise the president wouldn't have been the one to go up the mountain this time. I don't believe that just because he's the president's nephew he can do whatever he wants. Transcendents are a privileged class in the base, but we still need to be cautious. Well, decide after I come back tomorrow. Feng Yingying frowned, thinking for a moment. But we don't know Captain Jiang's character either. What if? Tan Yao patted her hand reassuringly. Don't worry, I won't tell him everything. You'll just ask about Liu Ye's background and behavior from the side. The young girl felt a bit more at ease, but still lost. Tan Yao's gaze grew distant, lost in thought. Since arriving at the base, many men had coveted her, though the workers naturally lacked the courage. Occasionally a transcendent would hit on her, but upon learning she was the family of a transcendent, they would restrain themselves. A fourth-order expert. The gourd. Zhou Qi. She lowered her head in thought, murmuring to herself. What is a primordial spirit crystal? It's not on the exchange list. The gourd's divine power also seems to require crystals, and the stronger one gets, the slower the improvement. Comparatively, Zhou Qi has greater potential. Besides, none of these people would protect me as sincerely as he would. On the second day, the atmosphere in the base became fervent and tense under the command signed by Wei Jingrong. The new announcement was plastered all over the base bulletin board and repeatedly broadcasted. Emergency notice: the Extraordinary Awakening Plan has been initiated. In response to potential spatial crises and to enhance the overall defensive power of the base with the approval of the General Political Department, the Research Institute's Awakening Serum project achieved a significant breakthrough. Now a large number of awakening slots are open to all base members. The success rate of awakening is as high as 80. Slots are limited and will be filled quickly. Registration method: go to the administrative centers in each district to register, and the awakening ceremonies will be conducted in batches. Opportunities should not be missed. Once the announcement was made, the entire base was in an uproar. An 80 success rate? This was far more enticing than the previously rumored 9 deaths and 1 life. The panic was temporarily overshadowed by immense hope as countless people surged towards the administrative center, forming long lines, their eyes gleaming with desire for power and hopes for the future. Those who had registered earlier were quickly gathered as the first batch of lucky ones and led into an underground facility to await their awakening. Wang Hai stood by the window watching the distant crowd with a hint of sickly excitement on his face. Ouyang Jin stood beside him, her complexion pale, her fingers unconsciously entwined. Senior sister, look, this is the right choice. Fear needs hope to soothe it, and power is the greatest hope. The base needs them to become a shield, and they also need this opportunity. It's a win-win. Ouyang Jin looked at the excited, anxious, and tense faces below, opened her mouth, and finally whispered, "We must ensure safety procedures." "Don't worry, the procedures are well established." "I'm worried." Before she could finish, Wang Hai covered her mouth. The kiss became extraordinarily passionate due to his excitement. "Senior sister, I love you so much. Can we sleep a little longer?" Ouyang Jin's face turned crimson as she murmured, "It's getting late. Aren't you going to host the awakening?" "There are many things to do." "It's fine. This must be done in a concentrated manner. The gaps between batches cannot be too long. There aren't enough people yet, so it won't delay things." Wang Hai's gaze was domineering and fervent as he picked up the woman and headed towards the bedroom, his mind filled with ways to transfer the hazards of the blood-soul crystal onto others. In just a moment he had quickly reviewed several methods in his mind. Of course his hands were not idle either. Multitasking was merely a basic skill. The mornings at the observation station were always a bit brighter. With winter approaching, the cold wind grew increasingly harsh. The mountain's defenses were solely handled by extraordinary beings, with only 2 soldiers standing guard on the ground while the rest assisted researchers in maintaining instruments and clearing snow. Surrounding trees within 100 meters had been cleared, and beside the newly built wooden cabin there was quite a bit of firewood piled up for warmth. Although low-tier extraordinary beings had strong physiques unlike humans, they still could not continuously withstand nature's harshness. Inside the courtyard, Huang Lao was analyzing last night's data with Lin Wei while several assistants had just finished inspecting the outside instruments with the soldiers. In the open space, Shirharan's muscles bulged as he smashed through the wind and snow with his fists, while Li Yun moved as fluidly as a blade, his techniques wide and forceful, sweat flying with each strike, each chop accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing through the air. Bai Xiao's spear was as swift as lightning, with thrusts, jabs, bursts, and flicks, all exuding an air of deadly intent, the spear tip's cold gleam slicing through the snowy curtain. The 3 of them demonstrated a fierce and violent power filled with the clamor of colliding strength. In stark contrast, in a corner, Zhou Qi was entirely different. He stood with his feet slightly apart on the thin snow, his starting posture gentle as if scooping water, his movements seemingly slow yet remarkably balanced. As Zhou Qi spun and extended his arms, a thin white mist silently emanated around him, not intentionally produced but rather the internal energy of his family's boxing technique circulating vigorously, transporting qi and blood, naturally bringing forth the manifestation of his spirit. The mist-like flowing silk wrapped around his wrists. With the execution of the single whip technique, it gently unfolded only to disperse softly into the wind during the retraction. The mist flowed with an ethereal quality, accentuating his agile movements like a blue crane amidst the snow. His seemingly simple techniques carried an indescribable sense of harmony and subtlety. In the interplay of motion and stillness, the internal energies ebbed and flowed effortlessly, transitioning. "It's all just show?" Shirharan scoffed, slowly retracting his stance. After practicing the 9 strikes from the stone solidification technique twice, combined with the covert spiritual energy fluctuations, his meridians were faintly aching, signaling the end of today's training. Soon everyone else stopped, leaving only Zhou Qi still going. "This is quite interesting," Bai Xiao said, standing with his spear, speaking softly to himself. "Training progresses gradually, especially body refining techniques, which cannot be rushed. It's not about practicing more that makes it better." However, during these days on the mountain, Zhou Qi's body refining time was twice that of others, especially in practicing boxing techniques, which exuded a sense of fluidity, balancing strength and grace. Boom! Suddenly an explosion echoed as a paper doll crashed against a giant rock. Not far away, Song Hong looked at the marks on the rock's surface and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, the control distance has improved further." Several soldiers who had cleared the snow stood aside, their eyes filled with astonishment and envy. Compared to these extraordinary beings, they could only silently train hard, praying to survive until they reach a level where they could compete with them. According to the current progress, it would take a long time. Although the medicinal baths could improve their physical indices, the base's materials were limited and it wasn't their turn yet. On the second floor of the main building, Miao sat cross-legged by the window unwrapping layers of gauze. Only today had his injuries finally healed significantly. He looked at his arm, which had returned to its original state, and got up to head towards the inner room. Hey Zhou Qi. Ryn looked around, grinning widely with unmistakable provocation. I see you practicing hard every day. How about you join me for some sparring? This dreary place is making my bones rusty. A bit of sparring might help us both identify our shortcomings. Isn't that better than just training hard? His voice was loud, immediately drawing the attention of everyone outside. Li Yun frowned, wanting to say something, but was pulled back by a teammate beside him whispering, "Sparring is normal, it's boring on the mountain and we can improve quickly by exchanging techniques." Another person nodded in agreement, confirming it was indeed a bit dull. Zhou Qi glanced sideways at Ryn, noticing the malice in his eyes, knowing that trouble was brewing. This guy had been resentful about receiving a slap from Jiang Yong. Because of him, he had been quite docile these days, so why was he jumping out today? So Zhou Qi, you wouldn't be afraid, would you? Ryn sneered as he approached, his fists cracking ominously. I'm not sick, why would I fight you? Go play somewhere else. Ryn's expression froze, having not anticipated Zhou Qi's response. His steps halted and then charged forward. Being this timid won't do, take my punch. A dull sound of air breaking resonated as Zhou Qi swiftly retreated. Ryn's eyes widened, a cold smirk appeared on his face as he faced several onlookers, his skin glowing faintly yellow as he advanced with his fists. Zhou Qi furrowed his brows, his steps nimble as he narrowly slid to the side to evade. Is that all you can do, is dodge? Ryn stomped on the frozen ground, his robust body crashing through the gap between the two. Bam! A fist wielding immense force struck Zhou Qi's face. Having just steadied himself, he had no time to evade and had to kneel down, pressing his left hand against it to block. Be careful! Li Yun exclaimed. Zhou Qi grunted, his body lowering as Ryn pressed his advantage with a punch aimed directly at his face. With the second tier and bonuses from the system, he was no match up close, whether in speed or strength. Zhou Qi's pupils constricted as he tilted to the right, using the force of his opponent's punch to dodge, leaving a deep mark on the ground as he flew backward, delivering a series of flying kicks to Ryn's waist. Ryn stumbled back a few steps, unsteady from the missed strike, allowing Zhou Qi to take this opportunity to create distance. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? Ryn taunted Zhou Qi's strength as he lunged forward with a fierce pounce. Zhou Qi had no time to catch his breath. He could only channel his life spirit with all his might, causing the mist around him to erupt with unprecedented density, emitting a sizzling sound. The white mist instantly spread and Zhou Qi's figure became elusive within the haze, twisting and dodging. However, Ryn's speed was faster than he anticipated. His frame appeared heavy, yet it concealed swift and unpredictable movements. A fist wreathed in yellow light broke through the mist's weakest point with a piercing whistle mid-stroke, transforming into a claw that viciously struck toward Zhou Qi's shoulder. Rip! The fabric on Zhou Qi's shoulder was torn as he barely parried the claw's force, but the immense impact sent a violent tremor through his arm, churning his blood and causing him to stumble. Ryn pressed his advantage, closing in with a powerful sweeping kick aimed at Zhou Qi's midsection. Zhou Qi spun and twisted, leaping into a midair rotation as his spiritual blade sliced through the mist, bringing a blinding cold light upward. You dare use a blade? Ryn's expression shifted as he retreated, his face twisted with mockery and disdain. Tisk, can't handle it anymore? This life spirit of yours is utterly useless, isn't it? So soft and feeble, worse than a woman's. You can't even withstand 30% of my strength, yet you still put on airs and train every day. What's the point? Several members of Chen Feng's team watching from the sidelines also chimed in with their assessments. This ability is indeed quite weak, not much use. Exactly, he was forced to use a spiritual blade from the very start. With all that posturing during training, I thought he actually had some real skill. Song Hong laughed with folded arms. Ha ha ha, right, I thought he was from one of those legendary hidden clans, but he's nothing special, all flash and no substance. Even if this mist ability reached the second tier, it couldn't escape my paper figures. Ryn crushed the ice shards underfoot, drew his war blade with a ferocious sneer and closed in. That wasn't even a tickle. Since you dare wield a spiritual blade, it'll make you bleed today. Though the war blade was specially made, it couldn't compare to a spiritual weapon. Zhou Qi shrugged his aching shoulder, saying nothing but silently set his stance and adjusted his breathing. His spiritual energy was not far from the second tier, and though his physique lagged behind with the edge of the spiritual blade and his martial arts foundation, he might still stand a chance. Since the other party refused to relent and sought to overpower him with brute force, he would not hold back. Fine, let's see if that tough hide of yours can withstand a spiritual blade. Zhou Qi sneered, gripping his blade horizontally, showing no fear. Drawing blades is going too far, both of you stop now. A transcendent who had just stepped out couldn't help but interject. Exactly what's the point of a spar between a second tier and a first tier? Isn't this just bullying? Two warriors echoed. Ryn scanned the crowd with varied expressions, especially the stunned warriors, and raised his voice as if proclaiming an undeniable truth. A spar has to be serious. I'm doing this for his own good. If you're going to coast through life on this mountain, you need the capital to do so. He's the only first tier here with a useless life spirit. He needs special training. Shut up. A thunderous roar exploded like a clap of thunder. Chen Feng, his face dark as iron, stormed over from the lookout post in long strides. Ryn, who gave you the nerve to deliberately injure someone here? A spar. Is this how you spar? Chen Feng pointed at Ryn, scolding him harshly. Put down the blade. Next time it'll be dealt with under military law. Ryn stiffened his neck, his face brimming with defiance and arrogance, letting out a heavy snort. Military law? I'm done with this. Good intentions wasted on ungrateful fools. He flung his hand, abruptly turned and strode toward the observation station's entrance, shouting loudly as he went, suffocating. I'm going out to clear my head. Don't you dare tell me what to do. Chen Feng's face was livid as he cursed under his breath, wretched bastard. He immediately turned to Zhou Qi's pale face, then looked at the team members. Are you blind? Zhou Qi's already internally injured and you didn't stop it. Take him inside for treatment now. Injured internally after just a few moves. Ryn was that ruthless? The team members' expressions shifted slightly. After all, only a few exchanges had occurred and the mist had obscured their view. Besides, Zhou Qi seemed fine. He was even ready to keep fighting. Li Yun quickly descended the steps and two warriors stepped forward to support Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi stared coldly in the direction Ryn had vanished, then rubbed his shoulder and looked at the two warriors who had spoken up for him. Fine. Thank you. We should be the ones thanking you. That day at the ancestral hall, if it weren't for you, we brothers wouldn't have made it. Oh. He was quite surprised, as if a faint memory stirred. The two helped him toward the building while Li Yun hurried ahead to find medicine. Seeing that Zhou Qi was not seriously hurt, Chen Feng let it go and suddenly turned to Bai Xiao. Have you sensed any suitable beasts nearby? A spiritual bonding practitioner lacks combat power without a spirit servant. Now's the perfect time to find one on the mountain. Bai Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting Chen Feng to remember this. She quickly replied, Thank you, Captain. I haven't sensed any these days. How about I take a walk around and bag some game to improve our meals? Alright, don't go too far. Song Hong, go with her. If you find something suitable, lure it back. Got it, Captain. Song Hong acknowledged and beckoned Bai Xiao to leave together. Once they were 100 meters into the woods, Bai Xiao saw him walking hastily and said anxiously, Hold on, let me first use my spiritual bonding tattoo to sense something. Ha! His response was a faint disdainful chuckle. Song Hong shook his head and turned, staring at Bai Xiao as if she were an idiot. What do you think we're here for? Didn't the captain tell us to scout the area for second-tier beasts? Bai Xiao was confused, then grew indignant. If you don't want to help, I can manage on my own. Song Hong let out a cold snort. I can help you find one, but first we need to tail Ryn. When the captain said don't go too far, he meant don't let Ryn get too far. If he tries to leave, we bring him back. Once this is done, it'll prove your loyalty, and contracting a spirit beast will be a piece of cake. The coldness in Bai Xiao's eyes faded and her expression froze as a chill rose from the depths of her heart. Was that what he meant? Song Hong produced a square paper slip between his fingers, smirking. You should be grateful you didn't agree when Ryn tried to recruit you back then, or you wouldn't have this opportunity today. That kid has impure intentions. He's been coveting the crystals and transcendent materials, often scouting the terrain these days. He might be a spy. Did he really think no one noticed his little secret moves? Hearing this, Bai Xiao was stunned, her heart racing as she silently tightened her grip on her spear. What? How did they know about that whispered remark Shi made during the chaos that day? Curious, aren't you? Song Hong fingered the paper slip. The power of a fourth tier is beyond your imagination. The faction Shi belongs to probably doesn't have a fourth tier. Not just at the ancestral hall, but even now at this very moment. Song Hong paused, his gaze shifting toward the testing station beyond the woods, his tone dropping. Everything we're saying, Leader Ma, who's been recovering on the second floor these past days, has heard it all loud and clear. Boom. Bai Xiao's eyes widened, her soul shaken as if she sensed death's breath, her right hand trembling slightly on the spear shaft. Brother Song, I have no ill intentions. I'm definitely not in league with Shi. And I have no idea about any behind-the-scenes factions you mentioned. You have to believe me. Song Hong smiled and patted her shoulder. Relax, the commander and captain both know that. Shi stirred up trouble today, so we need to see if he's going to summon reinforcements. The spy we caught at the base last time is likely in cahoots with him, one in the open, one in the shadows, with the ultimate goal being the Research Institute's results. Now that Elder Huang and Engineer Lin are both on the mountain, we have to be on guard. Let's go. Yes, yes, yes. Bai Xiao nodded frantically, her heart tight with tension as she took the first step forward. She never expected such a change. Bai Xiao came here both to find a place to hide and to leverage the power of the base to subdue the second-tier mutant beasts. After all, the terms of the contract were stringent, making it quite difficult to rely solely on herself. With the base's assistance, even as a novice in the second tier, she could suppress high-tier beasts. Once contracted, the mutant beasts would become spiritual servants, not only sharing a bond of understanding but also enhancing their master's life force index, greatly increasing their strength. Originally, she had planned to find an opportunity to devour an extraordinary being after completing these tasks to expedite her spiritual servant's advancement, but now she dared not think of that, only hoping to safely get through this crisis. The two tracked the traces in the snowy forest of the Buxia mountain, moving swiftly, soon discovering Shi trail. Below in the forest, Shi dashed about, glancing back and forth. The two hid behind a large tree and Song Hong sneered. It seems he wants to take this opportunity to leave. He intends to leave without securing the items. Perhaps he has made an agreement with someone. But how could he contact anyone? Perhaps he simply wants to run away. Bai Xiao whispered against the tree. Humph, deliberately seeking a match with Zhou Qi to exert force, creating a reason to leave unnoticed. If he had no issues, why would he appear so anxious? Who would a second tier summon a first tier for a match? Haha, today Zhou Qi is the one at a disadvantage. Not blocking him is just to see what tricks Shi has up his sleeve. Let's go follow him. Song Hong waved his hand, a piece of paper slipping from his grip, rapidly expanding in the air, sprouting limbs, and a light paper figure floated up, leading the pursuit. This method was difficult to detect in the blanket of snow. Bai Xiao took a deep breath and dashed out from behind the tree, suddenly feeling an unusual gust of wind. She turned her head and was astonished to see a black tiger silently pouncing down from the left hillside. How many of us came? She asked in astonishment. Song Hong chuckled. Just the two of us plus this black tiger. Bai Xiao narrowed her eyes in suspicion, clearly not believing him. Of course we are not the only team on the mountain. The president drove off a fourth-tier otherworldly creature, but that woman in the black robe remains unaccounted for and someone is searching secretly. I see. Bai Xiao smiled, slightly filled with extreme trepidation. Ever since that day when Shi had whispered to her, she had secretly harbored unusual thoughts. After listening to Elder Huang's explanation, she understood the importance of the Research Institute. The base's fourth-tier powerhouses must have utilized a considerable amount of spirit crystals, and many of these third-tier captains had also benefited from the Research Institute. Not only did they possess the knowledge of medicinal baths, but they also decoded numerous effects of extraordinary materials and otherworldly spiritual objects, including awakening agents, gene agents, healing agents, and extraordinary protective gear, making it hard not to feel greedy. For example, the half-body armor Song Hong was wearing could not only withstand bullets but also defend against lower-tier spiritual weapons, and it even had the function of aiding in mental control. It was said to be custom-made for him. Song Hong's abilities were strange and agile, his power formidable, and his spiritual index was nearing the threshold of the third tier, making him a key aid to Qin Feng. Once the paper transformed into a paper figure, its speed was astonishing, gliding close to the ground. Once it reached someone, it would self-destruct. Zhou Qi leaned back on a leather sofa, examining his shoulder, which was covered in bruises and was burning with pain. The medicine is here. Li Yun approached with warm water, carrying bandages and medicine. Just set it down for now, thanks. Zhou Qi's voice was somewhat low as he pointed to the metallic table beside him. You know, if you hadn't been so reckless that day, this wouldn't have happened. Li Yun shook his head with a sigh, looking puzzled. Fortunately, there are no major issues, just a punch. That Shurharan is also quite something. Zhou Qi, that was too harsh. A nearby soldier looked at Zhou Qi's shoulder wound with anger and concern on his face. As he treated his wound, he chatted with a few people. The two soldiers named Wei Ran and Lei Jia found out that they had all entered the city on the same day. Zhou Qi suddenly realized, his memories sharpening in an instant. Among those trudging to the county town that day were these two. Truly, the world is unpredictable. He did not know how many travelers had safely arrived here that day. After the three left, Zhou Qi closed his eyes to rest, attempting to circulate his qi and blood to alleviate the pain, when he suddenly heard a faint sound of a cabinet door opening and objects clattering next door. Footsteps drew nearer and the door to the lounge was pushed open. Lin Wei entered with a cup of water, heading straight for the corner's metallic water storage tank to get hot water. She had evidently just finished a segment of research, a hint of fatigue on her face, yet her eyes remained bright and spirited. Upon seeing Zhou Qi, she slightly nodded in greeting, the corner of her mouth curving into a polite and gentle arc. Feeling better? I just heard about it. Just a little flesh wound, nothing serious. Zhou Qi quickly sat up straight and smiled in response. Looking up, he noticed the woman in front of him had fair and delicate skin, and the sleek lines from her neck to shoulder were sharp under her long dark hair, which was tightly bound by an inked jade hairpin. Her lab coat was exceptionally clean, buttons fastened tightly, and the high-neck black inner garment wrapped up to her neck. Her phoenix eyes shone with a cold jade-like radiance, exuding a touch of elegant classical charm. Her focused and calm demeanor, adorned with a terminal and biosensor chip on her wrist, and her dark high-tech glasses occasionally emitting a blue light coupled with intricate tools dangling from her belt, created an aura of precision, rigor, and restraint, adding an air of mystery and asceticism. She picked up the cup, gently blowing away the steam, her gaze falling on the medicine bottle and gauze Zhou Qi had just placed on the nearby table. How effective are these medicines? They were distributed by the Research Institute, so they should be decent. For external and internal use, the effects are excellent. I feel much better now. Zhou Qi immediately praised, shaking his shoulder to show he was doing well. In reality, it was still painfully throbbing. That's good. Lin Wei's expression was calm, but her eyes were quite satisfied. This was indeed an opportunity. Zhou Qi's thoughts turned rapidly. Lin Gong, he hesitated before speaking, his tone laced with concern. Have there been any new discoveries in the recent observations? What did Elder Huang say? Lin Wei took a sip of water, her expression growing more serious. The energy fluctuations are very chaotic with poor regularity. Moreover, the magnetic field is not what it used to be, and there are many interferences. It is still impossible to make a judgment. We can only continue to observe. Overall, the peaks are rising, but they have not yet reached the limits. I see you all have worked hard. It seems it will take some time to confirm the results. Indeed. Lin Wei held the cup with both hands, feeling the warmth, and seeing Zhou Qi's earnest tone, she softly reassured him, you don't need to worry. So far, Elder Huang's judgment has been correct. Our main aim now is to capture that stable critical value. We've made many preparations to ensure we can calculate it ahead of time. Zhou Qi showed a contemplative expression and casually asked, by the way, Lin Gong, I've suddenly recalled something. What is it? Lin Wei inquired patiently. These days Zhou Qi had helped a lot on the mountain and practiced diligently. He had eagerly taken on heavy tasks, or the installation of bases as well as maintenance of the gravity mirror on the cliff's edge, which involved danger or required strength. She had a good impression of this extraordinary being in front of her and was willing to say a few more words to alleviate his worries. It's about those crystals. Zhou Qi frowned slightly. The ones Captain Qin gave you earlier. Lin Wei's expression turned serious. What's wrong? Elder Huang said that blood soul crystal's energy is chaotic and violent, highly polluting, and as toxic to the human body as poison. With limited conditions here on the mountain, isn't it too dangerous to keep them in the observation station? What if the crystal is unstable or the storage container leaks somehow? He paused, his tone laced with concern. We Transcendents can handle it, but if something happens to you, Engineer Lin, that won't do. You're the base's treasures. Should we ask Captain Chen to send them back to the base's research institute? So that's what you're worried about? Lin Wei finished listening, a gentle understanding smile curving her lips. She pondered for a moment, then sat down beside Zhou Qi, hoping to dispel his tension with this gesture. The energy of the blood soul crystal is very stable and the sealing technology we use is mature. There won't be any problems unless it's subjected to intense physical impact or forcibly disrupted by special energy. I'm not conducting any high-risk operations either. Mainly just basic energy fluctuation monitoring, spectral recording, and preliminary physical property observations. A truly in-depth analysis will definitely have to wait until we're back in the safe environment of the base. After all, observation work is very tedious. I have to seize the time to do some research on the crystal's energy. For safety, I've set up the sealed observation for the crystals in the last room on the first floor. It's relatively isolated away from personnel activity areas and core instruments. Besides, Commander Ma is stationed on the second floor, so it's foolproof. Lin Wei's voice was clear, her logic well organized, explaining the safety from various angles in a short time. Then I'm relieved. Zhou Qi feigned a look of sudden realization, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. It's just that what Elder Huang said that day was too alarming. I was overthinking it. So it's on the first floor. From the sound of it, she's set up a separate room for experiments, not in the underground bedroom or hidden away. But a fourth-order powerhouse is always on the second floor, so there's no chance. Lin Wei's red lips curved into a smile. Caution is a good thing, especially in this environment. You have a strong sense of responsibility. That's rare. Alright, I need to go upstairs and sort out the data. You get some rest. Lin Wei nodded, stood up, and left with her hot water. The door closed softly, a faint pleasant scent lingering in the air. Zhou Qi's gaze darkened and he slowly exhaled a turbid breath. The brief comfort brought by her beauty and intellect was quickly replaced by the calculations in his mind. How could he get his hands on the crystals? The mist could block perception. If he found an opportunity to get close. But from what she said, the crystal should be sealed inside, making it hard to access. Even if he could touch it, he couldn't guarantee that Commander Ma wouldn't notice. He seemed to be a rare life spirit with composite abilities. Those eyes of his seemed to possess a unique perceptive and investigative power. On the day they entered the city, he was the one who first swept his gaze over hundreds of people to assess the danger. That intangible fluctuation was hard to identify. And there was the bat swarm in the mountain shrine, most of which he had swept down. He couldn't take that risk. Taking it by stealth was too dangerous. If he were to take it openly. Under what pretext? Reveal the secret of the gourd? Absolutely not. Even if others couldn't use it, the consequences would be unpredictable. The human heart cannot withstand trials, especially for those who wield supernatural power. Greed and malice will swell along with it. On the contrary, people weaker than me like Tang Yao and Feng Yingying would be more trustworthy. Zhou Qi lowered his head, rubbing his chin as he pondered a plan. Seduction? Well, he wasn't exactly a handsome man. Given Lin Wei's status, she wouldn't set her sights on a first-order cultivator for admiration. It seemed he could only wait for an opportunity born of chaos. For now, he would build good relations with the research institute staff. Good things come to those who wait. Zhou Qi's mind was made up. He temporarily suppressed his impatient thoughts and focused on meditation. In the mountains by Xiao and Song Hong moved like two specters, silently traversing the snow-filled forest, tracking Shi Haoren. The paper effigy scouted ahead like a demon, while the black tiger flanked from the side, sealing off possible escape routes. Shi Haoren was in a hurry, showing no signs of stopping or waiting for backup, heading straight for the path down the mountain. His face bore obvious anxiety and determination. He kept looking back over his shoulder, clearly worried about being followed, not expecting any rescue. It seems the people behind him don't have the guts to come war. They're far away with no means of communication. Song Hong lowered his voice, a hint of mockery in his tone. This guy really wants to run. Make a move. We can't let him escape or he might bring back some trouble. Bai Xiao nodded silently, feeling a little more at ease. The two immediately quickened their pace and stopped hiding. Stop. As Ryn turned his head, he saw the paper effigy shoot forward like an arrow from a bow, instantly accelerating and flying close to the ground, precisely entangling him. The blood-dotted pale face was right before his eyes. Ryn reacted swiftly. The moment the paper was about to touch him, he rolled sideways abruptly, his hand already reaching for his waist. He spotted Song Hong and the others. In that split second he made his decision. Outnumbered 2-1, his only chance was to use his pistol to hold them off and flee far away. Bang! The gunshot tore through the wind and snow. The moment Ryn drew his pistol, a tremendous force struck him. The pistol was sent flying, spinning through the air before landing in the snow. He let out a scream, clutching his bloody right hand with his left. A gruesome bloody hole had been torn through his palm and his thumb was nearly ripped off. As expected of a body reinforcement type life spirit. If it had been anyone else, this shot would have blown their entire hand to pieces. Ah, the excruciating pain twisted Ryn's face. He stared in horror at the direction the bullet had come from. Behind a rock on a high slope to the flank, a sniper clad in supernatural protective gear stood firm, his cold gun barrel aimed at him. Iron Blood Squad. Ryn instantly understood the sniper's identity, despair flashing in his eyes. Only the Iron Blood Squad was fully equipped with supernatural protective gear. They were the backbone of the Research Institute's defense force. He hadn't expected these people to be hiding in the mountains. Bai Xiao was also startled. He hadn't seen Song Hong make any contact along the way, which meant this person must have been near the observation station all along. Whoosh! The paper effigy stirred up a gust of wind, its arms floating up and wrapping around Ryn from behind. Song Hong sneered, Ryn still trying to run. Did you really think you could come and go as you please on this mountain? Bai Xiao leveled his spear, blocking the path. He looked at Ryn's bloody hand, his gaze complex but mostly cold. Give up. Ryn's face was ashen. Pain and terror made him tremble all over. He looked down at the thin white paper hands on his chest, not daring to move a muscle, gripping his wound tightly and regulating his breath. Song Hong stepped forward and without any ceremony bound Ryn's hands with special ropes. He picked up the knocked-away pistol, weighed it in his hand and sneered, the pistol was for your self-defense, not for you to use against us. You useless piece of trash. Ryn gritted his teeth, his gaze venomous, but he remained silent. Did you really think that because you came to the base and killed a woman without being punished we were okay with you? We've suspected you for a long time, you arrogant fool. It wasn't enough that a group of people died because of you, now you want to target the researchers. Ryn was stunned, his mouth agape and frozen for a moment before he finally sighed and offered no rebuttal. Xiao Hei. Song Hong called out, and the black tiger that had been lying in ambush below let out a roar before bounding up and crouching down. Song Hong let out a cold snort, pulled a rope from behind his waist and bound Ryn together with the paper effigy tightly onto the black tiger's back. Bai Xiao, standing nearby, swallowed hard, suddenly realizing how naive she had been before. She resolved to build better relations with everyone from now on. Ryn was trussed up like a dumpling, firmly lashed with the eerie paper figure onto the black tiger's broad, sturdy back. The wound piercing his palm still oozed blood, staining the tiger's fur beneath him. Every jolt sent excruciating pain through him, turning his face as pale as paper as cold sweat streamed down. In those once defiant eyes only deep terror remained. He bit his lower lip fiercely, uttering no more sounds, like a trapped beast silently awaiting its doom. Bai Xiao walked beside Song Hong, watching Ryn's state, and a chill crept deeper into her heart. Her knuckles whitened as she gripped her long spear. Song Hong's words and the elusive Iron Blood Squad had utterly shattered the last shred of pride within her. Let's go. Report back, Song Hong said, patting the black tiger's head with a light tone. The black tiger growled low, carrying Ryn, and strode steadily toward the observation station. Only chaotic footprints and a trail of crimson blood drops remained on the snow, soon covered by falling flakes. Song Hong pressed his earpiece, listening for a moment, then said to Bai Xiao, the Iron Blood Squad caught a second-tier snow shadow leopard. It should suit you well. Come, I'll take you. The snow shadow leopard was a native mutated beast, incredibly fast and made for an excellent contract beast. Moreover, native mutated beasts reaching the second tier were quite rare. Their advantage lay in the contract process being far safer than with bizarre otherworldly beasts with virtually no risk of backlash. Really? Bai Xiao was overjoyed, hardly believing her ears. As a spiritualist without a spirit servant, your strength drops significantly. Only in the deep mountains could you find a suitable one. You're lucky. Inside the observation station's restroom, Zhou Qi slowly opened his eyes. His injuries were no longer serious, though a dull ache lingered in his shoulder. His internal organs had healed. The door swung open, bringing a gust of cold air. Li Yun poked his head in his face, a mix of excitement and lingering fear. Zhou Qi. Great news. Shi Haoren has been captured by Song Hong and Bai Xiao. They say he's a spy. Today he deliberately picked a fight to sneak down the mountain. The captain says he's connected to the spy caught at the base last time. Zhou Qi's heart jolted. Oh? A spy acting so arrogantly? Was he out of his mind? The two went above ground. Hu Zi stood at the door, turned to Zhou Qi and gave an awkward smile. You okay? This morning the commander told us not to interfere. Don't blame me. Commander Ma? Zhou Qi asked, puzzled. When did he tell you? You might not believe it, but it was like telepathy. Commander Ma's voice sounded right in my ear without him showing up. Hu Zi muttered, then nodded toward the second floor. Zhou Qi stepped out and saw Ma Wei standing by the second floor window. He turned to Li Yun. Did you hear it too? Li Yun forced a faint smile. Not at first, but when I tried to stop him I heard it. Zhou Qi took a deep breath, his brow furrowing slightly. It seemed this crystal was not to be trifled with. Fortunately, he hadn't spoken carelessly. Captain, we found no special communication devices on him, no trail marks along the way, and no contact on the mountain. Based on his direction, he seemed to be detouring eastward, Song Hong reported loudly to Chen Feng. Chen Feng's voice was icy as he turned to Shi Haoren. Talk. Who sent you? Where is your hideout and how far from here? What tier is your leader? Shi Haoren was now suspended on a training post used by the soldiers. The blood on his arm had clotted, but the wound on his palm still oozed. The evening mountain wind cut through his pierced hand like countless blades slicing flesh. Shi Haoren winced in pain, his face smeared with blood and melted snow, pleading, Captain, I'm innocent. I just went out for some air. Thud. Before he could finish, Chen Feng grabbed an iron chain and lashed it across him. With that single blow, Shi Haoren's calf twisted, bending at an unnatural angle. A heart-wrenching scream tore through the air as Shi Haoren writhed and wailed, twisting like a drunken snake. Despite his ability to strengthen muscles and skin, he was as fragile as a chick in the hands of a third-tier transcendent. Just then Lin Wei and Old Huang pushed open the door from the adjacent analysis room, drawn by the commotion outside. Lin Wei's eyes fell on Shi Haoren, bound and bloodied, and she frowned slightly. But her attention quickly shifted to Chen Feng and the grave expressions of those around him. Old Huang adjusted his glasses and asked in a deep voice, What's going on? Xiao Song, this man. Song Hong stepped forward and quickly briefed him on the situation. So he's connected to that group from last time. It seems his departure was to find reinforcements. Probably some awakened organization. Sigh. Old Huang shook his head with a sigh, his face falling, his voice heavy with disappointment and concern. Such is human nature. Is there any hope for humanity? Let's go, Shaolin. Time for dinner. Lin Wei glanced at Shi Haoren, then ignored him and followed Old Huang underground. The crowd fell silent, leaving only Shi Haoren's howls in the wind. Chen Feng smirked coldly, rattling the iron chain as he stepped closer. One more chance. Will you talk? Yes, I'll talk, Shi Haoren blubbered, tears and snot streaming. If I talk, will you let me go? Chen Feng's expression was impassive as he affirmed, If you confess honestly, I swear on my honor to spare your life. All right. Shi Haoren nodded frantically and began to explain in detail. Zhou Qi listened intently. It turned out Shi Haoren belonged to an awakened group called the Dragon Abyss Society, hiding in a mountain stronghold led by several third-tier transcendents. Among them was a man nicknamed Doctor, also a researcher who had devised the plan to steal research techniques and results. The Dragon Abyss Society hid in the mountains, gathering over 1,000 people and living like petty tyrants with over 20 transcendents under their command. More astonishingly, they had discovered an otherworldly zone in the mountains where they harvested a batch of spiritual energy crystals. Sir Ryn had agreed to infiltrate the station for the reward of origin spirit crystals. His descent from the mountain was to contact the Dragon Abyss Society and relay information. I thought reporting on the observation station would earn me credit. Knowing I had little chance here alone and worried about the spatial anomalies, I decided to leave first. I'd been wary of that black-robed woman all along. With no unusual activity on the mountain these past days, I finally made my move. Sir Ryn continued his confession in full detail. Tell us about that otherworldly zone. Miao pushed open the door upstairs and stepped onto the balcony, his deep cold blue eyes locking onto Sir Ryn. All right, Sir Ryn raised his head, forcing a humble smile. A piece of another world appeared in the mountains, complete with ancient-style buildings, a village to be precise. The boss and the doctor led a team to investigate. The inhabitants were human, but we couldn't communicate. Though they were strong and robust, they were no match for superhumans. The doctor used instruments and detected high-energy objects in the village. Seeing their lack of strength, he suggested the boss seize them by force. We eventually found a cache of spiritual energy crystals in the village, but we couldn't get near them. At first no one knew what they were. An old classmate of the boss said he knew about a base being built here with a specialized research institute. Zhou Qi was astonished. These people had encountered humans from another world. Humans. Not demons or monsters, but ordinary humans. The classmate passed messages. Sent potions. Zhou Qi drew a sharp breath, a chill creeping down his spine. Could the superhuman he killed be this very classmate? Meanwhile, Bai Xiao, who was calming the snow shadow leopard, flickered a glance. The two exchanged a look, a tacit understanding passing between them. How peculiar. Miao's eyes dimmed behind his mask as he furrowed his brow in thought. Chen Feng summoned the communications officer. You come too? Yes. Chen Feng turned to leave, but Sir Ryn tugged at the chains binding his hands above his head, his eyes wide with terror. Captain, what about me? Can you let me down? From now on I swear I'll stay put in rock base and follow your orders. Chen Feng snorted coldly. I don't have any primordial crystals for you. That's fine, I don't want anything. Sir Ryn's pleading eyes were desperate. Zhou Qi. The captain's calling you. Huzi nudged Zhou Qi. Lost in thought about the otherworldly humans, Zhou Qi blinked in confusion. Come here. Chen Feng beckoned him. Puzzled, Zhou Qi descended the steps and stood before Sir Ryn. Take this. Chen Feng handed him the iron chain. Seeing this, a foreboding dread gripped Sir Ryn. He licked his dry lips, swallowed the cold air, and forced a smile. Captain, I understand. Brother Zhou Qi, I was wrong today. I accept my punishment. Chen Feng laughed coldly and strode away, his voice devoid of emotion. You've been wrong today, Zhou Qi. Beat him to death. Zhou Qi froze momentarily and Sir Ryn stiffened before erupting into shouts. Captain Chen, you can't do this. You promised to spare my life. I didn't kill you, did I? Chen Feng shrugged, a smile tinged with feigned helplessness and mockery. Bastard ill, thud. A dull thud. Zhou Qi frowned slightly and swung the chain, striking Sir Ryn across the mouth, cutting off his curse mid-syllable. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction and walked away. How dare you! Another whoosh split the air. This time Zhou Qi put his full strength into it. He stepped forward, lowered his shoulder, and swung the chain in a sweeping arc, slamming it hard against Sir Ryn's mouth. Bang! It was like a sledgehammer shattering stone. Sir Ryn's eyes rolled back as consciousness faded, his skull ringing. Blood and bone burst forth, teeth shattered and lips flattened. A sharp stifled scream tore from Sir Ryn as he writhed violently like a fish on the brink of death, convulsing uncontrollably. Zhou Qi panted lightly, then dropped the chain and drew his long blade. One stroke and the flame of life was snuffed out. He turned and addressed the others. Let's clean this up so as not to disturb Elder Huang and Engineer Lin. Song Hong nodded in agreement. Right. Good thinking. Miao, take the body far away and burn it. Got it. One of the watching soldiers stepped forward to comply and then led a few